I asked Paul, my assistant, find out how many players I've traded or been involved in a trade with. And Devon was the 26th player. The interesting thing with him was 2 and then a third team all called. In other words, we weren't actively shopping at all. Teams in need of receivers obviously do a good enough job. They look at the depth of certain teams. And so within like a 3-day period, George and I had gotten calls from 2 serious teams and a third, and all coincidentally on the same player.
We're out here this morning at Meadow Hills. Where? My town. A-Town. Aurora. We rarely get to do this. Vic always talks about West Side, North Side. No, it's A-Town today, baby. And, of course, I played many times for our second annual charity golf tournament in conjunction with the Avs. And cannot wait. Should be a great day today. But I am actually very, very excited, not just to be doing a show in my town, but also football starts tonight with our boy Mike Sanford, that you will hear on this radio station and see on Altitude Television. Tomorrow you have the big game that starts week 0, 10 a.m. in Dublin between Kansas State and Iowa State, and the final preseason game for the Broncos. Like, there is a lot of football right around the corner. But to start with what Sean Payton was just talking about, you see some reports yesterday that it wasn't just the Saints. It was multiple teams calling about Vele. And that probably is why the price was driven up to a 4th-round pick. Again, we were trying to go through the details of value. How do you get the value for a guy like that? Sky Moore, a 2nd-round pick, went for a 6th. When you traded Jerry Jeudy, you got a 5th and a 6th in return. Vele, a 4th and a 7th for a 27-year-old who was a 7th-round pick last year. So that starts to make a little bit more sense, and you start to connect some more dots from that vantage point. It's also this, and this is kind of the way I felt a week ago when I just posed the idea, do you consider trading Vele? Sean Payton was talking about the numbers. This isn't about getting down to a 53-man roster. He was going to be there for that. The question is, what happens when game day gets here? And here's what he said regarding that wide receiver room and the growth of others being a factor in this.
Yeah, certainly all of that. When you guys factor in where Troy's at, where Pat's at, where Sherfield's at, where, and we can keep 6 receivers. We're probably only going to get 5 to the game. And look, he may have been going to the game, but there would have been discussion as to, out of the 6, how are we looking at our game day? And so I said this a few weeks ago. I think we have a few players here that may end up playing for other teams. And here's one.
It's a numbers game. There just wasn't room. Like, Vele would have made the roster because he's too talented not to. The problem with Vele is he's too talented not to make the roster, but not talented enough to suit up on game day. If you are in a championship window, like, there is this balance, and I've heard the counter arguments to this. Most people on board are on board with the trade, and they should be. I think it's the smart move. The counter is very simple. If you are in the business of winning a Super Bowl, what's the point in trading talented players? And my retort is this. Talented players who are not active do not matter. You could say injuries, what if they start to pile up? And my response would be, if they pile up, then they pile up. There's nothing you can do about it. You cannot plan for 3 different guys from one position group to go down during a season. And if you want to continue to build on this window, which you have in a rookie quarterback and a cheap contract, building assets matter. Like, do you want a fifth string wide receiver this year, or the scenario I laid out with what that fourth-round pick can do. If this season goes the way you want, the Broncos will be picking late in these rounds. Hopefully really late. So let's say you got a second-round pick next year that's around 59 or 60. But you really like somebody at 42, and you know he's not going to drop to you. Well, guess what? Now that fourth-round pick can come in handy into a trade-up scenario. And if that's the case, then you don't, for a fifth-string wideout, you now get a guy that you feel like is a starting caliber player, a number one somewhere. That's the stuff where you have to balance, even in a championship window, some long-term for some short-term.
I don't look at windows.
It's way easier to do that in the NFL than it is. I kind of think the opposite when it comes to the NBA. There's just not enough. There's not enough people. There's not enough bodies. There's not enough roster spots to really be concerned about 2 years from now. You can't be. You always, if you're in a championship window in the NBA, you got to forsake whatever your future looks like from a draft perspective and just say, whatever happens here in the next year or two, we're just going to have to live with. And whatever happens after that it can't matter right now. It just has to be short-term thinking.
I don't believe in windows.
NFL, you can't think that way. And so, again, there's going to be another guy that's a victim of the numbers battle. There's going to be another guy that will not suit up on game day, although he's more than talented enough to make the team at another position that is log-jammed with talent. And it's Damari Mathis. Mike Kliss said yesterday there's already been some phone calls regarding Damari Mathis because he is somebody that would be a really solid 3 on most teams across the league. But the Broncos have filled out that room in such a deep manner with legitimate talent that there's just not room. There isn't. You had 2 starting corners, one of them the best defensive player in the league, the other a very, very solid corner who just kind of got his feet wet last year. You drafted a guy in the first round that was overwhelmingly the number 1 cornerback in college football, won the Thorpe Award. Well, I guess outside of Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter might have an argument to it, but Jahdae Barron was widely seen as probably a top 10-ish pick, and the draft just fell weird. Fell to you, you take him, and now you have this 3-deep room of corners that are highly talented, not to mention Jaquan McMillan, who served as your nickel corner the last 2 years, is still there. There's just not enough room for Damari Mathis. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple more trades that the Broncos make before they cut it down to 53. Damari Mathis could be one. Depending on what they want to do for some other positions, their defensive line rotation is so deep that a guy like Jordan Jackson or Uwazurike could net you some picks. I mean, the Jets alone a couple of days ago traded twice for defensive tackles. I think you could find ways to get even more draft capital before this thing is said and done. There's guys who have thrown out the name Audric Estime. I don't know if he is draft pick compensation worthy. He feels a lot more like maybe teams will put a few waiver claims in on him. The trading for guys in this part of the calendar is almost strictly reserved for if this guy hits waivers, he's going to get picked up, and he's going to get picked up by teams in front of me, so I want to be sure that I'm the one who locks it down. I mean, it's why Devon Vele was coveted by, according to Sean Payton, multiple teams. Big-bodied wideout that, I was trying to figure this out yesterday. What is in it for the New Orleans Saints? I looked at their wide receiver room, and it's Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed and Brandon Cooks, and I'm like, it's a pretty good group. Their problem is nobody's above 5'11" outside of Olave. They need another bigger-bodied wideout. And that's what Vele brings to the table. So you can mix in the other two where you see fit, but they just needed bigger guys to kind of fill out that room. Like the Broncos, I don't believe are in position or in a position to go out and seek new talent at the moment. You're going to do it. If you find somebody that you see on waivers that you think is worthy of that, then you're going to do it. But I don't think that's the position that they see themselves in. They're in the position, and God, is this a covetable spot? We need to offload good players because we have too many. When's the last time the Broncos could say that? I can't keep this guy because the other guys are too good. And think about how quickly it's changed. You know, it's going to be a common theme of things that you hear from me leading up to this season. But George Payton is like a top 5 guy because you look at 2 different rooms. Like, here's the specifics. Wide receiver, last year, you had Courtland Sutton, who had a good season. After that, your second leading wideout was Vele as far as receptions go. He had 41. That's a thin room. He has transformed a thin room into a room deep enough to offload good players. Last year at corner, you had the defensive player of the year on one side. And the second Riley Moss went down, the defense kind of went down with it because the depth at corner wasn't good enough. And now we're talking about trading corners that other teams want. Doing that in the span of a calendar year is impressive work. Along with getting an upgraded tight end, along with upgrading your running back room, along with finding even more depth on the defensive line, along with finding a linebacker that's an all-pro caliber, along with finding a safety who's an all-pro caliber when healthy. You know, Moshe keeps talking about it, but he's like, is this just all we're going to do? We're just going to say, yeah, everything is great, nothing's bad. And I'm like, well, if you can find the bad, go ahead and bring it to me. Because for the moment, I don't see it. I'm sure it's going to come up, and we're going to find out in a hurry. But for now, I don't see it. And there's going to be one final opportunity for the Broncos starters to kind of get their stuff in gear. They're going to get that, whatever Sean Payton said, 6 to 10 plays coming up this weekend. You know, Joe Lombardi has asked, what do you want to see out of your offense in the final preseason game? And he goes, a good drive. It's like, just give me one. And I don't think, you know, this is just my way of thinking. We'll get more into detail on this in a minute. I'm very much, this is in the category of I'd like to see it. I don't need to, but we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. I told you guys at the beginning, football happens tonight with our own Mike Sanford, who is coaching Valor as they take on Pine Creek. That's going to be at 7 o'clock. Kreckman and Polumbus going to be on the call. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and high school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sports Clips, the pros in men's hair. Remember, you can also watch, because we're going to have our broadcast simulcast on the TV side. So if you aren't in your cars and you're at your house, tune in to Altitude TV, and you can hear Kreckman and Polumbus calling that game on television with Valor and Pine Creek. So, we're out here at Meadow Hills for our second annual charity golf tournament. We have Nelly back at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Again, coming back. Final preseason game coming up. Does it matter if the 6 to 10 plays that the starters get, and we're talking specifically on offense, if the 6 to 10 plays the starters get go poorly again, will you be in some sort of panic? Get to it next. Who is this, Nelly? Music expert?
This is from the Lego movie.
Oh, this is the Lego movie. Gotcha.
I mean, technically, it's The Lonely Island with Tegan and Sarah, but this is what the theme of Broncos training camp has been, according to one Mark Moser. Just, hey, everything's awesome. Broncos country. Let's ride right into the playoffs, baby.
It certainly feels that way. See, my 3-year-old is now starting the old I got my songs that I listen to 50 times a day, and I'm being introduced, because you know this about me, Nelly. I'm an old soul when it comes to music, and I'm set in my ways with the stuff that I like. I don't listen to a lot of new stuff anymore. But now when you have a 3-year-old girl that stays at the same home that you do, there's this new, I guess, movie coming out about a K-pop band, and there's this song called Golden. Yes, the Demon Hunters, or whatever that thing is. And I have listened to that song, I think, 120 times in the last 3 days.
Brett, for what it's worth, that movie is actually pretty sick. It's actually,
is it out?
It's been out for a while, man. Those songs have been blowing up the charts for a month now. It's actually a really well-made movie by the same people who did Spider-Verse. I'd give it a chance if I were you. Just mute it for that one song since you've already heard it so long.
Nelly, you're saying give it a chance like I'm going to have an option in that. Like I have some sort of like, no, sweetie, we're going to watch Scarface again instead. Like that's not – it's like I've seen Frozen 200 times. Is that something I want to watch? It's not up to me. It's just something that's on TV.
Are you just trying to incept other music into her? Like when you take her to the dentist or something, you plug in your phone and you just put on I Get No Kicks from Champagne.
Hey, you're saying that like it's a joke. Every day I picked her up from daycare when she was like 1 to 2 years old, I played Sinatra on the way home. I was like, this is going to get in here somehow. And you're going to be 13 years old and you're going to hear Fly Me to the Moon. You're going to be like, wait a minute. I like this for some reason. Yes, I've been trying to do that.
You know what's cooler than K-pop? Hit the Road, Jack, Ray Charles. How do you like that, little Jamal Cale?
You don't think I've thrown on Ray Charles Pandora in front of her, too? I mean, Nelly, come on now. So with this final preseason game, I remember the reaction after the first. The Broncos won, I think, 400-7, but the first 7 points that were scored were by the 49ers, and it was on the first-team defense, and the first-team offense looked bad. And then I got to the show on Monday expecting a unanimous shoulder shrug, or at least mostly a shoulder shrug from people listening, and it turns out people cared. Now, I was not one of that group. I am not overanalyzing preseason stuff. I would put it in the it would be nice category. Like, it would be nice if the offense looked good in the preseason. But I am not overly concerned about anything. I'm the same way here. They're going to get basically a drive in this final preseason game. And yeah, it would be nice if they looked good. You know what would be even nicer? Everybody leaves healthy. That's the only thing I care about. I'm almost in the camp of like, I don't even want the starters to play. I don't know what 6 plays does for you in a preseason game. You know, do you feel like sort of the live bullets are flying and real hits and real tackling? I mean, sure. But is that worth the risk of it? And I know there's people listening that's like, they're calling me the B word right now. They're saying, stop being such a wuss. And everybody says that until somebody gets hurt, and then you're like, well, was that worth it? I don't think that there's like you don't have to be one of these teams that doesn't play anybody ever. But there is just something about the final game that feels like a risk. Like, we all kind of know how the old preseason format went. First game, at least traditionally. Let's go back to like the 2005 era of the NFL. First preseason game, your guys would play a little bit. Second game, they'd play like a quarter to a quarter and a half. Third game, they'd play like a half. That was the, quote, dress rehearsal, right? In the fourth game, they wouldn't play at all. Because I think most coaches were just panicked at the idea that if we throw somebody out there for a fourth preseason game and they get hurt, 2 weeks before the regular season, then I'm going to have an aneurysm. So that's my only concern. It would be nice if the drive that they're out there is a 7-play, 75-yard drive for a touchdown. That would be great. I don't need to see it, though. It's not a must by any means. By the way, if you're paying attention, you're going to be looking for those starters out there. And I believe these changes have already happened. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Nelly. But with Vele exiting the team, Trent Sherfield, who was wearing number 5, is now taking Vele's 17, which means 5 is open in R.J. Harvey, who was previously wearing, was it 27 or 37? That's why you got him and Dobbins confused all the time. 37. He's now switching to 5, is what I'm saying. So, fact check me on that, Nelly. I'm trying to do this from memory, but I believe I saw that yesterday. So, if you're looking for the first-team offense in R.J. Harvey, I believe he's the number 5 now. And if not, then I've made this all up and admonish me. But that's kind of where I'm at. I just want to see guys healthy leaving this game. I know it's cliche and boring and blah, blah, blah to say all that, but it's the truth. Here's what I feel like is some pretty big stuff. It's something I've been begging for. Like almost hands and knees in front of NCAA headquarters being like, can you please force this to happen? One of the things that drives me nuts about college football that some people love, I'm not one of them, is you're trying to grade how many D1 teams are there now? 130-some? 130-some teams by some sort of specific criteria to decide who is making a playoff format or not. And it's already difficult enough to do with teams going in all these different conferences, and even in their conferences, they don't play everybody in their conference over the course of a year. And, it would be like if the Broncos in the AFC West just some years didn't play the Chiefs. Sorry, we just didn't get matched up this year. It's already hard enough to try and evaluate who the best teams are. And then you add on top of that, one of the things that kills me about the SEC is that they have an 8-game conference schedule when everybody else has 9. So first of all, you can't even accurately grade the criteria from that standpoint. Secondly, they're the only teams in the country, as far as I'm concerned, the ones that, quote, matter, your power conferences, that get a bye without a bye towards the end of the year. They get a Week 10 matchup against Mercer or Savannah State or Alabama A&M. And you're like, that's the hardest part of your season. Anybody who loves football knows when you get towards that Week 10 of college football, when you get towards that Week 15 of the NFL, and you're just trying to grind your way through with injuries that have piled up and all that different stuff, like those are the ones where you really test your mettle. And what the SEC did for years is be like, we're going to give ourselves a bye. And I always thought it was BS. And I couldn't believe that people kept allowing them to get away with it. And their excuse was, well, guys, our conference is tough enough already. So what? It's always weird to me that that's trotted out there like it's some sort of, like they're a martyr. You know what else is tough? The AFC West. The Broncos division is tougher than the Texans division. You know what we don't do? Weight their wins and losses differently. It's whatever your record is, your record is. So finally, the SEC sounds like starting next year are going to go to a 9-conference game schedule, which thank God. That's going to take all those stupid games towards the end off the docket. They also said this, and this is where it gets interesting. And after I was ripping the SEC for years on this, I will give them a ton of credit. Not just going to the 9-game schedule, but also the rumor is the SEC is going to require their teams to schedule at least one additional high-quality non-conference game from either the ACC, the Big Ten, or the Big 12, or Notre Dame. They're forcing each one of their teams to do at least that, which I think college football should 100% do for all of these major conferences. When you have expanded the playoff to the number that you have, you are afforded and allowed to lose a game without being severely and harshly punished. You know who can't do that? CSU. CSU loses a game, they stand no chance. But it gives you the opportunity to see somebody from another conference, to try and evaluate yourself in a more accurate way. And it provides just a lot of entertainment for people like me. Because I've been wanting to see this forever. I just want as much as you can, which is very little. I want people as much as possible to try and make this as aligned and alike conference to conference as they could. And that was always the biggest thing that was different about them. You know, we always kind of talk about the impossibilities of college football of, hey, if Texas was in this conference, would they be good? You know, that's what the SEC has tried it out there forever, right? Is, oh, yeah, Texas, they might be a good team, but if they were in the SEC, they'd have 4 losses. Who's the favorite to win the SEC this year? That's what always drove me nuts. You know, little engine that could teams, whether it's Boise State last year, whether it's UCF back in the day, it's like they could never compete. And then UCF beats Auburn in whatever New Year's Bowl that was. And it was, oh, but Auburn didn't care. I'm like, well, that's convenient. When you win, you could say, see, I told you so. When you lose, you go, well, it didn't matter because they didn't care about that game. I'd like to have that in my life. Hey, Brett, how'd the ratings go? They were great because I'm awesome. Well, they weren't great this last month. Oh, yeah? Well, I didn't care about last month. That's always a fun thing to do. But, again, getting this as uniform as you can across the college football landscape, I think, is incredibly important. And it makes it just easier to evaluate. And it won't have me yelling at people like whoever's on the committee. I know they rotate that around. The first name that came to my head was Condoleezza Rice because I think she was part of that first committee. And Condoleezza, she's a football gal. Very aware of that.
Broncos owner, Condoleezza Rice.
Well, yes, I know. But I remember she was part of that committee, and I think that first year of the college football playoff, I was just yelling about Condoleezza Rice because I disagreed with something. And I just took it out on her because it was the only name that I recognized immediately. So anyway, I like the direction that it's going. I think that this is it's a very positive step for college football to be closer or to make the evaluation as close as you can. I want to get to the Micah Parsons stuff in a second. If you guys didn't hear Jerry Jones talking to Michael Irvin, it's incredible. Like, I could have listened to, I think, 5 hours of that. Because it's two guys that say insane things that think they're sane, which is just a beautiful combination. But we'll get there in a few minutes because one thing I got to talk about, Nelly, I meant to do this yesterday and I just forgot. Have you seen the highlights of this, like, under 40 football league? It's a real tackle football league featuring old men. And actually, is it under 40? It's just an adult football league, right?
Yeah, I've seen, I think that guy who got injured, who tore his ACL, was 60 or something?
I'm looking at a video right now. A 60, I'm going to say this slowly for you guys. It is a 60-year-old left tackle The play, he has a running back that what happens a lot. You see this in virtually every football game. Running back gets hit and he kind of rolls into the legs of his offensive lineman, and it always looks scary and brutal. Now imagine if you're 60 years old and brittle, and you got to get your prostate checked after you get done with this thing. Like, yeah, take a look, Baca. Here's 60-year-old man. First of all, there's your left tackle. That's what he looks like. And he's pumped up. He's throwing his arms up. And then rolled right into his legs, and there goes the left ACL. He's done for.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
I have had many people, even when I was younger, when I was in my late 20s, asking me, hey, do you want to be part of this adult baseball league? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? My answer is always no. No. And they're like, why? And first of all, I got my competitive streak out. I played in college. When I was done with that, I was just kind of done. I don't need to be uber competitive about something anymore. It's not for something that doesn't matter anyway, ultimately. Secondly, I can't imagine, Nelly. I go out, adult baseball league, rip one in the gap. I'm trying to leg out a double. And I round first, and I just feel a pop in my knee. And now I am crutching myself around the house. My wife is pregnant. My daughter is screaming. And I can't move off the couch because the Aurora Dirtbags really needed the double in the bottom of the – like, what am I doing? I don't want to risk injury for that.
And
God,
also,
I mean, if
Brett,
60 years old – no, Nelly, hang on. A 60-year-old man tore his ACL playing tackle football. And then you got to ask him, was it worth it? And his answer will be yes. I'll be like, well, then you're an idiot. Go ahead, Nelly.
Well, I was just going to say, you're talking about rounding second, hustling to get some extra bases. This is coming from the guy who pulled his hamstring racing a friend at the Vele Beer Festival last summer. I'm saying, man, like, glass houses, brother.
Very different. I was drunk. I'm not responsible for those decisions when that happens.
These are adult beer softball leagues anyway.
By the way, I felt an immense amount of shame when I did that too. Now, luckily it wasn't bad. It only lasted like a week. But I'm just saying, it's the reason, you know what I'll never do again, Nelly? Race somebody. No need.
You're going to you just got to have your lines locked and loaded. When your friend goes, hey, who do you think's faster? You just got to go, you're not that guy, buddy.
Do you want to know?
You're not that guy.
You want to know what's funny? I hope you're listening to Dave. Dave's the guy that I raced. I would have beat Dave power walking. Not even close. I could have power walked and beat him. And instead I tried to prove a point. And this is what you get for proving points. The point was proven that I'm old.
Hastings wants a piece.
That's the only point that was proven, that I'm an old man who pops his hamstring if I try and do a sprint. While drinking for 12 straight hours and not stretching. So, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. You have to hear Jerry Jones and Michael Irvin talk to each other about Micah Parsons next. All right, back out here again. Meadow Hills, my town, Aurora, A-Town, for our second annual charity golf tournament. And I cannot wait. Kiefer's been running around like a chicken with his head cut off. I don't know if you guys know this. Kiefer looks panicked. He's looked panicked all morning. Moving chairs. Look at the amount of head shakes that you've seen out of him, Baca. It's just crazy. But we're going to have a great time today. I cannot wait. Keep in mind, tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio, 7 p.m., it's our first regular season football game of the year. Kreckman and Polumbus have the call as Mike Sanford's Valor takes on Pine Creek. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sports Clips, the pros in men's hair. That's also going to be simulcast on Altitude Television, by the way, if you would like to watch. Now, I could have listened to this. Part of me just wants to stop talking. And, Nelly, I want you to run this little conversation between Michael Irvin and Jerry Jones on a loop for the rest of the day, and I think that we'd be fine. I think it'd be great. Because Michael Irvin is talking to Jerry Jones about Micah Parsons. Or, as Jerry Jones would call him, Michael Parson. Remember, Michael Parson is as savvy a player Remember that? When he messed up his best player's name and couldn't get things right and started to kind of make fun of him publicly and all that? Well, it didn't stop. I don't know if there's salvaging the relationship after this. I'll tell you, out of the 3 cuts I want to play here, number 1 is Jerry Jones' interaction with the agent of Micah Parsons, which he said this.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass. Wait. Now, see, just so you're clear. Yeah, Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate. Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark on several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it right now and try to come in there and improve off the mark that we'd already set.
There is something about an old man saying "shove it up your ass" that will never not bring a smile to my face. Like, every single time. Let me hear it again, Nelly. You can just do that. Just that part is fine with me.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass.
I mean, tell me it didn't bring a giant smile to your face. Oh, hang on. My entire world's enclosing on me. The walls are closing in. I feel like I'm Ray Liotta in Goodfellas. Okay, we're good now. So that's number 1. Now, I don't know what the details are. Maybe this is what happened. Maybe he talked to Micah and he said, yep, I'm good with the years. I'm good with the money. I'm good with the guarantees. Sent it to my agent, and the agent was like, no, we have things to discuss. Now, it's always something to remember, right? The idea that the agent gets a cut, and so it's as much a negotiation for his money as it is anybody else's. You know, think of it like a caddy in golf. Scotty Scheffler's caddy over, was this before or after last weekend? I think it was after. What was the number? He made $360,000. The caddy did in just the FedEx playoff tournaments. Like just the last 3 or 4 weeks is what he's made that money off of. And so when you have somebody that's getting a cut of a giant amount of money, they can get a little bit weird about stuff, but good agents will not do that at the behest of their client. Now, here's Jerry Jones again, talking about the terms and all of that with the agent. Go ahead, Nelly.
It's the mama-daddy deal. You go into mama, and she won't do it. And she's the boss, so she won't do it. So you run into Daddy. Daddy says, do it. And then you go back in and say, Mama, Daddy said it was all right. It's the old Mama, Daddy deal. We've all been there and done that. Well, we've got this thing resolved in my mind for the Dallas Cowboys. And we've got it done. And if the agent wants to finish up the detail, which is should, and do all the paperwork, and he can do that. And we're ready to go. But as far as the amount of money, the years, the guarantees, all of that, we negotiate that.
I love Jerry Jones spinning a yarn like that. I tell you, that old Southern draw, giving you one of those analogies. You know, it's like, you ever heard those from somebody with a Southern drawl that you don't know what it means, but you do just by the way they said it? Like, never look a gift horse in the mouth. It's like, I don't know what that means, but you know what? I'm with you. I would never do that.
Dude, you know who totally has those is Scott Hastings. Sometimes I'm listening to PhD, and he'll just drop some phrase where he'll be talking to DMac, and he'll say, tell you what, DMac, everybody want to make mashed potatoes, but some people too scared to roll up their sleeves and do a little mashing.
Yeah.
And then DMac looks at him and goes, huh? And then Scotty will just go, come on now. Come on now.
There was a comic that was said Dr. Phil does that, and he goes, 2 hens in a hen house don't equal a bucket full of milk. And you're just like, all right, I'll take it. It is kind of mommy-daddy, though. But here's the thing. I don't know how this works. My thought was if somebody has an agent, you just kind of go through the agent on stuff like this. And the player's involved, but I didn't know. I don't think. Now, Jerry Jones has been a GM much longer than me because I have 0 days as a GM. But I would think that you aren't supposed to have private conversations with one guy and then run it through the other one. Now, when he's talking about the mommy-daddy deal, again, I have a 3-year-old. I'm very aware of this. Daddy, can I have ice cream? No, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. Mommy, can I have ice cream? I get that. I know what he's talking about here. But it all kind of comes down to, what's the actual number? Like, what is the beef over? Micah Parsons, I see, I'm almost saying Michael Parson now because I've done that joke so many times. Micah Parsons is, I think, widely seen, if not the best edge rusher in the league, the best young one. You know, T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, they're older. He's the best young one. He deserves a ton of money. So what's the money look like? Well, let's hear it.
Well, what happens is that we have a contract, and there's this year remaining under the contract. And then in the NFL, I get at our volition to extend that contract another year. We'll pay him like a franchise and another one after that. So we really got 3 years to work this thing out. And it's a basic contract that's there to go. And I did that with Dak, and we couldn't agree. So Dak played his last year of his contract, and then we franchised him. And so it's exactly what happened with Dak. And we moved forward, and, of course, ultimately we got a contract, made Dak the highest-paid player in the NFL. So the precedent is handling it like Dak. But in this particular case, then Micah comes in and plays this year under his contract. If it doesn't, it's very costly for everybody.
Well, and here's the part that gets a little bit screwy. You can point to the Dak thing. Micah Parsons, if you guys buy into this stuff, are you a believer or carer into the what guy does on social media thing? Because if you are, go and look at Micah Parsons' Twitter account right now. So he sends out his new avatar, and the thing that he sent out is it's a Bible verse. It's from Micah 7:8. Even if I fall, I will rise. The Lord is my light. Okay, fine. He has, as you can see here, Baca, eliminated anything Cowboys from his Twitter account. It says Penn State 2021 TBD. His header picture is him being a Big Ten champion back in 19 as he's sitting on the podium with one of his teammates from Penn State. Nothing Cowboys. If you've hurt the relationship this badly, it's hard to get it back. Okay? When you guys decide as a married couple that we need to separate for a little bit, not divorce, separate. That's a hard comeback after that. And it feels like this is where it's headed. Now, the rumor is that he was offered upwards of $200 million in guarantees, where if that's the case, I don't think Jerry Jones is being unfair. But we get to all this in a little bit. Live out here at Meadow Hills for a second annual charity golf tournament. We're going to be here until 10 o'clock today. Remember, football happening tonight on Altitude Sports Radio with Valor going up against Pine Creek. But a lot to get to. Broncos' final preseason game. Some audio from Sean Payton yesterday. I will play Jerry Jones, I think, 50 more times before the show is done. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Stick it up our ass.
Yeah, so let's go through that. Look, I asked Paul, my assistant, find out how many players I've traded or been involved in a trade with. And Devon was the 26th player. The interesting thing with him was 2 and then a third team all called. In other words, we weren't actively shopping at all. But teams in need of receivers obviously do a good enough job. They look at the depth of certain teams. And so within like a 3-day period, George and I had gotten calls from 2 serious teams and a third, and all coincidentally on the same player.
Oh. All right, out here at Meadow Hills in where, Moj? My town.
A-town.
We're in my town today.
Hey, this place is already buzzing hardcore, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you got people running around like crazy. Kyle Keefe's acting like a mother hen out here.
Oh,
it's
dude,
really weird.
Hey. Don't even talk about Keefe. Keefe has been panicked from the second I've seen him this morning.
Agreed. That's how he rolls, man. He is panic city.
He's done nothing but shake his head all day.
Look at Lee Blair. Look at him hauling stuff around. This is crazy.
Way to go, Lee.
What a day.
But we're out here at Meadow Hills for our second annual charity golf tournament in conjunction with
the Colorado Avalanche alumni. Hey, and so everybody's going to be here today. It's going to be flipping awesome.
We got Forsberg.
Yeah,
we got Sakic.
The Joe, Head G. I mean, everybody's going to be out here today. It's going to be Rhino, and some newer guys too, like Darren Helm and Andrew Cogliano. I mean, we're talking about recent alumni.
I miss Helmer and Cogs.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, they don't win without them. I mean, every single dude on that team, dude. I told you this a billion times. When you win a cup, your big gun's got to come through, no doubt about it. But everybody during the course of a postseason run, everybody does something to propel your team to win that period, that game, whatever. So, and obviously Darren Helm scored one of the biggest goals in Avalanche history. I mean, it was
that's
huge.
The goal of that postseason.
You know what? And let me let you in on a little EJ-ness, okay?
Yeah.
Because EJ's the one that brought the puck up the ice.
Yes, he did.
And he gave it to your boy LOC, who threw it across, and Helmer one times at home, and the rest is history.
With what? Was it 2.3 left or something?
Yeah, something like that. And I freaked out. Of course, I'm doing the game with Connor. I'm like, one of those kind of deals. But it was a huge goal. But once they won that Game 6 in round 2, once they got beyond that, they knew, dude, they knew they were going to win.
That moment, yeah.
Yeah, there are moments in playoff runs where you just kind of know, and they knew at that moment, okay, we got this. We're going to do this, because the Blues were a pain in the tail. They really were.
So we're going to have a great day out here.
Logan O'Connor,
Helm, holds it, he scored!
I freaked out. I couldn't believe it, but what a play by EJ.
I think even Connor can't get mad at you for that. It's just you're in the moment, man.
Yeah.
You just want to scream.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He scored!
But EJ, he's on the ice, and Cale doesn't know how much time is left. He grabs his and he goes. And I mean, that again, it's that heads-up kind of play that propels you to a Stanley Cup championship. Either way, everybody's going to be out here today. It's going to be a really great.
We're going to have a great time. Now, to what Sean Payton just said in that open.
Is that not what I just said yesterday? Is it not? Yeah.
So we found out a couple more details as the day went on yesterday. The first was there's multiple teams that called about Vele. They saw the Broncos situation. They knew it was really crowded. They said, hey, 3 different teams was the report. All were like, hey, I could use that. And that's probably what drove the price up to a 4th is competition.
I want Broncos fans to understand what Sean Payton said is not only accurate, but they're doing the same thing as we speak. They are pouring over other teams' rosters, and they're trying to get a glimpse as to, are they going to keep 5 wideouts themselves? Are they going to keep, how many linebackers are they going to keep? That kind of thing. They are pouring over other teams' rosters because there are guys that they like that are currently on other rosters that may become available, and you got to jump, Frog. You got to jump.
Well, not just that, Moj. I don't think the Broncos are done. Now, another reason for the Vele trade. Sean Payton yesterday talking about it's a numbers game. they liked Vele. Vele's good enough to make this team. But go ahead, Nelly.
Yeah, certainly all of that. When you guys factor in where Troy's at, where Pat's at, where Sherfield's at, where, and we can keep 6 receivers. We're probably only going to get 5 to the game. And look, he may have been going to the game, but there would have been discussion as to, out of the 6, how are we looking at our game day? And so I said this a few weeks ago. I think we have a few players here that may end up playing for other teams, and here's one.
So here's the translation. He is certainly good enough to make this team. He is a good player that we want to keep. But when you're talking about on game day, Moj, you're going to be an inactive. You don't serve a purpose anymore. Now, 2 schools of thought. Number 1 is what the Broncos did, which is the correct one, I think. And if you can get value like that, then you can parlay that into something bigger down the road. Perfect. The other school of thought is this. If he's a good player and you're going for a Super Bowl, then why are we giving away good players for a team that's trying to win the Super Bowl? And, again, the Broncos are in a very unique position in this sense. They have multiple spots in which guys are going to be good players who might be game day inactives. And when you say they're pouring through other teams' rosters, I think they might have a couple of trades left for them to offload some guys for more draft picks. I think one prime example, and I believe Mike Kliss tweeted this out yesterday, Damari Mathis is one of those guys. He is the 6th guy in a cornerback room that is very, very deep. Yes, Mike Kliss yesterday, the sources confirmed Broncos are trying to trade Damari Mathis. If no deal, Mathis will be released. Just not enough room. But Mathis could easily be a guy that ends up on a roster and plays a lot somewhere else. And when you have one of those dudes,
at the very least in a nickel situation.
Yes. Yeah, and when you have one of those dudes, it's just like you're trying to do right by him, too, because he's a good enough player to actually get out there and play and make some money if he plays well. So it's kind of like two-fronted. I also think there might be a defensive lineman that could get traded, an Awazarike or Jordan Jackson type. No, I'm okay, thank you. Awazarike or Jordan Jackson type, where it's like, Moj, they would play for a whole bunch of other teams.
Yeah.
And, again, I don't – you would love to have depth, but if for 15 weeks you're going to be inactives, then what's the point?
That's a very good point. And maybe even the running back spot there – give us a call because – and it's a good problem to have, I think. Again, the only time – and the Broncos, in my opinion, are doing everything correctly. The only time it becomes a problem is that you run into what the Niners have run into with their wide receiver room, and you're like, oh, God. Yeah. All it takes is a couple of guys, right, to go down. You're, even for a short period of time, you're like, oh God.
But can I
wish
say
we had
something?
that guy back. I mean, and that's all second guessing crap because the Broncos are doing it correctly.
Can I say something about that though?
Sure.
Because that's kind of scenario people are laying out. Well, if a couple of these wide receivers go down, then you can really use Vele, and it's like, yeah, but I'm not going to plan for disaster.
Yeah, exactly
you know what I mean?
right.
I'm going to plan like this season is going to go as most other seasons do. If you get screwed, like Detroit last year defensively.
Oh.
If that happens, then that happens. Like you can't plan for that.
Yeah, Dan Campbell's not keeping guys around in August because, by the way, in November,
if
December,
I have 12 guys on IR on the defensive side of the football, we could use him. It's like you don't plan for that.
That is correct. So, again, I love everything that they're doing right now. It makes me feel good. Final preseason game coming up tomorrow. Want to see some guys, get in a little action and feel good about themselves, and then we're off and running, dude. Then we're off and running. But it's intriguing to me, and I know how it works, but I love to hear Payton explain it. What his team's doing the same thing as other teams, and they're doing their due diligence. Other teams are looking at the Broncos going, all right, where are they stacked?
Yeah.
All right, what do we need? That kind of thing. And so I think you're absolutely correct that because there was a little bit of a battle, a couple, 3 teams that wanted to add some wide-out depth, that's where you throw that fourth in there as well. And then there's also a fine line. Hey, look, if the Broncos are going to release Mathis, why do I got to give them anything if I can, try to claim him right away? And I mean, it's all these games that you play because you want to fill out your roster.
But this is what's great about having guys that are waiver wire claims. How about this, Moj? Waiver wire claims kind of look like this at this point in the season. It's a guy who's right there on the bubble of your team, but might be the 49th to 50th guy on their team, right? That's what waiver claims are for. You're taking a flyer still on somebody. The reason why I think Vele, who's already been proven he's different, and I think Damari Mathis could be different, and if they're looking to shop, a defensive lineman could be different. You are at the behest of the waiver claim order when somebody is released.
That is correct.
So if you like somebody and another team ahead of you likes somebody, you don't stand a chance.
You're SOL.
You make the trade to be like, screw that. I want him. He's mine.
Correct.
That's why you make the move.
So it's a bit of a gamble.
So it has to be almost like I am so for sure that this guy is going to be a piece of my roster. I don't want to risk anybody else grabbing him.
That is correct. And even if you're throwing a seventh at a team, right? Whatever it may be. And again, if you're going to let a guy go, you'll take whatever you can get.
Sure.
Hey, couple shiny new footballs. We'll take that too.
We just had the thing yesterday where we're moving baby Jamal Kale's room because the new baby's going to take old baby's room, right?
Right.
And there's this dresser, because that was a guest room that we don't know what to do with. So my wife did the Facebook Marketplace thing and just said, take it. Just take it. We put it out on the front lawn, and our payment was, get it out of our house.
That is correct.
Take it away from here.
That is correct.
That's the 7th-round pick that you trade for some guy at this point in the calendar.
That reminds me, years ago, I had a neighbor who put this Barca lounger on the curb, like for somebody just to come take for whatever reason. And that friggin' chair sat on the curb for over a week. And I'm like, dude, just haul it back in the garage or something. And it's broken, and the Barca lounger is broken. I'm like, ain't nobody taking that, man. Ain't nobody taking your broken Barca lounger. Pull it back in the garage.
Can I ask a question? I can kind of understand the this is free, take this thing that you put in your front lawn. A lounger, though, it takes one rain, and then nobody's wanting that again.
Some people's kids, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Some people's kids.
I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, you know what is happening today outside of our golf tournament? That,
by the way, this is going to be an epic tournament, man.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It is.
You know what else is happening?
What's Grismer doing over there?
Is that I don't know. I don't think that's Grismer.
Oh, that can't be.
I think that's just a guy who looks just like Grismer because I thought the same thing when he walked in.
That's weird.
Grismer has a show that's on the same time we have.
Yeah, you're right about that. And that guy's he shaved his face. You're right about
that. But it looks just like him.
I know. That's a freaky dude, man. Okay.
You know what else is happening today, though? Moj. Give it up. Football's back.
Yeah.
Football is back starting tonight, 7 o'clock, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You think Coach is going over – I mean, is Coach going over his play sheet right this second?
Okay, so –
It's 7:13 in the morning. There's no doubt in my mind he's freaking.
Let me share you a little insight. Let me share you some insight on Mike Sanford. So what I was going to say was Valor is playing as Pine Creek, and you can hear that on Altitude Sports Radio tonight.
Way down in the Springs.
Our first regular season game of the year in high school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sports Clips, the pros in men's hair. It's also simulcast on Altitude Television if you'd like to watch the game. I talked to Sanford yesterday in between shows, and he's got that coach panicked with game day coming up face, right? And he goes, I just got to get my play sheet set. I'm still working on it. And then I asked him something. I go, I don't want to be offensive about this, but I'm curious. I said, does your level of care right now for your first game at Valor match when you were like interim coach of CU with 50,000 people or whatever, 80,000 people watching? And he goes, you know what he said? Oh, yeah. Like, he is as intense about this game coming up tonight as he was for any game that he's ever coached.
Because it's a football game.
I know.
And he's a football dude.
Yep.
And he's footballing out, dude. It could be, honestly, it could be 10-year-olds. It could be high school kids. It could be CU versus Nebraska. He's a football dude.
This will not shock you.
Okay.
Mike Sanford is listening at the moment. Woke up at 4:45 and have been working on my call sheet since.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it. Like right this second, he's pouring over that, Ma. I love it though.
Detail-oriented, man. What's up, J-Ma?
You gotta grind. You gotta grind if you want to win, man.
Yes.
Sean Payton's grinding. John Gruden. Would John Gruden grind? Mike Shanahan would grind, dude.
John
you
Gruden's
gotta
probably
grind.
grinding over preseason tape for a team he doesn't coach right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, can you hear that game tonight, 7 o'clock. Speaking of, final preseason game tomorrow for the Broncos. Is it something you have to see in the one drive that the starters are going to get, the 6 to 10 plays, whatever? Do they have to play well or you'll panic? Or is it'd be nice if they played well? We'll get to that next. Back out here at Meadow Hills in my town, Aurora.
Can I tell you a little bit about Meadow Hills, and welcome back, everybody, to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. This is like the old school public course, you know what I mean?
Trees.
Been around forever.
Trees.
It's the kind of course that I grew up playing, okay?
Yep.
Anytime you talk to anybody about Meadow Hills, it's always, I love that course.
Yes, everybody.
It's always, you know what, I've never heard a discouraging word about Meadow Hills in my life. It's just, again, you got the trees and so on, and some people don't like to deal with that. They like to have wide open because they spray it.
Yep.
Like if some guys spray it to the right a little bit. Does that sound familiar?
The last time I played here,
yeah.
8 out of 9 fairways to my driver.
You're kidding me.
It's the best I have ever
God
hit
bless
it.
you.
Now, most of the time you would be absolutely correct. By the way, you get in the trees here, take your medicine.
Punch out.
Or you're gonna be in even more trouble.
That's 100%. So it's a great course, man. They always keep it in great shape. It's part of that Aurora rotation. And
by the way, this is like you got a couple more weeks to play this thing without absolutely losing your mind. The second that leaves start to fall,
oh yeah, you're
not finding your ball.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Especially like me, I hit a yellow ball. I'm like, good.
Yeah.
Anyway, but even like big time guys, big time players, and guys, fancy club guys. Everybody's got a soft spot in their heart for Meadow Hills,
sure.
So it's great. Love being out here.
Happy to be out here. Again, our second annual charity tournament in conjunction with the Avalanche. Help me again. The Avalanche alumni.
Yeah. Is that hard to remember?
Yeah, for some reason it is.
Colorado Avalanche Alumni Association.
So, going to be out here until 10. Game tomorrow for the Broncos. Final preseason game. They've already said the starters will get anywhere from 6 to 10 snaps or something along those lines. Does it matter to you if they play well? Moshe, if they have another performance like they did in Week 1 against San Francisco, are you going to be like, what's going on? Or are you going to be, who cares? It's preseason. Where do you fall?
Well, do I care or do you think they care? I think I care, and I think they care.
Okay.
Let me explain a little bit. The Broncos are improved, and I think that they're going to be good. But they're not to the point where you see what the Buffalo Bills are doing with Josh Allen. He's not playing a snap in the preseason.
Yeah.
Okay. They are not there.
Okay.
They are not there. They've got to get their there's no doubt in my mind. Look, I think they'll be fine going into Week 1 no matter what. Okay.
Yes.
I think they're going to win that game, and they're going to do a lot of catch up in that week, and so on and so forth, because Tennessee just isn't that good. But I think for them, in their own minds, they want to get some goodness going here in the early going of this game, in their 6 to 8 plays or however many plays they get. Just if I'm Bo Nixon sitting my butt on the bench, if I'm Sean Payton, I'm pulling my guys off and sitting their butt on the bench and putting the Joe Burrow R2D2 earpiece in. I want them to feel good about themselves. I want them to leave that field going, you know what? Okay, boys. Nice job. Good plays, couple runs, couple passes, picked up a first down. I mean, whatever it is, right?
Yes.
Just you need to have some positivity once your butt comes off the field. That's my opinion. That's what I would want as a player, and I'm sure that's what they want as well. Because while they've built up a lot of trust and good grace, hey man, they still got to get it done.
I put it in the it would be nice category. If they go out and it's still kind of a dud of a performance, and let's be honest, Moshe, we aren't talking about the defense.
No, we're talking about the offense.
It's just the offense.
Correct.
The defense is fine.
Correct.
The offense is what we're talking about. If they go out there and they put together another dud, would I be disappointed? I'd be like, yeah, I'd be disappointed. I don't think that I would enter Week 1 of the regular season being like, well, they had a really bad preseason, so I'm expecting bad things. I don't think I'd be there.
I won't be there either.
It would be nice to see it if they just had a good, 6 to 10 play, 75-yard touchdown drive, then throw on the ball cap and sit down for the rest of the day.
Let me answer your question with a question.
We'd love to do that on this show.
Let's say they have a couple 3-and-outs and then sit. You think they're going to be happy with that? Will Payton be happy? Will Nix be happy? Will Ingram be happy? Will Dobbins be happy? Nobody will be happy with that. Fans won't be happy No, you want.
But I don't think they'll be unconfident heading into week 1.
Agreed, but you think they'll be happy?
No.
Okay, there you go. You think they'll say, yeah, everything's going to be just fine? Well, they may say that, but they're going to be PO. They're going to want to put together a couple drives. That's it.
I agree. By the way, Nelly, did you ever fact check me on the numbers thing with Sherfield and R.J. Harvey?
I don't know exactly where you found all this number stuff, but I did bring up the latest ESPN roster, and so I can confirm from that.
Yeah, give that a shot for me. Let me see if what I saw was correct, because it would help me a ton.
All right, which numbers am I fact checking? Give it to me.
I thought I saw this yesterday, that because Vele is no longer here, that Trent Sherfield, who was number 5, is now taking 17. And that because he left 5 behind, R.J. Harvey is switched to 5.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's what I'm wondering.
I'll do some deeper digging for you. I'll let you know.
Thank you. Dig a little bit deeper.
Can I say this? R.J. Harvey looks like a 5 to me.
He
doesn't look like a 37.
And it's
when I see him in the 37, I'm like, that doesn't fit you, dude.
It also drives me nuts.
You're a 5. Yeah, you're a 5.
It also drives me. I actually don't mind the number 37. I mind it because Dobbins is 27, and they have similar builds, and I don't know who's on the field when. It bothers me. Because the jerseys, they get all crumpled up. They take a tackle, and their jersey gets like this, and you can't really see the 2 or the 3.
Or some guys, they actually pull their jersey up to their shoulder pads, right? And like Shania Twain, they expose the midriff, right? And you're like,
it would help me a ton if he was number 5 now.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Perfect.
But, yeah, fact check me on that, Nelly. I could have seen that incorrectly. Maybe it's somebody. Don't think so? Okay. Well, whatever.
Well, if they haven't done it, they should do it.
They should.
All right, let me make a suggestion. Switch.
They should do it.
Switch.
Now, Moj, I want to get we got to save it. I need a full segment for Jerry Jones and Mike Parsons because Jones.
When we go to it, let me explain. And I heard you on the way in, and I agree with you.
It's unbelievable.
For those who have just joined the program, what Jera said yesterday, it's so old man, it's unbelievable. And it's so fitting, it's unbelievable.
Yes.
And yes, I smiled. But I know the entire situation. And I will lay it out for you when we get there.
So we'll get to that in just a little bit. In the meantime, I want to discuss something that I have been lamenting for a long time. College football, there's a few things that drive me nuts, okay? The SEC likes to lord over the rest of college football, and to a certain extent they deserve it. They got the championships, they got the best conference.
Don't tell that to the Big Ten.
But they treat themselves in that error. The thing that's driven me the most nuts about them is that they have not had the same level playing field as others in this sense. They say that our conference is better than anybody else's and we have the best competition. Okay, fine. Having an 8-game conference schedule is stupid because every other power conference has 9. It's already hard enough to try and evaluate teams, 130 different teams by the same criteria when everything's different everywhere else. The least you could do is make the same amount of conference games. Well, it turns out they had a conversation about it. The SEC is doing that starting next year. They're moving to a 9-game conference schedule, which is beautiful. Because you know what that does, Moj? No more Week 10 game against Mercer. No more Week 10 game against Savannah State. You have to play actual competition when your team's beat up, when it's late in the year, when you're in the middle of the grind. Like, you don't get a bye week anymore.
And you know why they're doing it? Because the playoff is way more open.
Yes.
Because they get more teams in. That dude is freaking me out. I can't even look at that guy.
Looks just like Grismer, doesn't it?
Freaks me out.
Yeah, it's really weird.
That's bizarre. Anyway, the point is that because you have a 12-team playoff, and you've heard all the speculation about going to maybe even a 28 down the road. Did you hear about all that crap? You can do it because you have more wiggle room, and they know that, and now they're fine with it. They weren't fine with it before. They weren't cool with it before that, but now they're cool with it.
Well, to take it a step further, Moj, they aren't just going to a 9-game conference schedule. They have also required everybody in their conference must schedule one non-conference game against either an ACC, Big 12, or Big 10 team. Must. They said you have to do it, which I think is even better. Now, here's the great thing. They can afford that because they can afford a loss while still making the playoff.
Correct.
Do you know who can't?
Big 12 team.
They could.
Dude,
not as much leeway.
Arizona State's not getting in with 2 losses last year and all that crap. They're not. No, not a chance.
CSU can't. They cannot. That's the big one. If you're not part of the power crew, what's up, Riker?
Hi, Rikes. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
What's up, buddy?
Good to see you. We're doing a show. Okay, it's cool. Don't worry about it.
If you have, CSU scheduling Texas for their Week 1 matchup and they get stomped by 50 points, guess what? No national championship for you this year. That's it. It's done.
But they know that. I mean, they already know that. And what they also, maybe they run the table, but I don't know. They know that, but there's also a payday. I mean, that payday for some of these schools, Brett, is pretty damn good. Where's Kiefer? I got to ask him. Wyoming went down.
Leave Kiefer alone. He's panicked.
Yeah, he is. Wyoming went down and played Auburn and just got their heads kicked in, right? But at the same time, they got a huge payday. I mean, when you got over $1 million coming back to your program, nowadays you pour that into NIL, and maybe you take those losses, you take those lumps in order to help your program get bigger and better.
The other thing about it is it's just way better for us. Think about what's going on next week on this station. You're going to hear next Saturday, Texas versus Ohio State. What a matchup.
Awesome.
At the beginning of the college football season. By the way, here's what I think is really funny. As the SEC touts their "we're better than you and we know it," sort of like Ben Stiller dodgeball thing. What was that? Globo Gym. At Globo Gym, we're better than you and we know it. That's the SEC. What do they always say, or have always said, will always say, whatever, about teams in other conferences? Oh, Ohio State's really good, but if they went through the grind of what the SEC was, they'd probably be a 3-loss team. Can you tell me who's favored to win the SEC this year?
It's probably, is it Texas?
The Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, I mean, but they're brand new to the SEC.
But here's my point. Had Texas not jumped to the SEC and they're still in the Big 12, do you think the SEC would admit that they're the best team in the country before the season starts? No chance.
Oh, not a chance in the world. If they were still in the Big 12?
If they were still in the Big 12.
No, not a chance in the world.
They would say, it's because you guys play in that sad conference.
That's exactly right. You're playing, Kansas. That kind of thing. Well, you know what? I would argue to the SEC, and by the way, it's pretty tough. I mean your top-end talent is remarkable. But Mississippi State has sucked for a long time. Excuse my language. We all know about Vandy, right? We all know. And no offense to Brandon Evans out here, our favorite hillbilly from the station, his Pigs, his Arkansas Razorbacks ain't carving it up for a long time. I mean,
it's been a minute.
Yeah, you've got some teams in there that are I'm going to say pushovers, but you get the idea, right?
Yes. Is Shockey honking the horn on accident? How do you accidentally honk a horn?
I have no idea, but Kiefer, look, he's just panicked, dude. He's just moving chairs and whatnot. He's freaking.
His blood pressure has to be like sky high. Losing it.
Just look at his face. It's incredible.
Oh, I wanted to bring something to you. You're a man with a torn Achilles. I'm not making fun of you. It's just facts.
No, correction. Used to be torn.
You're an elderly man who's torn his Achilles, so let me just go ahead and bring this bit of information to you.
It's just so insulting, man.
I've been seeing these adult tackle football leagues. These highlights coming out.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
I'm watching 50-year-olds get blown up on the sideline by like a 35-year-old. And I'm just like, what are we doing here? These are, I guess, getting increasingly more popular. I'm going to show you kind of an example of what I'm talking about. This is a 60-year-old left tackle in one of these leagues. This guy right here. 60 years old. He's playing left tackle in a tackle football league. He just tore his ACL on this play because he got rolled up on by a running back. And I was talking to Baca about this. I'm trying to find the purpose. As a 60-year-old, do you really want to be crutching around your house because you played tackle football over the weekend?
No. Listen, you don't want to be crutching around any place. All right? But the competitive spirit inside of people, it still glows, right? It's still glowing in there. It's still there. And they want to scratch that itch, man.
Go out on the golf course and play for some money if you want some competition in your life. Put a couple bucks on darts. Go out to the bowling alley.
But he's big, and he looks like he's in great shape. Not anymore because he just got his leg blown
exactly
up.
my
but other than that.
Yeah. No. Moj, he used to be in great shape.
Hey, let's throw that out there. I'm curious about this. And maybe some guys didn't play football when they were younger, and they want to play football now, right? They love the game, and they want to, I always thought I could be a wideout or whatever.
I had a 56-year-old teammate when I played semi-pro. He was one of the best edge rushers in the game. But gosh darn, did that man get hurt all the time.
Yeah. All right, let's put it out there. 303-504-0925. Now, these adult football leagues, what's the minimum age?
I think you got to be like,
because I don't want some 23-year-old kid who just got out of Missouri and got cut by the Browns.
35 or 40.
Okay,
somewhere in there.
Let's go 38-year-old and above. Okay. 303-504-0925. Would you play in an adult tackle football league?
No chance.
I bet there are a lot of dudes who probably would.
Imagine if I just threw Polumbus out there and said go.
He'd kill people.
Like if you
there's got to be a rule. You can't have played major college football or in the NFL.
But why not just?
I mean, if you went to Adams State, you're probably eliminated, man.
I'm not. Come on, man. I said this to Baca. I go, the reason why I don't do adult baseball leagues and stuff like that is I don't want to rip my ACL in half trying to leg out a double for the Aurora Dirtbags, okay? Like, that's not – it's I don't see any reward for the risk I'm putting out there. Pregnant wife, baby Jamal Cale screaming and crying, and I have to crutch my way over? No chance. No.
Having gone through – again, I'm not going to belabor this, but a blown Achilles sucks, man. It just – we see it – and so Vic will bring it up. He's like, what are all these Achilles doing? I'm watching yesterday. We're up at Aspen Glen doing golf at altitude where I did the show. Yep. They've got pickleball courts up there, and they've got like 3 courts going full. I mean, 4 people to a court, and they're going.
Sure.
Orthopedic surgeons love pickleball.
Oh, yeah, they
absolutely love Dude, they get that house in Maui because of pickleball. You know what I mean? Because people are blowing stuff up all the time. Don't blow your Achilles. Here's some words of wisdom. Hey, kid, don't blow your Achilles, all right?
Hang on. Just real quick before break. This from Elliot. I'm a 6'6", 245-pound former tight end at Akron. 38 years old. I would love to play one of those leagues.
I love you, Elliot. Yeah, he was a Zip, man. And that's major college football, though. Akron Zips you know what I mean? That's
big time. That's huge.
I know. I mean, and so he still got that itch at 38.
All right.
He's like, you know what? I'd love to smack an old guy around a little bit.
Do you want to hear Jerry Jones
bang
sound like a really old man? Well, you're in luck because I have a lot of audio of that next.
This is great. Still plenty of summer left. Vacations, barbecues, beach days. If you're going out there, that'd be great, right? Long nights with the people that you love. Time to feel alive, but maybe your energy is down. Is your drive off, guys? You could be suffering from low testosterone. It happened to me. Went to the doc, physical, got a little low T going on, Moj. You're just getting old. I said, no, I'm going to do something about it. So I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you should do that as well. Get that energy back. Get rid of the brain fog. Your sleep patterns are off. It could be low T. It is really, really awesome over there, and they take care of your whole dude engine, whatever the issue may be. Give them a call today and find out what they can do for you. 720-440-7900. You're going to get back to feeling like you used to feel. Feel younger again. Back to your old self. 720-440-7900 or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey man, I'm not a Neil Young guy, all right? Because I don't like when he goes like this and he sings like this. So I'm not a big Neil Young guy, but I love this song. I love that particular tune, and it cracks me up because I know where it's going.
I have a weakness for many things. I am very easily addicted to things. I probably drink more than I should. I probably take way too many nicotine pouches.
Probably.
I have a weakness for old Southern men saying bizarre things.
Hey,
it's just a weakness.
I'm going to preface this as you get ready to go on your tail here.
Yeah.
Why do you think I like golfing with your old man?
Well, my dad doesn't have a Southern drawl.
No, but he's got a foul mouth.
He's got a foul mouth.
So when an old guy says something like a little foul-ski, it hits harder than like some punk kid, right? It's pretty funny, and your dad can weave a tale.
You've really only seen my dad on the golf course, which is like the peak version of that, which is the amount of names he calls himself. Nobody else, just himself.
It's stellar. It's actually a beautiful, beautiful thing.
So, here's Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones. Oh,
I left my.
Baca, can you get that yellow cup up there?
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Michael Parson.
And I'm almost calling Micah Parsons Michael Parson now just because I've made fun of him so much for that. But here's the deal. Jerry Jones, this is sort of a he said, she said thing. The rumor is that Jerry offered Micah Parsons $200 million in guarantees for this contract, north of $200 million, which, to be fair, that sounds like a reasonable amount for a guy of his caliber that's getting the next contract.
That's
a
lot of guaranteed money.
That's a lot of money.
If it's real, that's a lot of guaranteed money.
So who knows? But two of the most unhinged people were having a conversation with each other, and that was Jerry Jones and Michael Irvin. And they were talking about Micah Parsons. And the first thing is this. Jerry was talking about, hey, I talked to Micah. We had the term figured out. We had the money figured out. And then I talked to his agent. Listen to this.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass. Wait. Now, see, just so you're clear. Yeah, Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate. Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark on several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it right now and try to come in there and improve off the mark that we'd already set.
An old man saying, I want to hear it again, Nelly.
Stick it up our ass.
Is one of the greatest things that you're going to hear. Again, it's a weakness of mine. A cussing old man will always get me.
And Brett, do you actually remember when Jerry Jones was briefly a member of Limp Bizkit? Did you remember that?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Well, I pulled a clip here.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I forgot. Yes, it. Yeah.
I don't want to get foul on this show, okay? But it's funny. I know how this went down. Would you like me to explain how it went down?
Please.
Because this is nothing new for Jerry Jones. Okay, this is not a new thing.
Thank you, Sally.
He's done this on multiple occasions. Here's how it goes down. He and Steven bring a player, or the player comes into the office just to, let's shoot the breeze a little bit.
Yes.
You know, how you been? How's the family? Right? I love you. You love us. How's everything going?
Yep.
Great.
By the way, shout out to Sally. She's a superstar.
Thank you, Sally.
Sally. Go visit her at the Damn Grill.
Then, yeah, please do. Then there's a pivot to, well, let's not talk. What do you want your next contract? We want you. You want us.
Yeah.
So then they start to pivot and they start talking contract with the player. Now, at this point, the player's been in there for, let's say, 30 minutes, an hour, right? Just shooting the breeze about life and about loving the Cowboys and everything else under the sun. Then there's a pivot because this is the way Jerry likes to operate. He wants to do it personally with the dude.
Yes.
So then you start talking, and I'm sure Mike is like, that sounds great. Yeah, it sounds good, too. I mean, send over. At the end, it's like, send over my agent. That sounds great.
Yep.
Well, in Jerry's mind and Jerry's reasoning is he's already got it worked out with the player. We don't need.
I don't need you.
We don't need you at all. You don't exist in our world, right?
We got it figured out.
We got it figured out. We don't need you. The agent can just stay out of it. Hey, it's me and the player. That's our guy, and I'm his guy, and everything's great. Well, whether it's intentional or it's an absolute strategy by Jones, this has happened before, okay? This is not a brand new thing. He's done this for years. In fact, he admitted that he did it with Dak Prescott, right?
Yes. And we'll get to that clip in a little bit.
Okay, but they couldn't work it out, which is why you had the holdout and so on and so forth.
By the way, Jerry Jones, in his mind, is never not in charge of whatever's happening in front of him.
Well, and why wouldn't he think that way when he owns the most valuable sports franchise in the world?
Smiles. and glory holes.
Yeah. So he goes on and says a few more things. Let's go to the second one. The second clip here is him talking about Mike as agent. And it is classic Southern man spinning a yarn for you of an analogy. Go ahead.
It's the mama-daddy deal. You go into mama, and she won't do it. And she's the boss, so she won't do it. So you run into daddy, daddy says do it, and then you go back in and say, Mama, daddy said it was all right. It's the old mama-daddy deal. We've all been there and done that. Well, we've got this deal resolved in my mind for the Dallas Cowboys. And we've got it done, and if the agent wants to finish up the detail, which is should, and do all the paperwork, and he can do that. And we're ready to go. But as far as the amount of money, the years, the guarantees, all of that, we've negotiated that.
It's Alan Baca's favorite clip, by the way. I think you like that better than stick it up your
tailpipe. Yeah,
stick it up our ass.
Oh my God. So listen. Here's what I love about that. I think it was an old Jamie Kennedy bit where he was talking about Dr. Phil always had those old Southern analogy things, and he goes, 2 hands in a hen house don't equal a bucket full of milk. And it's just like, Jerry Jones has 500 of those that he can whip out at any moment. But this is kind of what negotiations are. And he's almost talking as if this is unique, right? He's been the GM there for 30 years, 40, 50 years, however long it's been. You have to kind of negotiate through the agent because the agent's going to get a cut, so he wants the best deal too. We just talked about Moj. Scotty Scheffler's caddy made $360,000 in like the last month,
right,
off of just the FedEx playoff tournaments.
Right.
It matters for guys like that.
Absolutely. But by the way, that's his job. His job is to get in there and be an advocate for his player.
Yeah.
But you're starting to get into it I think Jerry's tactics are underhanded. Okay, I understand why he does it. He's got a cap. Even if Micah Parsons is the best player at his position on the planet, I mean, he's still talking to the owner of the team.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not saying there's an intimidation factor, but what I'm saying is he's your boss. You kind of want to please him, and you want your money, don't get me wrong, but so when he's got you as a captive audience, and he and Steven are spinning their yarns and talking numbers and all this kind of thing, yeah, I think it's underhanded, but, I mean, that's the way he likes to operate, and he's done it on multiple occasions. But ultimately, let me say this. Let me go back to our guy who needs to fulfill his obligation in the Finnish army, reportedly. Ultimately, the player is in charge.
Sure.
Now, the agent can say whatever he wants to say, so on and so forth, but ultimately, good to see you, buddy. Ultimately, the player is the one in charge of his own future.
Yeah.
Not the agent. Hey, the agent works for you. And if Micah Parsons says, look, I worked it out with Jerry, and I was pleased with what he was spewing, draw up the paperwork and let's go.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I don't know. I mean, ultimately, the player's in charge. I think both sides are probably a little bit at fault here. And the agent's like, look, no, I'm an advocate for my guy. This is my job. Let me do my job.
There is more audio to play of this a little bit later in the show as we're out here at Meadow Hills you know what it is? And in my hometown, in Omaha, Miracle Hills was a place I went all the time. So Meadow Hills, I've done that over and over again. Meadow Hills, it's a beautiful golf course, taking great care of us today. We're going to be out here until 10 o'clock for our second annual charity tournament along with the Avalanche alumni.
Yep.
You're pointing at me.
No, I was just saying, it's the Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Colorado Avalanche Alumni Golf Tournament.
Yes.
And it's going to be huge. I mean, all the boys are showing up here. It's great.
We will talk to JML here soon because he just sat down and got a burrito. So maybe in about 15 minutes or so.
He'll be fine. We'll get him over.
We'll get him over here soon. We'll talk to him a little bit about the Avs offseason. It's right around the corner, Moj. Not just football. We got the high school game tonight. Valor taking on Pine Creek. We got the Week 0 game tomorrow. A lot to get to. Stick around. Back out here in Meadow Hills, our second annual charity golf tournament in conjunction with the Avalanche Alumni Association. And because of that, why not get one of those Avs on, Moj? What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Hi, Johnny.
Hey. John Michael Lyle's hanging out with us. Hey, man, it's the first year we've combined the two, right?
Yeah.
How killer is this going to be?
This is awesome.
It's awesome.
Yeah, we've Meadow Hills has been fantastic. I got to give a shout-out to Julie Rathke, our executive director of the alumni, as well as Kyle Keefe, because he has put in his time. Normally he takes the full summer off, but we got him working early August, and I think it suits him.
Can you do me a favor for a second? Can you just have a conversation with Kyle and be like, relax?
Oh.
He has been panicked since 6 o'clock this morning, Johnny.
He's been panicked since the end of July.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Every time I talk to him, he's borderline having a heart attack. And I believe his exact words the other day were, I want to drink a jug of gasoline and light a cigar.
It's really kind of weird to see. I mean, he gets in these modes, right?
Oh, yeah.
But it's really he can't communicate with anybody.
Nope.
He can't function. He's just he's doing one of these things. It's great, man. It's great to see.
Hey, Johnny, while we got you on,
the
move that happened recently, a couple days ago,
yep.
Victor Olofsson is now an Av. 1 year, $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all know he's got a great shot. I have questions about, could you see this guy as part of, because I keep going back to this. The Avs had a very specific problem that ended their season last year, which is power play didn't work, special teams just wasn't quite there. 5-on-5, they were great against Dallas.
Yeah.
Could he be a guy that maybe finds his way onto a power play unit as a left-hander that they've been missing since Mikko?
I think absolutely. And listen, I think there was a number of teams that were in on this guy. He's skilled. He gives you depth. He can play bottom six, but you can move him up into your top six, which, let's be honest, flexibility and what he brings.
Versatility, yeah.
Exactly. What he brings, that ability to play anywhere in the lineup.
Elevator up and down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Skilled enough to play top six, but smart enough to play bottom six where he's not going to hurt you defensively. Those are guys that are sought after, especially this time of year. And he's a guy that he's got a track record. He's a 3-time 20-goal scorer, a guy that can play anywhere in the lineup and contribute on the power play. And that's what you need with those depth players in your bottom six. Can you play penalty kill? Can you play power play? The Avs' top power play unit, a lot of times they're out there for a minute 40, minute 45, and that second unit may not get much time. But if at some point you have somebody that misses a game, he could easily slide into that top power play unit in my mind.
I texted Coach yesterday. I said, hey, are you is it all decided, your power play units and whatnot? Or he's like, we'll see when we get to K. He says, we're definitely rolling 2 units. I said, okay, whatever you say.
McKinnon and McCarr are definitely going to be on the top unit. We'll figure it out from there.
But in all honesty, you think about it. I mean, Gabe is back. Great.
Yes.
He goes, his job, go to the front of the net.
Yeah.
Val, go to the front of the net, right?
Yeah.
Lucky will go to the front of the net. I'm looking at it, I'm like, you've got options on both units now.
Well, and I got to be honest with you. Peter Forsberg and I did a drop-in, men's league drop-in last night at 8:30 at South Suburban. He still looks pretty good, so maybe there's a possibility he'll be here today.
I just saw him,
perfect.
walking over. Yeah.
Well, he's on time. I told him he needed to be here at 7:45. He showed up at 8.
What's it like when you go drop-in with the men and they're playing with Peter Forsberg and John Michael Lyles?
It was a co-ed drop-in, and I know the girl that runs it. And I texted her and I said, hey, do you care if Pete and I drop in, he's looking to get ice. And so it was cool because everybody in that skate, all of a sudden Peter Forsberg walks out, and it was like,
oh yeah,
time stop.
Yeah.
But it was cool to watch from the other bench because I grew up watching Pete, and then I got to play with Pete. But now you see just the way people react, and he's been retired, 15 years at this point.
Long time.
And just still the aura around him, not just on the ice, but every kid that practiced before stayed and watched on the glass and getting autographs. And it was a cool moment because being able to go out there and skate with him, and he whacked me a few times.
Sure.
And his team won, I think, unfortunately, and I was tough. I was playing forward. I'm not good up there.
What are you doing up front?
I don't want to skate backwards.
Fish out. Okay, copy. But a couple things. I saw the video yesterday, and he's like, who's going to back? Oh, is it Hedgie's going to back check so he's not a -9?
Hedgie's back checking. Ryan Preck's back checking. Pete's not back checking. That was in his contract.
But Forsberg did this thing over in Sweden where he put on the makeup and the fake nose and all that, and then jumped into a men's league game. Did you see that, Brett?
No, I mean,
you've seen like Uncle Drew.
A while
ago. Sure. Oh,
it was a long time ago.
Yeah. I see. You know,
but he pretended to not be able to play, and it was a high-level drop-in in Sweden.
Yeah.
And these guys, they had mics on the bench, and they're going, why is this guy out here? Who is this guy? And then all of a sudden he turns the switch, and he starts sniping, and one guy goes, I think that's Peter Forsberg.
So cool, man.
So while we got you, Johnny, a couple more questions as we head into the season.
Yeah.
And, God, it's right around the corner already.
It is.
It's right around the corner. One thing that I've thought about, I think of the Avs and the Nuggets in the same sort of vein. Like, they're two teams that came on at the exact right time. Yeah. They both have two of the best players in the world. They have, all these different details. And the Nuggets made a big change last year. Yeah. They made it 2 rounds in the playoffs, but they changed out their GM, their head coach. And the question was, would the Avs do the same? And they didn't. And I understand why they didn't. And if I made this argument, is this fair? That the Avs for about 2.5 months had to just tread water with the bodies that were out there.
Yeah.
And if you had Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood and you had a healthier roster at the beginning of the season, maybe you weren't finishing third in your division. Maybe you're finishing first and things look wildly differently. Like, is that the way you should think about it?
Well, I think, yes. I'm in agreement with you. And you guys talked about this earlier in the week. I texted Moser and said you guys are spot on. When you look at the Avs, and I believe you said Georgiev's last game, early December.
Yes.
He played one more.
They were like 13-12 or something like that, or 15-14, something like that.
They made the switch. Obviously, they brought in Wedgwood first, and then they were able to acquire Blackwood. But from there, I believe they were 16 games over 500 for the remainder of the season. And with the injuries they had, I think a lot of people forget how much Nathan MacKinnon did early in the season to really carry this team. And when he was in the MVP conversation, we were talking about, hey, go back to the beginning of the year with what the Avs roster looked like versus what it is now at the end of the season, what Nate was doing and Kale were doing on a regular basis. Goodness.
Johnny Mitchell's right.
Johnny Mitchell. Oh, well, that's going to hurt. I may not be able to swing.
He's still got big old bear paws, doesn't he? Hey, by the way, look how good Peter Mueller looks, man.
Mules looks great.
He looks great.
Mules looks great. It's been awesome. He's been skating with the alumni to have him out here, and he's back in town, and super cool because he's an unbelievable guy, and, man, can he still play.
Yeah, he's only a couple years removed from playing.
By the way, when we were going through that earlier in the week, Moj, the names that I brought up that were in the lineup, because obviously Georgiev was in, but it was like, so it was Ivan, it was Prishapov, it was Calvin DeHaan,
Kovalenko,
Cal Ritchie, and you're like, these guys were.
Yeah. Middlestat was your second-line center. I'm not ripping on Casey Middlestat, but now you've got Brock Nelson as your second-line center. And
exactly.
Everybody was kind of, Brock Nelson on the re-sign. Like, I love the re-signing. He's coming from a system with the New York Islanders vastly different than the speed to the Colorado Avalanche. So for him, a summer, he got, the taste of playoffs. The Avs arguably should have won that series and had, been in the second round. But now you're here, you're here all summer. You've got a training camp with this team. I think Brock Nelson's going to be a huge piece early.
Best year ever in his 30s. It can definitely happen for this guy.
Yeah.
It can definitely happen. Johnny, and again, I get in some discussions with some of the Avs fans out there, and they're down on the team, and they're mad about this, and they think this and that. And, you should have beat Dallas. You should have. But I'm sure you agree with me. If you beat Dallas, dude, you're beating the peg. And just explain from your perspective and obviously your experience.
Yeah.
I mean, when you play another best team in your entire conference in the first round, the margin of error is so thin.
The margin of error in playoffs, regardless of who you're playing, yes, there's going to be some series that end up being lopsided, but the margin of error is so fine. It comes down to inches on one shift a period a lot of times. So you think about that over the course of a series, those margins are so fine we talk about it. The Avs 2-0 lead on the road, and you go back to early last season.
Yeah.
Where would they be if, call it, early in the season they were 16 games over 500,
right?
Just throwing out a number. All of a sudden, you're at home in Game 7. You have last change. It's a vastly different scenario. It doesn't matter if it's Dallas or Winnipeg or whoever, but with the Avs being fully healthy, you've got solid goaltending, not only starter but backup, and you've got depth still. To me, I think they come out of the gates hot, and they put themselves in that position to have home ice.
Totally.
Throughout whatever. Call it the entire playoffs, but at the very least in the Western Conference.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always funny. We're kind of in Broncos mode right now. They get their final preseason game tomorrow. We got the season in 2 weeks, and everybody's like, "Yeah, we feel really good about the Broncos as long as they stay healthy," because they have a whole bunch of key guys they brought in, like Greenlaws and Ufangas, that are like they've had injury troubles. If they stay healthy, it's going to be great. And it's funny with the Avs. It's like you almost, some people anyway, ignore the fact that they had so many throughout the course of the year. And I've even said to Moser, I'm like, you make all these changes at the deadline. You bring in players like Brock Nelson. And Brock was okay.
Yeah.
But I'm like, give him an off season to get chemistry with some line mates and figure some guys out. Like, I felt for him.
Get the family here.
Think about
get
the
his wife
sample
and kids
size.
in town.
Yeah.
I mean, everything.
He jumps into the playoffs, and he's trying to figure this out. And then 3 games in, they're like, oh, by the way, here's Landeskog.
Here's Landy, who hasn't
Go
played
play
in
with
3
him.
years.
And you're like,
and
it's a lot to ask out of somebody.
It's a lot to ask, but then go to the sample size of Landeskog, Nichushkin, Nelson.
Yeah.
That sample size and what they did, I'm excited for the second line this year.
Dude,
it's been a while since we've said that.
How would you like to defend that line?
Nope, no thanks.
Seriously,
every guy's shoulder lines right up with my nose, and that is not fun.
You're out there, right? You're in the middle of your shift, and they jump over the board. You're like, oh my! And then they dump it
in your own end, battling in front,
and then they dump it in your corner. Landy, here comes Landy. Oh my God,
that's my nightmare. When Gabe came in the league, I was like, oh man, this, and then Nate, I'm like, oh no, I got to get out of here.
Well, Johnny, it sounds like we're going to have Forsberg on here in just a few minutes.
Awesome.
As well.
That sounds great.
Ask him about the drop-in last night.
All right. Yeah.
He ran me a couple times. I'm not happy about it.
I love it. That's great. Hey, but drop it into Johnny's corner, man. The thing about Johnny, he can skate like a mother, and he's a good puck mover. But some guys, some of those guys, you dump it in their corner, and they're like, "Oh my God, here it comes!" Bam.
Yeah, it's past the days of Rob Blake holding up for me and giving me a ton of time. Right? There's no more interference.
Yeah,
Blakey used to take 2 guys and just.
And he's like, you go get it. I'll handle this. You go get that damn
2
puck.
rules. He goes, I don't go back for the puck, and what is it? Oh, no saucer passes. If there's a stick in the way, I'm just passing it harder.
That's
awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
John, thanks for the time, man.
Thanks,
Good
guys.
to see you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
This is going to be a great day. And by the way, Meadow Hills, I said it earlier.
Yeah.
Everybody plays, wherever they play.
Yeah.
I've never heard one bad word about this place, and I've played here 100 times. But it's the good old public, old school tree line.
It's a great muni.
It's got a soft spot for a lot of people. It's a great place.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it out here.
Hey, one more time here. We're giving away a pair of 2026 Elitch Gardens season passes right now. Text Elitch and your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. That's Elitch and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Purchase your 2026 Elitch Gardens season pass now and get the rest of 2025, including Fright Fest and Elitch Holidays as well. Lowest price ends soon, so get on it, but text Elitch in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. So when we return, the legend we were just talking about, Peter Forsberg, will join the program. Stick around.
Sounds good.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football, and so does Circus Sports. That's right, tomorrow, week 0 of the college football season kicks off. starting at 10 o'clock. You want some of those lines? Circa Sports has them. Kansas State, 3-point favorite over Iowa State tomorrow in Dublin. Also, Kansas, 13-point favorites over Fresno State. Western Kentucky, 10-point favorites over Sam Houston State. And Hawaii, 2.5-point favorites over Stanford. Find that and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook. NFL right around the corner. College football kicks off this weekend. No better time than right now to jump on with Circa. So download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, back out here in Meadow Hills. Our second annual charity tournament in conjunction with the Avalanche Alumni Association. We will talk to Peter Forsberg, Moser, in about 5 minutes, is what I'm told.
Cool. Sounds good.
So we'll talk to Pete then. In the meantime, final preseason game for the Broncos tomorrow. Starters will get anywhere from 6 to 10 snaps is what's said. I kind of feel like if they have a rough first series that they're going to get more run. But
yeah, you asked me the question earlier, and I said, yeah, I think they need to string together something pretty darn good with their with their first-team offense, and I think that they think they need to string something together with their first-team offense. What do you think?
I think it'd be nice.
Do you want to? Okay, so it'd be nice.
I think it'd be nice if they don't Moj, then I'd just be like I still would shoulder shrug. I'm like, I trust them, okay? And until they give me reason not to, like this is the transition now. The Broncos used to be like, I don't, and you need to prove it to me first. And now I'm kind of like, you know what? I think you guys are doing things the right way. I like the way you've built the offense. I think Bo Nix continued to get better and better and better as the year went on. And so if you don't play well in a preseason game, I'm just kind of like, okay, fine, whatever. Because here's how I'd put it. If they don't play well, and I know people think differently than me on this, but here's the question I would ask. Let's say they go out there for 10 plays, Moj, and it's 2 3-and-outs or something like that. 2 quick, nothing drives, and then they put on the ball cap and they sit down. When week 1 starts, are you going to be nervous about the offense?
No.
Or are you going to trust it?
No.
I'm still going to trust it.
I'm still going to trust it as well, but I think that they would like to put something together.
Of course.
And I would like to see them put something together.
Yeah.
And I'll still trust it, no doubt about it. But, okay, so then here's the question. With the Ingram move, with the drafting of Harvey, with Dobbins, right, his acquisition, with the steps that Franklin has taken, and you draft well and Pat Bryant, How much goodwill has that offense earned? Really? How much should be there? How much trust would you have? Complete trust, because I don't have complete trust, bro. That's what I'm saying is that.
No, this isn't like you're waiting for Joe Burrow and T. Higgins and Jamar Chase to run out there, but it's. How about this? I trust them enough to where they'll be effective. Now the goal is, and this is sort of the standard now. If they go from a good, decent offense to a great offense, you can start to think about some pretty big stuff, which is playoff wins deep runs. And, if the stars align, Super Bowl appearances and stuff. If the offense does that, I don't know if it will.
They've earned credibility.
But credibility is the right word.
Bo Nix has earned credibility. Other guys in that offense have earned credibility. Absolutely. But they ain't earned Buffalo Bills and Baltimore Ravens and Kansas City Chiefs credibility.
No.
They're not there, right? I mean, they're not. It's not that, hey, we've proven it time and time and time again, so don't worry about us, right? We're fine. Hey, everything's going to be would you just shut up? Everything's going to be totally fine. They haven't earned that, but I feel really good and I feel really confident about that.
That's just it. Like, they just – and – more than anything else, it's a Sean Payton thing. It's kind of like when you have...
He won't let it fail. He will not let it fail.
A really talented, offensive-minded head coach. Kyle Shanahan makes his offense work with kind of whatever you throw at him. I bet if they enter week 1 with Ricky Pearsall and then
Alan
Baca at wide receiver, I bet they put up 23. You know what I mean? They'll find a way to do it. Sean McVay is the same way. Do you remember when Sean McVay signed Baker Mayfield 3 days before they played the Broncos?
Yeah, he had 2 days in the system, and then
they scored 50.
I know. I'm like, because they make it work. I mean, they're just that good.
I trust Sean Payton's mind.
The only thing that so how much credibility have they earned? Here's where I'm coming from. I think the only thing that derails this offense from not being 12-10 is injury. That's it. I think because I don't see Bo Nix regressing.
Wait, the offense being 12-10. What do you mean?
12th to 10th best in the league.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's right there is where I think they would be.
I think that's a sweet spot.
Okay.
Sure.
That the only thing that would derail that would be the injury factor, which you cannot control. But other than that, I think that they're going to be that good.
Yeah.
Because Sean Payton, he lets Vance do his defensive thing. Okay, great. And that's going to be fine, and nobody worries about that. But everything that Sean Payton rides on is on that offensive side of the football with his own mind and with his play calling and everything else. He will not let it fail. So even if something's not working, he'll just get away with it for right now and find something that it is and then pound that.
Can I bring you something a little bit different that we haven't talked about a lot that I think we could see heading into this season? With the defense that you are seemingly going to have, if everything goes, at least close to what is projected with the defense, it's going to give Sean Payton something that I don't think he's had in the years he's been here so far, because it sort of aligns with offensive trust. I think it gives you the chance to be aggressive in spots that you wouldn't. Like, I think it gives you, it's 4th and 3 at the 45-yard line. Let's go.
So a little bit more.
I think it opens the door. It opens the door for that if you can trust your defense and believe that your offense is going to get that. When you become one of those teams that's the sort of elites of the league, and whatever you feel like that category is, look at how aggressive they are in 4th down. The teams that finish near the top. Do you think the Baltimore Ravens would sniff at the idea of 4th and 2, give the ball to Derrick Henry and see if he can get the first down? Not at all. I've seen, watch the Lions every week. I watch the Lions go for it on 4th and 6 and run the football for a first down. You know what I mean? Like, once you have the confidence that my defense can hold if we don't get it, but I also think my offense is more than capable of picking this up, you can get into risky territory that can find you extra scoring opportunities that way.
Agreed. Yeah, I completely agree. Go for things, try some things. Ultimately, you need to win games.
Yeah.
Okay, so
they made that transition last year, though. They won.
They did, and you can't be screwing around. I'm very optimistic about it. I mean, I feel really good. I know I called this the not the summer of love, Nelly, but it's the training camp of love. Everything's just puppy dog tails and rainbows and everything else. Hey, Peter, good to see you, buddy. It's all that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I think for good reason it should be that way.
Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Would you like to talk to an Avs legend real quick?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Peter Forsberg sits down with us here. How was the trip over? Good?
Yeah, well, how good can a 27-hour flight be? I don't know, but we made it here, so it's okay.
So we just talked to John Michael Lyles. He said you jumped into a game the other day, and
last night
started wiping the floor with some people. Is that what happened last night?
Oh no, yeah, we jumped in. I wanted to skate at least once over here before the game. I'm going to embarrass myself enough anyway on Sunday, but it's fun to be on the ice. Those nice people, so we got to skate an hour or two.
It's always great to have you back in town, and I know Avs fans are thrilled to hear from you and have you be part of this Avalanche alumni thing. Johnny's doing a great job with Kiefer. They're kicking some major butt. How much do you get on the ice back home? Do you play at all? Do you drop in? Is it the thing that you still do?
Yeah, I do actually. Even if I can't, I still have the problem with the foot there, so I barely can skate. But I moved down to Switzerland maybe 6.5 years ago, and then I play with the seniors there. Seniors, you can be over 30 there to be a senior, so it's some younger guys running around. So, but I play it's the highest division there in the Switzerland, and we practice on Tuesday nights once a week. So I get on. I actually like maybe practicing more because in the game and it doesn't really work 100%, so it feels so. But in practice, I think it's awesome, and then some guy comes rolling in some beers afterwards. So I think it's just good for me to get in the community down there too. So it's been great.
Okay, we were just discussing something earlier. There's this new thing that's happening, which is like an over 40-foot tackle football league, where I watched a video of a 60-year-old man get his ACL torn because a running back rolled up on him. Do you have fear when you jump on the ice that you're going to hurt yourself at all? Like, I have that fear if I play like a softball game or something.
No, I don't think I had fear ever to get hurt on the ice.
That's fair.
He did the hurting,
Yes. So. No, I'm saying now, though.
Yeah. Nowadays.
Yeah.
No, not really. I feel good, actually, on the ice, and it's kind of weird that I can get up and in 5 minutes I can go run for 10Ks in the mornings. I don't, I didn't play that many games, so my body's still okay, I would say. Few areas that's so, but mostly I can work out and I can be on the ice. And to be honest, no, when I get on the ice, I don't feel like I'm going to get hurt. No, it's fine.
Outside the little gray right here, right? I mean, when you look, you're like, I think he could probably give him a couple
of course.
shifts.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it like that.
If Coach Bednar calls you, hey, listen, we just need some power play time. That's all we need. And but it's great. I'm glad that you're still doing it. I think it's absolutely awesome. How much do you follow this old team and what they're doing and I know it's kind of probably hard to watch games over there with the time difference, but how much do you follow along with what they're doing?
No, I follow NHL. I really do, and especially I would say the Avs, the teams I played for. It's hard to watch them. It's a 7 o'clock Mountain Time game, but I'll try to watch on the Saturday, Sunday. I try to come over here maybe once or twice a year to watch the game. So, no, I follow. Do I know exactly who's going to be on the third line, fourth line here and there? Maybe not, but overall, if it's a trade or if anything goes on, or if the power play doesn't work, and I think I would know it. And I like to watch hockey, so I would say 5 to 10 games I watch the Avalanche a year. So I would say I follow it.
The style that you played was so unique for your skill level, the physicality, everything involved in it. When you watch the game today and you watch NHL players, who are guys where you say, you know what, I would love to have played with that guy? Like if that guy was my line mate, I think we'd really have chemistry.
Yeah, it's I didn't think too much about my line mates. I was just happy. I was even happy with Heino. How bad standards I had. It didn't
no
really
offense,
matter.
Danny. No offense.
No, he's kidding. Yeah, it's a lot of course. With McKinnon, it would be great. I think a guy like Rantanen would actually be fun to play with too. That can cover the puck and be in front of net and score. Draisaitl, McDavid.
Yeah.
There's a lot of players I think I would love to play with. Maybe McDavid would be too fast for me. I wouldn't catch up. He'd be in the offensive zone when I was still in the neutral zone. So it's a lot of good players. I think it changed a lot. Hockey, though, they're a little faster, goes a little fast, overall the game goes faster. So a little different.
And
there's a lot of good
skate.
players out there.
Everybody can skate. I mean, fourth line, everybody's a pretty darn good skater, as you talked about, because the way the game has evolved, less physicality, and, not this kind of thing. The guys come into the league, and everybody's got wheels. Everybody can carve a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. That's changed. You have almost, I would say, skating coaches now since you're 5 years old, and if you're not able to skate, I think it's hard to be in the league because it just goes so fast. Like, how are you going to catch McDavid if you can't skate at all? So, and then just how they work out since early age too, and it would be hard to play for me, and to be in this league, you can't eat pasta, you can't drink a beer. It would be hard. I'm happy I played in the 90s and the beginning of 2000 there instead of now.
Well, you know what? It's a funny thing that you mentioned that, because there's a lot of Avs fans that are antsy right now. They won the Cup a few years back, and they're like, well, why haven't we gotten one since? I just watched Florida go back-to-back. I watched Tampa go over and over again. But you were somebody that you experienced we won, felt like our team was good enough, didn't quite make it, and then was able to make it back. Like, what is that that sort of in-between of your team's good enough, but you couldn't quite get there? What's the mentality of the team in a moment like that?
Well, yeah, it's we were closer. I think we lost in the semis maybe 97, 99, 2000. So we were really close. And the Avs, if you look at the lineup, yeah, they could be absolutely in the finals. But a little more even nowadays. There's more teams that could make it to the finals, even if Edmonton and Florida made it a couple of years now. But in the west side, you have Dallas, you have Vegas, you have a few other teams you got to pass too. But the Avs, yeah, well, you lose your horse out there with Landeskog for a few years too. That's not going to help. It's going to make it a little harder. And then I think they try to adjust with the lineup to cover up for him, and it's not easy. So. And it's been a couple close calls too. We were unlucky too those years, and then finally we got to win one in 01 again. So that really helped out. But other than, it was also a little lucky too. That was Game 7 in 01. So you need a couple of bounces here and there. But I think this year, when you've been so close for a few years and you won before, then you're eager to win just grows, and the hunger and the fire you had when you won the cup is almost like, okay, now it's time again.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not easy to make it all the way because it's mentally hard occasionally. I thought so.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you play a lot of important hockey, I mean, bodies wear down, mentally you wear down, and you got to get that juice back. And obviously, when the trade for Ray happened, that, and then you lose that year, and you're like, but that just propelled everything to 2000, 2001, and you guys were on a mission. I know it sounds cliche, but that's exactly what it was. And I tell Brett all the time, I'm like, you think about those teams with you and Joe and Footer and Rob Blake comes in and so on and so forth, but in Patty and I mean all the terrific players and Hedgie, it's still hard to win. I mean it's still we were talking to Johnny about it. It's just a razor's edge with other great teams on this one shift. Early in the second period decides the whole game, right? I mean, the margin for error is so thin. It's crazy.
It is, and I think Detmarsh tipped it in the post game 7 against Dallas in 2000, like 1 second ago, and then also if you win that one, you might win the cup. So, but I think when maybe what happened with if I'm going to hope something that when Landeskog comes back and everybody's okay, this is going to be the year now. Now we have a chance. He's back and he's kind of a great leader there, and then and get the fire and the emotion. It's been a few years since they won, and they're, like you said, it's not, you cannot be 98% ready. You have to be like 101% ready because everybody else wants to win so much too. So, we'll see what happens this year, but it sure looks pretty good.
Yes, it does. Peter Forsberg with us. Last thing for you. So I got to tell you a little short story. In our studio, we have 3 TVs. I usually put one on ESPN, one's on like a local news channel, and the third one is always, without exception, on the Top Gear channel. I had it on in studio one day, and every once in a while I kind of peer up to see who they're talking to. I saw you on set. You were on a Top Gear episode, weren't you?
Yeah, it's a Swedish Top Gear. I drove. Yeah, we did one episode of that.
How was that? Really? How was that?
No, it was okay. I was not the best driver that day, but they did that show too. Obviously, I think the American and the English one. I don't know which one is the bigger one, but in Sweden it's not that big. But I go to some Formula 1 races. I'm going to go to Netherlands now to watch. Pretty close to be down where the cars are. So I watch Formula 1. So it's not like I'm not a mechanic or anything when it comes to cars, but I like to watch the people race,
So he's in Switzerland now, right?
Yep.
Where's my family from? Switzerland. Never been.
Never been?
Never been. I've been by it. Been up in Italy, northern Italy. Never been to Switzerland.
I can see if I can get you in there, though.
Yeah, okay.
No. He's probably on the border. He's on a band list somewhere.
At the border, they're like, listen, we got rid of the Mosers, okay? We don't need them back in. Hey, it's really good to see you.
Good to see you
welcome
guys.
back to town.
Thank you very much.
Have a great tournament. We'll see you Sunday. Kiefer and I will be on the benches, and have a great time.
Okay, thank you.
Good to see you, buddy.
Peter Forsberg. All right, quick break. Back after this. All right, back here in my town, Aurora. I was just telling Rob. Rob goes, "You aren't allowed to do this." And I go, "Rob, this is my town. I own this. What are you talking about? This is me." So we're out here at Meadow Hills, which is just it's a great golf course. You guys haven't played out here, go do it. Everybody loves this course. It's challenging, but very fun.
Because Meadow Hills, like I said before, Brett, that it's the kind of course that I grew up playing. It brings back, and everybody can play here, obviously.
It feels like everybody's home course sort of feel.
It really does. It brings back, the old school. It brings back that old school. I don't know. It just feels good. It feels natural. It feels homey. Yeah.
It's like a girl next door sort of golf course, if you will. Now we're out here in. It's our second annual charity golf tournament, and we are with the Avalanche Alumni Association. That's why we just talked to Peter Forsberg. Shout out to him. I'm going to out somebody on this station who texted me during that interview. Nate Kreckman asked me, "Did you get lost in his eyes?" And to be honest, kind of. Kind of. He's got an aura about him. I don't know what it is about Pete, but he's got an aura that surrounds that man.
A little Hall of Fame aura, that kind of thing.
But more than that, it's like, I've told you this, Moj. I'm going to say it quietly in case he's standing around here somewhere and I can't see him. He's got like the look of a Colombian drug lord that deserves respect. The tinted shades. I don't know. There's just something about it. About it.
He how do I describe it? He's a lot of people's favorite player. Peter McNabb, the late great Peter McNabb, was a really, really good hockey player. Okay, really good hockey. He would have downplayed it. He was a really good hockey player.
Yes,
and he played with some really, really good hockey players.
Yes, he
Hall
did.
of Famers himself. And Forsberg, I think, is probably his favorite player of all time. And he called the games, obviously, right? Never played against him. Was long gone before Peter came into the league. But loved to watch him play and loved the way he played the game because Brett, like he said, and I don't worry about getting injured. He did the hitting, man. He is skilled.
I'm just saying,
one of the best passers in the history of the game. And by the way, Randy Johnson could throw 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and it would just stick to his tape. I mean, he could. I don't think I've ever seen anybody receive a pass in the history of the league better than Peter Forsberg.
Yeah. So shout out to Peter Forsberg. Thank you for joining the program along with John Michael Lyles. Moj. Oh, I just saw this. Fun fact, Philip Bailey used to live across Hampden Street in those homes over there. No kidding.
He's right. Where is he?
What? Philip Bailey of Earth, Wind, and Fire?
Yeah. He used to live where? Right over here?
Hamden's here.
Okay, yeah.
Lived
You're
across
kidding.
the street.
That's awesome.
See? Why is A-Town my town? Because Earth, Wind, and Fire is one of my favorite bands, and Philip Bailey lived across the street from one of my favorite courses.
Yeah, well, who was
A-Town?
A-Town!
Who was front row the other?
You were.
Thanks, okay.
You were.
Okay.
I was drunk in Vale pulling a hamstring
I know you
time.
were. I knew you were.
In the meantime, so few things that I wanted to get to today. We talked a little bit about the Broncos, their final preseason game. We have audio, by the way, of Sean Payton regarding Devon Vele that I want to get to in a bit. And actually, let's do that now. Nelly, can you cue up why the Devon Vele trade happened? And it has to do with the emergence of a guy like Troy Franklin. Go ahead.
Yeah, certainly all of that. When you guys factor in where Troy's at, where Pat's at, where Sherfield's at, where, we can keep 6 receivers. We're probably only going to get 5 to the game. And look, he may have been going to the game, but there would have been discussion as to, out of the 6, how are we looking at our game day? And so I said this a few weeks ago. I think we have a few players here that may end up playing for other teams, and here's one.
It's Devon Vele. Why? Yeah. Because he's a good player, but he was probably going to be inactive on Sundays because they feel like they're deep enough to not have him. So if you roll through I'm going to say wide receivers first to clarify something. Sutton, Mims, Franklin, Bryant. They were all ahead of him on the depth chart. Sherfield probably wasn't as a wide receiver, but he's playing special teams, so he's going to be active.
Correct.
So there's 5. You aren't carrying 6 active wide receivers into a week. You just aren't doing it.
No, you're not doing that.
Now, could he serve as depth if guys got hurt? Sure he could have. But I think this is a precursor, boys and girls, to what could be a trade or 2 coming up before the 53-man cutdown on Tuesday at 2 o'clock. I think Damari Mathis is a prime subject for that. I think one of your defensive linemen, maybe a Wazarike, could be a guy that's in that category.
Sure.
I don't think they're done in the trade market. And perhaps, Moj, they are on the search for one thing. I think they feel pretty comfortable with where they're at, or they might be uncomfortable with how many people that they can fit into this. As far as good players they want to keep on the roster, they might have some tough cuts that they're going to make.
Sure.
But maybe you find some team where it's like a 1-for-1 Damari Mathis for a tight end, fullback, H-back guy that they need to replace the Atkins and Burton hole right now. By the way, the update on Nate Atkins is that he's probably not ready for week 1, but they don't think he's IR, which means he's going to miss the first 4 weeks.
So they just want him. They want to keep a spot open for him because they're going to need him, and he's a guy that Sean
So that's
Payton
a roster
likes.
spot
Right.
for a guy that's going to be hurt maybe the first 2-3 weeks of the season.
And maybe that's where the Vele spot comes in, but it's valuable and it's helpful.
Right.
You know, one thing I have not done yet, I have not heard from Devon Vele about this, and I don't know if he's even spoken to the media. I'm sure he probably has in some regard down in New Orleans. But good for him. If I'm Devon Vele, I'm thankful that the Broncos traded me. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to because I will play for the New Orleans Saints, and I thought Leggy laid it out really well yesterday. At the age of 27, you don't have time. If you want an NFL career, you don't have time to sit around and wait for another opportunity to come, right? You got to make hay while you can because you got a late start in this thing. So if anybody else is out there and they get dealt by the Denver Broncos for an opportunity to play, then I'm thankful. I mean, not that I don't like being a Bronco, but thank you because I want to continue my career. I don't want to be, stuck behind a bunch of dudes on a team that seems to be pretty dang deep.
I think this is one of the rare cases in which the trade benefited both the Broncos with the value that they got out of it, and it really benefited Vele. Just to piggyback of what you're talking about, Moj, when we talked to Leggy yesterday, he said Vele is a unique case in this. I believe he's a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, right? Which means that he got a later start to his NFL career than most guys did. He joined the league at 26. He is now 27 years old. He's a 27-year-old, one-year vet in the NFL, which is pretty rare. If he wants to make a decent second contract, he's got to play. He's got to prove that at the age of 30, he's going to be worthy of another 2-3 year contract that's worth a few $1 million, right? You only do that by getting on the field. And he wasn't doing that here. And if I'm Devon Vele, I'm looking at the Broncos front office saying, I would have loved to be here, but thank you very much for giving me opportunity elsewhere.
100%.
Because the Broncos could have done what people talked about, which is stash him at the back end of that wide receiver room. In case you have a couple of injuries, then you can bring him up. They could have done that, but I think this is that rare case where it worked out for both parties.
So when you look at the trade going down when it did, that tells me the Broncos they're pretty damn sure of who they are.
Yes.
And where their roster is right now. They're pretty damn sure. Everybody getting ready to go. They're pretty damn sure of who's on this team and who isn't at this point. You know what I mean? So I wonder when I look, some backups are going to get some playing time, and that depth needs to show out a little bit. I want to see that coming up tomorrow. But I don't know how many guys are actually playing for a job tomorrow, if any.
It's a good question.
Maybe one or two, right? Maybe.
Yeah, whenever you watch, so Hard Knocks will have this episode, I assume, next Tuesday on Cutdown Day. Or maybe, do they have one more episode after that? That's the big Cutdown episode?
Couldn't tell you.
But you know what I'm talking about. That last episode of Hard Knocks where it's all about the roster cutdown and the...
Well, I know that. I know the episode, yeah.
The bubble end players that they've been following all camp. You see if they make the team or not. Those, if you get the inside scoop with those cameras from HBO, it's a brutal process for the head coach and the GM because they're like, God, I really want to keep this guy. Is there any way we could do that? Do we let this thing go? Do we whatever? I'm kind of with you. I don't know if the Broncos have that problem. I think they kind of know what they want. Now, there's a few guys. I thought Damari Mathis was one, but according to Mike Kliss, they're trying to trade him. And if they can't, then he's going to get cut. And that's just kind of how it's going to go. I feel like maybe there's a defensive lineman that could be that.
Running
there's
back.
Guys.
I mean, listen.
Running back's one of them. I think guys like, even on the offensive line, we haven't talked about it much, Throckmorton's one of those guys that I think has done a really good job to try and earn a spot this year. And who knows? Who knows if there's going to be enough room? So I don't know if they have.
I think he said the best block of the preseason,
yes.
One of them. I mean, at least I loved that touchdown run. I loved him thrashing out there and taking that guy out. Loved it. Picture perfect.
So I don't know if there's going to be as many of those, but man, they know who they are. You know what I mean? They just know. So,
and I think that's a good place to be. And I know we got to get to the top here. It's a good place to be. You're not. Oh, what are we going to do here and there and na.
Yep.
You're pretty dang well secured with what your 53 man is going to be.
All right. So we'll come back, talk more about the Broncos here. Final preseason game coming up. Again, Moj, I want to talk a little bit about college football because that's starting tomorrow too.
Sounds good.
Break some of that down. Week 0 college football next.
Boom.
Come on, man. Moj.
You ready to go?
Let's hear that sound?
Yeah, I know. I'm in. I'm in.
Hey, just let it ride. Let it ride. Turn it up, Nelly. Guys, we're here. What do you mean, what is this, Baca? This is college football music. What are you talking about?
What are you, heathen?
Take off the headset, take a walk. Go walk in the water. Go walk in the pond.
Go take a lap, Baca.
Goodness gracious.
Football.
Dude, we're
That's what that is. It's the return of Gus Johnson.
Let's say this. We're 25 hours away from Dublin.
The Big 12.
God, you're right. It is 25 hours away.
We're 25 hours away, homie.
All right,
25.
So for the moment, right now in the present time, we're at Meadow Hills. Beautiful golf course. Thank you for everybody taking care of us here. Thank you to this charity golf tournament, the Avalanche Alumni Association, everybody here. Sally, who's working in here inside the bar here at Meadow Hills, everything. Appreciate everybody. College football starts tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Mama and Papa Kane, very invested in that 10 o'clock game.
I'm sure they are, yeah.
Couple Kansas State alums.
I'm sure they are. Now, will he watch with her, or is he a garage with his Coors Light and dart?
No, Mama Kane is very much a Kansas State.
Okay.
My mother, sweetest lady in the world. God bless her. Love her to death. She screams at 2-yard runs during Kansas State games. It's like that's
she's
how
one
invested
of those.
she
Okay.
is. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
So they are both very much into this, and it's a hell of a matchup. We've had these Dublin games. They're always like decent. Like I think they've always been conference matchups to start off this 10 o'clock window of week 0. But this is 2 ranked conference opponents and implications for the Buffs, who have these 2 teams currently in the rankings above them right now, 22 and number 17 in the country.
If you're in the top 25, and now you're playing a conference game to kick things off across the pond, both these teams go in thinking they've got a legit shot at winning the Big 12.
Yes.
I mean, absolutely, right? So
which means
this is already for K-State and for the Cyclones, this is already a very, very big game.
Which means they think they're playoff teams.
Yeah. I look.
If you think you're a Big 12 conference champion, that means you think you're a playoff team.
Okay, here's one for you. Question. Mm-hmm. Does this game mean more to these 2 teams, or do you think Ohio State versus Texas in their week 1 is important to them? Because
that's a great question.
I would argue because the team that loses that game can recover easily, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that the team that loses this game
is in a world of hurt.
It's because theoretically, hey, you got to win the Big 12, man.
Yes,
you got to win the Big 12. Got to win the Big 12.
It's a great point. I would say this: out of the 4 teams that are playing in the 2 games that you mentioned. So next week, Texas-Ohio State. This week, Kansas State-Iowa State. The team it matters for the least is the loser of Ohio State-Texas.
Correct.
The team it matters the most for, I think, is actually the winner of Ohio State-Texas. Because if they get that win on the resume, they can be dealt 2 losses during the season and have that not matter at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it gives them almost like a get-out-of-jail-free card for a bad loss they might have in the middle of the season. But this means a ton for both Kansas State and Iowa State because what did Arizona State win with last year? Did they go 10-2?
10-2.
10-2 and win the Big 12?
Yeah. I think they finished 11-2. But I think that included
the Big 12
their
championship win.
Yeah, correct. There you go. Yeah, correct.
So I think they were 10-2 heading into that game, and then they won the Big 12 championship and they got in. It's no doubt that game is huge for both Kansas State and Iowa State because you almost got to go unbeaten the rest of the year, at least in conference play, to make your case, don't you?
Oh yeah. Did you see that hornet was flying around?
It went right by my face.
Okay, well something touched my leg. And I don't want to deal with that.
Wasn't that dog that was around here?
No, it's a good boy though.
That was a good dog.
Yeah,
pretty dog.
I'm pumped that it's here. I mean, because now all of a sudden you're in it, right?
Yes.
You're in it. You're going. College football is upon us. It just.
Do they got game day? Is game day in Ireland tomorrow?
I don't know. What is that game on? Is it on ESPN? That game is
please.
I don't know what it's on. Doesn't say.
How does
it's
it
the
not
Aer
say?
Lingus College Football Classic.
All right, hang on a second. So it does.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is ESPN. Yeah, it's ESPN.
So College Game Day's first one is next week. It looks like.
Yeah, they're not going to fly that whole crew over to Dublin, are they?
They flew Pat McAfee last year to Dublin for this week.
Yeah, but that's one dude. Ain't flying the whole crew. And
they
all
did
that.
fly his whole crew out there. Pat McAfee shows get like 15 people on that show.
Does it really? Wow.
Dude, you know how many of his producers? It's like the Dan Patrick Show. It's just like you hear another voice every 2 seconds. Which, no, you shut your mouth.
I was going to say, I hope they didn't fly A.J. Hawk out there just to sit like this.
What a gig that guy's got, huh?
Dude, he looks like one of the statues, one of the rock faces on Easter Island, and says nothing and just cashes paychecks.
He just smokes cigars and watches McAfee do a show.
And stares at the camera.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Does he ever blink?
I don't think he blinks, no.
I don't think he blinks.
So he is, wait a minute, if I have this right, is Brady Quinn married to his sister? Is that right?
Okay, so former Avalanche defenseman Jack Johnson is married to Brady Quinn's sister, and then A.J. Hawk is married to the other sister, or something like that.
Oh, A.J. Hawk's married to Brady Quinn's sister. I thought Brady Quinn was married to to A.J. Hawk's sister. Because remember, she had that game where she had both a Hawk and Quinn jersey in college.
Okay, maybe.
I think that's right.
But former Avalanche defenseman Jack Johnson is married to...
Their brother-in-laws.
Correct.
Brothers-in-law.
Whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. I'm trying to keep it straight. I don't know.
Anyway, just excited to have college football back. Here's my question regarding Kansas State, Iowa State, two very good teams, two ranked teams. Obviously, Arizona State is another ranked team, and isn't there one more in the Big 12 that's ranked that I am forgetting at the moment?
The Big 12!
The Big 12. It is Kansas State, Iowa State, Arizona State, who is the highest ranked, and then isn't there one more? See, the internet's starting to go a little bit slower now. Texas Tech is 23rd. I've asked this question before. I know it's kind of impossible because of no more Shedeur, no more Travis Hunter. If I told you CU finishes 6th, is that good enough?
Yeah. I mean, okay, how many wins? 8? What are we talking?
Probably, yeah, that's probably the ballpark.
8? I mean, they finished 4th last year and they had 9.
Yep.
So I don't know. I mean, you tell me.
I don't think it is.
What would satisfy you?
A Big 12 championship game appearance,
and that's it. No, there's no other outcome that could possibly.
Look, there's levels of hey, it wasn't that bad or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they finished 7-2 in conference play last year.
Yeah, I mean, but all the top 4 teams did. ASU did. Iowa State did. BYU did.
Yeah.
And BYU's got a new quarterback this year. I think they got its freshman starting for them, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure.
They were all.
Did you see? I texted our group chat the other day. He is a quarterback. He is going to wear the number 47.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And his first name is Bear.
That's correct. Yeah, the kid's name is Bear. He's a quarterback. He's going to wear number 47. And that whole thing seems weird to me.
I don't like quarterbacks wearing 47.
I don't either.
Don't like that.
But I'm looking back. 6-3 in conference. There were 3 of those. Texas Tech, the Horned Frogs, and Baylor were all 6-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what I need to have. I'm trying to figure. I mean, I'd like to have 9 wins again. I think that probably sounds, again, when you're missing Shedeur and you're missing Travis Hunter, that probably sounds a little, a little optimistic. But at the same time, if Coach Prime has been getting as good of players as he's supposed to be getting, right, and we've been hearing about, and you've got not only the transfer but the true freshman battling for the starting job, what's fair to expect?
Well, it's funny that you use the word fair because I was going to ask it that way. Is it unfair for me to have the Big 12 championship game in appearance as the standard? Again, the way that I have put this together in my head is if you are paying a coach $10 million,
Right.
I expect a $10 million return.
What do all the best programs do? They just keep reloading, right? I mean, it's not like Ohio State keeps their same players every single year, right? I mean, you keep reloading is what you do, and because of that, I think if you think the Buffaloes are building to be one of those kind of programs, then the expectation should be absolutely 9-10 wins, or even better than that, get to the Big 12 title game.
And I've said this before, I understand the difference between CU's investment in the $10 million coach, meaning they get merchandise sales, and they get to sell prime gear, and they get everything that comes with Dion. I understand it's a different way of valuing things. But I'm a fan, Moj. I don't work for the school. I'm not paid by the school. I expect wins. So here, I'll give you the top 10 highest paid coaches in college football. You ready? Brian Kelly. Both Dion and Bill Belichick are tied for $10 million at 8th highest paid. Now, different situations for both of them. Is UNC expecting a championship appearance? I don't know. I don't think they'd be upset if they are.
Not yet.
Not in year one.
No,
Dion's going into year 3. A little bit different expectation now.
And LSU's a top 10 team, perennial top 10. They're already top 10 already this year. So
to keep going on the list, Kalen DeBoer of Bama's making $10.25. They sure as hell expect to be in the championship game.
Absolutely.
Lincoln Riley, USC, $10.1 million. I know they do.
Absolutely.
Steve Sarkisian, $10.8 million. They're the number 1 team in the country. I think they do.
Absolutely.
Dan Lanning, $11 million. Oregon. Yeah?
Yep.
Clemson, Dabo Swinney, 11.5. Yes. Ryan Day, 12.5. Yes. Kirby Smart, 13.2. All of those are if you don't make at least the championship game, and for some of them it's if you don't win the damn championship game and the Natty in that category.
What's Franklin making?
Oh, he's probably just south of that, probably somewhere in the 9s.
8, 9, right on there. Okay. I mean, these are all the best programs in the country. I mean, you're talking about Texas and Ohio State and Clemson and Kirby Smart. What'd you say he's making? He's right there, right? Kirby's right. He's right in the mix.
Kirby's number 1. He's 13.2.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. I mean, these are all every single year. It's natty or bust. And that's the expectation. I don't see. Here's where I was weird. The Buffs were so down for so long. This is where I've got to see the evidence before me, Brett, without Shedeur and without Travis Hunter. I got to see the evidence as to what they are and where this program truly is, because you're paying the coach like it's one of those programs.
Yeah. Texter says, get me a bowl win, and that is successful. And he's saying, come on, man. I think he's talking about me and saying the championship game. A bowl win is not enough. What are you saying? They win 6 games and they win the who gives a damn bowl? You're going to be happy? I won't. Not me. And here's one thing, and maybe this is where.
What? Hang on a second. Let me go back to the root of this situation. The root. Why did you hire Coach Prime anyway?
You hired Coach?
Did you hire him to sell sunglasses and whatnot, or did you hire him actually to come and win football games?
Thank you.
You hire. I mean, and you get the Prime with it. You get the aura. You get the history. You get all that with it. But primarily, Rick George went out and got Coach Prime because he wants to win games.
Yes.
And he kicked ass at Jackson State.
Exactly right.
He was a good coach there, and he took him to the Natty there, right? Natty.
Nobody's hiring. Look, there is obviously a portion of the hire that's hey, we're going to make some money.
Right.
And we're going to be in the national headlines, and we're going to do that. There's
Great.
a portion of that.
Great.
The base for that is winning, though. If you don't win, none of that other stuff matters. And so, again, I have a different expectation because I'm not treating Coach Prime as
he's not
a marketing
He's
tool.
not a hood ornament. He's a football coach.
Yes.
All right? He's a football coach.
And if you want to say, well, there's a lot of transition, the rosters turn over everywhere. Notre Dame has a new quarterback every single year, okay? So does Bama. So does Ohio State. So does everybody else. They all have new quarterbacks. They all have big changes.
And Carson Beck, where's he now?
Miami.
Well, he's in Miami.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy just was it's just so crazy.
Yep.
I'm like, if you're a quarterback at Georgia, you think your whole life you're a quarterback at Georgia. No. Hey, come on over and play for the Canes. After Cam Ward, we'll give you $5 million a year. It's crazy. It's insane.
303-504-0925. Live out here at Meadow Hills Back after this.
September 30th is the cutoff. Federal tax incentives are going away for electric vehicles. So if you want to get your hands on an EV right now, like the all-electric Ford F-150 Lightning, the Mustang Mach-E, you got to get to Silterhart Motors in Broomfield. It's Moser, and of course, I've dealt with them forever, and it's the best dealership I've ever worked with by a country mile. Greg Larson and his staff are awesome, and they're going to take care of you. And right now, get this, they've got zero interest for 72 months and lease credits up to $11,000 off right now. And it's got to be done by the 30th of September because all that's going away. So take advantage of it right now. Get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Meadow Hills, as we are right next to Duffers, a local bar and grill inside there, which is also an excellent place. Stop by and see all my friends inside there. I've been to Duffers many times, Moj. Shared many a drink, dog,
shocking,
whatever in there.
Shocking.
I know the most shocking thing you've ever heard is I've spent
Brett Kane
much
spent time in a bar eating hot dogs and drinking beer.
Wait a minute. Where were you at when the segment started?
I actually went potty.
Is the potty inside Duffers?
No, but the Red Bull is. Hey, man, it's 9 in the morning. Which actually it's 9:21.
That's right. So stop by out here. We're at Meadow Hills for our second annual charity tournament with the Avalanche.
All the
Alumni
dudes are here. Here come. Look at Reichs. He's already. He's going to lie to us too.
Oh, I watched Keefe. Keefe's the anchor of his group, and he missed the putt.
Did he really?
They look disappointed.
I mean, Riker's walking over. He's coming to get beers. It looks like
already.
I'm guessing he's going to say, "Oh yeah, we're already 2 under. My butt. You're 1 under, and."
Oh, we need new beers after one hole.
Did you par? Did you part it? Yeah, they're playing bad. They're awful.
Of course. So going to be here for another 40
By the
minutes.
way, don't forget that the alumni game on Sunday is going to be live on Altitude Television.
Oh heck yeah, that's awesome.
Did you know that?
So wait a minute. Sunday, they're going to have that, and tonight we're going to have
high school football.
Vele taking on Pine Creek.
That is correct.
Our own Mike Sanford is the rumor is he's going to be mic'd up for a portion of this game. So you can tune in right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as Kreckman and Polumbus love to call. It's also simulcasted on Altitude TV tonight, and high school football on Altitude is brought to you by Sports Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Alan, how many beers would you guesstimate Riker has in that thing? How many were 9? Like, dude, he could barely lift it.
Hey, Sally, how many beers did you just give Riker? How many beers did you just give Riker right there? 15?
Oh, my God.
Goodness.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. It's going to be a long,
banging his chest.
That Kevin Harlan one, by the way, never gets old.
Never.
I absolutely adore that. It's going to be a fun day out here. But, I mean, here's Brett Kane.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, here's a kid from Omaha. You know, just
a dude from Omaha.
Dude from Omaha, lived in Grand Rapids. That was the highlight of his life. And then all of a sudden, we say, yeah, we kind of want the kid. We'll bring you. We take you under our wing like a little duckling, you know, that kind of little baby chicken, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you're here hanging out with Peter Forsberg. I mean, just hanging out with a Hall of Famer.
How do you know that Forsberg didn't travel all the way from Switzerland to come see me?
Yeah, come see you, right. One of the in my opinion, one of the greatest hockey players of all time. And you heard what he said. He goes, I didn't play that many games, man. He goes, my body still feels good, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing. He looks like he can still play. I mean, he's just a total
100%.
stuff. You're hanging out with Forsberg, Joe Sakic's here. I mean, you got all the dudes here, Hedgie. Everybody's hanging out.
Again, how do you know they aren't here to see me?
I'm pretty sure they're not. But
you
anyway,
don't know that.
The game Sunday evening will be live on Altitude Television. Connor is calling it, along with Eric Johnson. Moj and Kiefer are going to be on the benches talking to all the dudes.
So check that out
for DU
on
alumni
Sunday.
and for the Evs alumni.
Can we go back to what is my favorite thing of the day? I understand that, college football starts tomorrow. We get the final preseason game tomorrow for the Broncos. We're right around the corner from football. Can we go back to old men saying things on podcasts, though? Because Jerry Jones is just he's a gem. If you guys missed it from earlier in the show, Jerry Jones is talking to Michael Irvin. So when Peter Forsberg sat down and put that headset on, he's a mild-mannered man who speaks in one tone, which is calm. Baca had to turn Forsberg's mic all the way up. If Baca was doing this and we had both Jerry Jones and Michael Irvin here, he'd have to turn them all the way down. This was Jerry Jones in discussing a conversation had with Micah Parsons' agent about a contract extension.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass. Wait. Now, see, just so you're clear. Yeah, Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent, and the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate. Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark over several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it right now and try to come in there and improve off the mark that we'd already set.
It's very clear, Moj, Jerry Jones and the agent do not get along with one another, at least through these negotiations. Now, the rumor is this, Moj, that he offered, now I'm getting this from Hold Please. This is coming from, I believe it's Clarence Hill is the man's name, in which he offered, reportedly, up to $200 million and a little bit north of that in guarantees for Micah Parsons. Which, again, outside looking in, if he's got over $200 million in guarantees, there's not a lot to complain about.
That's a heck of a lot of money, man. I mean, it's a lot of money.
Almost positive that has to be the most guaranteed money for a non-quarterback in NFL history. Has to be. Now, Micah Parsons is very good. He's also very young. Micah Parsons is also very, let's say, out there. Like, he's got his own podcast.
Sure.
He has no problem speaking his mind about things. Like, he's not.
I would take him in a New York.
Totally.
I mean, if Jerry is to be believed, then he wants to pay him $200 million guaranteed.
Yes.
If he's to be believed, but the way that Jerry Jones operates, and the way that he gets those guys into his office and thinks he's negotiating, when really all it is, the player thinks, "Hey, I'm just catching up with the owner, and I'm one of the best players in the league," that kind of thing. Something. Here's the moral of the story. If the owner calls you in to shoot the breeze and then pivots to contract talk, bring your agent with you.
It's like, hey, the police just want you down here to help them out with an investigation. And then it starts to become questioning you for the murder.
So where were you on the 15th?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you mean, where was I?
The first thing you say is, oh, well, I'm going to get my lawyer.
Right.
That's the first thing you do. I've watched Better Call Saul. But you're exactly right, Moj. It was... You bring him in for a chat, that chat turns to money talks, and then at that point you should probably bring in your agent or it's going to be a mess.
That's exactly right.
Then Jerry Jones goes to Southern Man analogy mode.
You go into mama.
Yes. Fumbled the handoff much like
No,
the
you're
Cowboys.
right, you're right. He goes
it's
into
the mama daddy deal. You go into mama, and she won't do it. And she's the boss, so she won't do it. So you run into daddy, daddy says do it, and then you go back in and say, Mama, daddy said it was all right. So mama, daddy deal. We've all been there and done that. Well, we got this deal resolved in my mind for the Dallas Cowboys. And we've got it done, and if the agent wants to finish up the detail, which is should, and do all the paperwork, and he can do that. And we're ready to go. But as far as the amount of money, the years, the guarantees, all of that, we negotiate that.
Okay, so maybe Micah was really happy with what Jerry offered. Maybe it was fake. I don't know. I don't know what he has in mind, right? But what I do know is that in his mind, it was all said and done.
Can I spin a local?
But if you're the agent, here's the thing, and I don't blame the agent in this regard. You're an advocate for your client. You certainly want to get as much as you can for your client and get things done. But you also don't want to appear to be useless.
Yes.
Like you've got other clients in the league. If Micah can just walk in and do his own deal, why can't I? Why am I paying you all this money, right?
Can I spin a local?
So Micah's protecting his agent too. When I see Micah Parsons' face. And I see the video of him. Like, he doesn't look happy. He's standing around, leaning against tackling dummies and whatnot. He's like, I want to be out there, and I don't blame him.
Let me spin a local angle on this. Now, this would never happen because George Payton is not Jerry Jones. But let's say Nick Bonito continues to go without an extension this year. He racks up a 20-sack season, which is just the standard number for, like, holy bleep edge rusher years, right?
Right.
Let's say he does that. And this negotiation with Benito turns into a little bit like what Micah Parsons is, which is we are trying to get a deal done. We feel like we're offering a fair number. He is rebuffing it. His agent's having problems, blah, blah, blah. How do you think George Payton handles it? Because my guess is it is nowhere near this public. Because you know what really good, functional franchises do? All of that stuff stays in-house.
100%.
Because they don't want this dirty laundry aired out. It's only going to make stuff worse. Now, I don't know. Jerry Jones, I mean, he's on a podcast talking about this. He's said as much that he will create controversy to get people to talking about the Cowboys. But is there a point with how talented Micah Parsons is that you would ever be like, I'm done? Can't keep doing this.
Well, they continually screw up negotiations, number one. I mean, they've done that, and this is their way. And it's stupid because they don't win football games, okay?
Yeah.
If you want to lose football games, this is the way to do it, man. You know, upset your best players and you know, take forever to get them signed and then sign them to more than you could have signed them, you know, to the previous year. It's just it's silly. I mean, it really is dumb.
Yep.
But this is the way they operate, man, and I'm glad that the Broncos don't operate that way. So what would George Payton do? It'd be all back behind the scenes, although you have had players come out. I think, didn't Frank Lemires come out and say, hey, man,
JFM's the only one I can think of.
A little something for the llama, right? Something like that. But he also realizes he's not necessarily first in line right now.
That's the thing.
Micah Parsons is first in line.
I don't think they're totally annoyed with JFM because they're like, you're a really good piece of this team. They don't even know if they want to keep him long term because I don't know if they have the money to do so with what he might want. They wanted to keep Zach Allen. You ever notice when Nick Benito talks about his contract, what does he say? Yeah, you know, we're still talking and leave that up to my agent.
It'll get handled. Yeah, no big deal.
That's all that's said.
Yeah.
It's just like, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're fine. We're still
good.
talking. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Like one thing about since George Payton took over.
By the way, the team that I'm going to be joining here momentarily is on the number 10 tee box here. Okay.
Not looking good?
That's my team.
Yeah. Are they doing poorly?
We suck. I mean, look, see the guy right there? Watch this swing.
You can go save them in a minute, Moj.
Oh
boy.
Oh, my God.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Oh, boy. But to finish this, have you ever noticed with this organization that all of the big news that's come out from them we did not know about until it happened? We didn't know about Russell Wilson until it happened. We didn't know that Surtain was getting extended until it happened. We didn't know about them drafting Jahdae Barron until it happened. We didn't know about them signing J.K. Dobbins until it happened. We didn't know about anything.
The best of all time at that was Pierre Lacroix. The late, great Pierre Lacroix was an absolute king when it came to keeping things under wrap. In fact, he did all the big deals, right? All these best deals, and he would say, "Look, if word gets out, the deal's off. So you better zip. You know, talking to whomever it is on the other side, right?
Yeah,
you better zip it because if it gets out, I ain't doing the deal. Like he would hold that kind of power over other teams.
Well, and I don't even know if that is so much a George.
And that's trades. I'm not necessarily talking about players themselves, but boy, and there were times I think when he went a little bit overboard in that regard.
Yes.
When Chris Drury held out and wanted a new contract, same as Sandis Ozolinsh. You know what happened to those guys? Gone.
Yeah.
Now, he signs them and then gets rid of them. And I think if we could ask the late great Pierre Lacroix, I think that he regrets trading Drury, but that's a long time ago.
You know, there's something to be said about teams that keep that stuff in house. And do you think that's more of a George Payton or Sean Payton thing? Because I would say it's Sean, but we didn't know about the Russell Wilson stuff until it happened. That was before Sean got here.
Correct.
That was the Hackett year. And George kept that under wraps where there wasn't a hint of a rumor about Russell Wilson to Denver until it happened.
Pretty cool customer. Yeah, pretty cool customer. I like it. Hey, as we roll on here, when we come back, I know we got drunk takes coming up.
Yeah.
Did you see what Eric Dickerson said on that sports show in Los Angeles about Shedeur?
I did.
Does that make any sense to you? Does it seem plausible to you?
Plausible? I don't know.
I don't either. For those who don't know,
do you want to save it or do you want to get to it now? Well, let's get to it now. We can finish on the other side.
Right.
So Dickerson was saying that the NFL basically was conspiring to not draft Shedeur, right? So if you got the quote in front of you,
he said, what I heard from someone that's in the NFL, the NFL told teams, don't draft him, do not draft him. We're going to make an example out of him. And this came from a very good source, That's what end quote. That's what Dickerson said. That somebody inside the league told him that the league told teams, do not draft Shedeur Sanders.
It felt weird.
And but why an example out of what? And for why? What, I don't get it.
People have used this before. I remember with Kaepernick, there's this, and to a certain extent, I think it's kind of true. Like when it came to Kaepernick, Kaepernick was capable of being an NFL quarterback. Maybe not a starter, but he was capable of being on a roster. Like you would take him as backup, talent-wise. It was, do you want the circus that comes along with that? That's going to be with it. I think that was part of the problem. I think it's the same thing with Tebow. Tebow could have been a football player. I don't even know if it's quarterback or whatever. He could have been a football player somewhere, but do you want to have the circus for somebody who's not going to be a huge piece of your team?
Right.
Shedeur, there's certainly some of that comes with it. But, Moj, here's what he's alleging. Teams feel like Shedeur Sanders is a really good quarterback who can win you football games, and they all said, no, I'll go along with the ruse. I don't buy that at all. Like, I don't buy the idea that a team that is – have you seen what the Browns are doing? They have a quarterback that's had multiple sexual assault allegations. Mm-hmm. They just signed a wide receiver that was accused of sexual assault. They just who's the other guy? Quinshon Judkins, who just had something going on with him. He's also a Cleveland Brown, who's on the roster right now with legal problems. I don't think those guys are willing to take risks on dudes like that. Would say, franchise quarterback I think is really good. Yeah, we'll all link arms and say we aren't taking this guy.
But that's their decision. What Dickerson is alleging is that it's the NFL that told teams, do not draft him. And then he said, somebody called the Cleveland Browns and said, don't do that, don't draft him, because they weren't going to draft him either. They were forced into drafting him because somebody made a call to them. I don't get it.
We'll get back to this in just a second, along with Drunk Takes. Stick around.
smiles, and glory holes. Stick it up our ass.
Yeah.
Smiles
like a new,
and glory holes. Stick it up our ass.
God, I do love me.
Hi, Brandron.
What happened?
Give me some of that. He just faked me out. Give me the fake out.
Moshe, I think it's time. Do you mind?
No, go ahead. Oh, look at you go. Oh, my God. Nelly, he's about ready.
Beer on this mic now.
He's about ready to hit the course, so he's already going crazy, Nell.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you got one too. You got one too, right behind your laptop, by the way. Look behind your laptop. You got one too.
Oh, I like it.
Shout out to our friends.
A little launchy patty.
Our friends over at Launchpad.
Check it out.
Yep. About to take a sip.
Mm-hmm.
You like that sound, Nelly? You like that sound as you're back in the back of some Shanker Studios?
That sounds like Drunk Takes Friday, baby. You guys are.
Ooh, it does.
You're
What good
live.
timing. Get to Drunk Takes in a minute. But, Moj, just to wrap up this Shedeur, collusion thing? What?
Listen, I don't know what the NFL – let me play devil's – let me just say it's true, okay? Attitude or whatever. Make an example out of whatever. Do you know how many guys that have been drafted into this league that are a lot worse than him?
Of course. in the draft that he was in.
I mean, for God's sake, Johnny Manziel, for God's sake. I mean –
yeah, but at least Johnny's a bad example.
Why?
Because Johnny actually had talent that people believed in. I mean,
well, so does Shedeur.
That's exactly right. I'm thinking more of when was this guy drafted? Hang on. Yeah, here you go. The 40th pick in the draft, Tyler Shuck. That's one of the guys I'm thinking of.
Shuck.
I think it's Shuck.
Shawshank, Shawshank.
It's
like
Shuck.
Crawdad, Crawshaw.
I would fully admit
Big Don,
that I think it's weird, okay? It is weird. But do you think that the NFL literally went arm in arm and was like, we are all not drafting this guy? Do you think that's what they did?
Well, no, man. Here's the thing. If I owned an NFL franchise and I needed a flipping quarterback and I watched him play in college and Roger Goodell says, hey, by the way, don't draft this guy, you know what I say? Eat it.
Yeah.
I've got an $8 billion asset, homie, and I need a QB. So unless you're gonna drop one in my lap that's as good as this guy, screw you. I'm gonna draft him. It's just I find it hard to believe. But why would Dickerson lie about that?
Just to try and I guess go along with the ruse. You know what I'd say? That comment, if you go back from the owner of the Browns, why can't I think of his name? Help me, please, somebody.
Haslams.
Haslam. When he said, I didn't draft Shedeur, Andrew Berry did, was that an appeal to the authority of Roger Goodell?
I don't know. Does this guy have that much power over all of his owners?
That guy's an employee of the owners. That's
agreed.
What I don't get.
I don't know.
He works for them, not the other way around.
Understood. I have no idea, Bretsky. The whole thing to me is just weird. The whole thing is bizarre.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
It is certainly strange. I'll give you that. It is very, very strange. We're going to announce the winner of the Elich season passes in a couple of minutes. We have Drunk Takes coming up. Moj, just real quick on the Broncos front, final preseason game. I know the starter's going to get 6 to 10 snaps. Are you interested at all in the game after they leave?
Not really. I mean, I think that I want to see – I'd like to see some guys play well. I think Jahdae Barron's going to stay in there, right? I want to see him do his thing.
I hope not. I was just going to say, I hope that they treat the twos
even
like their starters.
Okay, fine.
I don't want to see Jonah Ellis after that first wave. I don't want to see Jahdae Barron. I don't want to see anybody that you would consider a key piece when the season rolls along.
Kid, and the answer would be no. I don't give a rat's rip.
Okay.
Maybe I'll go bowling or something.
Now, I don't know if that's what's going to happen. That's what I'd like to see is what I'm trying to say.
I'm going bowling then.
Yeah.
Is that what you're authorizing? Mose go bowling when the starters are removed from the game.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that's what I'm doing. No, I really don't, Brett, only because, you know me.
Health.
All I care about is health. Unscathed is the key word. Come through unscathed.
Yep.
You know how much I hate preseason football? How much do I hate it? I hate preseason
really
football.
You know how much I like preseason football?
You love it. I know you absolutely love
really
it. You
do.
adore it. I know. I hate it. So, get me to week 1, baby. Get me to week 1.
So, wait, we got to play this before drunk takes. So, Michael Porter Jr. continues to talk. He's a talker now.
Yeah.
He's had his own podcast. Michael Porter Jr. has been somebody who's out there. He's no problem saying and speaking what's on his mind. He's very open. But it's been a lot this offseason. It's like the second he left the Nuggets, he's going over to the Brooklyn Nets. It's like, all right.
Chatty Cathy.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So he's on a podcast, and he's talking about he has a group chat with what we would consider the core 4 of the championship team, which is him, AG, Jamal, and Jokic. So in the group chat, as he's leaving to go to Brooklyn, he's kind of talking about, some texts that were sent back and forth to these guys and blah, blah, blah. He said he got one text from Joker in that group chat. Let's hear it.
It was tough saying goodbye to my teammates, that especially, Jamal and Aaron, the guys that have been there for a long time. They just all kind of texted in the group chat, and the only thing Nicola said was wrap it up out there, and that's all he said. He said make sure you wear condom out there. That's all he said. That was his message. That was his goodbye to me. Those are my guys. Those have been my family, but it's the nature of the sport, and we're going to stay in touch.
What?
What? Could you imagine that come? I mean, it's hard for me to imagine that coming from Joker.
Who told you that?
That's funny as hell.
By the way,
that's funny.
Perfect way to say it, too. That's exactly how I think the text would read, is make sure you wear condom.
You want the cat? Funny stuff, man. Funny.
What does Joker think Brooklyn is as opposed to anywhere else in the country?
I don't know. There's maybe it's the pond is stocked more. I don't know. Okay. Right. There's more trout in that pond. I don't know. I don't want to know. You know what? I don't want to know about anybody's habits and lifestyle. I don't know.
Well, Porter's already been honest that his weakness is women. He said that on a podcast earlier.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know, man.
Well, anyway, if that's not just advice, by the way, for Michael Porter Jr. That's advice for all of you young listeners out there. Make sure you get condom, or what did he say? You wear condom.
No, he said wrap it.
Wrap it. Do it. I'm the Bob Barker of Altitude Sports Radio.
Speaking of wrapping it, let's wrap this show up. We can go hit the ball.
Nelly? Our winner of the season passes to Elitch Gardens is, this sounds like a fake name, Tim James. The man with two first names, Tim James.
Hold on. Brad Jim. That's Tim James.
Tim James, that's your winner. Congratulations.
Can you get any more plain Jane than, hi, I'm Tim James? No offense, Tim James.
I don't know.
But you got to throw a Timothy in there or something.
I don't know. Steve Nelson is pretty bland.
Yeah, or
Steve Nelson, that really is, dude. That's just like a piece of unbuttered toast, man.
What about our boy who won the Core 4 contest, Marcus Farkas? No, his name was Farkas, but we made up Marcus.
Scott Farkas.
What's
his name, like Art? No, Eli.
Eli Farkas, that's right, Eli.
Hey, Farkas, settle
our guy,
down.
Eli.
Settle down, Farkas.
So congratulations, Tim James. That 2026 Elitch Gardens Pass is not just good for next year, but also to Fright Fest, to Elitch Holidays, all of the good stuff still to come in 2025 at Elitch Gardens. Now, our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes. You guys know drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Give me a minute. I have to take my pills. Pills are good. Pills are good.
When was that? Is that the appetizer?
It's the appetizer. I
don't remember.
I had to take my pills.
Pills are good.
Pills are good. Pills are good.
I was having allergy problems that morning, so I meant to take them before the show started.
You had a bad week. You had a bad allergy week.
I have a really bad allergy week. What's next?
Well, I thought you meant the bass player. He doesn't really sing the lead at all. But Verdine White is he's one of the greatest bass players of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, brilliant, which is why it was a bummer that when Earth played over the Fiddlers, he didn't play that show.
That's Vic, right?
Yes. All right.
Oh my God!
What is Vic doing?
I forget. I don't know.
What song was that, Nelly?
It was Let's
So
Groove.
Yeah, Let's Groove. That's
tonight.
it.
Yeah. What's next?
$44,000 for an baseball. A baseball.
Hey, you guys,
We'll tell you what that means when we come back.
well, have you guys ever...
Do we have to?
Yeah.
Who cares?
You guys ever been too good to accomplish something?
That is 3 streams of consciousness that are just. What a mess.
Not listening to one another. Yeah, all of that.
That's hysterical.
What's next?
He's 12.
Dude, you're gonna burn that motor up with no oil in it, man. What are you doing?
I did not know that you had to have oil all the time. What?
For God's sake.
What do you mean you didn't? I thought you just sort of give it to it a little bit once in a while.
Anyway, yeah, just a little taste.
What an idiot.
I'm an idiot. And even I knew that. Go ahead, Nelly.
It's a spread the wealth. I think JK and RK and RJ and
Spread it.
SJ and
Spread it. Spread it. Here we go.
True
Now
or
spread
false?
it.
Again, it's just all three of us are having a different thought at once.
Oh, Lord.
All right, we got time for one more here, Nelly. Go ahead.
During this break, why don't you watch my pelvis?
Done.
Yeah, you see how dumb that sounds? That's what you asked me to do.
And it's time, Nelly.
And with that, we will make our exit out here at Meadow Hills.
What do you think of my new shades? Twitch?
They are bad.
Hey, Twitch, what do you think of my new shades, huh? Little Poncherello? Little Top Gunny?
What do you think of my new shades?
You look great.
Thank you.
You look great.
So, you guys have a wonderful weekend. Again, Game 3 of the preseason going to wrap up. Get ready for the regular season. We got college football that starts tomorrow. And don't forget, Mo, 7 o'clock tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Valor, Pine Creek, Coach Sanford making his Valor debut tonight.
I got to go find my team. You talked to Brett about Meridian.
Okay, deal.
Because
I have a team too. You know that.
They don't need you. My team needs
your team needs you.
Bad.
Yes. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. We love you very much. Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
The agents told us to stick it up our ass.
made a trade, Vele. We're really excited to have an opportunity to bring him and onboard him with us. Obviously, really good player, really good person, really had a productive year last year in Denver, and so felt like as we went through you're always looking for guys, looking for opportunities. Felt like it was a great opportunity for us to get a younger guy, second year in the league, that's still developing and growing, and it'll be great for our team. And so as a result, we did have to release Donovan Peoples-Jones, which is always the challenging part of this. And other than that, we should be good to go.
I asked Paul, my assistant, find out how many players I've traded or been involved in a trade with. And Devon was the 26th player. The interesting thing with him was 2 and then a third team all called. In other words, we weren't actively shopping at all. But teams in need of receivers obviously do a good enough job. They look at the depth of certain teams. And so within like a 3-day period, George and I had gotten calls from 2 serious teams and a third, and all coincidentally on the same player.
Sean Payton talking about the Devon Vele trade. He would go on to say he's one of the 10% of trades that I've made that are like, sure, a lot of them obviously with New Orleans, but 10% of trades that were like very difficult. He would go on to speak about not wanting to move on from Darren Sproles when he was coaching the very versatile running back and return man.
He's almost a bit of a joker.
Sproles?
Yeah.
He's talked about Sproles having his, to steal
I'm being very tongue-in-cheek.
To steal a Sean Payton term, his Joker wings, as we welcome you guys into
a dadgum Joker.
Friday version.
Got to get a dadgum Joker.
Trying to find a goddamn
Friday
Joker.
version of the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach Mike Sanford. Before we get into all that and talk about what we need to see from the Broncos in week 3 of the preseason, I would be remiss not to start off the show with, Coach, how the heck are you feeling on a football Friday?
I'll tell you what, man. It's 10 o'clock, 10:04 a.m. Friday.
He's been awake since 3:45.
It's about to be 95 degrees. And me and my guy KJ are going to be bumping out to some Glorilla the rest of the day because that's the kind of day it's going to be, man. I'll tell you what, it's a great day to be alive, man. Football's the best. I haven't coached in a game where I'm a primary play caller, decision maker, and since the Colorado Buffaloes hosted the Utah Utes, which was a miserable game, by the way. It was not great. Don't read the score, Raj. Don't do it. Today's a good day, good vibes day. Go ahead, read the score.
I got to find it first.
2022 Utah versus C. It's like 66-14 or something. It's real bad. What was it?
You really want to put this out into the ether?
Yeah, I saw what you were doing. So
November 26th, 2022.
It's a long time ago, man.
Back then, a young Cameron Rising was the quarterback of the Utah.
No, that was the last healthy Cam Rising.
Yes.
You know what that Utah team did? With the Utah team that had Jonah Ellis, Devon Vele,
Dalton Kincaid.
They had another tight end that was drafted high again. Oh, Caleb Lohner, I think he was in his first year playing. Go ahead.
Who else did they have? They had a lot of good players on that team, dude. Oh, man.
That's the team that, remember the Caleb Williams? The next game they played was the Caleb Williams painting his fingernails with expletive Utah. And Utah actually expletived Caleb Williams.
I watched
and
that.
Destroyed them.
I watched that Utah USC game at the sports book off of Arapahoe.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Raj, I don't really care about the final score of that game.
I'm just going to leave it empty.
Can you just give me what the fourth quarter scoring was in that game?
I'll give you the whole second half scoring.
Yeah, give it to me.
21-21.
Give me the fourth quarter.
7-7.
Pretty good, huh? Pretty good.
The third quarter was tied 14-14, and you tied the fourth 7-7.
How many points did we score that game?
You scored 21 points.
That's incredible.
You scored 0 points in the first half.
What was the halftime score?
The halftime score.
Was it 38-0?
No, it was 42-0.
Oh boy. You know what it felt a lot like? I went to the Cherry Creek versus Regent Jesuit game last night. Cherry Creek and Dave Logan are back to doing what they do. It was 38-0 with like 4 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Oh, like the Boulder and
Fairview
game that you and I called last
Boulder
year?
Boulder High Panthers versus the Fairview Knights?
The Fairview Knights.
Yeah.
That thing was done a quarter and a half in. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for you to coach, and best of luck to both your Eagles and the Pine Creek Eagles this evening. 7 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate Kreckman and Tyler Polumbus are going to have that call, all brought to you by our friends at Sports Clips, the pros in men's hair. You can also watch that game on Altitude Television.
I'm so happy that Altitude
evening.
TVs go back to doing high school football games this year. It's so good for our sport. It's so good for all of the communities in Colorado, and you're not just going to see Valor games every week. I think we have one other game.
I think you guys have 2 games that we're broadcasting. It's not the Mike Sanford show.
This
is the Mike Sanford show.
This is the Alex Ryanemi and KJ Granderson show with some stupid coach with a bad-looking beard that doesn't get enough sleep.
Coach, the beard looks good today.
Yeah, I think I need a beard trim, game day beard trim. Or should I go like the beginning of the season? Should I go hockey style for the rest of the season? Until the very bitter end, just see how bad it gets.
It'll get bad. Okay. I won't be able to recognize you by the time I get back.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's get a little trimsky.
Yeah, 7 p.m. tonight again, Pine Creek and Valor, the first of our Chassa broadcasts on Friday Night Lights, thanks to our friends at Sports Clips. It's the first of so many football broadcast that we have, not only this weekend, but moving forward. On Saturday morning, we will have Iowa State and Kansas State at 10 a.m. live from Ireland. At 4 p.m., we will have Fresno State visiting Kansas as well. And then late on 92.5, Rapids at the LA Galaxy. A much-needed win there. So football and football all weekend long.
Give me all of the... or even if you're like a Burnham Yards fan for the new location of the Broncos Stadium.
That's where the stadium should be.
Then you call it football.
Burnham Yards,
and we're going to go see a football tilt.
It's my high stadium down at Burnham Yard.
I don't know why I love that so much.
That's
what I like about it is because you actually do have a pretty good English, Irish kind of. Is broke the right term? There's a term for what they do there that's just a different. Cockney, is that right? They call it Cockney.
I think so.
It's something. You're good at it because you were there recently.
I'm admittedly terrible with an accent.
No, you're
that one I can do decently.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You just have to make it a caricature. But I am no Brett Kane doing a Mark Bertinoli. That is the best impression that we have on the station, hands
better
down.
Than my Harbaugh.
Oh, dude, your Harbaugh's great. Your Harbaugh's good. Your Gruden is very good, but your Gruden's so good that all of your other impressions...
It bleeds into it.
It bleeds into it.
That's a problem.
That's a tough go.
Whenever I impersonate any leader, Gruden ends up taking over. I could be like doing Donald Trump and somehow here comes Gruden just...
throwing a very buttoned up Barack Obama addressing the nation, and then we get
Give me green left west, V counter. Give me 96 rap king, alert 97 power king.
Can you give me the Bin Laden press conference as made by John Gruden one day?
I'm scared to death of that. My brain would explode.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I did have to bring in that old Utah and Colorado game, but again, best of luck to you.
No, but you know what's good though is I finished on a high, man.
Hot hand.
I got a heater. I scored 21 in the second half against the best defense in the country that year. Although we were playing the third and fourth stringers. Joan Ellis was long gone. I think he left in the beginning of the second quarter.
Can't remember what the heck I was doing in November of 22.
Yeah, I remember this. Joan Ellis was hard to block. They all were hard to block. That Utah team was so different than the current Utah teams. Utah's been cheeks recently.
As you move on from former Utah Ute and a wide receiver that had only 1 reception and 7 yards.
Locked him up.
In that ass kicking.
Yeah. You know what I did after that game? I looked over at Devon Vele, pointed at him, and then I gave him the seatbelt. Yeah, strapped you, Vele. 1 for 7? You're going to have better stats with the Broncos in 2 years.
As you move on from Devon Vele of Utah Ute fame, Sean Payton was talking about how, we were offered the 4th. And we knew that if we had gotten a 4th from any one of these 3 teams, we would make the trade. It brings me to have this question. If you didn't get the 4th, who comes off the 53-man roster? right? Because if you don't get the fourth, you're not cutting Devon Vele. You're not stashing Devon Vele on practice squad, especially with 3 teams that were inquiring about him. Sean Payton said it was unique about Devon Vele. They're not like out there shopping players. Teams called them. And it just so happened that New Orleans, with such a great, the Mickey Loomis and Sean Payton connection is so good for the Broncos being able to maximize upon assets that if you get the call from New Orleans, let's say Arizona throws their name in the hat, or San Francisco, because they've seen you in the preseason, throws their name into the ring as well. If you try and stash him, he's getting picked up. Those teams and teams of that ilk would want that type of player. So if he makes the team, like any hope of Audric Estime, which I think is already gone, would have been dashed.
Right.
Blake Watson, I think he's a practice squad player that no one's going to pick up. No chance of making the 53. I think you look at Tyler Bidet. I think that's the dude. He's the dude. Tyler Bidet, after Devon Vele gets traded.
He makes the team.
He benefited the most.
He did. And Jaleel McLaughlin goes to bed every night really, really content.
Well, they're not going to cut the dude after having a baby.
Jaleel himself gave birth.
The seahorses, right? Male seahorses give birth? Or
Do
do
they
they just carry the young?
I think they do.
I think they give birth.
Oh, yes! Are they strange marsupial males?
Marsupials?
He said carry.
It's a seahorse.
He said carry.
Marsupials are koalas. Those aren't sea-dwelling creatures. You think a kangaroo does really well around a coral reef?
Kind of remind me of an underwater kangaroo, seahorse.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
Oh, my God.
They definitely have an Australian accent, I'll tell you that, a seahorse.
Good day.
My Australian accent is terrible. It always gets bled into English. Always.
Oh, the Union Jack is over there, too.
Yeah,
I understand.
But they're different. They're like vastly different.
Same, but different.
To us, they're the same. It'd be the equivalent of probably somebody from England would hear a true Southern accent and a New England accent and be like, yeah, they all sound the same. Sound like Americans. Not really. DMac does not sound like our sales guy, Brandon Evans.
No.
From Arkansas.
Oh, are you trying to say DMac has you think he sounds like he's from Boston?
It comes out either in anger or when he projects. What I do when I'm on my podcast, the training camp recap that's now wrapped up. So
that was a good podcast, guys.
If you're listening right now and you want to sponsor a podcast, we'd love to do it during the regular season.
No shame there.
Yeah. So go ahead and just throw it out there. You know, if you have your own small business that you prepare footballs for a living to be ready, and you want us to promote that on our podcast for a good price, we'll do it. But I would always try to get him going on something that had to do with Boston. And then all of a sudden, he would just go right back to 1984 Darren McKee. That pisser right here. Get over here. What are you doing? What are you doing, you moron?
Look who's got Smart Pack.
I got to get down to the pack.
It's so bad.
No, it's not. It's great. I live in New England,
It's not
man.
your Gruden, Coach.
Okay.
It's not your Gruden.
Okay.
Oh, it's a football Friday, Coach. I'm so happy for you. I thought I was going to have to wrangle you today. I thought I was going to have to, tap dance for 5 minutes because Coach is going to be dialed into his play sheet. He was going to be late for the program. I'll let you guys behind the curtain here, a little behind baseball. For the first time in 2 weeks, Coach Sanford beat everyone into the studio today. This dude's ready to go. He's dialed in. There's no brain fog. There's no chaos going on. This dude is dialed in from the start. It's the morning sprint, 303-504-0925 in the Shop Mazda text line. So happy to have you with us on a Friday. Coach, you hear this from Jason McCourty. Again, this is the off-season. You and I talked about how the training camp was. It's no drama training camp.
NDTC.
NDTC. No drama training camp.
And we're still there, just to be clear, correct?
I think we're still in no drama training camp.
Good.
Does trading away a number 5 wide receiver qualify as drama?
No. It qualifies as awesome business. That's what it is. It's a great business decision for a franchise that has stockpiled quality players, and there was a bit of redundancy. The player himself was the furthest thing from drama. He's a 27-year-old, married, awesome, 7th-round pick, overachieved the contract that he was initially given, overachieved his draft stock. Everything about it is good. I don't see one thing that could be viewed as a negative.
So it's no drama training camp locally. What the Broncos offseason has been on a national perspective is, well, it's the hype train. And Jason McCourty has not slowed that down.
Broncos, and not just saying that to say, all right, they're going to be good as a good football team. I think the Denver Broncos can compete and be a team that we're talking about later on in the season as a possibility to get into the playoffs and go on a run and be talking about them as a Super Bowl type of team. I think Bo Nix has that ability to take the next step. Sean Payton is a head coach that has been in this position before and has been building for this. As good as they were on defense last year, you go out and you sign Talanoa Hufanga and you sign Dre Greenlaw to come over to that side of the defense and go and be able to dominate and run around. So when I look at them, RJ Harvey in the backfield, another explosive weapon, Evan Ingram, another guy on the offensive side of the ball. This was a team last year that when they were in the playoffs and we started talking about them and they were in close games against the Kansas City Chiefs, losing by a blocked field goal, we all were shocked. We had no idea Bo Nix was going to be that type of player last year. There's going to be a little bit more of a target on their back this year, but I think they've made improvements where it's not just, all right, they're going to make the playoffs, but they're a team that I think can go out there and can compete and beat every team in the AFC.
Can they compete with and beat every team in the NFC?
AFC, they've
rather?
Proven that they can compete with and beat, except for a field goal converting chip shot field goal to win the game against the team that won the AFC and has won the AFC. What time? Is it 6 out of the last 8 years? Or is
6
it
or
6 out of 7?
6 or 7.
6 out of 7. So you're right there with the cream of the crop.
Week.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Enough about that.
The only team that has beaten them has been Joe Burrow's Cincinnati Bengals.
And the two teams right now that I just don't have the best feel for the Broncos being able to overtake, for whatever reason, stylistically, it just doesn't.
Do they both start
up.
with a B?
They do, and they both are in the Eastern time zone.
And they both have MVP quarterbacks
over the course of the last 2 seasons.
And they both beat you by multiple scores.
And they both run the ball incredibly well, and they both play really good defense.
And they both have very, very cold home games at the end of the season.
The B teams, the killer bees. And we're not talking about the Boston Bruins. We're talking about Baltimore and Buffalo.
Those are the two teams in the AFC that I look at and I go, everything has to be perfect.
You need to get them in your place. That's what I think. You got to get them here at Empower Field. Bring those types of teams to the freaking Mile High City. Get them to play you at elevation in a postseason game. That's why every freaking game is going to matter this year, Raj. Every game is going to matter because this team has aspirations to do bigger things. So we can't just say, yeah, man, we dropped that game against Indy. We'll be fine. No, you won't. No, you won't. This team needs to get to 13 wins in order to feel like you have a legitimate chance to really make noise in the postseason.
Right, because if you don't get to 13, let's say
you're going to play those teams on the road.
Even as a divisional champion. That's the crazy thing. Even as a divisional champion with like 11 wins. Let's say 11 wins the AFC West just because everyone's beating the living crap out of each other. I don't really think that's going to be the case when you and I get into our true like full year-long preview and prediction segment, probably next week. I'll eventually get your full record, but let's, for the sake of argument, 11 wins the AFC West. You're going on the road to Buffalo in round 2. Now, you'll have hosted wild card team X or Y, and hopefully you'll have beaten Pittsburgh in that game, or you'll have beaten Cincinnati in that game. But then you're going on the road to Buffalo, or you're going on the road to Baltimore. You have to, absolutely have to start off this season strong. And I hate going back to all of these. I feel like a broken record right now, but like I've gone back to the first 4 games of the season so many times. And that's why I go 2-2 is a disaster. Because I think at 2-2, you're likely not winning the division and you're not getting to 13 wins just because of how difficult the in-division schedule is and the fact that after the bye week, you have to go to Washington, host Green Bay, and then you finish the season on a short week in week 17 at Kansas City, and then home against LA.
Let's reset the expectations for this football team with the conversation that we're having right now. 10-7 a year ago, made the postseason, got obliterated in the first round of the playoffs. Was it 31-7?
31-7.
At Buffalo. We have the conversation just now about what's going to be required for you to really be a legitimate postseason contender. Is 11 wins a success for the Denver Broncos this season?
My goalpost right now, and you guys know me, I move my goalpost based off of like what's happening during the season, and I'm comfortable with that. Some people hate it. I'm comfortable with it.
But that's a reality of the life of
variables
a season.
Change
a lot. I mean, you get time periods of football where you have a Tom Brady-less New England Patriots. It's very different. Yeah, the goalposts have to change. They have to shift.
Yeah, not always does Matt Castle walk in and win 11 games.
Right.
Right now, my goalpost is set at make playoffs, win a playoff game.
Yep.
So I don't care how
11 might get that done.
10 might get it done.
You're probably on the road playing one of those behemoths again.
Right. And again, everything has to go correct for you in that game when you're going up against Buffalo or going up against Baltimore. They stylistically, they just, at least last year, don't match up. Now, if everything goes right during the game and Bo takes the next step forward and the Broncos have a rushing attack and their inside linebackers are completely healthy and now you have Hufanga who can thump in the middle, sure, I would look at that and be, I don't know if I'd be comfortable.
Wow. Breaking news, sorry. We had this conversation about Brian Robinson. So Brian Robinson, the running back from the Commanders, who statistically was a pretty dadgum good running back for the Commanders. Breaking news is that the Commanders are trading running back Brian Robinson to the 49ers, and this is why I said wow, in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick.
Devon Vele got more than Brian Robinson Jr.
A lot more.
A lot more.
A 4th and a 7th? So you get a 4th. The Broncos acquired a really high-quality 4th.
Maybe the best 4th in the draft next year.
In 2026. And then the 7th in 2027. Am I right?
Yes.
And the word on the street is that Brian Robinson, maybe a top 20 running back in the National Football League right now, gets just a 6th? Wow. Did the Denver Broncos fleece the New Orleans Saints, man?
Brian Robinson ranked 26th last year. Sorry, 27th in rushing yards among starters. He started 13 games, played in 14, had 799 yards on the ground. He had 8 rushing touchdowns, which is good for tied for 15th. He had as many rushing touchdowns last year as Bucky Irving and James Conner. He had as many rushing touchdowns last year, scratch that, more rushing touchdowns last year than both Chase Brown, Kenneth Walker III, Alvin Kamara, had more rushing touchdowns than Aaron Jones. And it's not like he's long in the tooth. It's not like Brian Robinson is a 30-year-old running back. He's still relatively young. He's 26 years old. He's going into season 4 right now.
I mean, I would.
What a job by George Payton.
Is the Benson family and the Loomis family that are Do they still have some undying loyalties to Sean Payton?
You know what they felt bad about? Hey, guys, I know you spent a first-round draft pick on Sean to bring him over there. I feel as though that was too much. So here's a little bit better.
And we really want our Shawnee boy to succeed in Denver. We want you to feel the exact same thing that we felt with Sean at the helm, which is Super Bowl champions. So here you go. For Devon Vele, who would have been your wide receiver 4 or 5, we're going to give you a 4th and a 7th. What a great family the Bensons are.
Are Christian McCaffrey fantasy owners pissed off right now?
No, they're okay. You know why? Because now Christian McCaffrey doesn't get ran into the absolute ground.
He doesn't get pounded. He's able to be on the outside, receive passes.
Do what he does really well.
He gets tackled by 6'1", 190-pound corners rather than 6'4", 315-pound defensive tackles.
Doesn't have to run between the tackles with the frequency that he was before. And fantasy owners are going to like this from Christian McCaffrey because he's going to score more touchdowns. He might not have as many carries and yards, but guess what pays in those fantasy drafts and fantasy games? Tutties. You got to get your tutties. C-Mac Murder's going to get his tutties.
Robinson's a solid receiver, too. Didn't do much in the receiving game last year with Washington, but in year 2, when he was 24 years old, this is coming off of another 800. He's good for 800 yards on the ground every year. But in 2023, 368 yards on 36 receptions for an average of 10.2 yards per reception. He scored 4 times and had 15 first downs through the air as a receiving back. He projects, again, just based off of those numbers, that's a solid Kyle Shanahan running back. Like, that's a really good trade.
Really good.
For San Francisco. And it just puts into perspective the shock that the Broncos, for a 5th wide receiver on the team, got it's not marquee pick, but a damn good one at the top of the 4th round. And we already went through yesterday, like if you guys weren't listening yesterday when we went through the 4th or late 3rd round draft picks that the Broncos have had in recent years, it goes like this. Savion Jones, pick 101, and we're expecting the Saints pick is going to be around pick 100, somewhere right around there. Savion Jones this year, Troy Franklin at pick 102 last year, has had a good enough preseason that you go, Devon Vele, we don't need you. Riley Moss was pick number 83. Now we're fudging that a little bit, but a late-ish 3rd round pick. Damari Mathis was selected at 115 in 2022. Ioma Uwazurike, who probably makes the team this year, was selected 1 pick after in that very same draft. Quinn Miners, pick 98. Baron Browning, pick 105. Draymond Jones in 2019. Again, fudging it. That's an earlier 3rd round pick at pick number 71. And then Isaac Yiadom and Josie Jewell at pick 99 and 106 back in 2018. The franchise drafts really well from that spot. And you're telling me that Brian Robinson, who is a really solid running back in this league, got significantly less in return.
It's wild.
That's like Joe Sakic levels of fleecing.
Adam from the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Keep bringing it with all the great football vibes on a Friday where real football is being played. Adam says, how worried must the 49ers be about Christian McCaffrey's availability to make this deal to acquire Brian Robinson? I actually think that Christian looks great from every report I've seen. All the videos I've seen he doesn't look stiff. He doesn't look like what I saw in the offseason when I dapped him up. He looked a little bit like he was recovering still. He looks like he has made the recovery, and now you're all about playing the long game with Christian and having a very viable running back that you can now take some of the ground and pound and the wear and tear off of C-Mac.
Oh, brother, I disagree.
Okay, I disagree with you.
If I'm John Lynch, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I have vastly different scenarios, but same result. I'm just as terrified with Christian McCaffrey's health every single day, every single time he touches the football. I'm just as terrified as Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic and Jared Bednar are with Val Nichushkin.
Taking time, Mom.
When's it going to happen?
Different,
I know he's
same but different, right?
Same but different, right? Again, vastly different scenarios, same result.
And same impact on the team.
Darn near.
Maybe even bigger in the 49ers instance.
I would say bigger in the 49ers, but it's pretty close. We've seen what the Avs are without a healthy and ready-to-go Vele Nichushkin. They are a team that you go, I'm disappointed that they didn't get far enough. And then when Vele is healthy and playing, they are a top 3 team in the NHL.
Was Vele right at the end of the year last year? Do you think he was right? Like
I do.
Vele's one of those players that you can just see it. And it's one of those, if you know, you know, with Vele Nichushkin. And when he's right, you feel it. Did he feel right in the postseason?
I think he felt right, yes. But where I think we got fooled last year was Vele Nichushkin 2 postseasons ago before he got suspended again had scored 9 goals in 8 games. And I think that was a little bit, that's out kicking your coverage, is it not? So I think a lot of people expected goal per game Vele Nichushkin. You got half a goal per game Vele Nichushkin in the postseason last year. That was fine.
Yeah.
I also believe that he was learning how to play with a guy that he hadn't seen in 3 years.
Correct.
In Gabe Landeskog. I think he was learning how to play with a dude who was traded to the team just 2 months prior in Brock Nelson. There's a lot to be said for all of those changes and figuring out where everyone is on the ice. Like, again, that line was really good possession-wise. But where chemistry comes in is, can you turn all of that possession and all of that shot creation into actual tangible goals? I think he was right. I don't think there was anything wrong with Vele. I just believe that they needed a little bit more runway. And unfortunately, they didn't have the ability to get past Dallas. They didn't score you score like 1 power play goal more in the series, you win the series. It was that much of a razor's edge. So no, I don't think he was wrong. I think he's going to be right this year. But dude,
but for how long? Same thing.
That's the question.
But for how long is Christian McCaffrey healthy?
No doubt.
And if he's not, are we going to see the same thing we saw again last year? Because you essentially become the same team. You have no Debo Samuel, no Christian McCaffrey.
You become a non-threat.
No Brandon Ayuk for a while. Am I right in that?
You become a non-threat.
And then you have a disgruntled employee in what's the receiver that wanted big money and wanted money, a new contract, and gosh, what's
in San Francisco?
Yeah, it's the next receiver up. He's not. I mean, he was
It's not Ricky Pearsall, right?
Pearsall's playing well. It's the
Juwan Jennings.
Juwan Jennings. He's a bit of a disgruntled employee right now.
Yeah, if I'm John Lynch, I am just as scared as Joe Sakic is when I look at Vele Nichushkin. It's awesome when he's here, but God forbid he takes one wrong step and something goes wrong in the knee. Something goes wrong in the high ankle area, and you go, well, we're screwed now. Same thing with Joe. Val could be on a 45-goal pace, and God forbid something happens. And if it does, well, we're screwed now. There's nothing that I've said this. What's the term that I used last year? There will always be a monster in the closet. The door might be shut, but there will always be the monster. You just have to be okay with living with it in your house. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, ahead of his first game of the season. Tune in tonight, 92.5 at 7 p.m. Nate Kreckman and Tyler Polumbus will have the call as Valor takes on Pine Creek. Brought to you by our friends at Sports Clips. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we gave away a pair of season passes to Elitch Gardens yesterday. We're giving away another. I'll tell you how you can win it in 4 minutes.
10:04 a.m. Friday.
He's been awake since 3:45.
It's about to be 95 degrees. And me and my guy KJ are going to be bumping out to some Glorilla the rest of the day because that's the kind of day it's going to be, man.
Grab your 2026 Elitch Garden Seasons Pass right now, and the rest of 2025 is yours, including Fright Fest, as I fumble over myself. You can also go to Elitch Holidays. Lowest price of the season ends soon. All you have to do to win a pair of those passes.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Raj. You're a tremendous slouch.
Text the word Elitch, E-L-I-T-C-H. That is Elitch. With your first and last name to 303-504-0925, you'll be entered to win a pair of season passes to Elitch Gardens. Again, you'll be able to get into Fright Fest, Elitch Holidays as well, and then all of 2026. That one more time is Elitch, E-L-I-T-C-H, Elitch. With your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll give away those passes coming up at 11:15. We'll go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes. Did you guys miss this? We're currently hosting out at, is it Meadow Hills, I believe? We're hosting the Avs Alumni and Altitude Sports Radio charity tournament. And because
all you got to do really with any golf course is just add two different general geographic terms to each other, and you have a golf course.
I feel like Pine Creek.
There we go. How about that?
Be a great golf
really
course.
Good. Castle Pines is actually, it's not.
Castle Pines is another one.
It's not really geography though.
No,
Geographic
it's
term.
It's a structure.
Structural term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter Forsberg is out there. You know, he's obviously out here because he's going to be playing in the Avs alumni game against the DU alumni. So we have a whole bunch of Avs legends out on the course right now. And FAPA was kind enough to sit down with Mark Moser and Brett Kane this morning. If you missed it, here it is.
Love it.
Well, yeah, it's we were close there. I think we lost in the semis of maybe 97, 99, 2000. So we were really close. And the Avs, if you look at the lineup, yeah, they could be absolutely in the finals. But a little more even nowadays. There's more teams that could make it to the finals, even if Edmonton and Florida made it a couple of years now. But in the west side, you have Dallas, you have Vegas, you have a few other teams you got to pass too. But the Avs, yeah, well, you lose your horse out there with Landeskog for a few years too. That's not going to help. It's going to be make it a little harder, and then I think they try to adjust with the lineup to cover up from him, and it's not easy. So. And it's been a couple of close calls too. We were unlucky too those years, and then finally we got to win one in 01 again. So that really helped out. But other than it was also a little lucky too. You know, that was Game 7 in 01. So you need a couple of bounces here and there. But I think this year, you know, when you've been so close for a few years and you won before, then you know you're eager to win. Just grows, and the hunger and the fire you had when you won the cup is almost like, okay, now it's time again.
Right. Yeah.
It's not easy to make it all the way because it's mentally hard occasionally. I thought so.
Yeah. He was talking about the 2000 series. This is the year prior to Colorado winning in 7 games against New Jersey. And this was right before Dallas goes to the final and they win their cup. Ray Bourque, who had come over that season, a lot of people forget Ray Bourque had already played a playoff run with the Avs. They lose in the Western Conference Finals, again to Dallas, which has been the historical bugaboo for Colorado. Bourque rips one off the post that Adam Deadmarsh tips with literally 2.5 seconds to go. It finds its way past Eddie Belfour and doesn't go in. They were inches away. People forget, and I read there was an article on The Athletic yesterday about fans' trust in the organization. They're down to 14th, I believe, league-wide in terms of how fan bases trust the organization to deliver a championship. After the Cup year, they were like 4th. 2 years after the Cup
who
year,
the heck is in the top
they
3?
were like 9th. Florida's 1. Florida's without a doubt
the most spoiled hockey fan base, maybe in the history of fan bases in any sport. Because what really is a hockey fan base in Florida?
I don't know. They do well enough.
I mean, just because they've won championships.
The front office confidence rankings. Florida number 1, Dallas number 2.
Really? That's BS. Dallas number 2?
Carolina number 3.
Hold on. Why is Dallas number 2 right now? Is it because that the organization delivered on firing a head coach that its fan base didn't believe could take them to the promised land?
They've drafted well. They've developed players
when's
well.
When's last time they hoisted Lord Stanley?
2000. The year that I'm talking about, the Dead Marsh tip.
That's 5 years ago. That's a quarter century ago. You really think that the Dallas fan base?
Or hold on, did they lose? They lost in that final. They won the year previous.
So we're talking 26 years,
right? Did Dallas win in Dallas won in 99?
Don't ask me.
New Jersey won the following year because Jason Arnott scored, and Jason Arnott was a former star. And then Colorado beat New Jersey. So there were 2 teams that were trying to repeat year after year. Dallas was trying to repeat against New Jersey. They lost. New Jersey tried to repeat against Colorado. They lost. I'm almost positive that's how it went off. So they haven't really done anything. They've been there. They've been very close. They've traded well. They've drafted well. They have signed players to lower-end contracts that have outperformed the value. Matt Duchene. They've done well. They just haven't gotten it done.
Yeah.
They're just one of those teams that are like knocking on the door. And it's crazy because the public's confidence in Dallas in their front office is through the roof. Their fan base is almost half as confident as the public. And the same thing kind of goes for the Avalanche, where the public looks at what Colorado has done and looks at what they have and their top-end talent and how they're always in the conversation over the past few years. The fan base has dropped their confidence ranking, dropped below like 18%. 42% year-over-year change in lesser confidence as compared to last year.
What is Alex Ryan-Emmy, hockey guy's confidence? Is it on a scale of 1 to 10? There really is only one answer here.
7.
Maybe a 6.
6 or a 7. Yeah, I'm right there. That's been the theme of the week. It's a 6 or a 7.
I'll let you
I trust in their ability to make good value trades. They have not drafted and developed outside premium picks very well. However,
how long has it been since you've really had a homegrown, home drafted player
that is not marquee
that's
draft
impactful?
Pick? Well, I mean, like Kale.
Well, I'm saying
Nate,
and those guys were drafted what, 7-8 years ago?
And they're marquee picks.
Is it 7-8 years ago? Am I right in saying that?
Nate was a 2013 draft pick.
Gosh, dang,
and Kale
that's a
was
long
like
time ago.
Was Kale 2018, 2017, something like that?
We're talking a long time ago. What's happened in the last 7 years of drafts?
Yeah, the draft. Well, I mean, what's happened in the last few years of drafts is the guys who they have hit on, they've traded away for pieces.
Yeah.
So that's where I go. Like I
but
trust
even
in
then,
their
are
ability
any of those
to trade.
players, Raj? Are any of those guys superstars in the NHL?
Who?
Any of
the guys
players,
that they traded away?
Any
No.
players that the Colorado Avalanche have drafted in the last 7 years?
No.
Is anybody a bona fide superstar in the NFL? NHL, excuse me.
No.
Is that problematic?
A little bit, yeah.
Is that why you're looking at number 18? Because I'm pretty sure the Denver Broncos just drafted a player in the 7th round that ended up starting football games in his rookie year for the big club and gets dealt a year later because you have a redundancy of talents at that same position, same body type, and you turn it around for a 4th and a 7th? I know the NHL draft is not tit for tat with the NFL. There's a lot of differences, especially now with the longevity of collegiate athletes, and they're coming in as 23, 24, 25, even at 27-year-olds, as we've seen with Devon Vele. But that is alarming that you have not seen any major return on investment in nearly a decade of drafts outside of Cale Makar. Cale Makar was in, we said 8 years ago. That's crazy.
That's the reason why the confidence meter is lower. Yeah, that's the reason why.
Here's the thing, man.
Why I wanted to bring up Peter Forsberg talking about that 2000 team is because I don't believe the fan confidence should be this low. He's talking about the year 2000, which was 4 years removed from a Stanley Cup championship, and they would not win for another. The Avs right now are 4 years removed from a championship. You don't win every year. Like Florida's an anomaly, man. There's a few of those that pop up. They're still in a good window. Like, are you going to be that upset next year if the Broncos don't win a Super Bowl championship? Are you going to start losing confidence in the franchise if they don't win a Super Bowl next year? I wouldn't, because I know it's a long build, and you have to find a way to get one of these things done, and it's not guaranteed that you'll be back every year. The Chiefs and Mahomes, anomaly. More often than not, you get like a shot, and if you win, good for you.
You know what I want, Raj? I want to stop pretending like the NHL draft is not a big deal. I want to put some freaking serious heat on the Avs front office so we hit on somebody.
Go for it. Be my guest. Draft. There's like a 7-footer out of Moldova that you can draft in the 7th round next year.
I want a Moldovan. He's really Russian. Basically everybody that grew up within 1,000 miles of the former Soviet bloc is a Russian. So yeah, that's what I want, Raj. I want to see some serious heaters coming out of the draft for the Avs.
It was nice for Peter Forsberg, Avs legend, to sit down with Moser and Kane this morning. On the other side, I want to get into Quinn Miners and his comments on Bo Nix and his ability to command the huddle between year 1 and year 2. That and so much more is coming up next on a Football Friday. Coach will be live on the sidelines coaching his Valor Eagles against the Eagles of Pine Creek, 7 p.m. on 92.5. You can listen to our first Chassa High School game, Friday Night Lights game of the year. It's Altitude 92.5.
Yeah, I mean, especially, and when it comes to game time, having those, extra 5, 6, 7 seconds is really important for us as an offense. It gives Bo time, to go through his pre-snap reads, see if there's a pressure coming, and see if we need to get into a different or better play, or we're just locked in and we get on the ball, snap it quickly, and it's about utilizing the snap count to our advantage. And when the play clocks at 2, 4, 3, 2, the defense is, they notice it too. So the only possibility is for it to be on 1. So when the defense starts getting a jump on the snap count, it makes it a lot harder on the offense. So when we have a lot more time, we can get into the correct play, make our calls, and then we're off.
Quinn Miners talking about year 2 version of Bo Nix as compared to a rookie in Bo who exceeded expectations. I mean, by all measures, a sterling rookie year, even though he doesn't win Rookie of the Year. That goes to Jaden Daniels. I complained about that for 4 segments 2 days ago. How do you save seconds in the huddle?
Well, the first thing is that you don't stumble over your words, which happens a lot more than you think. Happens with play calls, with the head coach or offensive coordinator communication into the headset. We've heard that. Remember the Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay clip that we got from NFL Films? Where it's just out of control how much information Sean McVay was giving.
And Stafford's literally telling him to shut up.
Yeah, but it's a one way. So McVay's ear volume is coming into Stafford's helmet, and Stafford's shut up is falling on deaf ears, except
and
for his teammates.
You can't remove your helmet because you'll get flagged.
Correct.
It's not like when you're talking.
You'll have to come out and sit out for a play.
When you're talking to your mother on the phone, she just continues to talk and talk and talk and gets a little bit long-winded, and the phone moves ever so slightly away from your ear and body, and at one point you're just walking around the house with a limp arm and an iPhone down at your hip, but you can still hear her talking about the same thing. That's Matt Stafford and Sean McVay.
Who are you referring to?
Any mother.
Okay. Not yours?
No, Donna Marie's like that.
Okay. My mom's not. She's pretty concise.
She's a little tiny New York Italian woman. She can gab with the best of them.
My mom will just out of nowhere be like, gotta go say it by. Cool. Did that just happen? It's funny. There's a couple football coaches over the course of accumulating connections and friendships that will call me, and I know it's a minimum 50-minute conversation. And I do that, what you just talked about. And it's funny because Anne Marie will know who, like, I'm talking to one of several people.
Oh, is that Sean? Is that Tyler?
Is that John again? Yep. And I'll just hold it up, put it on speaker, and just be like, I don't know. I don't even. What is he talking?
You throw it on the mantle and you start going and making a sandwich.
Oh, I all the time.
You grab 1 beers from the fridge.
There are people that if you don't interrupt, they might never stop. It's an infinite level of conversation. That's exactly what makes a huddle call last way too long. And so if you want to know, Raj, what it takes to get in and out of the huddle faster, you don't do this.
Hey, speed left edge Zach. All right, it's going to be American Exchange, Kane it, all right, with 3-jet rib, Z Brownie. Oh, easy, listen. 13 duo, Tim. Yeah, here it is. Woo! I got it. Please, stop. Yes, please stop. Oh my God, he's still going. Hey, he's still going. Hey, snatch this if you get it, all right? I mean, he's still going. You're 1.5 yards from an edge split in the middle. I mean, this is unbelievable what I'm getting right now. Holy boys.
And that right there is how you get to the line of scrimmage with no time remaining and don't allow your quarterback to process the information that he needs to process.
Josh texts in. He goes, my friends and I use what we call the later, bud. As soon as you were done with what needed to be said, you just say, later, bud. You hang up. You don't wait for someone else to respond to you. It's fantastic.
Perfect.
Later, bud.
Perfect.
That's what Matt Stafford needs with Sean McVay.
That's it.
Later.
How dare you?
That's it. That's all you need.
Should we employ that on the show when someone gets a little bit too long-winded? All right, later, bud.
Later, bud.
I love that.
We can never later bud our guy, Chris Armas, though.
Never.
He is not a later bud guy. It's a dude, man. It's a ball coach. Ball coach and Jesse.
Did you think that last year Bo looked flustered getting to the line of scrimmage?
He didn't look early on, it didn't look like he was bouncing to the line of scrimmage with the anticipation of, I am about to shred this defense.
Not in command.
It felt like the Greenbrier trip, East Coast trip. Following that trip, you felt a more confident, bouncy, in control, not frantic at the line of scrimmage Bo Nix.
How early does Bo need to be bouncing into the line of scrimmage knowing that he's going to shred a defense?
What do you want to do this year?
Compete for the AFC West title.
Game one.
I said it yesterday. I think you can afford to struggle against Tennessee. They're that bad.
Game one. Because you're announcing to not just the rest of the league, you're announcing to your entire roster as Bo Nix, I'm here.
Right, but it doesn't change. Like, if you walk in and you mollywop Tennessee, that doesn't change I'm not going to say the negative perception about the Broncos, but it's honestly, it's
Raj,
a little bit
still
more
an NFL team, man.
Bit more realistic.
This is not Alabama versus the Citadel. This is still a National Football League team that you're playing against. You're playing against the freaking Tennessee Titans, man. I know. Are they a great team? No.
No, they're
very,
bad.
very confident Bo Nix. A very, very confident offense that looks in rhythm. That will send shockwaves throughout the NFL and say, okay, they are exactly what this offseason narrative has been saying about them. They're the real deal. And Bo Nix is in charge.
You really think it's going to change the narrative that much? The negative,
I think it's going to back up.
I think it's going to back up.
It's going to back up the narrative of Sean Payton that this guy could end up being a top 4, top 5 quarterback in the NFL by season's end.
Right, but to play devil's advocate here, to play the Nick Wright role, what's the knock on the Broncos from last year? They beat bad football teams, and they smoked bad football teams. So if they walk in and they beat Tennessee 38-6, it changes nothing.
Would you have called the Seattle Seahawks by season's end a good football team?
Yeah, sure.
Non-playoff team, correct?
Did Seattle make the playoffs last year?
8 and 9.
Seattle did not make the playoffs last year.
What was their final record?
Thought
it was 8 and 9.
3, 7, 9? No, 10 and 7.
Oh, they
missed the playoffs. 10 and 7.
They were 10 and 17. Gosh, I don't think you played well against them. You looked bad offensively.
Yeah, but it was also like the first game for a rookie quarterback.
Right, but my point is that in year 2, in order to avoid the possibility of the quote-unquote sophomore slump, to set the narrative to the rest of your team that I'm here and it's real and this thing is going to where we want it to go and Broncos fans desperately desire it to go back to, and the stigma that goes with having a quarterback in blue and orange nationally, that's a brand, man. Is it not? I would say the National Football League is better as a whole outside of the Denver Metro. If you look at the Shield as a whole, the Denver Broncos, when they have an elite quarterback, that is good for the National Football League.
Yeah, what are the other franchises around the league? Certainly Green Bay.
Green Bay's that way.
Green Bay has a quarterback.
Green Bay, Denver, San Francisco.
Dallas.
Gosh, Dallas has only really had one in the last 25, 30 years that you would say certified dude.
Aikman?
That's it.
Romo was close, man.
4A player, man.
Romo was inches away from being that dude.
He was not AAA, but he was in a big league superstar.
Is Dak also 4A?
He's a 4A guy.
Because Dak feels like he's inches away from being
it's the postseason for Dak.
It was the postseason for Romo.
Amen. That's why neither one of them. And that's why everybody, you know what? It makes for great Netflix documentaries.
Because did you watch any of it?
I saw the opening 10-minute explanation of Jera Jones is unbelievable.
The dude knows how to entertain.
He knows how to entertain, and his story is remarkable. Like his story of coming to wealth and losing all of his wealth and then regaining his wealth.
And then throwing it into a football team and has no idea how to run it and then walks into championships.
Did he? He's the owner. I don't know if he can just walk into championships. The Cleveland Browns haven't found a way to walk into championships. I think there's genius to that, man.
Is there another franchise that like absolutely has to? No one cares about the Broncos but Colorado. That is the dumbest statement that's ever been texted into this program.
Very dumb. Very dumb.
They're a regional team.
Very, very, very dumb.
That's insane. I think you can say that about a team in Florida. I think you can say that about a team in Los Angeles. I think you can say that about a team in New York because they have multiple teams. The Broncos are one of two teams in the region. I guess you can throw Vegas in there now. But I still think of Vegas as a little bit more California-based than Rocky Mountain-based. Only Colorado cares about the Broncos? John Elway is around the league and around by fan bases around the league is regarded as one of the top 3 to 4 greatest quarterbacks ever to play the game. Yeah, it matters when they have a good quarterback. It matters when the Packers have a good quarterback. I don't think I think that's insane.
Dumb.
What are are there any other franchises that you go, when they have a quarterback, it matters nationally? If it doesn't pop off.
It's the three. I think those three. No, I think the 49ers.
San Francisco, Denver, Green Bay, Dallas.
Because neither one of the New York franchises really have ever had just great quarterback play. Phil Simms was very good. Jeff Hostetler was a solid quarterback. Eli Manning won Super Bowls. But that was... And the Raiders have been so bad for so long and so devoid of quarterback play.
Do you throw Pittsburgh in there? With Bradshaw and Roethlisberger.
Neil O'Donnell.
Do you throw Pittsburgh in there?
Their identity just seems to be wrapped up in the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, it does.
Steel City.
Great
toughness.
Great mean defense. Grit. Run the football.
And then a quarterback that drinks tons of beers and runs through people and doesn't get sacked.
There you go.
Is it not?
I don't know if I can throw Pittsburgh in there, but they're right there. They might be on the outside of those four.
Is Buffalo the king of the 4A quarterback? The in between being there and not being there.
Jim Kelly's a Hall of Famer. He's not a 4A quarterback.
Didn't win a title.
He's not a 4A quarterback. He got to 3 straight Super Bowls. You're not a 4A quarterback.
Is Josh Allen the next Jim Kelly?
I hope not, because I root for that team all the time. All the time, man. Like, you have to, for you to believe that nobody around the country cares about the Broncos having a good quarterback, all you have to do is look at what Peyton Manning did to the franchise.
Do you feel that way about the Indianapolis Colts?
No.
Yeah.
Don't care.
Peyton Manning.
Andrew
Luck.
I feel the same way about New England.
Same thing. Yeah.
The same way about New England.
Yeah.
You had a great quarterback.
Yeah, it was a one-off.
And you won a bunch, but I don't believe
because Andrew Luck didn't ever achieve.
Right. I don't believe that the NFL is a better place when the Patriots have an elite quarterback. They had it for damn near 20 years, but like the NFL is not a better place when they're that good. The NFL is a better place when the 49ers, the Broncos, the Cowboys, the Steelers, and the Packers all have.
So you're going Steelers?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
The NFL's better when the Steelers are in the AFC.
Sorry, 4 straight Super Bowls, Steve. Yes, not 3 straight.
The NFL's better. I love when the Steelers are in deep into postseason, which hasn't happened for quite some time. They've been one and done in just about every postseason for 4 years now? 5 years?
Maybe more than that.
The NFL's better when that team is playing.
Throw Pittsburgh in there. We have a round 5. And we have a team out there in the East Coast that makes everyone feel better about themselves. I think that's solid. That's a good list.
It's a good list. And it's a really interesting list.
Jeff, all the Vikings, nobody cares.
Well, because they're going to lose in the postseason. You just know it. It's what they do.
4A quarterback. Dante Culpepper?
Really good 4A quarterback.
Yeah, I want to know your 4A quarterbacks out there. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Give me a description, coach, of a 4A quarterback.
Right now or on the other side?
Right now. So people can text it in. What is it?
The 4A quarterback is somewhere between Super Bowl champion, MVP, Hall of Famer, and 3-year quarterback starter, and you're out of the league, or you're a backup for the rest of your career. You're right in between.
Your favorite 4A quarterbacks. Tony Romo.
I was going to say it. I don't want to say this into it. Jake Plummer.
Pretty good 4A quarterback.
Really good
Who are
4A
yours?
quarterback.
Texted in 303-504-0925. Jake Cutler's a great one.
Keep
NFL
them coming,
notes
man.
are on the other
Keep
side.
them coming on a Football Friday, baby.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes. Before we get into those, as a reminder, text the word Elitch, E-L-I-T-C-H, that is Elitch, to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win 2 season passes for 2026 to Elitch Gardens. You'll also get access to Fright Fest and Elitch Holidays. One more time, Elitch, E-L-I-T-C-H, to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. We'll give those away in about 30 minutes from right now. Some of your favorite 4A quarterbacks, the guys who you go...
Not quite a AAA player because he's better than that, but definitely not a big leaguer. That's what a 4A player is.
So... am I incorrect in saying, like, if I were to give you the damn I want that guy, but he doesn't do anything for me?
Give it to me.
It's too good.
Correct.
So is Dante Culpepper too good?
He is a little. He's on the north side of 4A for me.
Is Drew Bledsoe too good?
He's a 4A quarterback.
4A quarterback.
Yep.
Fitzmagic?
He's a AAA guy.
AAA guy?
Yeah.
Donovan McNabb?
He's above a 4A. He's a big leaguer.
Derek Carr?
4A guy.
4A quarterback. Derek Carr is a perfect contemporary 4A quarterback.
Jeff Garcia of the old San Francisco 49ers.
He's kind of a 4A quarterback.
He is.
Kirk Cousins. I think he's too good.
He's north, statistically, and his staying power.
Jay Cutler's perfect. I think Jay Cutler is a perfect definition of a 4A quarterback.
Perfect definition. That there's enough great moments that you say, geez, that guy could be something.
Jeff texts in Mark Brunell. Great 4A quarterback.
Yes, he was. He might be a little bit north of it. He was pretty dang good. Give me this. Talk about 4A quarterbacks. What would you make of Kyle Orton?
AAA quarterback.
AAA.
Now, like a AAA pitcher can come up and spin 6-7 good innings every now and again, but he's going to get lit up and not have a long career as a true ace in the league. That's Kyle Orton.
Gosh, somebody just came at me on the Shop Mazda text line. The 270 says, just to get on coach's nerves, 4A quarterback, Jordan Love.
Ooh. Jury's still out on Jordan Love.
Jordan Love looked very much north of 4A in his first year as a starter. He looked like a 4A quarterback a year ago.
My favorite one, so you guys are crushing this right now. Chad Pennington, Vinny Testaverde,
Bang,
Rex
bang.
Grossman.
Rex Grossman, great 4A guy.
Chris texted in Mike Vick. Mike Vick's too good.
Too good? Revolutionized the position.
Mike Vick's too good. You do not have Lamar Jackson without Mike Vick.
Yeah, you don't have, Josh Allen's maybe not running like he is without Mike Vick. Be honest.
Mike Vick's too good.
I know Josh Allen is more of a Caucasian, but he can run, and he does run.
KJ, what's first on NFL notes?
Goodness gracious, Coach. Well, newest Saints wide receiver Devon Vele has been a topic of conversation around the media.
That sounds weird, man. I can't get used to that. New Orleans Saints wide receiver Devon Vele.
I know.
That just doesn't.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
It definitely doesn't roll off the tongue.
Denver Broncos wide receiver Devon Vele. Now that rolled off the tongue.
But it's not the case anymore.
It's not the case
Former
anymore.
Denver Broncos wide receiver Devon Vele.
See, that hurts my heart, Raj. But obviously,
it's like the dude was Rod Smith. It's okay, you guys. It's all right.
And we can get into this conversation on the other side of the sound bites here, because I do think Devon Vele meant something to this team last year, and I think that's why you kind of feel the pain here in Denver a little bit. But Sean Payton and Saints head coach Kellen Moore, they both talked about the trade yesterday when they stepped up to the podium. We'll hear from Kellen Moore first and then Sean Payton immediately after.
At what point did you feel like we had to go make a trade and go get the guy like Vele?
There's a number of guys that you're always talking about, and I think this time of year there's always those conversations, and really it's about trades right around now, and then it becomes about the 53-man roster and obviously the waiver operation that the league will go through. And so you have discussions about a number of guys. Felt like it was a really good opportunity for us. Felt like probably in Denver they had a situation that probably presented it and gave gave it life. They have some really good depth up there at the receiver room, and so I think it's a great acquisition for us.
Certainly, New Orleans was looking. Just talking with Mickey, they felt they were missing a bigger receiver. They knew we had a number of big receivers, and so it kind of went in the beginning of the week is just discussion, and then two teams really came back more than serious about this trade, and there is a point at some point where you're looking at the roster, you're looking at your depth, and towards the end it was something we felt was going to be best for the club. He was fantastic when we visited with him. He's gonna be a real good player for them.
All right, Raj, let me go to you first on this. How many receivers in the last decade here in Denver have either lived up to their potential or exceeded their expectations at some point within the last decade as to why we're feeling this way about Devon Vele?
Demaryius Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders, Eric Decker, although Decker precedes 10 years. I think Cortland Sutton has met my expectations, right? A high second-round draft pick with wonderful measurables. He was supposed to be the next DT, and while he's not a Ring of Famer yet, I think he
could be on his way.
He could be on his way.
This season is going to be the pendulum that's going to swing towards a Ring of Honor season, or it's going to be just another good Denver Bronco. If it's a dominant year and you go second, third round of the playoffs, and Cortland Sutton has a career season, I think he's very much on track.
Who else, man? That might be the end of my list. That's probably the end of my list. Tim Patrick was close, but those knee injuries, we'll never know what he could have been.
Yeah. He was a guy that everybody loved because you were rooting for him.
Like KJ Hamler was a complete swing and miss.
Jerry
Jeudy.
Miss for the Broncos.
A miss for the Broncos, but maybe a hit down the road. He was a hit last year for Cleveland.
Or for the Browns, yeah.
That's probably it for me. Yeah. I don't know. Like Sutton and Sanders were solid.
You know who's trending towards being outperforming or performing up to the expectations?
Troy Franklin.
And even more, a guy that I believe is going to be more en route towards outperforming their draft spot.
Pat Bryant.
You bet. And that's the reason that Devon Vele is not here anymore.
Better question. Is Marvin Mims closer to being... Is he closer to being like Cortland Sutton levels of meet expectation or KJ Hamler levels of, God, man, that was a miss. We fumbled that somehow.
He feels like Jerry Jeudy to me right now without the antics. That there's flash plays, but there's not consistency. What I don't know yet, and I still can't wrap my brain around, is that his fault or is that Sean's fault?
I think it's the play calling's fault.
So do I.
I have two middle fingers.
He's closer to being a hit because he's already a Pro Bowler and an all-team.
I know that drop really well, but KJ was just, for some reason, tremendous timing right there.
Can you give him a check mark just because he's an All-Pro as a returner?
Is there enough value in the second round?
I don't know, man.
To move to go get the player.
Not many guys are All-Pros.
Let's hope that the running back position starts to see some return on investment with draft picks.
KJ, keep it going.
Later, bud.
Yesterday, we talked about the potential of trading Jaleel McLaughlin if the price was right. Well, shame on us because he just had his first baby recently and has been away from the team, according to Sean. But in all seriousness, have you, Sean, received any more phone calls about players potentially being traded?
I mean, we haven't received any other interest in now, we haven't reached out and began the process of because we're deep and there's still a lot of good competition going on, but it was unique.
I'm not trading Jaleel McLaughlin at all. I've never thought that he had a chance of missing this roster the whole training camp.
Jaleel McLaughlin's feeling a lot better, though, now that the receiver room's not overpopulated. With the Trent Sherfield revelation as a potential contributor, both in special teams at receiver, Devon Vele was certainly going to make the roster until he was traded. A roster spot came open, and now it's not Jaleel McLaughlin fretting over, is it me or Bidet?
Well, we know that if you were to trade McLaughlin, like he's not going to get Brian Robinson Jr. He's not getting sixth.
Do you remember who I speculated was going to be traded? I was saying Jaleel McLaughlin's going to go to the San Francisco 49ers. And if you're just now tuning in, Brian Robinson was traded from the Washington Commanders. Was he a top 15 touchdown running back last season?
Top 20.
For a mere 6th-round pick in 2026.
So that means, again, if you were to trade McLaughlin, you'd be lucky to get a 7th based off of comps. Unless you trade him to New Orleans, then New Orleans will give you like a conditional 4th for him. Do that. Mickey Loomis, get on the horn. Keep it going.
Later, bud.
Let's head to our favorite training camp in all of the NFL, the Cleveland Browns. More news just keeps coming out of there than we can keep up with. Yesterday, Shedeur Sanders stepped up to the podium. And, of course, he was asked about Dillon Gabriel's comments from his in-game interview that went viral the other day. Now, the question for you listeners that I want to ask is, did Shedeur take the bait or did he not?
Honestly, I don't even think about nothing. I don't think about anything. If it's not words or anything, at this point, it can't do anything to me. I know, the God put the ability and the power within me to not even think about nobody else's comments, not care. It is what it is. I spoke with him. He said, nah, bro, that wasn't. He said, that wasn't. He told me on the plane. He came up. He was like, nah, bro, that wasn't that true. I see how they trying to spin. I'm like, oh, all right. I'm not tripping. Regardless of whatever it was, nobody's words or anything affects me, So, yeah.
So did you believe him when he told you it wasn't on you?
Did I believe him?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you're trying to start stuff now. I feel like you're trying to start stuff. I mean, he's doing his job. He's supposed to. Do I feel like he did? I don't know. And that's not on me to sit here and be like, oh, he did it. That's not going to change my life in any way.
Shedeur has definitely internalized the comments.
That's a little chip
from Dillon Gabriel to continue to feed the beast, which is prove everybody wrong.
I like that for him.
I do too.
And he's doing it in the right way. He's going, you guys are making this a big deal. But when he makes that comment of
they're just words,
regardless of how it was meant, he was thinking about it a little bit. And it can't feel great that he's the 3rd quarterback going into week 3. It can't feel great that after the awesome tape that he put together in week 1 of the preseason, he's sitting behind Dillon Gabriel. Can't feel awesome.
Doesn't feel great.
He's still going to start games for the Browns this year, dude.
He sure is.
I'm rooting for him more than I did when he was the quarterback of the CU Buffs. I think that's crazy.
I am too. I'm rooting for the dude, man.
KJ, keep it rolling.
Later, bud.
Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones stopped by Michael Irvin's podcast and he talked about his favorite person in the whole wide world,
Michael Parsons.
And why this contract is so difficult to get done. Jerry is now fully shifting the blame to the agent, and he explains why.
I have agreed to give more money than has ever been given in terms of guaranteed money than anyone ever has as far as a defensive player. I've done that. Now, I am the cat that writes the check. Okay? Now, Mike has got 3 years with the Cowboys left. He's got 3 years. At some point, somebody has to have the say over the other. What is the least incremental part of the whole equation? The attorney or the agent. Okay? He works for Micah. Okay? He's not the principal here in any way. In any way. They're in here to make their percentage. They're in here to basically, yes, advise Micah. So many times in this industry, you have a different agenda going on with agents. They're playing a game. You tell me our agents incentivized to not only get the most for that player, but they're trying to get what? They're trying to get other players.
I need that.
Because they got a high agenda for that player.
Right.
That's their incentive.
Did he say he's willing to make Parsons the highest guaranteed defensive player of all time?
He alluded to it. But is Jerry still at 90, 97 years old, it feels like? Is he playing chess while he assumes that Micah's agents are playing checkers?
Dude, if that's the case, this is north of a $108 million deal. The highest of all time for an edge defender right now is $108 million over 3 years. And that's TJ Watt.
Mike is not there.
He's
Statistically.
close, man.
He's been available.
He's been available.
Snap count's been good.
He's close. If anyone's worth it, it's him. Would you give let's say 109 guaranteed over 3 years, so 41.3? Would you give it to Crosby, Garrett, or Parsons? Who gets it first? If you're the GM,
You want to know who's the apple of my eye? You know,
you
this.
love Max Crosby.
He's incredible, and I love that he's a Syracuse guy. I just love he's a Syracuse guy.
I don't
right?
think Max Crosby is a Syracuse guy. I'm almost positive Max Crosby is not a Syracuse player.
Thinking of your.
Are you thinking of Chandler Jones?
No.
Max Crosby is not a Syracuse Orangeman.
Yeah, he's a Eastern Michigan guy.
Pretty far away there.
Jeez. You know what I was thinking of? Carl Nassib.
It's another Raider.
God.
It's not quite the same. You want to give Carl Nassib $110 million?
I'll tell you this, Raj.
He would love you.
You love Carl Nassib.
Sure do.
It's your guy.
Yeah.
He's fellow Orange.
Parsons is just turned 26, so yeah, I'm signing him to that deal. It's eventually going to get done, right? There's no way they play games without him. This is just for us to talk about the Cowboys.
All right, yeah,
I'm
I'm done.
us talking about the Cowboys.
It's going to get done. He'll have a contract just like TJ Watt. Cool. End of story.
303.
Damn act together.
You get it together.
504-0925 is where you can reach us today. One more time, text the word Elitch, E-L-I-T-C-H. That is Elitch to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name for a chance to win a pair of season passes for 2026 to Elitch Gardens. With those season passes, you'll be given access to Fright Fest as well as Elitch Holidays in 2025. Elitch to 303-504-0925. We'll give away those passes coming up on the other side. We'll wrap things up, tell you what we're watching, pop some tops, and let Coach head on over and coach his first football game of the year. PhD is coming up from noon to 3. Nate and Andy on your drive home from 3 to 6.
Happy Football Friday, Colorado. Coach Mike Sanford here, and fall is upon us as you feel that cold front moving in. And so as those fall temperatures return to the beautiful state of Colorado, so does the sports action at Circus Sports Colorado. So from NFL to college football, which debuts this weekend, was week 0, Circus Sports, it's got it all. So Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like the VIP that you were created to be. So whether you're looking for NFL playoff futures, Super Bowl futures, looking for some playoff odds for college football teams to start the year off, or even just games for week 0, well, Circus Sports has got you covered. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app wherever you get your apps, or visit circusports.com today. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We finally have regular season football on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 this weekend, Saturday morning at 10 a.m., week 0 of the college football season. Number, was it 22? Is it 22-17 the matchup? Iowa State and Kansas State? It is. 22 Iowa State at Kansas State in Ireland.
More than that, go grab yourself one Guinness's because you're coming live from Dublin, Ireland.
I can't wait to watch that game. College football being back as early as tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
You ready for a breakfast Guinness in your life, Raj?
Do we know of a place that pours a proper Guinness here? I'll go do that tomorrow morning.
Plenty of places in Colorado, man. It's the beer capital of the United States.
I can go buy one of those cans and pour it hard.
Yeah.
Have one at home.
Maybe a Smittix.
It's not going to be 94 outside either, which is really nice, right?
Oh, dude, I love it. We
like
got a cold front moving in.
Having like a 1 beers when it's 72 and partly cloudy.
Okay,
perfect.
There's something really unique about football season starting. It could be 102 degrees on a Thursday. And this happened to me 2 years ago where I went through the entire summer sweating my ever-living tail off, coaching high school football at Meade High School as a volunteer wingback coach. It's one of my proudest pieces of my resume there. And then the opening night at Windsor High School. Cold front moves
67.
It was like sleeting.
Heck yeah.
On like August 20th or something. It's happening again tonight.
You're going to have kids in sweatshirts tonight.
I can't wait, man. It's going to be wet. Ball's going to be slick. It's going to be calling run after run after run and just pounding that football. RTB, baby. Run the ball.
Altitude 92.5 is your brand new home for Westwood One football. So we will have Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football across the NFL. We're bringing you guys Chassa as early as tonight at 7 p.m., courtesy of our friends at Sports Clips. Nate Kreckman, Tyler Polumbus are going to be on that call as Mike Sanford and his Valor Christian Golden Eagles go up against Pine Creek. You're not Golden? Oh, that's Mountain Vista.
Yeah, Mountain Vista is very golden.
And then Pine Creek are also just the Eagles.
Yeah, our eagle doesn't get any type of adjective describing it. It's just
you don't get
eagle.
A color. It's just any one of a million eagles. That seems a little cheap that you guys can just be any eagle. You just get to have all eagles, and in Mountain Vista has to be the Golden Eagles.
You know what our eagle is?
Cheaters.
It's the one that's cheaters. What have we cheated on, Raj?
Whoa!
Gosh, man. We're the biblical eagle.
The biblical eagles.
So we're like the eagles. So we're like an eagle from Proverbs or Psalms, man. That's the kind of eagle we are, right? Right, KJ?
Yes, sir. Hey, they mount up like eagles. All
there
right.
We go, man. Hey, take them to church. Take them to CHUUCH church.
We're not dealing with no chickens. We're not dealing with no turkeys.
No,
We're
sir.
dealing with eagles, baby.
Yes, sir. Give it to me, KJ. Preach it, Rev.
You see some news out of the NBA. Malik Beasley is no longer part of that gambling probe that we all felt like Malik Beasley might get suspended forever, much like Jonte Porter did. He's technically a free agent, and he's a dude that can shoot the lights out of the ball from 3. Would you entertain it?
Hey, Malik.
Would you entertain it?
Yeah, his name's cleared of it, all right.
He's no longer part of the probe.
Come on down, pal. I like guys that shoot 3-pointers.
Now, the reason
you
why
want to come play with Nicola?
The reason why I ask this question is because it feels like Denver, after Michael Porter Jr. has just been like unleashed upon the podcast world, which it feels like somehow he was muzzled when he was here in Colorado. And not a lot of these things came out, and him being like more outspoken and talking about his brother and talking about gambling and then his own vices. And we've seen these videos with him and every Instagram model in the world and showing like Andrew Tate videos to these. It's kind of crazy what's come out with Michael Porter Jr. It feels like you dodged a little bit of a bullet, or you at least kept that bullet like under casing and wraps when it was here in Colorado. Would you be willing to dodge that and then welcome back in a player that has been in not so friendly headlines over the course of the last season?
If his name's been cleared, his name's been cleared.
Okay.
Therefore, if he can shoot 3-pointers and he wants to come play with the best maestro of spacing the basketball in all of the universe in Nikola Jokic, then come on down, Malik. I'm in.
Speaking of Jerry Jones and the Cowboys and Micah Parsons, I mentioned that the highest guarantee for a non-quarterback and especially an edge rusher was 108. That was at signing for TJ Watt. The largest total, like the expected guaranteed money, is actually 123 plus in the Myles Garrett contract. So if he's talking about the offer on the table was the largest non-quarterback offer in history, we're looking at like $125 million. And if that's the case, what is Parsons doing turning that down?
Should not turn that down.
What, you want like 8 years, $275 million? Take your 4 at 125 and run.
Yeah, his representation seems pretty wild, man.
I don't know who the heck to believe here.
We all know Jared's going to spin it up the best that he can. That's for dang sure.
Going into your final preseason game of the year, Coach, what must you see from the Broncos against the Saints?
Well, if you do get Bo Nix, I want one really clean, good drive. Go score a touchdown and get him out. Shut down that first string offense. I want health. I want health for the offensive line. I want that offensive line to come out healthy, feeling good about themselves and ready to get rested up and play a really, really important season for the trajectory of this franchise. Defensively, I don't want to see any starters. I don't. I know it's probably crazy. You're not going to do that. You're not going to play to offensive starters and shut the entire defense down. Sean's proven that he understands the life of the vet and the mindset of the veteran football player.
Do you need to see Greenlaw and Hufanga on the field together with some other first-team defensive players?
If you want to terrify the entire state of Louisiana, yes. That'd be a lot of fun. But I don't need to see Dre Greenlaw in a preseason game. I saw enough on
Especially
Wednesday.
on turf?
Wednesday, July 30th. I saw enough.
Does the turf scare you a little bit
It's
in terms of guys
so much
with
in the NFL's turf
ligaments
anyway.
and
Gosh, how many stadiums are actual grass nowadays? Broncos are grass.
17 teams play home games with artificial turf.
Yeah, so I guess just a little bit over 50% of the league is turf.
16 teams play on real grass. 2 of them use a hybrid grass system.
Is that like Vegas, Allegiant? Don't they ship it out and it gets some sun and then they ship it back in?
I know Arizona did that.
I thought Arizona and Allegiant have that mechanism.
I would assume so. When that first came into effect for Arizona's brand new stadium, I don't know what it's called now, but it was like, University of Phoenix Stadium, whatever the heck it was.
It's now, how about this? It's now State Farm Stadium.
Okay.
It's kind of actually a bit of an alliteration. State Farm Stadium. Pretty cool.
Sure.
Stuff.
Sure. I guess.
Yep.
The turf does scare me a little bit about older players.
I just don't want to see. I don't want to see Dre Greenlaw
and stuff like that.
If you were one of the fans, one of the 800 fans that was fortunate enough to be there on July 30th, the Wednesday practice that lives in infamy in a positive way, then you do not want to see Dre Greenlaw out there to get injured.
You know what I need to see?
Get him to the dance.
I need to see a healthy dose of Audric Estime.
Okay.
I want him to have one more put up or shut up game. More thing.
Blake Watson and Audric Estime. Put it all out there. Every bit of film that you can put out after the first 3 drives of the game.
Estime, more importantly, because he has a 5th round draft pick tag on him.
You want to see J.K. Dobbins get greased up?
No.
I don't either.
No.
I agree.
Because he's a guy that over the course of his career, as the season goes on, you get less and less of a return.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't want it. You don't want to see Greenlaw. I don't want to see Dobbins. Show me J.K. Dobbins week 1 in Power Field.
Do you want to see Greenlaw?
I want to see Greenlaw and Hufanga on the defense at the same time together. One little series. I want to see how they command the energy.
Raj, as the commissioner of football here on this
senior knower of ball
on this sprint of morning,
get your name right.
I will allow you 1 series.
I'll take that
of Greenlaw and Hufanga, and I won't hold it against you.
The reason why I want Estime to put out a whole bunch of tape is because if he looks good,
trade bait.
Give me a 6th round pick.
7th.
Sure. Anything.
7th.
You're not going to get anything
Dude,
for Watson.
Brian
You would get nothing for Tyler Bidet.
Brian Robinson got you a 6th.
Yeah, it's a 7th. Let's be honest. It would be a 7th if anything. That's the reason why I want to see Estime, because I don't think he has a chance of making the team. But now I am in.
After the market shifted with the Brian
You
Robinson
know
deal,
me. I'm
do you think
Mr.
there's
Draft Pick.
the only team that might give you a 6th or 7th.
New Orleans.
That's right. You're playing against
New Orleans.
them.
Here, you like him?
Hey, do you guys like him too?
Do you like him? You
Andre
like what you
Crestame,
see?
he's got big biceps. We should probably get a 3rd and a future 6th. You like it?
What are you thinking about that 2029 4th-round draft pick? You going to use it? Yeah?
Huh?
All right, it's Friday. It's time to pop some tops. We'll tell you what we are watching coming up this weekend. Coach, I have a feeling that you're watching a lot of football.
A lot of football. I'm popping some tops to the start of college football, 10 a.m., live right here on Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5 from Dublin, Ireland, and I'm popping so many tops of the Irish variety as I watch the Iowa State Cyclones with quarterback Rocco Becht take down the favorite in the game, the Kansas State Jayhawks. Excuse me, Wildcats. Sorry, all Kansas State fans. It's going to be one glorious morning of Saturday football.
You know what I'm going to be watching live on Altitude Plus tonight at 7 p.m. because I used the promo code ALT7FREE. That's Altitude 7 free. I'm going to be watching the Battle of the Eagles. Valor Christian and Pine Creek. And Coach Mike Sanford coaching his first game in the Chassa ranks. So to my friend, to my co-host, best of luck tonight. To you and to the Eagles of Pine Creek as well. If you can't watch that game on Altitude Television, you can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5
right.
Starting at 7 p.m.
First play call. What do you want, Raj?
With Nate Kreckman and Tyler Polumbus.
First play call. What do you want, Raj?
Whatever you're naming after Brett Kane. That's the play call that I want. 7 p.m. on 92.5, thanks to our friends at Sports Clips. That'll do it for us for the week. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Love you guys. We will talk to you on Monday morning at 10 a.m. Glorilla, get us out of here.
There's Coacher, man. Tonight, football. You got to be fired up,
Football.
Are you excited?
We love football at Altitude Sports Radio.
I know.
I am excited.
Doing a little show here, but then you got you and Krecker and Rachel doing the play-by-play.
Yeah, no,
So that's awesome.
I'm definitely excited about it. You know, I'm gonna have fun. Go Eagles, okay? So you can't go wrong if you say go Eagles because both teams are the Eagles.
All right, we got that. We
right?
got that figured out.
So we got a little eagle on eagle crime going on between Pine Creek and Valor Christian. You know, I'm chatting it up with Coach. The second I walked in, he goes, "I know you're gonna be rooting for me to fail."
I'm sure you'll be completely objective.
No.
And,
but I can't wait. I can't
is.
wait for him to be backed up on his own 4-yard line.
Yeah.
38 seconds to go in the first half, and he throws 3 passes, so I can just crush him.
I can't wait. I can't wait to watch it. And it's great that you guys are doing the game itself, and it's on TV, and it's on the app, and it's on the radio. Like it's here. Here we go. Football. It really is here. And then tomorrow here on 92.5, Iowa State, Kansas State from Ireland. That's at 10 o'clock in the morning. The Rapids play tomorrow too, but we also have Fresno State at Kansas at 4 o'clock on 950. Wow, Tyler, here you're wearing your buffs. You look jacked up. You look like you look like you're ready to go.
I'm buffed in my buff shirt,
ready to get out to practice.
Yeah.
So you following the Buffs at all? You kind of keeping tabs on whatever they got going?
You know, not really, minimally. I don't know what they're going to do with the quarterback situation. I think that they're going to play both quarterbacks throughout the season here at some point. Well, probably, I think it's going to be part of the game plan was my previous understanding.
Okay.
But that was a long time ago that I was told that. It was kind of early on in training camp. I mean, college football's here, though. We got college football this weekend. Crazy.
Yes, it's awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure what's, it's weird. It's different, obviously with no Shadur and no Travis with the Buffs. No Shiloh either.
But you do have a 5-star recruit in the quarterback room.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have what a lot of people think with Jordan Seaton as a left tackle that'll go high in the first round whenever he comes out.
They're saying he should be like top 5 dude.
How about that, huh? That's awesome. It's a great way to start. So I'm excited for all of it for sure. I'm as excited for college football this year. Last year was really special. I mean, we did understand what we had. I think we knew. It was just like, how is it all going to come together? But I think, boy, that season last year for CU, we're going to look back on that as one of the greatest CU football seasons of all time. If you don't get, oh man, you think about that Kansas game there, Tyler, right? Like, and just, like they had their opportunities. They did. They could have. They were right there where Arizona State eventually got, right? Like they were not that far away.
That game killed it, man. And that was one of those games that you go up against a team that can run the ball when you can't, and they just control the clock.
It was crazy. 6 possessions. That's all they had, and that's all they needed. But still, the excitement of the season itself and the way the Baylor game ended and the performance of Travis Hunter win the Heisman, it's like, woof. Yeah, I actually kind of can't believe we're good to go. Like, here we go. Next Friday, it's Georgia Tech in town.
I saw Coach Prime instituted a dress code for classrooms.
What'd you think about that?
I thought it was great. I do. I thought it was great. No slides in the classroom.
Right.
No Tyler Bro tanks.
No hoodies.
No hoodies. No sunglasses.
No headphones in.
If you got an online class, like you can't have your shirt off or anything stupid or distracted like that. No walking around.
Right.
I thought it's great.
Front row, not last row.
Yep.
Stuff
well,
like that.
It didn't say front row, but you can't be at the back of the room. Can't be at the back of the room. When I was there, we weren't disrespectful with our attire, but we would all just show up in team-issued gear and wear the same sweats every single day. But I think it's cool that he's instituted a dress code for the classroom.
I don't know, man. I'm excited. I think it's fine to have a dress. That's fine. I mean,
it's
cool.
I don't know that you'd classify it as a dress code, more so as don't be disrespectful. That's basically what he's saying. Just don't be a disrespectful jerk.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
I would expect the same out of anybody who's going there to college, right? It's college. It ain't high school. You're not forced to be there, right? Like you got to figure out what you're doing there and why you're there, and go from there. So it's been cool talking to my son, who's now, I actually don't know what year he is, but he's on campus and going to the classes. And it's just another like reminder of how awesome CU actually is. Just another like, this place is fantastic.
How many semesters does he need?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not I'm not exactly sure.
Year 5 and we don't know how many semesters?
Oh yeah, it's some things transfer, some things are still waiting to get. I mean, he's probably in it for a good year and a half.
Oh wow.
But depending on what he wants to do, online over the summer,
right.
But he'll probably have his degree, I would say, locked down by December of next year.
Okay.
So something like that. But it's no rush though, in all honesty. And he pursued being a college athlete, and it played itself out. And it's
no rush. You love paying those bills every month.
I never thought with 2 kids 2.5 years apart I'd be dealing with college stuff for a decade, Tyler. but
all right.
But whatever, everybody finds their way. And it's funny, just quickly as a transfer student, I thought, he'll be buying. No. Tons of people transfer, and tons of older people transfer in there. And, he loves where he's living, and it's all good. So it's college. Like, how do you beat college? College is the best, man. College is the absolute
good
best.
life, man.
Yeah.
Good life in college. Holy cow. You want to talk about living the good life. Oh, we somehow in college you could make about $300 stretch the entire month.
Sure.
And you felt like you were living like a king.
Plus you're surrounded by kids theoretically who could all be your best friends and you can hang out with and do stuff with. When do you ever get that the rest of your life? It just never happens, man. So I'm excited for all of it. I'm excited for CSU as well. I'm not really sure what they got cooking. We'll find out as it goes, and I'm not really in touch with Air Force or Wyoming, but, CU and CSU, best of luck. We get it going. What's a successful season for Prime? What do you think is going to be different for Prime in year 3, if anything?
I mean, I would imagine that the offense is going to have a legitimate running game. You bring in a Hall of Famer to coach your running backs. You no longer have got the wide receivers that you have. I mean, it's not just losing Shedeur and Travis. I mean, you lost 4 wide receivers that are playing in the NFL right now.
Right.
Like, that's a lot, dude. So you recommit to the running game. I think that there will be a legitimate commitment there. Look, I don't think you can bring in a dude with a gold jacket and say, hey, come coach our running backs. We're never going to give your guys the ball.
Yeah. How do you study high school football?
Oh, it's hard. I mean,
how do you know the names, like the real basic stuff?
Well,
or do you let Kreckman worry about that?
No, I mean, I want to be respectful of the kids because I know what that's like. For the parents, let's keep it real. 90% of the people that are going to watch this game on TV are family and friends, right? And so they want to hear their names called, and that's a cool moment to have your name called on TV. So you try to do your best and get that done. You meet with the coaches, and you do coaches calls, and you ask them for their 2 deep. Some coaches are more prepared than others. It's amazing how many coaches don't even have, and I've called a bunch of high school football games over the years. It's amazing how many coaches don't even have like a 2 deep that's like listed on a spreadsheet or something.
Oh, really?
And you're just like, okay, well, can we talk through it here? And they're like, yeah, number 57. They can't remember their own kids' names. Not with either of these guys this weekend. I'm not insinuating that about either of these coaches, but it's amazing how just unorganized a lot of this stuff is.
Wow. What's Pine Creek? What do we know about Pine Creek? I feels like we've talked a lot about Valor, obviously, because of Coach Sanford, but
yeah, Pine Creek. I mean, they've been really good for a long time now. They've gone through a lot of coaching changes for a program that has been as successful as they've been. So they keep going. They keep running through head coaches every year or two. It feels like. But I believe they're ranked number 7 in the state this year.
Okay.
And,
all right.
Yeah, they've got high expectations.
So you got Coach Sanford there at Valor. You got Jake Heaps at Legend. Of course, the legendary Dave Logan doing his thing. Going to be a fun year. Fun year for this stuff, man.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a bunch of the games on throughout the course of the year, and we kick it off tonight. Love it. We're getting Scott up and running. He's out in Grand Junction, and just a couple of little – I see you, buddy. I see you. We're being patient, but I know you are too. But we got some technical things that we're trying to hash out. So Scott is on the show today, and we actually have through our pals at DNVR a little report on what the Nuggets are doing in terms of summertime basketball. So that'll be fun to get to. We saw Jokic beat up Luka in kind of a meaningless game, but we got our eyeballs on that. So that'll be right around the corner. We had our hockey bros out at it at Meadow Hills. When I moved to Colorado, Tyler, South Atchison Way, which is a stone's throw from the third fairway. I wasn't on the course, but if I walked through a neighborhood and another neighborhood, that's probably a 4-minute walk from the third fairway at Meadow Hills. So I think it's a hoot that they're in my old neighborhood of Aurora, where I lived for so many years, my old neighborhood, cool. Where I moved in 99. So I think that's awesome they were out there in the big golf tournament. So we'll have some hockey stuff going on later today. Joe Sakic and Peter Forsberg were on with the morning guys too. So all sorts of cool stuff to do. Meanwhile, it's more reaction about the Vele trade, and you see that Brian Robinson got dealt. And this Vele trade is looking better and better when you compare what the Broncos got comparatively to some of these other trades that are going on here. So impressive for the Broncos. Any second thoughts whatsoever? Any sort of misgivings or
no?
What's going on?
I think if the trade value wasn't so significant, this would have been a debatable trade. Say you just traded Devon Vele away for a 5th rounder. You could have had a very healthy, reasonable debate on both sides, whether you should have kept the guy or whether you should not have kept the guy. But based off the value that you got the 4th rounder, you got the 7th rounder, so you recouped your initial investment of a 7th round, and you got a very high 4th round pick because the Saints are going to suck. This thing it's just an absolute no-brainer. You got more for Devon Vele than you got for Jerry Jeudy. You got more for Devon Vele than the Steelers got for George Pickens. It's nuts. I would question the Saints. Is that really and I love Devon Vele.
Yeah.
But based off how much you gave up, are you telling me that was the most talented wide receiver in the NFL you could get for a 4th and a 7th round pick?
Do you think they were trying to do the Broncos some sort of favor?
No, God, no.
Right?
Nobody's doing favors for anybody.
Right.
Why would they do the Broncos a favor?
They wouldn't. I was listening to Raj and Coach. I think they were just poking fun, having fun about, feeling bad for getting the 1st rounder from the Broncos for Sean Payton, basically, and Bradley Chubb. But that I know they were joking around. No, you wouldn't. Nothing. It's good that you have good relationships, and Sean probably has a very good relationship with Mickey Loomis. But no,
yeah, I love to fleece my best friends. I love to rob my best friends.
I think it's a riot. So, hey man, it's awesome. And tomorrow the game is early, by the way, 11 a.m. tomorrow. So yikes, which is fine. Sort of just get it out of the way. And cuts are already being made in the NFL because we had games last night. So coaches are already making some decisions and cutting guys. They have until Tuesday at 2:00 to get it done, but most teams try to do it as quickly as possible. Do you see any surprise vet cuts?
Oh,
a little echo there.
It's probably Scotty. I don't know if that's.
Yeah. Do you see any surprise vet cuts for the Broncos?
Boy, surprise vet cuts. I don't know. We called out the Vele one a while back. We know that we know Adam Troutman's making the team.
Damari Mathis?
No, Nate Atkins. I'm sorry.
Nate Atkins is definitely making the team.
Yeah,
Sean went on and on about Nate Atkins. Yes. Damari Mathis.
He flat out told us he's making the team.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damari Mathis. I find that unlikely.
Estimate gone.
Yep.
Just trying to think of another name that people might know. It's a stretch, man.
I don't know. We did talk yesterday about what opens up for the Broncos now that you did trade away Devon Vele, and we kind of landed on, it makes it easier to carry 4 running backs. Well, that's true, and I still think that's probably the most likely outcome, that you just end up carrying 4 running backs because now you've got that luxury. But it does also open up the door for a potential undrafted guy or potential underdog wide receiver if you still want to carry 6, because wide receivers are the core of your special teams. A Joaquin Davis, for example, that's not a cut, but would be a surprise if we're making the 53.
All right, we are trying to get things going with Scott. We will get that going in a second. We have Eric Dickerson with some fun. I love the conspiracy theories. So we got some Eric Dickerson, Shadur Sanders conspiracy theories, and it's not just the mayor of Lone Tree that's speaking out about bringing the Broncos to Lone Tree. Details on that coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment. Every case is different. And while everything is different, there are thousands of men who have gone through similar types of things. So let's bring back the intimacy. Let's bring back the life that you once had, and don't write it off to like, well, I guess this is the way it's got to be forever. Doesn't. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Come on there, lover. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule today. It's a $99 visit. Get that medical consult, the T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. So, man, don't worry about it. They got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and the Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I was reading the Denver Post, and Mike Kliss did this whole hey, the mayor of Lone Tree wants the Broncos there. I'm like, oh, okay,
No kidding.
And then the article today, or yesterday rather, in the Post was the Douglas County Commissioners.
They wanted to.
They met with Damani Leach and. All right, let me read you what they said here. It's pretty funny. Douglas County is open for business and proud of our reputation for intentional strategic partnerships that strengthen our economy without raising taxes, whether that's welcoming a Fortune 500 enterprise, supporting a local family-owned business, or exploring the opportunity to host Colorado's most iconic team. They point out some of the arguments we've actually made. Just minutes from Dove Valley and Centennial Airport. That's good for rich people. With unmatched access, infrastructure, and convenience for players, fans, and executives alike. All right. I love this final article in the Post. So whoever wrote, I think it's Parker Gabriel and Luca Evans, and who's a new guy, but a nice dude. Because it's snarky at the very end of the article. More than 18 months, Douglas County commissioners slathered some complimentary and self-congratulatory frosting on this week's invitation to the Broncos. Quote, the Broncos deserve the very best, and in Douglas County, that's exactly what they will find.
Okay.
So there you go. The politics of the Broncos in the new stadium location.
Yeah. I mean, listen, they're going to fight hard for it. I'm sure that they really do desperately want it. And, we'll see what ends up happening. Whoever caves the most is going to have the best chance of getting them. The Broncos have already spent $125 million on property in Denver. So they've got a reason to want to make that work. I'm not saying that they can't unload those properties at a different time or do something else with it down the road. So it feels to me like Lone Tree would have to come up with an insane amount of incentives to push that thing over the top to get that built here.
That will be one of the that decision. And
which if you follow the line in there about without raising taxes,
yes.
Well, now that complicates it. Because if we're going to be the incentive, if we're going to pay for everything, we're going to give you the water, we're going to give you the sewage, we're going to build the infrastructure. Because, they're really starting from scratch at either location. The only difference is you got to bulldoze a bunch of stuff down in Denver. But there is no infrastructure in Lone Tree that is there for it right now. It's just land. So they got to get all that to it. So if you provide all that, well, how do you provide all that without raising the taxes?
I don't know. Not sure. It's fascinating, man. Lone Tree itself, its population is 15,000. It's a, small place. It just is kind of an we're here in Lone Tree right now, Park Meadows Mall, and I don't know if you're familiar with I-25, Cabela's is Lone Tree. That's right alongside the road. I mean, what else stands out to you? At the end of the E-line. Other than that, it's probably an area that I'm going to guess, Tyler, not many people are really all that familiar about because you probably blow by it on your way to Castle Rock or the Springs and you don't even think twice about it. You probably have no idea whatsoever that you've been going through Lone Tree likely for years and years and years. You probably just think of it as Parker and Highlands Ranch, rightfully so. So it is fascinating when such a big project is part of like a relatively small town.
Is none of this going to dip over into Parker? Because that's where this whole conversation about, we haven't heard anything about Parker's involvement in this thing. If where the location is that they want to build it,
it's close.
I mean, the line to Parker, if you go on Ridgegate, go underneath the highway, and you head east on Ridgegate, it's only about 2.5 miles until you hit that Parker, welcome to Parker sign.
Yeah, my buddy Aaron Anderson lives in that Meridian sort of area, and
right.
He's like,
that's all Parker.
Well, it is, but he says that there's a lot of debate about, where they're going to put the lines and how they're going to divide things up and this, that, the other thing. So I don't like, okay, all right, whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of open space there. The location is, the argument for it is that you have the intersection of E470, C470, 25, and you have light rail stops that are already built in right there. So none of that has to be developed. It's all, that's there. The other argument I've heard is 50% of the season ticket holders come from south of where the stadium is right now.
Well, that means 50% come from north.
No. That means 50% come west, north, east, travel from wherever, that sort of thing. And then you have the impact of, the facility itself in Colorado Springs and blah, 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 blah. It's a serious topic, though, man. There's hundreds of millions of dollars on the line here with the economics and the growth of these places. And, we are going to see a development around Ball Arena that we've seen plans for. It's out there in the public, which is going to be awesome. I mean, it is going to be incredible what is going to be built in years to come around Ball Arena. And Burnham Yards is, I don't know, Tyler. I don't know. I mean, you've grown up here your whole life. Last thoughts about this, but do you think we can develop in the next decade 2 kind of brand new downtown Denvers?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, build it and they will come. That's just the reality. You build that new stadium with the new city that goes around it, sure. Honestly, what KSE is doing is far more ambitious than anything else, in my opinion, because that's an entirely new city that is kind of unrelated to their sporting enterprises. That's just a true real estate development project, whereas the Broncos would be more focused around a stadium.
Yeah, it's awesome what was in mind. So exciting place to be here, man, in Denver. A lot of development around the 2 sports teams. And this announcement or wherever, I don't know. I have no idea when they have to make their minds up about this. But now that the facility over at, where the Broncos are, boy, is that coming around quickly. Like, you can see where, I get it. I see where this is going to be, open here relatively shortly. And,
next year, right?
Yeah, there's still, from what I was told, training camp's still going to be a little messed up, kind of like it was this year. But it should be done, sometime during the season, I think, next year. So it's an awesome, what they're doing is incredible. So, but all of that, none of that's for the public. All of that, there's no stores or infrastructure, anything else. Like, that's just all football. With the new Broncos stadium, wherever it is, you're right. It'll be a whole new city. Around Ball Arena will be a new city. It'll redefine, if they go to Burnham Yards, what the city of Denver even is. It'll totally redefine, what we consider Denver. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right. Hey, you got that stuff, Dan, from Eric Dickerson. Eric Dickerson, you ready for a conspiracy theory on this one, Al? Tyler, sorry.
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
Holy cow. That was about a decade.
Eric Dickerson on Shadur Sanders.
And I'll tell you this much here, what I heard from someone that's in the NFL, that the NFL told other, don't draft him, do not draft him. We're gonna make an example out of him. And this came from a very good source, And he said that, I won't say who, somebody called the Cleveland Browns and said, don't do that. Draft
really?
him. Yep, draft him. Don't do that, because they weren't gonna draft him either. They weren't gonna draft him.
Okay, I'm a little confused by that. I got to listen to that maybe
Well,
one more
what he
time.
was saying at the end, he said it backwards, but what he was trying to say at the end was, don't listen to that. You go ahead and draft him.
Okay, one more time.
And I'll tell you this much here, what I heard from someone that's in the NFL, that the NFL told other, don't draft him, do not draft him. We're gonna make an example out of him. And this came from a very good source. And he said that, I won't say who, somebody called the Cleveland Browns and said, don't do that. Draft
really?
him. Yep, draft him. Don't do that, because they weren't going to draft him either. They weren't going to draft him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time buying that one. So you're telling me that somebody from the NFL league office called the Cleveland Browns and they're like, hey, you should draft Shadur Sanders. They're like, yes, sir. Yep, we're going to use our pick the exact way that you want us to use it. Yes, sir. No problem. We'll draft him now. Somebody called us and told us to do it.
I could play a conspiracy theory game with you a little bit.
Sure.
What if, as it was going on in the TV coverage, everybody was, thank you, appropriate. Hey, man, this does not look good on us because there's no reasonable reason to do this. And Goodell picks up the phone and leans on the Browns a little bit. And Jimmy Haslam and says, listen, you got to do me a solid here, man.
Why? Why do I got to do you a solid?
Listen,
let some other team do you a solid.
So I'm Roger Goodell. You're Jimmy Haslam.
Why do I have to do you a solid?
Jimmy.
The Cleveland Browns. I understand, Roger. Not a good look for the league right now. Not my problem. You can call somebody else.
Yeah, but what do you guys got going there anyways?
Well, we got 4 quarterbacks. Actually, we got 5 if you include Deshaun Watson.
So is one more going to kill you?
Yeah.
Listen, Roger or Jimmy, just do me the solid, and I'll help you out with something in the future.
Yeah, I mean, they're
guys need a new stadium. What do you guys need?
Well, there definitely had to be a quid pro quo in there. If you're telling me that if the NFL called me, you better be giving me something significant.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. Like,
hey,
what do you
cool?
get?
Like, cool. You're telling me that this looks bad on the NFL. I don't care. Not my problem. Call somebody else. See if they'll do it for you.
Yeah, I don't know what they would get back. There you go, Eric Dickerson, though. He's blabbing it away. Listen, the whole Shedeur thing is confounding and doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. I don't know why they drafted him. I have no idea why they drafted. It doesn't make it does not make any sense.
Because they had 4 Pintos in the garage, but they didn't have any that they really loved.
They're just stockpiling them up.
Yeah. At some point, one of these cars has got to run.
And throwing darts at dartboards. We'll see. Maybe.
I mean, listen, do I think that there was collusion with Shedeur Sanders? I think that's a tricky word. Like true collusion would mean what Eric Dickerson is saying there. The NFL said, hey, you're not allowed to draft him, right? That would be some serious collusion.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go that far. Do I think that there was a whole lot of groupthink going on? Hell yes. Do I think that there was probably a bad interview or two that got around the league and everybody's like, I ain't touching that. You're going to be the one that touches that. I ain't touching that. We all know the same stuff around here, so I'm not going to be the one that touches that. Like, I could buy that for sure, but to have this coming from the league office, no. As Ocho would say, child please.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the interviews are probably terrible. They probably talked amongst each other. There probably weren't that many teams. I mean, how many teams could possibly be in the mix for Shedeur in the first place? 6 or 7? It's not that many. Not everybody. I mean, most teams are set. Most teams are fine. I mean, we could probably count them. I mean, throw the Browns in there, obviously. Who else? Saints, maybe? Raiders, maybe? Who else? Okay, fine. Giants. Anybody else? We'll just throw 2 more teams in there that we don't even know. I mean, you get sideways on 6 teams. I mean,
yep.
What else is there?
Yep.
In terms of other quarterbacks, I mean, the Titans wanted Cam Ward, not Shedeur. Okay, hey, you're the first pick. You get to do whatever you want. Then it kind of goes from there. But this is where I always get stuck. Why in the world would the Browns take Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round instead of Shedeur?
I don't know. I mean, they legitimately thought that he was the best one on the board, but they weren't that in love with him.
Do you think there would have been any kind of serious negative ramifications for the NFL if Shedeur wasn't drafted at all?
Further than what already happened? No.
Yeah.
What's the difference? 5th round or undrafted? What's the difference?
Got me. It's all pretty bad for a quarterback. It's not great. I don't know. Interesting conspiracy theory, though. But they're starting Joe Flacco.
Where he totally lost me. Like you might have been able to convince me that the NFL just had total groupthink going on. Matter of fact, you don't have to convince me. I think that there was groupthink going on. But where you lose me is when you say somebody from the league office calls up the Browns. They're like, "Hey, we need you to pick him." Hey, no problem. We only got so many picks, but we're gonna do that for you because somebody called us and said that that's who we should pick.
Yeah. What is the upside for the Browns? If they were being forced to do it or it was suggested
I mean, if you want to go total conspiracy, they are building a new stadium. I don't know. Maybe somehow there was a promise made of we'll help you with whatever on the stadium. I don't know, but I mean, I don't believe it.
I mean, that's got to be it, though. What else is there? All right.
Jimmy will help you move the team out of the city.
Does he want to move it out of? Does he want to get it out of
I'd
Cleveland? To go where? Where do you go in Ohio?
Anywhere. I'll go to San Diego.
To really move it. To move it.
Yes.
Now there you go. That's some deeps. There you go. That's some deep stateness right there. Like for something that will be 5-6 years down the road.
See, you got me trying to play your stupid conspiracy games. Like, I'm into conspiracies, but I'm into, like, real ones. But now you got me trying to convince people of things that I don't really believe.
No, but that's a good one right there. Hey, in 5 years when nobody's looking, we'll get you guys to San Diego.
After they build a new stadium?
There you go. Keep going.
Hey, we'll really screw over the city of Cleveland.
We'll build a new state. We'll help you build a new stadium in San Diego, and you can move there.
No. I'm talking about the one they're building in Cleveland right this minute.
Where are they building a new stadium? I didn't even know that. Where's that going?
Oh,
I thought they did just build it. Did they not?
Nope.
Isn't it right near the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, or is that the? Golly, I'm lost on Cleveland stadiums. I know the one is right there near the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I mean, they're building a enclosed stadium. I don't know the location.
Are they really? I did not know that.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Are shovels in the dirt, or is this all just sort of speculation?
I don't know. I'm not that tied in, but I know that it's all been approved and everything.
Help the conspiracy theory. All right. Well, we'll follow everything as we go, but for now, it looks like Shedeur will be just, I don't know, doing nothing. Is he practicing? Is he back? Do we know? Like
Brook Park and the city of Cleveland are still fighting over the location. So
okay.
just like us.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So Brook Park is the equivalent of Lone Tree in Cleveland. Something
I don't
like
know.
that.
I have no idea.
All right. We'll get Scott going here relatively shortly. We do have an opportunity for you to win some Elitch Gardens season passes. Text Elitch in your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. That's ELITCH. First and last name, 303-504-0925. Purchase your 2026 Elitch Gardens season pass now and get the rest of 2025, including Fright Fest and Elitch Holidays 2. Lowest prices end soon. Best of luck on that. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration today, 720-459-HAIR. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR today. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. What I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Call today. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
It is it's Football Friday. Tyler on the call later tonight with the Krecker at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
You got another shirt aside from the torn sleeve?
No, I'm rocking the scissors cut CU Buffs T-shirt that I've had since 2003.
That'd be remarkable.
I'm going to rock this on the broadcast. This is official team issued gear from when I was playing.
There you go. That would be funny. Scott, hi Scott.
Hey,
how are you?
Just wonderful, peachy keen.
I bet you are.
Right here, where the peaches are made, I'm just peachy.
Oh, Grand Junction, Palisades and kind of wine country out there, Scott. If
yeah, the best thing of my journey over to try to do the show from an actual radio station.
The irony.
The guys were so thankful, took pictures. They were so
excited.
happy. They excited. They'd like to take our show and put it on their show for the afternoon.
Sure.
And some guy named Schaefer is like him and Han. We got some muckety-muck named Schaefer.
Warren Schaefer, but I don't know if he's in charge of the Rockies. I don't know if he's in charge of our show and broadcasting.
No, I think there's another.
You sure he didn't mean Shockey?
No, it's a Schaefer. No.
I would love for our show to be heard in the Western Plains there in Grand Junction. I think that would be wonderful. I'd love that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. But anyway, the guy that Jim Davis, who I'm on his show quite often, brought me a bag of peaches.
Well, that's it. I had no idea, nor have I. I've always, that is one of them vacations that we just haven't put together, but we're dying to do. Like, if people don't know, yeah, that's serious wine country. And the peaches, Palisades peaches, famous.
I once stayed in Palisades at a place called the Wine Country Inn.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
That sounds like a solid vacation.
Oh, it's really cool. You go and you get, for happy hour every night, you get 2 glasses of wine. Or beverage of choice.
Yeah.
And had a pool. We sat out there at a pool and took a tour one day of another winery that was kind of cool.
I don't know if you know this or not. There's no reason you would. But believe it or not, Grand Junction is a huge baseball area. Like, they take baseball.
It's the Junior College World Series.
Correct.
Listen,
yes.
They you know what else they take? They take, and I know Tyler's doing the game tonight, they take high school sports. The guy was telling me that high school sports is big. They cover a lot of games and put it on the airways there. He said baseball is huge, and the Junior College World Series is monster to them, and they broadcast all the games and do all that stuff. So
Grand Junction is big for any state tournament and any youth sport. I'm serious.
It's a place to go.
Swimming, baseball. I mean, I've been up there for many state things. It's just like the place that you go for state.
Some of my best youth sports memories are in Grand Junction for both of my kids.
Yep.
And Scott, you're going to get to
well, and the Grand Junction Tigers just got a brand new school. I had to drive by today. It is beautiful. Nice little stadium right there on football place on campus. It's fantastic.
Look at us saying all these nice things about Grand Junction.
Well, people here are nice. Little construction. I tell you what, they got more roundabouts than England. I was shocked by that. They have either they've super modernized or something. But to get from where I went, or from the hotel I'm staying at, to the radio station, there was at least 4 roundabouts I went through.
How about on your way back from the radio station to your hotel?
4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Radio station.
Yeah. Thank God for Google Maps, right?
Thank you to Backus and Shanker and the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Okay. You got any the stuff, the hockey stuff there, Dan, or we still waiting? Oh, we do? Okay. The Peter Forsberg was back with the boys this morning.
But that'd been cool to be out there. We could have maybe got him on air live.
Well, yeah. But he was on with the morning show, Scott. Here is Forsberg on Landy being back.
But I think, when maybe what happened with, if I'm going to hope something that, when Landeskog comes back and everybody's, okay, this is going to be the year now. Now we have a chance. He's back and, he's kind of a great leader there, and get the fire and the emotion. It's been a few years since they won, and they're, like you said, it's not, you cannot be 98% ready. You have to be like 101% ready, because everybody else wants to win so much too. So we'll see what happens this year, but it sure looks pretty good.
How do you think it's going to be with Landy being back full time? Do you think it'll still be like a story? Or do you think it's? Let
me ask you this: listen to Peter say that. Don't you kind of flash back to his playing days? And when the one Stanley Cup they won, he didn't play in the last. I'm not sure he played in the finals.
The spleen
or last handful of games. But you're like always waiting for him to come back too, weren't you?
Well,
just wait when Forsberg comes back. Here you go, and then he had the foot issue, right, and the spleen in the playoffs.
And he did come back, and it was sadly underwhelming, and it was short. It didn't last that long. Gabe comes back, and I definitely had a sense of paranoia that what is this? What if it's terrible? Like, it's amazing that he's back, but what if this sucks? And it didn't. Thank God.
Yeah.
But I do wonder.
Nobody expected to be that good, though.
All right, so what are your expectations now that the comeback's over and that he's just back? Like, what?
Well, don't you think he still has a hurdle?
Yeah, I do.
Because he came back for the playoffs, and how many back-to-backs are in the playoffs? And
there's no back-to-backs in the playoffs.
Yeah, how many 2 and 3 nights or 2 and 4 nights type things? And he got to fly here, Dallas,
That's all true, but he got another big break right after that. That's a lot of time to get back in the rehab room and continue the process of getting healthy.
When we look at it objectively, as we look at, sports and athletes, do we just look at Gabe as just another player now, or does he, whatever he does it get framed in terms of his return from this injury?
Oh, I think it'll forever be framed by the return from the injury. Yeah, I mean, this is historical stuff. A dude that missed 3 seasons. I don't know how many times in the history of the NHL we've got an example of something like this.
So if he's slumping a little bit or just doesn't have the quite jump or something like that, is it more like, well, listen, man, he's still coming back. He's, we got to give him a break on that.
I don't know if you got to give him a break, but the key is how many games will he be completely healthy for? Every guy, goes through a stretch of baseball, a handful of games are not making contact, or basketball, the jumper's not falling. Hockey, the puck's just not finding the net, or whatever. Every athlete goes through that in a season. The key is how many games will he be 100% healthy for, or close to, and that's going to be key. Because I'll make a bold prediction. I don't know if this is that bold. If Landeskog is a completely healthy participant for the 25-26 season, I think they win a Stanley Cup. I think that's what he means to this team.
All right, we got another one. This is a fun one. Forsberg on who do you like to play with if he's playing now?
Yeah, it's I didn't think too much about my line mates. I was just happy. I was even happy with Heino. How bad standards I had. It didn't
no
really
offense,
matter.
Danny. No offense.
No, he's kidding. It's a lot of course. With McKinnon, it would be great. I think a guy like Rantanen would actually be fun to play with too. That can cover the puck and be in front of net and score. Draisaitl, McDavid.
Yeah.
There's a lot of players I think I would love to play with. Maybe McDavid would be too fast for me. I wouldn't catch up. He'd be in the offensive zone when I was still in the neutral zone. So it's a lot of good players. I think it changed a lot. Hockey, though, they're a little faster, goes a little fast, overall the game goes faster. So a little different.
Is there a Peter Forsberg on this Avalanche team? Is there an equivalent of Peter Forsberg on this Avs team? Dan, I'll throw it out to you. Dan, you're shaking your head now.
No, I would say Mikko probably was maybe the closest. Well, Nathan McKinnon kind of has that toughness that Forsberg had.
Nathan's not Joe?
Yeah, no. Here's what the people forget about Forsberg. We all know he was a wizard with the stick. I mean, this guy is phenomenal. But his physical strength, they don't have anybody on the offensive side of the blue line that had his strength. I mean,
Gabe's not Forsberg?
No.
What's the question? Are you talking about talent?
Like
Comparable
similar play style?
Yeah, the
No.
equivalent of.
Yeah, I don't think they have a Forsberg.
No. Listen, when I knew that he was super special, and I was a season ticket holder the year they won it, actually. And so I saw tons of games, went all the way to the finals, went to the Miami for the championship, Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw him go in the corner to fight for a puck, and he put his forearm on some defense dude, who usually are bigger, stronger dudes, right? He planted this guy into the boards and held him, and it was like a little kid trying to get loose from this forearm that was like in the back of the shoulder, and had him pinned on the glass. Somehow right-handed got the puck out of the little junk down on the floor, swung it around, and made a perfect pass in front of the net, and it was a one-timer score, and I went, they ain't got nobody does that. They ain't got nobody does that.
Well, Forsberg doesn't come back to the U.S. all that often.
He lives in Sweden.
Yeah, he says he does, because they asked him earlier today about, do you even watch the Avs? Can you keep up with them? And he's like, well,
a little bit tough.
It's a little tricky, except maybe on the weekends. But he's back here on somewhat of a regular basis, so lucky to have him today, man, as they have their alumni weekend. They had the golf tournament, which is actually still going on right now in Meadow Hills.
I think what they do with that alumni game against DU alumni, I think that's one of the cooler deals. I don't know if is that normal in hockey? Like, do a lot of teams do that?
Good question.
I have no idea. I just think that's amazing. I think it's so cool that those guys get to come back together and actually play the game.
Yeah, really
not
cool.
just have a reunion, but play the game.
Think about it, Tyler. You're talking about for hockey, and somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, you've got two legitimate franchises, pro and college, that have, DU, how many people from DU have won Stanley Cups, including coaches, right?
I think it would be difficult to do in any other city except for Denver and Boston, frankly.
So if you're alumni of both DU and Avs, who are you playing for?
Oh, DU. Well, we can ask Rycroft.
I think you got to play for DU, right?
Riker would,
Riker
would be the guy.
I wondered if Paul Stastny was coming back, right? And then Stas could maybe play for DU the first half or the Avs the first period, and then switch over to the Avs or whatever,
That's awesome.
I think that'd be cool.
All right, coming up, more on Jerry Jones about Micah Parsons. This is with Michael Irvin. He has a fascinating negotiation strategy. And Sean Payton on what they have going on with the Saints, plus what the Nuggets are doing as a team in the summer. Details on the way. It's PhD on 92.5. Tonight, 7 o'clock. Nate Kreckman, Tyler Polumbus on the call. Valor, Pine Creek.
Go Eagles.
Can't go wrong there, right?
We got Eagle and Eagle Crime facing off tonight.
Altitude Sports Radio, brought to you by Sport Clips, not Sports Clips, Sport Clips, the pros and men's hair. And
that's not plural.
It is not.
I've always thought it was plural.
It is not. It's a lot of people do, but it's not.
Yeah.
You just going right from here to there? Is that?
I'm gonna sneak home real quick,
okay.
feed the dog, take him on a 15-minute walk.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna get out of there.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it's a long day for the puppo today.
You understand how to go there? You're good on directions.
Yeah, I got a phone.
Wherever you need to be.
I got a phone.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So football's back, man.
I looked it up
awesome.
last night from my house. It was a 46-minute drive.
Without traffic.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to take the back road, though.
You're going to go 83?
Yep.
That's a pretty road.
Yep.
I love 83.
I mean, I live right off Parker Road, more or less.
Yeah,
so.
that's a great ride. It's all sorts of ups and downs and trees. There's trees. There's trees in Colorado. Can you imagine that?
I did a bike ride from there to Colorado Springs one time.
You did? When did you do that?
Oh, when I had my Harley.
Oh, a motorcycle ride. Oh, okay. I was about to give you some serious credit if you were riding those hills down to Colorado Springs.
You ever spend any time in Castlewood Canyon?
I have spent time in Castlewood Canyon.
It's pretty nice, dude.
It's gorgeous.
I go there quite a bit.
There's some critters in Castlewood Canyon. If you're not that careful, I suppose they could come up and grab you.
What are you referring to?
There's like snakes and stuff there in Castlewood Canyon.
Yeah, it's Colorado.
Yeah, there's that there. That's a cool place too. I don't know if many people, Scott, on your motorcycle ride. I had to commute back and forth from Aurora to Colorado Springs for 5 years, and you would get bored going up and down I-25. So I ended up up and down 83. There's a lot of property out there too. There's people that have like horses and acres in the Black Forest out there, and there's a awesome golf course once you get down in the Springs area.
Flying horse?
Yeah. Have you ever played there?
Many times.
That looks absolutely beautiful. That's kind of a new course, relatively new.
Yeah.
Nice place?
Yo, very nice. They got a beautiful clubhouse. They've got incredible amenities like the swim. They got indoor swim. They got outdoor swim. It's a beautiful club.
Okay.
Just somebody fix this microphone.
It's
only been 6 months.
Is Pine Creek somewhat close to that? Somewhere. It's in the northern part, right? Pine Creek.
I think Pine Creek. Isn't Pine Creek the one right off the highway there?
I don't even know. I'm not sure about that. But I think it's near Interquest, which is the northern part of the Springs.
Right.
By the way, Scott, we were having some recommendations for you to get peaches and requests for you to go to Fruta. So apparently McLean Farms is the joint to go to for peaches there while you're there. And you'd be a bum if you don't go to Fruta. But they say in a nice sort of way.
Well, I'll try to do that then. See if I can kind of make it there and try to do that.
All right.
I doubt it, but I'll try. I mean, I got a hot tub like 20 feet away, so.
So when is the family
hot
coming?
Hot tub or Fruta?
When is the family coming to join you?
They were going to leave Denver around 12:30.
Okay, on their way
after Ellie's lunch at school.
And Scott, you're there for a soccer tournament, the kids' soccer tournament.
No, just a soccer game. A game.
No, you got to be kidding.
9 a.m.
No.
9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
You're there for one game?
A game tomorrow morning. But as I was talking to Grand Junction people, he says, all you Denver people complain about coming to Grand Junction, never think about us, Grand Junction, going down to Denver. He said, 70 goes both ways.
I apologize. I am so confused. You're traveling 4 hours to play one 11-year-old soccer game? One game, not a whole tournament, not a whole weekend.
Nope, they're in the league. They're in our conference, and we're new to we're a new team, and so I think they said, let's stick the new guys going up to Grand Junction.
Yeah, that ain't right.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't care about you Grand Junction folk that got to come to Denver. That's your choice.
So, wait a second. I'm sorry. I'll get off it after a second. There's some.
Well, now you see why, because it's one game that I wasn't going to drive back from Aspen, 3 hours and 45 minutes, for one day, and then turn around and drive 5 hours over to whatchamacallit, to here.
Well, I'm a little confused. What other teams are in this league? Like, where? The entire
Well,
state?
let me see. We've played in the Springs, and we played in Fort Collins.
Wait till you got to go to Pueblo. They're in it also.
In the past.
I'm pretty sure I was in the same league last year. And then you got to go to Pueblo. You got that one on the list?
I haven't. Listen.
What kind of league? All right, I don't know.
It's soccer. It's a soccer league.
Oh, you were women mom and dad of the year. I thought it was a tournament. I thought that you were there for like 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, we had the exact same setup last year. Had to go to both those.
For a game.
Yep.
Yeah, we went to Fort Collins last year for a game.
Yeah, Fort Collins. I mean, okay, fine. An hour is like, all right. No dumb question earlier. Kids sports. What's reasonable to travel for based on how old the kid is?
Hour max.
1 hour.
Max.
Well, I would say if you're in Denver, Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, you're in it. You're good.
I would tend to agree. I'd say it's Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. I think that's fair. It sucks, but it's kind of fair, and you can throw Boulder into that too. I've never heard of something.
I've been to Boulder twice.
Yeah, I mean it kind of sucks, especially because you're in like Littleton or whatever. But like 4+ hours for a game for 11-year-old soccer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Well, listen.
Moving on.
The Clarion needs some guests once in a while too. Now
I gotcha. Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons. You ready for this? This is on the Michael Irvin podcast. Pay special attention for where Jerry Jones said the agent was interested in sticking the contract.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our
Wait, now see,
just so you're clear.
Wait. What do you mean? So wait. What do you mean? Because people going to ask.
Mike and I talked. Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent, and the agent said, "Don't bother, because we've got all that to negotiate." Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark over several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it right now and try to come in there and improve off the mark that we'd already said. It's the mama-daddy deal. You go into mama, and she won't do it.
Agent's trying to get his nose in it. What is Jerry stuck? Like when were agents invented? 50 years ago? 40 years ago? I don't know. When were agents invented? Are we going back in time to a day and age where we literally would talk only to the players?
Well, Jerry Jones seems like that guy. It'd be interesting to see in his past, whether it's from Troy to Emmett to DeMarcus Ware, whatever the guys, that they had to negotiate contracts, because I think they all got second contracts. Michael Irvin, he said, here's what we're going to offer. Did he go to those guys, or did he just go through agents?
So the latest rumor is that Jerry actually offered $200 million guaranteed. Woo! But it was a 6 or 7 year deal or something like that. And the agent's like, no. We're not signing that long term of a deal because we want to re-up again. So,
wow.
I mean, it's a crazy amount of money. It would be the most amount of money that's ever been guaranteed in the history of the NFL, I believe, outside of QB.
A 6-year deal would average at $50 million a year guaranteed. I mean, that don't sound like he was trying to go cheap on him.
Now, who knows if that's true or not? But that's what. Jerry's trying to win the court of public opinion now.
All right. Do you believe this statement?
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our
wait.
Do you believe that?
Maybe he said stick it up your armpit.
Yeah, stick it up your armpit.
I could see where the agent said, well, that just ain't going to do. You're wasting your time.
You think Jerry's embellishing a little bit there?
Well, it might have been, but I believe him when he said the agent said that ain't good enough. I believe that part of it.
Where does this?
I think he called him Mike again. Also, by the way,
No, he might have.
He's called him Michael multiple times, and I'm pretty sure he called him Mike in this one.
Mike is better than Michael.
Mike is at least closer to Micah.
Yeah, maybe he goes by Mike. Who knows? Maybe people just call him Mike.
I don't think so.
I don't know. No idea. But that's Jerry. Jerry's on this kind of interesting PR campaign, isn't he? He's doing interviews left and right. You really haven't heard from Micah Parsons or his agent about this.
And who knows? This very well might have been one of those deals that when Micah sat down with him, he's like, yeah, that sounds like a lot of money. That sounds cool. Oh, yep, that sounds cool to me. And then he goes to his agent, David Molitaga, or however you say that. I don't know how to say his name.
Mm-hmm.
But David's the one that negotiated Deshaun Watson's fully guaranteed deal. David is he's been a part of a handful of lengthy holdouts over the last 3 or 4 years with his clients. This is just kind of his MO. I'm going to have my guy hold out. He's going to threaten a trade. Then we're going to get our leverage. Then we're going to get the deal done with our original team.
So are we feeling?
Well, listen, we haven't heard from Micah because we have heard from Micah. We haven't heard from Micah since he basically said, I don't want to be here. They need to trade me. Let me get out of here.
Well, yesterday he scrubbed his social media, Scott. Mm-hmm. So he did scrub all his social media of Dallas Cowboys yesterday.
Yeah. $200 million guaranteed, though. I mean.
And you know what? I'll say this. If the $200 million guaranteed is correct, I don't care if it's 6 or 7 years.
Who cares?
That's prime money either way, man.
Yeah, who gives a rat's ass about like another contract if you get $200 million guaranteed?
He sounds like this agent wants to be the Burrows of football. He wants to be Scotty Burrows of football.
If this is true, I'm feeling a little sympathetic here for Jerry Jones on this one. Like, what else do they want if that is true?
I don't feel sympathetic for Jerry Jones thinking that he had a deal that was done by talking to a player. No. I don't feel sympathetic about that at all. Now, if there were terms that they felt like that they were close on, and if Jerry really offered the 200, which I kind of roll my eyes at, I'm not sure that I buy that, but that's what's coming out of their camp right now. If he offered that, I get it. But Jerry is delusional if he thinks that you're getting a deal done with the player face-to-face and acting like an agent's trying to stick he referred to it as he's trying to stick his nose in it. You mean he's trying to write a contract? He's trying to make sure that he's protecting his client?
Dan, look up what's 5% of $2 million or $200 million.
5% of $200 million. Boy, we should be able to do that on our own, shouldn't we? That'd be $10 million, right?
$10 million.
Dude. Yeah.
According to Siri.
Syracuse education right there.
So do we want to the agent wants more than that? So you know what? and you know what? You know why you go get rid of the agent? That saves $10 million in your pocket.
All right. According to our Josina Anderson, Micah Parsons posted this on TikTok. It was a carousel of images showing him seemingly blowing a kiss and waving. I'm a win wherever I go, wherever I go. Is this a song?
That's an Allen Iverson quote
that
he was repurposing.
Okay. So he's so this is an I'm a win wherever I go. I don't care where I go. I don't give a damn what team I go to. I'm a win regardless. It don't matter. You talk about making your teammates better. I'm a make them better. Just like the name, me, the MVP. That's what I am. That's what I always felt like I was. And it's basically him like kissing goodbye, like mwah.
So he's quoting the guy that became an alcoholic and ruined the end of his career.
I guess. I don't know, man. And the only reason I even care about this is, does it impact the Nick Finito deal or not? Who knows? You got something weird going on?
Can you look at our Zoom right now?
Yeah. Adam Mars is going to join us.
Oh.
Adam Mars is joining us to talk about what the Denver Nuggets are doing that's kind of unique from DNVR. So that is happening.
Okay.
Yeah. It's PHC here on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you are in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, go to the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory. They've got the best prices. They've got the best customer service. I've been buying cars there since my rookie year because relationships matter to me, and I know these guys. I trust these guys. I love these guys. Go check out Phil Long Ford today. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, it's already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Don't waste your whole weekend. Go to one car dealership, find the car of your dreams, and keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford because they've got an award-winning service department that's going to keep your ride beautiful for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
All right, we're going to take a little time to catch up with the Denver Nuggets and what's going on. Scotty in Grand Junction and Adam Morris, our pal from DNVR, from their luxurious studios, joins us now. Adam, good afternoon. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. The luxurious studio. I like it.
Yeah, indeed. Caught you guys talking a little bit about what the Nuggets are up to. And I don't know if it's by coincidence or organizationally or what's going on. But where are they working out together? What are we hearing?
Well, I can tell you it was not coincidence. It was deliberate. And every year there's what's called the Rico Hines runs in LA. Rico Hines has been doing these open gyms with NBA players for many, many years, and guys will trickle in. And this year there was, I think, 8 or 9 different Nuggets players that all attended at the same time, flew out together, attended at the same time, and got some workouts in. And it's very deliberate. And I'm curious what Scott thinks of this, but last year, I thought going into the year, there were a lot of bad signs. And one of them was you didn't hear about guys working out together. I knew there weren't guys in the Denver gym very much. Guys were off on their own. Didn't seem like there was a lot of communication. And I think this year, it's been a deliberate attempt. I think the team reflected on that and said, hey, you can't win a championship in August, but you can build chemistry and just kind of show support. And so this year, I've heard from many people, there's more guys in the gym. And yes, they got together in LA to get a workout in together.
It is big, I think. And if you remember, two things to remember. One, and we're not worried about Joker because I think between Abu Dhabi and the start of the season and maybe 5 games in, he was getting himself into shape, but he got into shape, obviously. But that was a tough start for Jamal Murray. Jamal was not in shape. He was not in shape at the Olympics. And so now the second thing to remember is go back to what David Adelman said when they officially announced him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to talk to guys. They've got to be ready to go from the jump, and that may be – I don't know what you think, but Adam, but I think that's maybe a sign of respect for what the head coach, a new head coach, is saying. Listen, we got to do this from the jump this year, not 20, 25 games in.
Oh, there's no question about it. And I'm glad you flagged David Adelman because he absolutely said it in no uncertain terms. And he even said not just being ready to go in terms of what did you do this offseason to add to your game, but even just being in shape, which is the bar minimum for what you expect of guys coming in. Called that out from the team, but we also heard it from Nikola Jokic in his exit interviews and at the end of the year of, hey, maybe we weren't ready to hit the ground running. I think the team felt it last year. They got a rhythm at the end of the year and came up just a little bit short. And I have to imagine one of the things they all reflected on was, did we start early enough in our process of coming together and all those things? And Jamal Murray, to me, is a leader of this team, needs to be a leader of this team. And I think he has internalized that message. Some of the things I've heard is that he personally has taken on that responsibility this year of I've got to get guys together and make sure that we become a unit earlier on the year so that we're not trying to scramble at the end to get everything together.
So who all's involved in this?
Yeah, so the guys that went out, I'm told, Payton Watson, Aaron Gordon, Bruce Brown, Cam Johnson, Zeke Naji, Hunter Tyson, and a handful of other guys all made the trip. So
Jamal,
you look at that,
Jamal
that's
there,
all your
Adam.
starting lineup that's in town. That's not like at Eurobasket. Jamal Murray as well attended a day. Christian Brown was there but did not participate, but he flew out just to be with the guys, which tells you something.
Wow. Who's organizing all this stuff? Who's rah Nuggets on this one, getting everybody to guess? This isn't the Nuggets. This is an Adelman. There's got to be a player who's like, making sure everybody's on the plane and has a hotel.
I can't tell you because I don't know the answer to that of who was the guy that started the group chat message and say, hey, all of us, let's go out on this day. I can't tell you that. I will tell you that David Adelman was there in attendance, I'm told, as well as some of the other Denver Nuggets training staff. So I think this was a thing that happened either organically or somebody kind of rallied it together. But when you get 8 or 9 guys bought into doing something like that, I think it's meaningful.
Hey, when you look, and we've talked about it, a lot about the changes they made, and the simplest term is, well, they're going for it this year with some of the free agents and the trade of Michael Porter and everything else. But there's been some heavy changes for the first time in a long time in the coaching staff as well.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure enough people talk about that, and I'm not sure they're talking about the significance of that. But I think some of the changes, and forget just David, because we got a test run of David right through the last 3 games and then the postseason. What do you think about some of the coaches changing? Is there anything that excites you there?
Well, there's a lot that excites me. I think it's a double-edged sword. I think Michael Malone was a great coach. I mean, winningest coach in Denver Nuggets history, brought a championship here. So anytime you make a change, you know, sometimes it's be careful what you wish for. You had success with this guy. But I think in the NBA, there are also an expiration date to almost every single coach that comes through. You get a new coach in the door, and he rebuilds his staff. That front row of assistant coaches is almost entirely new. And I think it's exciting to have new voices. I know Jared Dudley is a guy that I've never heard a bad word about. Every player, every media member, anybody that has come across that guy says he makes a positive impact on the culture, holds guys accountable, and brings an excitement and enthusiasm to the gym. JJ Barea is known as a very smart basketball mind. So it's a double-edged sword because it's a mystery. These are new guys, and a lot of them are early in their career. So you have hope that they're going to bring a new energy, a new perspective, and something positive. But the other side of that is it is an experienced group, a rookie head coach, and a lot of guys who have moved up a chair in their career. So I think it's exciting. It's a big storyline, but it also is one that I'm going to be watching carefully here over the first month of the season.
Do you guys?
I think real fast.
Yeah,
I think JJ Barea big impact is going to be on Jamal Murray.
I was just going to go there about Jamal.
I think Jamal's rookie first 2 years maybe got. I think JJ might have been in the league still, and he was a pest. I mean, he pestered any guards that didn't want to play physical and get beat up a little bit.
Right.
I think he's going to be a huge impact on him, and maybe with Hardaway Jr. I think that JJ was on Dallas's staff at least a season when Hardaway was down in Dallas. So there might be, hey, listen, this guy, he knows what he's talking about. Hopefully that transcends and can filter into the other guys.
So you think about a guy that's his height that had the career that he had, they're going to have certain traits. They're going to be very smart. I mean, you're not going to make it in the league unless you're a step ahead of everybody mentally. He has that. He eats glass for breakfast. You're 5'8", 5'9", 6, whatever he is. You don't make it in the NBA unless you're the toughest dude on the court. And then I think there is a leadership component. And I think that last part to me is really what I think could be a positive for Jamal. I think Jamal wants to be a leader. And I think at times he has been a phenomenal leader to this team. I think JJ Barea connecting himself to Jamal and saying, hey, here's the perspective. This is the mentality. This is the accountability that you have to have. I think that's a big part of the draw of bringing him on staff.
So we're hearing reports of an in shape, around Denver, motivated, bonding with his teammates, Jamal Murray?
So everyone's in shape
Wow.
except for Nikola Jokic.
Jokic is maybe not in great shape, but at least he's
Jokic
playing.
looked like he was about 320 yesterday.
Well, possibly could
What
be
was
the
it?
case.
But what was his numbers last day out?
Right.
Yes, stay out of shape.
I don't know.
Adam would know.
10, 7, and 4. It was kind of a light game, but I mean, they were dominant. I will say this about the Nikola part of this, because I agree. He looks huge. I think part of this is, look, I think he enjoys his summer.
Yeah.
He works hard. He's probably a little overweight, but man, I'll tell you, I wonder what you think of this guy, especially as we watch next week at Eurobasket. I think he's stronger than ever. And this makes sense. Like, you add weight, you get old man strength as you go into the back half of your career, but he's moving guys around at a degree. He's always been strong, but he's getting one arm, shoving a guy 10 feet away and grabbing a rebound. And I wonder if that part at least is deliberate. Hey, I'm going to be a little bit stronger, maybe a little slower, but a little bit stronger on the block this year.
Well, think about this. In the games they kind of struggled. What was the MO? And it started with the one Laker game in Denver. And actually, even though they did with smaller guys, Oklahoma City, let's try to beat the hell out of Nikola Jokic. And let's see if anybody else could do anything. And in that Game 7, no one else could do anything. Didn't hurt that Porter was hurt, and it didn't help that Gordon was hurt either. But that was the MO. So if I'm Joker, I'm okay. I probably need to be a little bit stronger, but I don't need a beer belly.
Well, we did see Joker throw down a reverse double clutch dunk and layup lines, though. We did see that. That did happen.
Hey, man.
As well.
Hey, some guys have the beach body, some guys don't, but it doesn't mean they're not strong and in shape. We'll see with Joker. I mean, I do think he looks a little heavy, but to your point, though, you look at the Western Conference, all the centers are in the Western Conference this year. A lot of these teams, it's funny because Oklahoma City won the title, and I almost feel like this offseason was teams gearing up for Denver, adding second and third bigs to their rotation. And to your point, I think the only way you have a hope of stopping Nikola is to just get physical and see what you can get away with from him. And I am encouraged by the fact that he just looks so strong. I mean, every year I think he gets a little stronger just naturally, but he looks like Shaquille O'Neal out there just in terms of nobody can move him off his spot. And he's grabbing two guys with one arm and kind of pushing them out the way to grab rebounds.
Yeah, I think the upside is you get him in his prime, everything's fine. But like Shaquille, once you get on the downside, once you go there, it's over, But we got several years of that left.
Hey, Boogie told him to get to that next deal before he got fat.
He did. All right, Adam, we'll let you go. Anything else we need to know about the that's awesome news, by the way. Great to hear that they're doing that.
Yeah, I'm excited. There's a better vibe around the team. Like I said, I flagged it last summer. I just thought there was something up with this team that we obviously saw play out, the firings of Malone and Calvin Booth and the way the season went. I think there's excitement around this team and a new focus. It's August. It's not worth a whole lot, but it is at least some positive momentum as opposed to negative momentum that I saw last year.
I love it.
Adam, what'd you think of the Porter trade? Because we haven't talked to you since that.
I mean, look, I'm as happy about it as anyone, and I love Michael Porter. He brought great shooting. He was one of the guys. But Cam Johnson, to me, brings everything that Michael Porter brought and a better fit, a higher IQ, a more willingness to do some things, and I think even a more versatility than Michael Porter brought in terms of offensive, put the ball on the floor. So to me, A++. Couldn't be more excited about it.
Especially with that advice to wrap that rascal from Jokic, now that he's out there in Brooklyn. So he's got it all going for him. Adam, we'll cut you loose. We appreciate it, my friend. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
Adam Mars from DNVR. Well, Scott,
Glacier Studios.
It's incredible what they got going on there. I like this news. I like good news like that. I like good reports like that. You like hearing stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, the amount of guys that showed up, that's very impressive. It almost feels like that was like a coach, like, hey, boys, did you guys hear about this?
I was just going to ask, would you have seen that, Scott, last year? Would you have seen like?
Well, we why ask? We know the answer to that. And like this little run just popped up. They've been doing it for a decade or so. So, yeah, the answer from last year. I think the LA guys. I think maybe Payton may have been in it a little bit last year also. But yeah, no. So this is new, and you know the answer to that. And so, listen, it's all good vibes. I think that the trades and the moves were all good vibes. They feel good. We were sitting here 5 months ago, worrying after the end of the season, or however long ago that was, 4 months ago, worrying about what are we gonna do with Saric's contract? Are they gonna buy him out?
Yeah.
We end up flipping that for Valanciunas. I mean, you pay $5 more. I mean, is that worth a $5 million more expenditure for Valanciunas?
No doubt about it. Zero doubt about it. So they got all those guys in that run. That's cool. Valanciunas, Jokic. Anybody else?
Did he say Val was out there?
Val's in the Euro. Remember, he's in the Euro thing.
He's playing for Lithuania, who gotcha. I don't think they have a very good team, by the way. But they're in the tournament, and they've had these pre-tournament games. Right. They've all been playing.
That's where he was talking all his nonsense at those pressers.
This Eurobasket thing, I've never really followed it, Scott, but I think I want to this year. Like, it looks pretty
bigger, hadn't it?
It feels pretty big. It feels kind of exciting. I mean, all the guys take it so seriously that are associated with those countries. So that might be kind of fun to get into next week.
There's so many basketball countries around each other, and now let's be honest, put France up in there too.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
sure they're in this too. I mean, there's just so much basketball there that is spread out with some unbelievable talent.
Yeah.
That's going on that I think we probably should, because you know what, I guarantee you there'll probably be a 17 or 18. What's the not the Jokic guy, but the Jokic or something like that.
Yeah.
They've got three of them.
He was in 2 years ago. He was in that thing 2 years ago. Next thing you know, he's in the NBA. So you're probably going to see some. And the guys from France, what was the first round pick again?
Forget his name.
Did they have two in the top five?
They did. I'm forgetting his name off the top of my head, but you're right. Yeah.
So they had two more in the top five, and I guarantee you those guys are playing for France EuroLeague last year. So, listen, I think you could probably scout some pretty good talent. And again, this game that we saw the other day that Serbia just blew out Slovenia, that was quote unquote a friendly. So let's see when this thing gets going how it turns out.
Look forward to it. All right, we'll get to No Dumb Questions here in about 10 or so minutes. Meanwhile, back to yesterday, as this happened very late in our show, but Sean Payton on why Vele, that trade was so difficult for them.
George would know better the initial offer or what the compensation would be. And the next morning, he and I sat down and said, no, that, obviously we value this player. And then the following day, it picked up. It became more serious. And then we're having to look at the roster as a whole and trying to find the right and the best 53. But the thing different, and I looked over those trades, those other 25, and 90% of them were easy trades to make. Meaning there wasn't the right fit for whatever reason, but there. And then there's that 10% that are difficult. This was one of those 10% that, man, all the things that we look for, discipline, structure, smart, tough, talented. That's why this one was difficult.
We'll catch up with Mike Haas, the play-by-play radio voice for the Saints, coming up after 2 o'clock. Interesting approach that it just came to them and was difficult. If they didn't get this offer, guys, what do you think would have happened? Where do you think the Broncos would have gone with Vele?
Oh, I think
Go ahead.
Well, I think they would have actively been shopping him. So that's just my opinion. I don't believe the narrative that. Well, I mean, they might have called first. That very well might be true. But I don't believe the narrative that we were trying to hold on to him. No, they got a problem. They had a problem that they were well aware of.
They were going to move him one way or the other.
They had too many bodies in that room. So if the calls didn't come to them at some point, maybe they would have waited till after the third game. I don't know. At some point, they would have been shopping Devon Vele because the logic of it remains the same. We got a 53-man roster that we're trying to figure out how do we get the best 53 on here when we've got a room of wide receivers that is loaded with 6 dudes. It's just too much.
Scott?
Well, and three or four of them at 6'3" or above, right? So
right.
I mean, you had 3 or 4 of them that were big guys. Sherfield and Mims are the outliers, if you will, in that room. I think they would have gone in, and Vele would have been your second with Franklin, chopping at the heels for that position as far as the wide receiver B. But I think he'd have been in there, like Tyler said, for the first 2 or 3 games, and how much productivity would he got? And listen, if you don't get any productivity in the first 3 games from Vele, or you get 5 catches in 3 games for 45 yards, are you sitting there going, well, is it time to bring the rookie off the inactive list or whatever? And you surely aren't going to get a 4th rounder in that case if you wait 3 games.
How do you replace his 41 catches?
Well, you count on Marvin Mims evolving, right? Mm-hmm. So that's one thing that we've been waiting to see. It was interesting. I was out there this week. And although media was out there, and yes, there were sponsors that were out there, it was not the traditional fans, right? And there were definitely a few more schemed up Marvin Mims plays than there had been previously. Like, we had speculated, is Sean just, is he keeping this in his bag because he doesn't want to put it out there for all the fans to see? Mm-hmm. And not very many of them were overly successful, but he did start scheming them up. So that's number one. Number 2, you've already got his replacement in Pat Bryant. So where did those catches go? To Pat Bryant. I mean, it really is as simple as that. Troy Franklin becomes your number 2, and then Devon Vele's role from last year is filled by Pat Bryant.
Okay.
Yeah, you need Franklin to listen. I think if Franklin catches 40-plus balls this year, 50-plus balls with his speed, I think you're talking – instead of 3 touchdowns, I think you're talking 6 or 7. I just think that speed is a little more dangerous even than what Vele gave you. Vele feels to me more like a Rod Smith possession kind of guy. That you need a first down, let's find Vele. But you're right. I think they think Pat Bryant can be that guy now too. So yeah, listen, this is a big opportunity I think for Franklin to really set a mark to be kind of that special guy. You got 88 out there and 14. Let's compare those two. Well, who's your 10? Well, let's see if 11 can be your 10 from a few years ago and be that kind of special guy that when he makes a catch, it's a big play.
We have no dumb questions coming up, and very rarely does Dan Tanner before a show say, I got a no dumb question for you. I mean, before the show even begins.
Oh, so I thought that was today.
I thought that was at 2:20 every day with Dan.
That would be let's football go. He's goofing on you, Dan.
I'm aware.
You have any response?
No.
So the pressure is on Dan. Like, whatever this is, whatever the question is, it got, hey, make some time for me today.
Wow.
Well, that's right. We'll find,
it's going to be good.
It better be. Coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, a reminder, Mike Haas, the play-by-play voice of the Saints. So we'll talk about Vele and who the hell's even on the Saints. That's coming up in just a little bit. Want to thank you for listening wherever you are on the Altitude Sports Radio app. That's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com with Scott scouting peaches and stuff out there in Grand Junction. We turn our eyes to Dan Tanner, who desperately wanted to get this no dumb question out into the universe. So, Dan, take it away.
All right, so I saw this online yesterday. It's fantasy football draft season is coming up. By the way, it's way too early to have them. You got to wait a little bit, but some have already been taking place.
Is this the advice you give yourself before you have dinner with an inflatable doll at a restaurant for coming in last in your boys'
I won that
league
last year, so yes, you should take my advice.
Okay,
so here's the scenario, guys. This draft was just posted. This guy has the first overall pick in the draft, okay? First overall pick, he's trying to draft Bijan Robinson, the running back from the Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
He drafted the wrong Robinson.
Look, Brian.
Oh! Wait, Robinson Jr.?
He drafted Brian Robinson Jr.
I should explain too. It's one of them drafts where you take the athletes, the stickiness, like the sticker, and you stick it on the board.
By the way, he just got traded today to the Niners.
Yeah.
But he drafted on accident Brian Robinson Jr.
But I think I know where you're going. I just want to emphasize he sticks his name on the board. Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
So my no dumb question is, if you're the commissioner of that league, do you allow him to take the guy he was trying to pick, or is he stuck with Brian Robinson Jr. as his first overall pick? If you're the commish, what are you doing? Are you letting him keep or take the guy he wanted, or does he have to take the guy he accidentally drafted?
Hell no. We're talking about you're playing with your boys. You punish your boys. You absolutely punish your boys. Now, technicality here, in the NFL, you got to say the pick is in, right? Like we got to finalize this thing. Do they have to finalize it anyway, or was putting the name up final?
I say it's like playing checkers or chess. Once your finger is off that piece, you can't move it back. So once he put the sticky and the sticky got up on the board, he's done. Now, if he'd have peeled it off and looked at it and go, wait a minute, this guy didn't play for the Falcons, and put it back, then he's good. But once he stuck it up on the board, he's done.
I would say if it's a low-level work or family league, whatever. When you're playing with the boys,
the boys, you gotta punish them. Absolutely.
And dude, I think you can peel it off, and you have from when you peel it off to when you stick it on. You have that, couple of seconds.
You got the walk up.
Yep. Yeah, I would give if he's walking up and he notices it before he sticks it. Okay, no problem. That's fine. Like chess, Scott. If your finger's still
Move
on.
that finger.
Yeah, but you take the finger off. That's it. I think they let him. I saw the video. It looks to me like they let him put Bijan Robinson up there. It looks like they let him off the hook there.
Oh, those are bad friends. Good friends would punish him.
Yeah, I totally agree.
This is a bunch of dudes that 12 dudes and like 3 of them know what football is.
You know what that means? That means that none of those guys actually like that guy. Because if they liked him, they wouldn't punish him. But because they don't like that guy, now they're feeling like, we don't want to be mean to the guy that we don't like.
That's a good question there, Dan. There you go. That's a good one. Did they let him pick again?
I don't know. I'm trying to find what the ending to this saga, but I can't find it.
Yeah, because it felt like when I watched the video, they let him peel it off. And
he's trying to peel it off, but it's stuck on there so well, he's having a hard time peeling it off.
No. Where's the other Robinson?
Bijan?
What do you
Atlanta?
mean?
No, not Bijan. The other Robinson he picked.
Oh, he just
Brian.
got traded to the 49ers today.
He was in Washington, Scott, but he got traded today to San Francisco.
He's a running back. He's not Bijan Robinson. There's a big difference between Brian Robinson and Bijan Robinson.
Huge difference.
So
they both had probably B. Robinson.
It looks
on
similar.
the list.
Yeah. I mean,
B. Robinson.
Well, but Brian Robinson Jr. There was the Robinson Jr. is Brian. Bijan is just Robinson.
It's understandable.
No knock, but that guy listens to Cozy and not us.
That's a distinct possibility. The Grismer fantasy draft. No dumb question. I dropped my wallet next to my car this morning. A nice person from a different company near my work found it. I went door to door knocking and found the person who found it. I don't have cash for a reward, but should I bring donuts to that business or just something for that person on Monday from Josh?
Yes.
What do you owe somebody who does you a huge one with your wallet?
Definitely bring something for the person. I don't know for the business. I don't know that you got to bring something for the whole room, but nice
You
little
can
reward.
share it with the room.
Now here, okay. So he said that there's no cash in the wallet. Let me change the question just slightly.
Yeah.
Should you give a percentage of the amount of money that's in there? Say
flat rate or percentage?
Say you've got you're feeling rich. You got $800 in your pocket.
Wow.
Okay. Should you give 10%?
I would, yeah. $800?
You would give 10% of $800?
I absolutely would give $80 if I'm recovering.
What about 20%? 20% is a typical tip.
20%'s tough. But I might peel off like $100. If I had 800, I might peel off $100 and say thank you.
What if you're actually going to pay for that new Trek gearbox that was $785, and then all of a sudden you're going to peel off $100?
There's some deeper questions here. Why exactly do I have $800 in my wallet? Let's just start there.
Well, that's how my dad operates because he's never used an ATM in his life. He doesn't know how to use an ATM.
Yeah.
So my dad's either got like $1,500 in his wallet or zero, and he walks into the bank every time he needs money to withdraw cash.
Yeah, I don't know if it's you because you might be too young, but I was out to dinner with some older ex-NFL guys. And maybe this is an athlete thing, so you guys tell me. But I was blown away with how much cash the ex-NFL guys just kept in their wallet.
Oh, when I say have no cash, I mean I literally have zero cash on me at any given time.
Okay.
My phone is my wallet.
Well, all right.
So I just keep cards in my phone.
So why do these
you may not have any cash, but can we ask about X? She might be having all your cash.
Easy.
Scott,
she got the cash.
Well, do you know what I'm talking about? Some of these older players that just roll with all this cash for whatever reason.
Hold on.
What do you got, Scott? You looking at something?
Is he farting? He's
be
giving us his ass.
He might be having a visitor here.
He's going to his wallet, I think. Maybe.
I'm gonna. Oh, there it is. We gonna look inside, see what you got. How much cash do we think Scott's got in his wallet right now?
$46.
Let's take a guess. I'll say 200.
I'm say 46.
5.
If you start
25.
Hold on. If you start with the 5 on the bottom, it ain't much.
45.
Oh, he's got the 20s on top of the 5.
65. 85. 90. Is that what you got? 95? You can just tell us. I trust you.
Another 5.
No, that's a 10, so that's
2
105.
fives.
So you got $105.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I was going to the small country USA, and I didn't know if, someplace says, hey, boom, cash. And we're bankrupt in America because we're making everybody use plastic, and that's why we have more debt on plastic right now than any time in the history of America.
So specifically to Grand Junction, just give me a scenario where you would need cash. You need $100 in cash in small bills.
Well, I went and got a soda and a Cliff Bar today and a can of chew, and I gave him a 20 and got change.
But you didn't need the cash for that.
No.
I mean, the question was, when do you need the cash?
Correct.
Well, I don't know.
You weren't buying a Cliff Bar off the guy in the corner, right?
It's always nice to have a little cash in your hand.
See this? I swear to God, that is exactly what the guys I wonder if this is a paranoid.
No, but I mean, $100, that's appropriate. Scott's not walking around with.
What do you got for cash in your wallet right now?
0.
Me too. Dan, what do you got in your? Well, what am I asking?
I got more than Scott does.
Yeah, the guy that says he's going to peel off
hold on.
180 and never carries
Hold
cash.
on, Dan is claiming he's got more cash in his wallet than you right now. All right, Dan.
Dan does carry a thick billfold.
Okay.
A thick one.
Put it up to the camera, Dan. What do you got? Let's see what
he
you
got.
got.
He got a $100 bill.
Why do you have a $100 bill? 120.
That's
All
it.
right.
What was that?
I won the 100 in Vegas, and I got this 20 from our golf tourney at Raccoon Creek on Sunday for longest putt.
Nice.
All right, gambling. Yeah, okay. Why are you just rolling with $100 on a trip that you went on weeks ago?
Because I haven't spent it yet.
Okay,
I just used my card.
Now I'll be honest with you. I did go to a place the other day, and I ended up just leaving because I usually didn't. I had like $5 on me, but I was getting something that was going to be more than that, and they said their card reader was out and they can only take cash.
Okay.
So I was turned back because I didn't have cash with me.
All right, then you're all set. I got nothing, dude. I got this little teeny, hard wallet. I don't even know what that receipt is. I got like 3 cards in here. Somehow I get through life.
People always give me grief for using my phone as my wallet.
It makes perfect sense.
I'm like,
to
hold on. When was the last time you lost your phone? People lose their wallets all the time.
I think it's a good idea.
Name the last time you lost your phone. Your phone isn't within 6 inches of your hand at any given time of the day.
I'll tell you when I lost mine was Thursday.
Well, you're old.
I got out in the car. No, this seems stupid because I did the broadcast from the other day. Still whoop your ass, by the way. But
here we go. Wow, here we go.
Yeah. I did the broadcast. Had to pack up all that stuff, including Moser's cord that didn't work on my box.
Mm-hmm.
Carried to the car, and all of a sudden I was going to put in the map to get to where I had to go today. And I ain't got no phone. Are you kidding me? Now here's the worst part. I knew where it was. It's still plugged into the wall.
Well, at least you
not only
found
did
it.
leave my phone,
Well,
I
so
left
you
it
didn't
plugged
lose your
in.
phone. You just left it.
You forgot about it.
I left it.
Yeah.
But don't you hate just leaving your phone?
Oh, yeah, you feel naked, for sure.
We got to take a break, and I look forward to you guys settling this on the schoolyard gym. Mike Haas, the play-by-play radio guy for the Saints, joins us next. Well, we do have the final preseason game of the year. It's tomorrow with the Broncos on the road to go down to where Sean Payton used to rule the Bayou, to New Orleans. Mike Haas, the play-by-play voice of the New Orleans Saints for WWL Radio, joins us. Mike, thank you very much for being with us. Just to let you know, if you don't have that vibe already, we're pretty excited here in Denver about the Vele trade. How's that going down there in New Orleans?
Yeah, we're pretty excited as well.
Okay.
They've not had I think it's a kind of a win-win. I mean, who knows when you give up a sixth, a fourth next year and a 7 in 2027. The ironic part about it is that the Saints used to have a 6'5" guy, a 6th-round pick in 2023, A.T. Perry.
Yeah, we got him too.
Right. And so we got another 6'5" guy through another trade. It's been a weird, very baseball-ish couple of weeks for the Saints. I mean, they played Jacksonville, then traded with Jacksonville, Colin Saunders in their center. I was like, all right, you go home with them. All right, Denver's coming here. Vele, you come here. That's very unusual for this team.
Mike.
But I think they wanted to get some depth at that wide receiver spot and some height.
Yeah, Let's just make it clear. You're getting a really good football player. You are.
Yeah.
Devon Vele is a really, really good wide receiver. But the narrative around here is that we fleeced you. I mean, that absolutely is the narrative. A 4th and a 7th feels like tremendous value to pick up for a guy that you got in the 7th round last year, at 475 yards, a productive season. But I kind of look at it from your guys' point of view. Like if I was doing sports talk in New Orleans, it feels to me like you guys should be accumulating draft picks right now, not giving away draft picks based off how the season's probably going to go.
Yeah, and they had 9 this past year, which was the most they've had in probably 7 years because they've been pushing all their chips to the middle for the last 6 years. So I think there's 2 schools of thought. Is that, yes, probably should be trying to garner as much, or this can't be as bad as everybody is expecting. They've got to get some significant skins on the wall for this football team, even though it is Kellen Moore's first year as head coach. So I feel like here's the difference. You play in the AFC West. We play in the NFC South. We're in it no matter what.
Yeah.
So
you always got a chance. You got a shot no matter what.
Let's put it this way. In the last 3, so Tampa's won it the last 4 seasons. We won it before that. In the last 3 years, in December of 22, 23, and 24, in December, no team in the NFC South had a winning record.
Wow.
So it's open for business.
Let me see. Well, let's talk about you got a new coach today, and you got really 2 guys fighting it out for the quarterback position. As we all know, in football now, there's maybe more importance to the quarterback than there's ever been. How has Moore handled the preseason so far for going for the first time, and what have you seen from the 2 quarterbacks?
I think Kellen's been great. He's very, straightforward. You get what you get. And then you move on. If you don't get the answer you want, you're not getting it. You can ask it 5 different times, but you're not getting it. But he's a super nice guy. I think he's come in with a completely different attitude to practice, to approach, to everything. And quite frankly, in this city, we were so spoiled for so many years. Having something done differently right now feels pretty good. So Kellen, I feel, has been a really, really good fit. Brandon Staley with that defense has been a good fit. And as Kellen said, the quarterback battle is close. It's just close. It just is. Their numbers are almost identical for the preseason. And he said today that it's been that way pretty much in practice. So I don't think tomorrow is going to be the deciding factor. I think it's another layer. And then I think it just comes down to who gives you the best chance to beat Arizona and San Francisco out of the gate. These 4 games out of the gate for this football team, Arizona, San Francisco, far better than their records indicated last year. Then you go at Seattle, at Buffalo. So it's been very close. Both quarterbacks have struggled early in the game. The Saints have 2 field goals in the first half of each game. One each game. We were down 9-3, 17-3. You guys have scored 44 in the first half. So whoever is at quarterback needs to figure out a way to get off to a faster start. It has been really rough.
Well, of course, they're going to play. They're going to try to win, all that. But I am curious. Mike Haas is the play-by-play voice of the Saints, WWL Radio. There's got to be some sort of strong sentiment down there to just, hey, man, it's okay if we lose. So we're going to get Manning generation number 3 here. I mean, how strong is that sentiment to get Arch Manning?
It's from a fan standpoint.
Yes.
I think they would like to dream that way. It's not in this team's DNA. It can't. They don't have the ability. Even if they wanted to, they can't. I mean, once again, I go back to the NFC South. You're in the division race at 8-8 with a couple of weeks to go every year. So if we'd have talked at week 3 last year when Kellen Moore's Philadelphia Eagles were coming to New Orleans, the Saints were 2-0 and had scored 91 points. We were on top of the world.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody saw 5-12 coming. I just don't think anybody saw it. I don't think the team was as bad as it was last year, and I don't think it's as bad as people expect this year. But a lot of it is going to be on the quarterback. I mean, I don't care. I think it's a very strong starting 21 on both sides.
Okay.
I don't know about number 22 yet.
Okay.
No one does.
All right. Well, listen, enjoy the call tomorrow.
What time of the day do you go worship at the Sean Payton Shrine every day?
Sean was great, man. He's the one that spoiled us, right? He's the one that spoiled us. We would go 13-3 and go, can we just get to the playoffs? Must we have to sit through 13-3 again?
Hey, Mike, we're like, we hear the stories of the ex-girlfriend all the time, by the way. It doesn't end up here, so we hear New Orleans this, New Orleans that all the time. So we're quite familiar with how strong he feels still about New Orleans and how you guys must feel about him, too.
There's a kinship.
Yeah, we're kind of getting used to him. We understand he's a good coach. He's a good coach that, likes to talk about himself quite a bit and has certain feelings, but we're all figuring this out together up here in Denver.
He, I don't know, he's from the Bill Parcells tree. Do you feel that just a little bit?
Sure.
It's so I mean, we're looking forward to it. I think you guys have like 16 people who are the Saints, either players or coaches. My favorite, of course, is Zach Strief.
Oh,
because when Zach Strief left to go coaching, I got his job as the play-by-play guy. So Zach was play-by-play until Sean took him to go coaching. So I was, well done. Oh,
that's cool. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Yeah. All right, well, let's go. We'll let you go there, Mike, and appreciate it. And thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mike.
All right, fellas, thanks.
Do you think we'll ever grow to love Sean like they did in New Orleans, or is that impossible?
It's not hard. You win a Super Bowl, you'll worship the dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you will worship the dude.
Yeah, that's the key.
He's got the intangible,
but he also said something that is so right on. We've talked about it with the Nuggets the last couple of years. You got to believe New England was in this boat for a year. Can we just get to the regular season? 13-3, okay. I mean, he's explaining it like 13-3 is boring. What would we do for 13-3?
Oh my God!
In this town, right?
Oh Lord!
But under Shanahan for those handful of years, and under Payton, you had 12-4, and you're like, gosh, what's wrong with this team? You know
what's interesting though about Sean? This is going to be tough because he was there after Katrina when they needed the Saints to uplift the entire community, and
and they did.
And they did, and they won a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that seems like an amazing bond. But sure, you win a Super Bowl, and we'll think great about you. You know how it goes. They love him, though, man. They do love him down there in New Orleans still.
Well, of course they do. I mean, he was there forever.
Yeah.
Well, do you guys remember the first game at the Dome after Katrina?
I do.
Don't they have a statue of the guy? And I think he's passed, right? He had leukemia or something like that.
Well, they got
But
the Steve Gleason statue,
Yeah.
and he had like ALS. I don't know.
He had something bad.
Oh, terrible!
But like he blocked a punt.
Yes,
or
that's
something.
Steve Gleason. Yes.
But that was on national TV. Wasn't it like a Monday night game or
No.
some big time game, Saturday night, Sunday night or something? And boy, I tell you what, watching at home after Katrina and seeing the videos for 2 or 3 weeks that we saw, that was like, I think everybody was a New Orleans fan that night.
Yeah, I love New Orleans. I don't know how you guys feel about New Orleans. I think it's, and I know the Superdome's an old place, and I was there when the lights went out, when Beyonce blew the lights out, that was weird, man. When those lights went out at the Super Bowl, you want to talk about conspiracy theories and feeling like, is there something shady going on here?
Changed the game.
It was a crazy vibe, man. I mean, all of a sudden the lights are out during the Super Bowl, and we're all sitting like 80,000 people inside this joint. Like, you start looking around like, what exactly am I supposed to do here? But I think New Orleans is a great place, and, we'll go down there, and it'll be whatever for the game. I never really thought about that, though. If you're trying to tank out, you're in the NFC South?
It is an interesting point.
You're going to stumble across some wins, right?
Yeah,
you're going to accidentally win 2 or 3.
Yeah. Probably 5 or 6.
God, if we were doing a show down there, wouldn't we be screaming for them to lose every single game, though, and go for Arch Manning? Yeah. Wouldn't that be the vibe, though?
We'd be printing up T-shirts. The March for Arch on Altitude Sports Radio on 92.5.
I mean, are we really going to go all in with Tyler Shook and Spencer Rattler if we're, like, fans of the Saints?
Well, can I say something? They hope that Tyler Shook hits.
Yeah, he's not gonna, and neither is Spencer Rattler.
Tyler Shook's got something to him.
You think?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not telling you he's going to go out there and win 8 or 9 football games this year, but I honestly think that guy's got something to him.
Okay, it looks like a disaster to me, but that was funny for him to say, we got 21 of the 22. We just don't know about the 22.
It's funny that he knew the exact number of Saints that were here. I didn't even know that.
I didn't know it was that many. I forgot about Zach Streif. But Rizzi's the latest guy that's here. Troutman, obviously. I mean, we go down the laundry list of dudes.
16 is what he said.
That's crazy. That's wild. Dan, do you have the Jameis Winston thing coming up or not?
Yeah, we'll play it
and
Let's Football Go.
Okay, that was... Oh, Russell Wilson. Okay, we'll get to that. Can't wait. Let's Football Go coming up next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. If low T is causing all sorts of issues for you, well, you might not even know it. But if you got brain fog and you just don't feel like yourself and the workouts kind of suck, you may just have low T. Within just a few weeks, if you get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you're going to feel your energy return, that brain fog. Sleep will improve, as will your workout. Sex drive. Hello. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. You schedule your consult. They're going to draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. You'll review it all with a Colorado licensed medical provider, and there you go. It's only $99. You get the consult T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Most men wait a year, but there's no reason for you to wait. With 5 locations up and down I-25, call them today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's good. That's good. Mountain High Appliance is good. Good. It's good. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. All right, Dan, Bud Squid Standard, let's football go.
All right, let's hear from Broncos safety Brandon Jones, fellas. He spoke to the media yesterday. Here he is on the growth he's seen being in the secondary, the growth he's seen from second-year quarterback Bo Nix.
Yeah, I would say his comfort level has been amazing. You can see that he truly understands the defense, depending on the front coverages that we're in. He understands the beaters that come with the certain coverages that you play. So I've seen, like I said before, I've seen him make that jump from a game-to-game basis last year, and I think he's miles from even where we ended the season. So super happy and excited for him.
So Scott and Tyler, let me ask you guys this: since you were basically at every training camp practice, have you seen any significant growth out of Bo so far throughout training camp and the preseason? And what do you think he still needs to continue to get better at?
One area that I think was irrefutable would be just from day one, you could feel this guy's a leader of this team, right? And I don't think that's nothing. So, I'm not trying to dismiss the question in terms of what he's doing athletically, what he's doing on the field, but just in terms of pure leadership abilities, these guys gravitate towards him. They follow, and I think he's doing a great job of leading this team. And that's important. Scott, would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. The biggest difference for me from training camp last year to training camp this year was the command of the team and the organization. I didn't think he threw the ball well at all last training camp until late, and that might have been when he finally got a little bit more comfortable. And Tyler said this a number of times. He hadn't thrown it just horrible, but there hasn't been a lot of special to it. So from the leadership standpoint, which is probably the biggest jump he needs to make, especially if he's going to be the quarterback for this team for another decade, probably need to start at the leadership thing.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's do a little check-in on the other AFC West teams here. This is Daniel Popper. He covers the Chargers, and he was talking with Ari Myrov about Omari and Hampton. How has Omari and Hampton looked so far early on in his young career?
We asked Khalil Mack about it last week, and we're like, well, it might be hard to tell. You're not tackling to the ground in training camp practices. And Khalil cut us off, and he was like, no, I can tell. If you're a football player, you can tell. And that's the kind of, impact and mark that Hampton's already made in training camp. This guy is a complete back. And I loved his tape coming out of North Carolina. The one thing people are going to see with him is he's just physical, and the way he finishes runs is remarkable. He runs through people. He's seeking contact at the end of runs, and then he's going to bring an element of explosivity to the offense. He can hit a home run from anywhere on the field.
Guys, we have 3 highly drafted rookie running backs this year in the AFC West, with Ashton Genty and the Raiders, Omari and Hampton and the Chargers, and obviously RJ Harvey here with the Denver Broncos. Who do you guys think has the most productive rookie season out of those 3 running backs?
Hampton, because I think he's playing for the one coach that's going to absolutely demand that team to run the football. And, Sean Payton, for me, has to prove that he's going to do that here in Denver.
Well, I don't disagree with that at all. Harbaugh is committed to running the football. That is an old school son of a gun that he would grind it out every single drive if he's allowed to grind it out. Even with a freaking Lamborghini of a quarterback, he still would prefer to keep the ball on the ground. However, I'm not going against Ashton Genty. Did we bring him up? I'm sorry.
He's one of the rookies. He's one of the high value.
Yeah, Ashton Genty looks legit. I don't know if you saw him truck those guys in preseason football. He got a little bit banged up on it, but he looks that dude's just going to be the real deal.
Yeah, I don't know how it's not going to be him. Hampton will be fascinating to watch because the vibe from the Broncos, at least, was they weren't interested in him at all. But it's not like he was the only running back they passed on.
Travion Henderson.
Correct.
He looks pretty damn good out there.
Oh, with the Patriots, yeah. Yes, sir. So, listen, there's a couple of dudes that we just got to it'll be interesting this NFL season. Because there'll be like 6 or 7 guys that, tight end, receiver, running back, that the Broncos were just like, we're good. Jahdae Barron, R.J. Harvey, Pat Bryant. It'll be in the back of our minds, and this is why we've said a million times it was a luxury pick and a trust the organization draft. So,
but if you get Gente that gets 280 carries, 270, and you get the guy in Hampton gets 250, 260, and then Harvey gets 145, who's going to be more productive?
Well, I don't know. I mean, how are the Raiders going to be in games? How's their defense? Are they going to be winning games? They're going to be losing games. How often do they have to run the ball compared to throwing the ball? Like, where are the Chargers going to be in that department?
Dude, watch out. The Raiders land Trey Hendrickson. Watch out now.
Okay. You got Trey Hendrickson and Max Crosby?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary. That's scary.
There's plenty of rumors about it.
Could the Bengals be this stupid? Could they really? Well, you would get
their ownership can.
You know what?
You got to go the way back with Alfred. You worked with Alfred, I think, 1 or 2 years. Alfred talked about how stupid they were back when he came out of college, and that was 40 years ago.
Scotty, you were driving back to the hotel. He actually called me Alfred earlier in the show today.
That was a weird slip. That hasn't happened in a minute. I go back to watching that Cowboys documentary. It was the Herschel Walker trade that set them up for championships. It is kind of an interesting question. Okay, Hendrickson, we can't figure it out, but are we better off? I mean, what are you going to get for him? At least 2 first-round picks, right? At least 2. What else are you going to get?
You would think, yeah.
So, I don't know, man.
Think about how pro sports are going right now, guys. Hey, we're going to give you 2 first-round picks, and then the guy we're going to get in return, we're going to pay $38 million to.
Yep.
I mean,
hey,
think about
it's mind-blowing.
Hey, as we're sitting here talking about the AFC West, sorry to hijack your segment, Dan, but oblige me here. Let's do 2 power rankings. As we're sitting here talking about realistic expectations for the Denver Broncos, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do 2 power rankings. Number 1, I want you to power rank the AFC West head coaches. And then number 2, I want you to power rank the AFC West QBs.
Oh, man. I got to go 1 with Andy Reid.
Okay.
I got to go 2 Sean Payton.
Okay.
I'll go, golly. I'll go 3 Harbaugh and Carroll.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's hard to differentiate. After Andy Reid, it is tough to differentiate any of those next 3. They've all been to Super Bowls. They've all got they all got a really good resume.
But only 2 of the 3 have won a Super Bowl.
True.
No, Carroll's won a 3 out of 4 have won Super Bowls. I mean, Harbaugh didn't win one, but Carroll won one.
Yeah, he's talking about the guys behind
you.
Andy.
Didn't listen.
What did I miss?
Thanks, Mose.
You're both saying the same thing. You just weren't listening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Mose.
Sometimes I am not listening. You caught me, but I was really seriously listening there. I'm sorry I missed it.
Don't worry about it.
He said after Andy Reid basically throw those other 3 guys up, how do you compare them? And I said, well, 2 of the 3 have
my bad.
won a Super Bowl.
Okay. I would tend to agree with your power ranking of the coaches. I'm probably actually going to put Sean at number 2 also, but I would debate whether to put Pete there. I don't know. Listen, they're all in the ballpark. They're all really good. Scott, you want to do that real quick if you've got a strong difference of opinion?
No, I don't have one. I think I think Seattle people would say that Pete Carroll is a better coach, and New Orleans people would say that Sean Payton's a better coach.
All right, do the QBs.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
Herbert. Who's quarterbacking in? Oh,
Geno. Geno's last in my book by a mile.
Yeah, I don't. Geno's a lot better than you think.
Okay. I think he sucks, or he's not that great. That's for sure. I mean, I don't know if this is that hard.
I would go Mahomes, Herbert, Bo, and then Geno.
Me too. I don't think that's even complicated.
I would too. So what's realistic for the outcome this season? as we're sitting here talking about, we don't really have the best in any of them. We're probably number 3 at QB, and yet we're talking about a year in which we're talking about AFC West championships.
I'm not. I'm saying 11 wins, but I don't have him winning the AFC championship. Who's got him winning?
Your boy on TV yesterday, online, Zach, whatever Stevens, that DMVR guy.
Yeah. What about Zach?
He said 12-6 in the AFC championship game.
I've heard other people pick him to beat the Chiefs. I've seen that. Colin Cowherd just did it the other day. He said they would finish in front of the Chiefs. I do not feel that strongly about that. I think 11 wins wild card. I think they'll be better than the Chargers and the Raiders.
11 wins is feasible, but dude, that's tough.
No doubt.
That's going to be real tough to get to 11.
Who's got a better defense in the AFC West than the Broncos?
Okay, that's fair. That probably should be included in the equation.
So, that's going to even a lot of things out. And if they've got a better defense by a mile, then, it's going to you're going to win some boring easy games. I think they are. I think they're going to have 5 games like last weekend where they get out 17-3, 20-3, something like that in the first half. And they just defensively just kind of eliminate teams, and there's just nothing that dynamic. And I think they win like 4 or 5 games like that. And then the rest it's the NFL. It's all nail biters. Like what's it gonna come down to? And maybe you'll get blown out, and maybe you will blow out somebody. You didn't even get to the good.
I think it's going to be very unique, and I really do think it's predicated on the start.
Well,
we don't have to be done. We can still finish out of stories. We got time.
Yeah, no, I know, because there's the story I want to get to is probably coming up.
You want the Jameis Winston sound here, DMac?
I
All right,
do.
well, I've got it for you.
Okay.
So, actually, the Giants crushed the Patriots in their final preseason game, fellas. 42-10 was the final. Tommy DeVito came in 17 of 20, 198 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks.
That's crazy.
Jackson Dart.
Tommy Cutlets.
Did start the game, but he got injured, so Jameis Winston had to come in cold. Threw a touchdown. Do you guys want some motivation?
Yes.
As we head into the weekend. Scott, you ready for some Jameis Winston
I'm always ready
motivation?
to be motivated.
Here he is after the Giants win.
Hey, I'm just saying, they call us the Three Amigos, but somebody had the hat trick today. We turning up, and we got the Young Bucks, and we eat W's with the Young Bucks. You know what time it is. Go Big Blue. We turning up. We setting this thing out. Where he at? They running away. The Three Amigos, the 3 tutties. Good night.
Guys,
is Russell Wilson still on that team or not?
Guys, I want to eat a dub. Guys, can I eat a dub? I'm dangerous, guys.
All we do is eat a dub.
Guys, come over here. I'm dangerous.
Poor Russell Wilson.
Unlimited.
We're the three
amigos.
The 3 amigos.
Could they end up cutting Russell Wilson?
How much would it cost him?
No, he's starting. He's their starting quarterback.
I know.
What are you guys talking about?
He is, but I know what Scott's saying. Like at this point, everybody probably realizes that's good chemistry. That's the future, and Russ is Russ. It's probably the same exact thing. It's you get it. You see it instantly. You feel it because that's what he is, man. As much as he tries to be Joe teammate, he ain't. But Jameis Winston sure is. That guy, damn, man, Jameis Winston is freaking awesome. Give me a cooler guy in the NFL than Jameis Winston. Give me a better teammate in the NFL than Jameis Winston.
From crab legs, the world hates him, to like the coolest backup quarterback in the league.
Hell of a redemptive story.
It's wild, man. People don't like him. They love him. Everybody loves him.
He's this generation's Matt Fitzpatrick.
He's awesome, man.
Oh, that's a good pull right there.
He is so positive in a real way, not a phony Russell Wilson way. The video's great, man. They're happy.
They're all eating dubs. They're all having fun.
The 3 amigos.
Well, and we're the 3 best friends that anybody could
ever have. Fitzpatrick's not a big fan of one of those quarterbacks, though, is he?
Oh, yeah. What was his thing?
I thought that was totally playful. Did you guys actually hear the audio?
No, I didn't. What was it?
So they were practicing what they were going to say on set, right? So he got caught in a hot mic moment where he was talking about Jackson Dart.
Oh, okay,
okay. And so as part of that, he said something along the lines of, You know, you got a guy that dances like Drew Lock, and he plays like, I forget who he said, but he tossed out a few jabs there, and he was just being funny.
And I don't like his release point.
And I don't like his release
Something
point.
like that.
And then his partner's like, okay, we'll make sure to put that on there.
Yeah, make sure and say that. That's what he said. Make sure and say that.
Honestly, it didn't even feel to me like that was a real opinion. It just sounded like he was just trying to make it funny as they're practicing their warm up.
Gotcha. Okay, doesn't seem like a big deal. I saw some. I didn't know what the specifics were. I don't know, man.
Well, it was just on our Vine. Don't worry about reading or watching that stuff.
Hell no. The Giants come here on October 19th.
Yep.
I got you twice today. I'm dinging you twice in
I
this segment.
heard you.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Just go eat a peach. Name the band.
I got one in the fridge.
Name the band. Eat a peach.
Millions of peaches?
Nope.
Going off to the I'm going to eat a lot
That's
of
President of the
peaches.
United States right
President
there.
of the United States. That's
What's
right.
eat a peach, though? Oh, classic rock moment here, everybody. Eat a peach. Come on. Nobody?
Shocker. I don't know.
You don't know your classic rock?
Shocker.
Classic rock trivia? Scott, come on, man. This should be right up your alley, brother.
Go eat a peach.
Eat a peach.
James Taylor.
Allman Brothers, my friend.
Oh.
Disappointed in you.
I was going to say Justin Bieber.
Were you? Did you guys see the fake Bieber that got on stage the other day?
I did.
That was a riot. I don't even know where it was, but this dude just got up and started, being Justin Bieber, and everybody was just like, "Oh, hey, it's Justin Bieber." This is a skinny white dude with a bunch of tats. Hey, I'm Justin Bieber, everybody.
Hey, our dude from the Springs is reminding me again that Skidded Heifer is the best burger in the Springs. Only 5 minutes from the stadium. Should I hit it up on the way in?
He wants you to go.
Oh, you know
even
what?
sent
Maybe
me the
leave 10
address.
minutes early.
He sent the address yesterday, too.
Yeah.
Leave 10 minutes early and then hit it up and take a burger to the thing.
What's the name of the what heifer?
Well, I think there's a typo in there. He wrote Skidded Heifer. That doesn't make much sense. Skirted Heifer, is that what he meant?
What would make sense? I have no idea. And skidded heifer?
Well, it's skirted if it's a skirt steak.
Yeah, I bet it's supposed to be skirted.
All right, well, football gets going this weekend.
I'm going to go to the Skirted Heifer.
Go for it.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a photo and everything just for this guy.
That would be great. It's the best hamburgers in 7 o'clock tonight. Our first regular season football game. It's Tyler, it's Nate, it's Rachel Vigil. They have the call as Valor takes on Pine Creek. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I want to thank everybody for hitting us up on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Hey, congratulations to Frank Arenas, who won our Elitch Gardens Season Pass giveaway for today. That includes the rest of 2025. Way to go, Frank. Including Fright Fest and Elitch Holidays. Lowest price ends soon. So Frank he's the man. He's all set. He just won by texting Elitch if you weren't our winner, because you're not Frank. Kreckman and Lindahl have another pair of passes, so stay tuned. We're in kind of an interesting situation here, broadcasting-wise here today. Scott is in Grand Junction after being in Aspen yesterday. We broadcast from Meadow Hills Golf Course with the Avalanche alumni, which was cool. Nate will join us here in just a little bit. He's already down in Colorado Springs because he's broadcasting the game tonight with you, Tyler.
Yeah.
So you're halfway done with your day. You got much more to do. Sanford is going to join us, who's coaching Valor tonight, that we're broadcasting the game, but he's going to join Nate and Andy for an hour to talk about, well, whatever they're going to talk about. He's going to be joining us from Valor before he gets on a bus and goes down to the game. This is a quirky, interesting day here today, no doubt about it. So welcome to the world of altitude, man. It's kind of fun.
Mike, dedicated to radio on game day. I
you
love
know?
it.
Like, is that a little cocky?
Oh, he does feel a little comfy, doesn't he? Feels a little bit comfortable.
A little comfortable early.
Yeah, Mike, I mean, you got to think about these things.
I thought you would stay focused on a game day.
Which one's the priority?
Yeah, I mean, he was in here doing a show earlier.
Well, maybe there's no Valor alums or parents listening to the show, so let's hope all goes well.
Well, okay. I'm just saying, I think I would want my coach a little bit more focused, but, whatever. I mean,
Way to call him out, man. You just calling him out there.
I'm trying to practice for Tyler tonight, though.
You just want me to roast him all night long?
I'm really curious how you guys are going to call the game, considering everybody's friends and we all work together.
We're just going to call a football game. It's not hard. It's not complicated. It's like calling, I haven't ever actually called an NFL game, so I shouldn't say that, but it would be like calling an NFL game when I was 2 years out and I got buddies that are on the team.
All right, so if he makes a quirky decision or something that, is fair to be questioned, you'll just say it as it is.
I'm just calling it like I'd call any game.
Call like
sure.
it is, yeah. Yeah, okay.
And then Mike could come in on Monday and he could tell me all the reasons why I was wrong, and I could be like, well, that's your opinion, man.
Because I'm going to guess for a high school game, you take it easy on the kids. You're not going to call out any kids or be all that critical, right? But the coaches.
Sure.
Coaches are fair game, right, Scott?
High school, having done all three levels, offense, defense, special teams, I've always felt you were softer on the high school and yet more excited about the plays you see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's about right.
Yeah, but do you just bury adults that make dumb decisions in high school games?
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be watching tonight.
Hey, listen, I know you didn't coach high school, but most high school coaches run a deficit by the end of the season.
What does that mean?
That they usually spend more on their team than they are paid.
Oh, I gotcha. I did a little summer high school coaching. Summer stuff.
Well, okay. Did you make money or did you spend more?
We would buy everything for him. We would, I mean, I wasn't Teddy Bridgewater or anything, but, we would get him drinks and, food and that sort of thing. We would do that. Well, I guess that's what Teddy was doing too, wasn't he? I don't know. Maybe I was breaking all sorts of rules. Who knows? Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. What do you want to see out of the Broncos tomorrow? Guys, what do we care about? What do we want to see?
Touchdowns. No touchdowns.
Okay. Well, how much of a negative would it be if Bo Nix doesn't put him in the end zone on the first drive?
Does he march down the field?
I'll give you three different scenarios. 3-and-out scenario.
Bad. Because we've got a lot of bad in our mouth already.
All right, 3-and-out bad. Picks up 2 first downs, but they like his first drive. In game one, they end up punting. And
so I'll come in on Monday morning and I'll say, well, the games looked exactly like practices have looked. A little bit of good, a little bit of bad, nothing really great going on, nothing really terrible going on.
Drives the team to the 25-yard line, but it stalls out the kick a field goal.
Good drive.
Good with that?
Solid drive, but it looked like a lot of the 2-minute warnings we saw this year in training camp.
Is like it opens up like the Broncos did last weekend. You know, we got a couple of big plays. You get a nice touchdown.
Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll.
You make mincemeat out of the Saints in about 5 or 6 plays for a touchdown.
Yeah, hell yeah, we're ready to rock and roll.
Okay,
It's exactly what they needed.
One more long drive, patient drive, more run than pass, and 10 plays, and you get a touchdown. Same thing?
Great.
Same thing.
Beautiful.
Okay.
And then if you have more runs than passes, you might end up saying, well, maybe Sean Payton will run the football this year.
What about 10-play drive, get down to the 6-yard line, interception?
Yeah, I was just going to go there.
Yeah.
Whose fault is it?
Somebody's.
Well, wait a minute. You told me every time Russ threw an interception was his fault.
I was told who's the quarterback? It wasn't his fault. Dylan Gabriel, I was told it was not his fault on the pick six that he threw, that, the receiver fell down and he did the right thing, that sort of thing. You throw interceptions in the end zone, though, that kind of sucks.
How long does a squash just stay
right?
Moving on. Okay.
Yeah.
Want to thank everybody for joining us.
That was a serious question.
Well, I'll get there. I just want to say, hey, thank you, Ramos Law, the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, you can visit at ramoslaw.com. What's your squash question?
The squash has been in this office for what feels like 2 weeks now.
I thought that was fake.
Where's it at?
Right here.
That's a real squash?
I think that's a real squash.
I thought it was okay.
How do you know when they're ripe or not?
It oozes if I stick my fingernail into it.
Then I would say it's not ripe, wouldn't it? It doesn't need to be. Is it like
all
I
know is
DMac?
I mean, to DMac's point, I thought this thing was fake for a long time because it's looked the exact same way.
How do you know it's real?
Because it oozes when I stick my fingernail into it.
Right. Take a bite of it.
Is that the third time today you've not listened to me?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I literally just repeated the same line I said about 30 seconds ago.
Here's what it is. We have people heckling us outside of the studio because we're in a fishbowl right now. So I don't know if you've noticed it, but
Scotty, I need your help on this. My gosh.
Yeah,
I can't believe you all are still listening.
Yeah.
It's Friday for DMac, too. I mean,
okay. I'm the one that's unfocused? Okay.
He's probably a little...
Really? I'm the one. I'm the one that's not dialed in. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. You're probably looking at those people looking at you at the thing and saying, I wonder if I can get another live out of those guys.
Oh, my God. Okay. How's that radio station working out today, Scott?
How'd
that go?
Well, you know what? And you notice I stayed away from talking about it. It was all set up and everything, but,
Yeah, whose fault was that?
Who are you blaming, Scott? Are you
is
blaming your friends in Grand Junction or your co-workers here in Denver?
Because clearly it couldn't be your fault.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it wasn't my fault.
No, of course not.
No, go ahead, blame somebody.
No way.
Way above my pay grade on the setup on something that I've been involved with 1,000,000 times. The problem is it's a Friday, and when you need an engineer to help, they've already caught the train.
So we're just blaming society then?
So he's actually blaming his friends then.
I guess he is. I suppose you're throwing the Grand Junction boys under the
bus.
bus.
What end was the problem on, Scott?
I think it was on our end. I
Co-workers.
don't know if anybody's given an answer the other way.
Okay.
Oh, it's our somebody here's fault.
It's let's be real. It's Dan's fault.
Is it Dan's fault?
It's definitely Dan's fault.
I mean, if I were to blame anybody,
well, that's what we're
I
doing
would blame
right now.
Dan. I would blame Dan first, and then the unavailability of engineers to help him.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with that one.
Yeah, I'm not saying a
what
word.
What are you doing now?
I'm not saying nothing on that.
I mean, Scott, you got to be smarter than that.
Yeah,
my name is Darren.
No, it is not.
I am so grateful to have good engineers
Me
here.
too, and I do not have the red stapler. It's not mine whatsoever. It's all Scott Hastings. That's our guy right there.
I've had my own headphones.
But you did. Hey, but you did have the headphones.
Yeah, well, ain't no doubt about that. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Andy Lindahl's joining in. Yeah, it's a quirky show you got. You got Sanford going to be out there at Valor for an hour or so, right, on the show. And then you got Nate.
About a half hour.
And then
we got
Nate. Is Nate with us? I don't even
Nate's
know.
right there.
I'm with you.
Hey, Nate, good to see you. There you are.
Good to see you.
Now, today your hair does look on fleek.
He's
it looks
TV
good
ready.
today, dog.
Wait. What was the word you just used?
Well, on fleek, in fleek.
Okay.
It was a hip thing about 8 years ago.
Okay, I didn't know if that was a compliment or an insult. I wasn't sure.
It'd
be like my time of it would have been, man, that is real hip.
Hey, before Tyler pulls out here,
or Swift.
Should we have a preview?
Out quick.
Should we have a preview of the game tonight with the two?
How is his? How is your
me-
rhythm, Tyler? Are you solid? You good?
I'm sorry, I'd already pulled out, and he's asking me to put it back in.
Whoa!
I mean, so
What are we doing?
I pulled
What
out,
are we
and
doing?
now I had to insert my headphone jack had to be inserted back in.
Whoa! Again,
I
that
couldn't
was
hear
Darren.
Nate.
Everybody, that was Darren.
I didn't say anything.
That's all PhD.
No, I really couldn't hear it.
Nate, repeat, please.
I was just asking about his rhythm. You had made a pulled out comment.
Oh, I got you. He was still going on the joke. I see.
I was.
Is the rhythm going to get you is the question.
Well, that's so. Is there anything between the two of you about the game? I'm trying to get.
By the way,
We
years
just
ago
hope tonight that there's a rhythm of the night.
Years ago, guys, I used to host the Eric Decker show. Remember Eric Decker?
Yes.
Of course.
Very handsome wide receiver here in Denver.
Yes.
And I ran afoul of his public relations squad when I made a rhythm method joke to him live on the air.
Oh, he didn't like that.
Decker was great with it. My boss got an angry phone call from his people.
Well, considering he did an entire TV show that they did nothing but talk about having sex with each other, that seems like an ironic criticism, Nate.
Thank you very much. His lovely wife, Jessie Decker, would join us on the show sometimes, and she wasn't shy about cracking any jokes.
Are you kidding? Their whole show was about their sex life.
Exactly, but the radio jackass makes one comment,
there you go.
and PR guys like, I'm sorry, that's a good Christian boy with an image. We don't make those kind of comments.
All right, Tyler does have to skedaddle. I just didn't know if you guys want to talk about the game a little bit. If you don't, you don't. I don't know.
Tyler's the analyst. I'm just there to tell you what's going to happen.
No,
what is happening? Tyler's supposed to tell you what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, D-Mac's all worried we're going to be roasting Mike the whole night.
I'm not worried about it. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic.
I got to be honest with you. I hope that he pulls a boneheaded move.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. I'm going to enjoy that. I am rooting for him to do something dumb.
Look, this is his rookie debut.
Right.
He's never been a high school coach before. He's never done this.
Yeah, I know. We all know.
The problem is he's too competent for that. That's my concern. I think that Pine Creek's up against it tonight. That's my view of things right there. I think that program is in a bit of a rebuild. Valor Christian, I mean, Tyler, you can expand on this. Valor Christian's offensive line, they feature Cannon Smith at left tackle, who's already committed to USC. Reese Russell, who is Matt Russell's son, will be their starting right tackle. What is he up to now, Tyler? 40 offers?
Yeah, something like that. Something insane.
Wow. Yeah.
Hasn't committed anywhere yet, though.
Yeah, he hasn't committed, but, I mean, it's like it's NIL clearinghouse going on over there to try and bring him in. So we're talking about I think it's the best offensive line in the state. The skill position talent, I think, is good, but I think their offensive line is so special that I think that automatically it gives them a leg up on basically everybody in the state that isn't Cherry Creek.
Creek had an offensive line like that 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Not quite as many offers as this. I mean, this O-line for Valor, they might have 100 offers combined.
Wow.
And that might be a bit of an over-exaggeration, but not too much. It's insane. They asked me for keys to the game, and one of my keys to the game was get your playmakers involved early for Valor. And what I'm going to say with that, ride your big dogs. Them's you playmakers.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's cool.
By the way, speaking of Cherry Creek really quick, and Valor doesn't have Creek on the schedule this year, so hopefully this is going to be our state championship game. The top recruit, class of 26 in the state of Colorado, and I saw this kid 2 years ago when he was a sophomore, and he was already a load. Tufanua Yonatana Umukais.
That's impressive.
That is 4-star defensive tackle. He's committed to Washington. But I mean, Tyler, this kid is he's terrifying. And it's going to be really fun if that's our state title game to watch. Valor's O-line, Sanford's O-line go up against that kid because he's a monster.
All right, very good. I got stuff to do. I got to go feed the dog, and then I got to get up to Colorado Springs. DMac, can I pull out now?
Pull out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Au revoir.
Well done, everybody. Good job. No notes. We're knocking it out of the park today.
Yeah, is Sanford joining you guys, or is he?
We'll see.
What, you don't know?
That's a great question.
He said he was. He said he was going to be here.
He sure did.
He did. He's a little bit late right now, if that's the case. I'm just saying.
He sure did.
Yeah.
We shall see. But no, by the way, shout out to my friends at the Mountain West Conference. They were nice enough to set me up here today. I'm in the Mountain West Network studios, broadcasting live here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'll get out of here and head on over to District 20 Stadium, and we'll have high school football tonight on Altitude Sports Radio, on Altitude Television. So everybody nice enough to set me up right here. By the way, guys, I was really excited. They have a banner from the 2013 Mountain West Football Championship game, the inaugural game ever, which I called on national radio. Derek Carr and Devontae Adams outdueled Utah State that day to win the Mountain West Championship.
Who was you? Who did they go against Utah State? Who were their star players? There was no Jordan Love at that time, right?
No, that was way before that.
Is that even right? Did he go to Nevada or Utah State?
No, Jordan Love was Utah State.
Okay.
You know what? To be fair, Navy blue schools in the Mountain West, I get them confused sometimes too.
All right.
No, Jordan Love played at Utah State because his quarterback's coach was
Mike Sanford.
Mike Sanford, well done, who was there in 2019. But no, 2013, they had a linebacker I think the Bengals drafted in like the third round. They were very good defensively, but like it was Carr, it was Devontae Adams, and then here's a name from Bronco Pass. You guys remember this one? Isaiah Burse.
Oh,
remember the name Isaiah Burse?
Not. What year was that?
Punt returner.
Punt returner.
Is a punt returner named Isaiah Burst?
Yeah, Burse.
Burse. Yes.
Oh, it'd be better if it was Burst.
Yeah, it would have been.
Right?
So, they wish they could have nicknamed him Isaiah Burst.
How many years?
Didn't work out.
He carved out a year or two here, right, Andy?
He got a couple years in, but then he was replaced on the. I want to say he was replaced on the Super Bowl team by.
What? He was on the Super Bowl? He was on 2015?
He got cut before the Super Bowl. Who was the kid that ran back? He had the return in the Super Bowl. It set him up for pretty good good field
Jordan.
Position. Yes.
He was smaller.
Doggone it. What's his name?
Aqib Talib once pushed him.
That's right.
And I can't remember his last name.
504-925.
He got run down by a linebacker or by a defensive end and didn't get the touchdown.
Well, he had the huge return in the Super Bowl.
Right, and he got caught. But I think it's still a punt return record for a Super Bowl.
It was
Jordan Norwood.
Jordan
Norwood.
There we go. Got it.
Holy
we got
cow.
there. We got it home.
Yeah, that punt return was frankly one of their better offensive plays of the night, really.
Yeah.
So Isaiah Burse was on that team?
No, I think he got replaced by Norwood in 2015. He only lasted as a Bronco like a couple years.
Oh, I don't even
he might have been on the 2013 team, though.
Well, that's impressive. I can't believe I don't remember him.
Yes, Isaiah Burse, number 19.
I can.
He played 12 games in 2014. That was it.
Do we remember the scenario where Norwood was bullied by
Aqib Talib? Yeah, he got shoved for something. What did he do, Nate?
I forget what that was. It was
Did
something.
he fumble? He might
have
fumbled.
Something like that.
That was the high-strung 2016 season where it might have even been that Patriot game.
Oh, everybody hated each other on that team.
And the offense just got to a point in the middle of the year, and I witnessed some of the boiling over. Still afraid to say the names because I don't want it to come back and get me. But I did witness about a midseason offense, you better start doing your job, we'll just say, before the locker room got open.
Well, how about when Chris Harris made the small receiver who plays for Buffalo now cry in the locker room? Who's that guy? The little
AJ Hamler?
No.
Isaiah McKenzie?
Isaiah McKenzie.
That's our friend.
Well, that dude, you want to talk about fumbling problems. That guy was all kinds of fumbling problems.
Yeah, Chris was just...
And Vance kept running him out there.
They were a tough crowd. That the no-fly zone was like...
Oh, no, you didn't want to mess with them.
Dude.
They're very intimidating. It's,
To their own guys.
Yeah. Well, no, the whole defensive unit was intimidating. And again, by 2016, they'd had enough. I just remember, not only did we have Jordan Norwood getting shoved, you had to keep Talib telling Russell Okun to shut up. We don't want to hear from you after the Patriot game because we just held Tom Brady to 150 yards and couldn't win a game.
Well, that story
Nobody on your side gets to talk.
The story was Gary Kubiak said, does anybody have something to say?
Russell Okun, the original Russ.
He starts talking and Talib tells him to shut up.
Yeah, we won't hear from you.
16-3. That was a hideous football
game.
Dude,
there was who was the right tackle that year? Who was the right tackle that they not Menelik Watson? Who was the guy after Menelik Watson? The Chief.
Donald Stevenson.
Dude, I'm in Tennessee. We're in Tennessee. A game that they lost in overtime because again a couple guys dropped passes that would have got them their 10th win, and then they would have got to the playoffs. I'm in a hotel in Tennessee. We're getting ready to head out for the evening for dinner, and I'm in the lobby. And all I hear is I was talking to one of the security guards because his buddies with all the security guards, and hear where's Stevenson? Stevenson's not in the meeting room. They want Stevenson. Somebody go find Stevenson. Go knock on the window. And I'm like, okay. The guy that's like the biggest problem on the offensive line this year is not in a meeting. And next thing I know, there's security guards everywhere and everyone's running around. And then I don't even know where they found him, but he comes walking out. I think it was Brian Periani's just ripping him a new one. I was just like, man, this thing's such a mess.
You know what's funny?
Let's go get a steak.
Even though the sample size is small and it's not been great, is Mike McGlinchey the greatest right tackle in the past 20 years of the Denver Broncos? Maybe not 20, but like...
Probably at least Orlando Franklin wants to say something until he moved to guard.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably.
That position has been such a dearth.
If they had a quarterback that whole time, that would be the position we freak out about.
You know what's funny, though? For whatever criticisms we ever have about McGlinchey, we got to keep in mind the horror show that's been right tackle for years.
I mean, along those lines, Evan Engram is already the best tight end since Julius Thomas, and he hasn't played a snap.
All he's got to do is catch one long pass.
Just run a play. That's all I need him to do.
He might have better stats than any tight end by the time we hit game 10.
Don't make it a tight end jet sweep.
Wait.
Just run one play, and he'll be the best tight end since Julius Thomas.
Evan Ingram's already passed Owen Daniels?
Yeah.
With one long pass, yeah. Now listen, Owen Daniel was crafty.
He was fine.
He was crafty.
Got a Super Bowl out of him.
He was crafty.
Caught the first pass of the Super Bowl for Payton.
How many times do you want me to say crafty? He was crafty. Dude, I got some great pictures of his 2 touchdown catches in the AFC Championship game that ended up holding up, but you know.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything.
But I'm just telling you, there was not another good tight end.
I'm just goofing. I don't know.
We went through a Jeff Hireman. We tried a Jake Butt. We went to Troy Fumagalli. Then it was Noah Fant.
What about
who else you wanted to go with?
Recently, Dulcich is actually doing all right.
Greg Dulcich, look, you watch. Greg, what if it's Russ and Dulcich running into town for the old big revenge game?
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it would make sense, I guess. Dulcich is doing good.
He's a good athlete. He couldn't stay on the damn field.
Yeah, it's the injuries for him.
Yeah, he was great.
It wasn't his talent. They were psyched.
Yeah. Let's keep doing this thing, all right? R.J. Harvey. If ceiling met with R.J. Harvey, he will be best Broncos running back since...
Oh, man.
Well... Is C.J. Anderson too high a bar? I mean, C.J. had a good 4-year run.
He was great
running back
he
at
was
the
great
Super
when
Bowl.
he was here.
Yep.
C.J. did nothing but score clutch touchdowns and get big yards.
Get tough yards.
Remember that toss play against the Patriots? By the way, someone said we're throwing shade at Ryan Harris. Ryan was the left tackle, Reggie. Ryan had to move from right to light.
Yeah,
to left.
I mean, it
someone said,
been...
do you remember Ty Sambrailo? Yes, I do. Ty Sambrailo played a whole, I think it was Detroit game, because I had 3 guys tell me that dude went to another planet and found a way to just ignore his shoulder pain and get through the game because they basically told him, we got no one else to play your position. And with one shoulder, he blocked and they beat Detroit in Detroit.
Let's go backwards on running backs. That's interesting, though. Certainly wouldn't be Javonte Williams, right? So you go before him.
Oh, well, you know what was really low-key good? You know what was really low-key good was Willis McGahee. And then 2012 is a whole different story. If Willis McGahee doesn't get his knee blown up, late in the season? Because then Willis McGahee's running that football at the end of the game, not tiny Ronnie Hillman, who was the youngest player in the NFL, and Jacob Hester, who I don't think had taken a carry to that point.
What about the Jamal Charles era here in Denver?
Oh, that was just unbelievable. What do you like better, the Jamal Charles or the Vernon Davis? Do you want to go Jamal Charles, Vernon Davis? What other great player showed up that was supposed to? How about who was the big linebacker they got that came in here?
I know exactly what you're saying.
Simeon Rice. How about some Simeon Rice of the Shanahan era? Huh?
Remember when Sam Adams showed up here?
Yeah. You like some Keith Brooking? We had a year of Keith Brooking. Can I interest you in a Keith Brooking? Brooking actually was pretty good for them.
Well, how about our linebacker guy last year? I mean, we don't have to go that far back from the Chiefs.
Who do we get?
Oh my God.
From the Chiefs?
Inside linebacker, Chiefs. Help me.
Cody Barton?
No, just last year.
I know. Cody Barton played. That was the guy.
Jewel?
Am I going 2 years ago then? Maybe it's 2 years ago. Who was the dude we got from the Chiefs that just couldn't get along with Sean? And Sean hated him.
I know who you're talking about. Who was it? Yes, he's talking about the outside rush linebacker. For some reason, I had middle. It was the guy that they signed late in camp. You're right. Was it the Russ year? It was Randy Gregory, the guy after Randy Gregory.
It was kind of a combo meal. It was him and Randy Gregory were both terrible.
And they both hated him. They both were cut by the end of it.
Who the hell was it?
I know. I can remember. He was a great chief pass rusher. I know exactly who you're talking about. I can't remember his stupid name.
Somebody has got to help us here.
Oh, my God. Frank Clark. There we go. Someone on the text line.
Clark.
Someone put Frank Jones. I love you, texter. Frank Jones, you're the best. You're still closer than we were. Frank Clark, 506, finally got it. Frank Clark and Randy Gregory. What did they get, like 5 sacks between them? Huh? You remember that?
I mean, if
Frank Clark halfway through.
If you go with
Frank Clark hurt?
If you go with great careers but disasters for a short time with the Broncos, Frank Clark has got to be up there with Randy Gregory. Jamal Charles is probably there too.
Here's the thing, though, that I would tell you about Randy Gregory. That was not a great career. That dude never had more than 6.5 sacks in a single season.
Okay.
He shows up here and gets a $70 million contract, and you're like, what are you paying him for?
Yeah.
And of course, it was a complete and total disaster. But he was like a guy that, remember, he was highly drafted out of Nebraska. He goes to Dallas, and there's a hype machine behind him because of his crazy athleticism, because he was a good combine guy. He looked good on tape.
Yeah.
And then watch him play football, and he never did anything.
This
he
is
shows up here, and he's a mess.
Everybody's glazing George Payton for the Devon Vele deal, and we're sitting here like, time out, everybody. Let's go through some other ones. It wasn't all gold.
The beauty of the Russell Wilson contract is that it makes everybody forget Randy Gregory.
Dude,
but that was hideous.
All right, so let's settle on this. Best tight end would be Julius Thomas, right? We don't want to give any love to, because Julius Thomas was 2013. Who was Manning's buddy that came along with him?
You're talking about playmaking tight ends.
I just want to pick. I want to go ahead and I want to pick all the guys since we've already got R.J. Harvey best since we'll say C.J. Anderson or no Sean Moreno. I would say C.J. Anderson.
I'd put C.J. was good. C.J. was really good.
I'll go C.J.
Okay, so R.J. could be the best since C.J. Anderson or Dobbins, whoever works out. I think we're all probably guessing R.J. long term.
I'd say that's fair.
Ingram will be the best since Julius Thomas.
I guess so.
Yep.
And then what about, God, where does Cortland fit? What if Pat Bryant explodes this year? Could Pat Bryant be the best?
Since when? Since who?
DT? Or does Cortland already have the role?
You got Emmanuel in there, too. He was real good. I mean,
Cortland right now is the best receiver since Cortland in 2019.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
All right. I mean, okay.
This is why
he was
have
good,
sucked so long.
And then he went away.
This exercise right here.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Cortland's the best since Cortland.
Yeah.
All right, that's probably pretty fair.
He's on Cortland. This is Cortland 2.0.
Yeah, Cortland.
Hey, Nick Benito, best since Vaughn, because God knows Bradley Chubb didn't work out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Could Benito and Cooper be the best since you had, this whole rotation? You could go DeMarcus, Shaq Barrett, and Vaughn. That could be Benito, Cooper, and either the Utah kid.
It could be that good.
Ellis.
The combination of Benito, Cooper, Ellis, and Dondre Tillman 34 sacks last season as a group.
I got one for you. Surtain Champ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nobody in between Champ.
And there were good corners. Aqib Talib and Chris Harris were excellent players, but like we're talking about Hall of Famers now.
Shut down, yeah.
In Surtain and Champ Bailey. Those are Hall of Famers.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, see, someone just said Talib Harris. How about the combo?
Are they? Oh, hold on.
Combo?
Are they Hall of Famers? Are Talib
is, but I don't know if he will be.
Talib? Oh, where?
He should be, but will he be?
So would you say combo Harris, Talib?
Yeah, because
Moss,
I think Moss
Surtain.
Because I'll tell you this. Here's the
They're
thing.
up there.
You know what? I would put Talib Harris ahead of Champ and literally everybody he played with.
Yeah,
give me a good corner. He played with that was the best. Andre Goodman, the year that Josh McDaniels got here.
Yeah,
Andre Goodman was pretty good, but he wasn't Riley Moss good.
So Moss, Surtain equals Harris, Talib.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yes.
I hope so.
High praise.
I mean, again, yeah, Nate's right. We got to see how this season plays out, but I think in the could-be category, we're talking about the best combo, the best, deepest rooms at positions that you've had since the Super Bowl.
Hold on a second.
Okay, so now let's think about next season. If Jahdae Barron moves to the outside, former number 1 pick, and you've got a defensive player of the year and a dude in Barron that looks like he's got Pro Bowl written all over him if he hits a ceiling, that's probably going to be the best combo in franchise history.
Well, if this is all true, then how come the Broncos aren't winning a Super Bowl in the next 2 years?
Who says they're not?
I'm not.
I'm not kicking it out of bed.
We'll see.
Look what we just did.
Well, I know
that little exercise right there.
I don't think anyone laughs at the Super Bowl expectations because, again, I think this offense can be a lot better than 2015.
What we're saying is we have, since the Super Bowl or in a long time, the best right tackle, left tackle, equivalent in pass rushes, equivalent in corners, best running back, best tight end, and then there's the quarterback position, and then, whatever. Coach, you'd probably put best coach too, frankly, since Coobs. Yes.
And then Shanahan prior to him.
So you really don't have an excuse to not contend for the Super Bowl in the next 2 years.
You're right.
There you go. There's some
if I'm going to pick you to win your division, you're contending for a Super Bowl right now.
You got two people in here. Well, here's what's hilarious.
I'm not going to fight you.
You got two people in the studio picking them to win the division, and one of them's not DMac.
I am not,
Nate and Mark Springer are picking them to win the division. They both got them.
What kind of record? What record?
I got 12-5.
I got 11-6. I
think
they
win at 11? Well, I got them at 11-6 too. I just didn't think that would win the division.
Well, it could. I mean, if they feed, I said it the other day. This division may eat each other's children this year because you guys are doing it earlier. Best coach and ranking them all. You got all really good coaches. And even though Harbaugh didn't have a Super Bowl, he's been to one and he's got a national title. Although maybe a few people got something to say about that this week. But this is the best group of coaches I would say probably ever resided in the AFC West. And look, John Elway, who did John Elway even have to deal with in the division from time to time? Like, if you go back and
Gannon?
Rich Gannon, well, no. He missed Gannon.
He missed Gannon?
Although Gannon did beat him as a Viking, if you can believe that.
Oh, my God. Who was I don't know.
Elvis Gerbach?
Well,
yeah. You'd have the Seahawks.
Oh, you know what?
You'd have the Seahawks in there, too.
Sexiest athlete in the world, Elvis Gerbach.
I forgot. Yeah, but it was Gannon. You know what? Elway did face Gannon a year, but as a Chief. Not as a Raider.
Oh, that's what I was saying.
I was thinking Raider. Remember, Gannon wasn't he MVP that one year with the Raiders when they went to the Super Bowl?
What about Rick Meyer?
Rick Meyer sucks. Rick Meyer he had to deal with Dave Craig. He had to deal with
not Dan Fouts. Dan Fouts.
I think Fouts was like the beginning of his career.
Brock
Fouts he was
Thanks
in there.
for having me on, guys, and good luck.
He did. I was at the game where Elway and Montana dueled with game-winning drives and.
By the way, Nate got a slight a reference to the high school game tonight by bringing in Brock Heward.
Hey, now
I know you want to throw that out there, Nate.
Play that cut for Darren again. Let's see if he's ever dealt with this. Darren, nobody calls him that on radio.
Thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck.
Nate and I knew at that moment.
Who's that?
Dan Fouts. The one and only time we had him on, because when we got done, I looked at Nate.
Did he say good luck?
Yeah, he caught it. He caught it.
Sure did.
When you hear good luck, doesn't that kind of mean I'm never talking to you again?
Good luck.
We never talk to him again.
Oh, that's the same as F off.
Did it feel that way?
Oh, yeah.
We said that right after the interview.
There's no doubt about it.
You
good luck.
Listen,
what
we were all competing, so you would know this. We have a bit of is the guest a friend of the program when we're done.
Not a friend of the program.
See, I love it because people think we oversell it. I'm like, no, good luck is not how you end an interview.
Good luck is F off.
Yeah.
Good luck. We won't be talking anymore.
Have a nice life, Jagoffs. That's what we got.
Was it a contentious interview? Was it like
no? We thought it was fine.
I thought it was
and then
fine.
He good lucks us at the end of the
luck.
thing, and we were like, all right, well, I guess we'll never talk to him again.
You know what, though? Wasn't he out of the booth by like the next
Yeah,
year?
he shouldn't have messed with Kreckman and Lindahl. Guess what? Career done, pal.
But I'm also saying he might have seen the writing on the wall.
He might have known.
He might have known, like,
He's like, I'm out of here. He's doing Charger preseason games now. He's still got a little itch for it.
hey, there's a gig. There's a gig for you.
Thank
Oregon
you.
legend.
Postal Bryant said Fouts was out in 87, so Fouts and Elway did have a few games against each other.
All right. Because you got to throw Seattle in the in that time period.
Never forget.
Yeah, Seattle had Dave Craig. You know what's funny? Seattle had Kurt Warner, the running back.
Oh.
There was a Kurt Warner, the running back, who was actually pretty good. So.
Okay.
You want to go 80s AFC West?
No,
This
I
your guy.
really don't.
I'm gonna make you.
Sit down. His son, by the way, is not the starting quarterback at Fresno State. Kurt Warner's kid is.
Did he get announced?
And you will hear them. He did. And you will hear that game tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950, Fresno State and Kansas, as I am broadcasting live from the Mountain West studios. Andy is in Denver, in Lone Tree more specifically. Spring's back at the shop as well. The great Darren McKee, everybody. Listen to him every day, noon to 3 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But we are Kreckman and Lindahl. And Andy, we'll take a break. When we return, we're going to close a book today. A book is open, and we are going to shut it. Actually, the Rockies shut it officially. The Nolan Arenado trade is complete. It's over, and we have got our final numbers on how it really went. Who won the trade? You'll never be able to figure it out. Tune in next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott Friday, we're sitting in the waiting room, Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
By the way, and we got to give a shout out. We got to start playing our open at 320. Our guy Chris DeMakes. We got to get every dollar out of that sucker. Les and Jake put out today is the 30th anniversary of Pezcore. Their big hit album.
Do you? It certainly wasn't their hit. It was their first album.
You didn't love their? I love Pezcore.
Oh, Andy, you know me. I'm here for all the old stuff. Like I would argue. We're gonna ska nerd it for a second here. Hello Rockview is the hit album.
Fair enough. You're right.
I think
Losing Streak was pretty good though too.
Losing Streak was the ramp.
Okay.
Hello Rockview was the hit album. Pezcore was and if you remember when we had Chris DeMakes on during the pandemic, and I was really proud of it because I have like a original pressing like Dill Records version of Pezcore on CD, and I was like, see, I'm an old school fan. I saw you guys in like '94, man. And he was just like, yeah, I love that album. It doesn't sound good, but I love that album. It's like, well, yeah, you guys were probably recording it like in somebody's basement with a bunch of microphones that were sitting on the floor. But it's still an absolute classic. But they got much more polished as they went.
Listen, My Own Flag and Johnny Quest Thinks We're Sellouts are always going to live. They'll always play.
I would argue that entire album is unimpeachable, Andy. Again, you don't get to sell me on Pezcore. You know, not in the slightest bit.
You're going to have to sell me on this Rockies trade that they ever won it because they didn't.
I don't know if I can, but
you
I'll
can't.
try.
But good luck.
Okay.
In the words of Dan Fouts, good luck.
So, guys, today, the Rockies, it became official. Austin Gomber, I think, cleared waivers, and he has been released today by the Colorado Rockies. And that move officially, Andy, closes the book on the Nolan Arenado trade because Austin Gomber was the last particular from that deal, besides some of the money that the Cardinals still have.
Yeah, they spent all $50 million yet?
Yeah, exactly. But El Gambarino was the last one from the trade that was still in the organization. So Austin Gomber, here's how it goes. He was officially released today after he got destroyed by the Dodgers the other night. We played the audio of it, and again, it was I would call it an empathetic move on the part of the organization to wave goodbye to Austin Gomber because as heard on the audio that we played on the show, he was broken. All right? So, the Rockies release Austin Gomber today. 5.31 ERA over his 5 years, 109 starts. Shout out to great ska band Bucko 9. He went 28-44. Park-adjusted ERA of 90, so 10% worse than the league average. His best season, Andy, was 2024. It was actually last year. That was Gomber's best season when he had a 4.75 ERA over 30 starts, although he did allow a National League high 30 home runs. But the Austin Gomber era ends. I don't think we're ever going to put Austin Gomber in the Ubaldo Jimenez, Aaron Cook, Jorge De La Rosa, Kyle Freeland debate of who's the greatest Rockies pitcher ever. Going to go out on that limb and say
no.
A rather forgettable 5 years out of Austin Gomber.
No.
Is he even – he might even be in the worst ever discussion.
There were – I mean, Kyle Kendrick would certainly like a
sure. Yeah.
Remember some
we could really
Rocky
go back
pitchers.
and list a few.
Exactly. No. Let's see. The other four players in the trade, because remember, there were 5 players in the deal. Mateo Gil, infielder who currently, Andy, is playing for Charros de Jalisco in the Mexican League. Tony Losi, Rockies traded him to Tampa Bay for cash. He's out of baseball. Eleris Montero, who was a Rocky as recently as last year when the team axed him, he currently plays for Hiroshima Toyo Corp of Nippon Professional Baseball, the Japanese league. And then Jake Summers was in Albuquerque last year. The internet doesn't have much of a record of him. He's not Like, he's not playing professional baseball anywhere right now. That's what I was able to find. So Gomber was the last one, and I did just, again, is wins above replacement WAR? What is it good for? Is it a perfect statistic? No. But Austin Gomber, his value as a Rocky for 5 seasons, Andy, 3.2 wins above replacement. Good old-fashioned pitcher WAR, 3.2. Eleris Montero was the only other individual in the trade that ever went to the major league level. He finished 1.7 wins below replacement level in his time as a Rocky. So quick math would tell you that the 5 players that the Rockies got in the deal were worth a win and a half. 1.5 wins above replacement.
Is that bad? That feels bad.
5.
That's a half win for 3 of them and Bupkis for 2 others.
Uh-huh.
Is that quick math all right for you?
And only 2 of them played at the big league level.
Okay.
Yeah. And $51 million. You also you gave them $51 million in a future Hall of Fame third baseman. Nolan Arenado, by the way, has been worth 17.9 wins above replacement for the St. Louis Cardinals. He has hit over 100 home runs in a Cardinals uniform. He's played in 3 All-Star games. He has won 2 Gold Gloves. In 2022, he was 3rd in the National League MVP race. It's Andy, I'm here to tell you that it's the worst trade in Denver sports history.
All right.
And I would have told you that qualitatively. I would have told you trading a future Hall of Fame third baseman along with $51 million and giving that away and not getting a single one of the Cardinals' premier prospects, I would have told you on the surface that was a loss, and it is, and it was a terrible look, and it infuriated the fan base, and it was just, from a baseball operations standpoint, brain dead. But now tack on to that, that I can quantitatively tell you, again, Nolan Arenado, 17.9 wins above replacement. The combination of Austin Gomber, Mateo Gil, Tony Losi, Eleris Montero, and Jake Summers, a win and a half.
Dude, and you know what else about it? I don't know how often we can point to this, and maybe we can, if you got an idea, hit us up, 303-504-0925. It broke the franchise. You and we were hoping when we get together in 2019, Denver's longest-running sports afternoon trio, anything. Anyway, we get together in 2019, and it's at the end of a Nuggets run. It's at the end, unfortunately, of an Avalanche run. And we were hoping to have some really good baseball after they come off their wild card victory and not a great series against the Brewers. But you know what? You still got you some Charlie Blackmon. You still got you Kevin Freeland. You still got Marquez. Got all these guys going.
And
Kevin Freeland?
In all seriousness, it legitimately was. And maybe not by like enjoyment per se, but simply by results. That's the second best era of Rockies baseball ever, besides basically like 07 to 09. 17 and 18 consecutive postseason berths. That's high watermark for the franchise, or second highest watermark for the franchise coming off of that. And then, 19 was a struggle, and Arenado simply said what everybody was thinking. That doesn't feel like we're really trying all that hard around here. And
because we wondered why they didn't trade anybody at the deadline.
Yeah, and that remark was met with a general manager and an owner whose feelings were hurt, and they escorted him out of town after having given him the largest contract in franchise history. This was a beloved player. This was one of the greatest defensive third basemen that has ever walked the planet. Again, that's not hyperbole. Like, look at the Gold Gloves. It's Brooks Robinson, and then it's Nolan Arenado, okay? That's above Scott Rowland. That's above Mike Schmidt. Like, that's right there, okay? Then you add on to that, what did he win, 2 home run titles? National League home run titles in his time here in a Rockies uniform. The Father's Day cycle, back-to-back playoff berths. I believe, Andy, and call me crazy, but I think of this franchise's history, it goes Todd Helton, Larry Walker, Nolan Arenado. I think he's the 3rd greatest player in the history of the franchise, absolutely beloved. And I think the damage that trade did to the fans, to the city, in addition to what it did to the actual baseball product on the field. Combine it all together, there is no worse trade in the history of this town.
No, and it literally broke a team. Nothing has been the same since, because you lose him, then guess what? Trevor Story don't want to be here anymore. Right. Now, John Gray, allegedly, per reports, John Gray might have stayed around. You bothered not to talk to him, got nothing for him. Basically, you break up the core. Charlie Blackmon seems to be the only one from that fun core willing to hang out here and just finish his career happy, fishing and doing whatever.
And I mean, this is no diss to Charlie Blackmon, although I'm sure it would be taken as a diss. He was here because he was grossly overcompensated.
Yeah, they paid him too much to stay. It's the whole reason why Mike Hampton showed up here one time. I literally heard it come out of Mike Hampton's mouth when we went down to do a dugout show. What was I going to do? Say no to this money? It's crazy.
Charlie
I know my stuff isn't great here.
I still see him every night in a commercial, fly fishing in a river, hyping a bank, okay? Yeah. Because the guy is so rich.
Yeah.
He just doesn't know what to do with all of his money that he made from this team. And he's a great Rocky. To be sure, he's a great Rocky. He was loyal. He was a good Dick Monfort guy. He was a good citizen, and so he was. He got a gigantic contract at a stage of his career where he should not have been paid 9 figures, and yet they chose to do so. So, the Russell Wilson trade, while bad, to be sure, not even just bad, awful, to be sure. But it doesn't touch trading away Nolan Arenado to the Cardinals, along with $51 million and getting 1.5 wins.
I think that you put it perfectly when we chatted on the phone. The worst trade in Denver sports history is the Nolan Arenado trade. The worst contract is where you get the Russell Wilson entry.
That's when Russ and Chris Bryant are duking it out.
Are staring at each other.
Exactly, for what could have possibly been worse. But when it comes to trade, this one is on a level that I don't think – and not even like – Andy, this is one of the worst trades in the history of sports. This is the Cubs trading Lou Brock. Like, this is that kind of trade. Again, like Nolan – have the Cardinals enjoyed massive success since Nolan has been there? Not really, but that's because of other issues that have gone on with that ball club. And Nolan's starting to fade, as baseball players now in the year 2025 actually do in their 30s. I think sometimes we forget. We got so programmed during the steroid era of just hey, this guy's 39 years old and he can still hit 55 home runs. Guys can't do that anymore, because they're not science projects any longer. They're actually following regular trajectories. Plus, Nolan has played a very physical and demanding version of third base for a very long time. There was always going to be that decline, but still, 3 All-Stars, 2 Gold Gloves, and a top 3 finish and an MVP as a St. Louis Cardinal.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, we had EJ write in and basically say, I'm sure it was snarky. Doesn't this mean they'd only be 60 and whatever with him? Sure. What it means is, how did you not get better value for the trade? That's the point of all this. How do you make that bad a trade?
How do you make that bad a trade, number one, but also what does it do to the trajectory of your club if you keep one of the best players in franchise history and, I don't know, actually try around him rather than move him in an absolute disaster of a trade that was Dick Monfort's decision and move, by the way. Do not get that wrong. Hate Jeff Bridich all you want, and he wasn't good, but that was Dick Monfort's move. But you still could have had Nolan Arenado around these parts, and you wouldn't have had to cynically go and hand Chris Bryant $170 million.
Sure. But again, we said it at the time. How did you not get Nolan Gorman, one of their top prospects, out of this deal to replace what you were losing at third base?
At the time,
how did you not get a bat out of the deal to at least try to make up for the bat you were giving up?
It was a hideously bad trade at the time, and there were a lot of people inside Coors Field that knew it was. And the trigger got pulled anyway. So, yeah, Rockies release Austin Gomber today, and the worst trade in the history of the city of Denver is officially in the books. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll take a break. When we return, I want to go from one of the worst that we've ever seen to one of the greatest that we have ever seen. Peter Forsberg stopped by the table this morning with Brett Kane and Mark Moser, and it was a great interview. He'll be on the ice Sunday night over at DU, which is going to be a lot of fun. But I want to bring back a portion of that interview that struck me about how Peter Forsberg continues to be better at life than everybody. That's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now we're starting to head towards fall, but there's a little of the longer days still ahead. The sun's setting before 8 o'clock, but still warm nights, plenty to do. You're not quite in fall mode yet. And if you find yourself not turning to romantic nights on the weekend, like it's a Friday night, wouldn't you like to make that date night? If you're avoiding this because of erectile dysfunction, it's time to get into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk it out with the experts there. Don't take this part of your life out of your life because you're embarrassed because of performance issues. They can help you. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they do have treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, some that'll have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. The bottom line is they know what they're doing over there. Schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's $99. It includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be ready for date night the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We're giving away a pair of 2026 Elitch Garden season passes right now. Text Elitch and your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. That's ELITCH, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Purchase your 2026 Elitch Garden season pass now and get the rest of 2025. That includes Fright Fest, and Elitch holidays as well. Lowest price ends soon, so get on it, folks. Nate Kreckman live in beautiful Colorado Springs, Colorado today. Andy there in Lone Tree. We're spanning Interstate 25 today here on our show. Coming up tonight, we have got, and you'll listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You'll watch it on Altitude TV. Week 1 of the high school football season. Mike Sanford makes his head coaching debut at Valor Christian University as they will take on Pine Creek tonight. Did you catch that one, Andy?
Yeah.
Thank you. See what I was doing right there?
Yeah. Are you excited to have him mic'd up?
I'm very curious. Sandman is going to be
He
mic'd up
insists
tonight.
he's not going to forget. Now, we just saw it. I think it's funny. It comes on the same week that Kevin O'Connell seemed to forget he was mic'd up and did the one thing you didn't want him to do when he realized that they blew a pre-snap play and ruined a play. They had a pre-snap penalty in Minnesota. He dropped an F-bomb and said, nope, that's coming back. I don't think Sandman will do that, but we'll see.
Yeah, we shall see. I mean, to be fair, Andy, he doesn't have the track record of having the best memory today, so we'll see if Mike Sanford remembers to mind his P's and Q's tonight on Altitude Television. But yeah, Valor Christian High School, Pine Creek, game number 1, 5A football. Valor Christian, by the way, ranked number 2. Pine Creek, number 8. So a couple of top 10 programs in the state of Colorado. Cherry Creek did open the season last night with a 45-10 statement victory over Regis Jesuits. So Dave Logan's crew looking good, not surprisingly.
Yeah, and I
the
feel
defending
bad.
Champs.
I forget the coach he's tied with, but I saw a tweet today saying he's now tied number 2 all-time in wins. Is Dave Logan.
It doesn't surprise me.
So.
Yeah, that is not the slightest bit surprising. So really fun morning show today, as the fellas were that being Brett Kane and Mark Moser were hanging out at the Avalanche alumni golf tournament there today, or golf event. I don't know if it's technically a tournament, but either way, a bunch of hockey legends were playing golf, and Brett and Moser were there, as they are wont to do. And I happened to be I was on the drop-off drive, Andy, and I flipped it on, and just right in time for just a casual, and Peter Forsberg joins us at the table.
Because why wouldn't he?
Why wouldn't he, okay? And Fopa sits down, and it's a great conversation, as always. But Brett Kane asked an interesting question. Spring, how did you cut this? Did you include Brett's question in here?
No, just the answer.
Okay, well, I'll tee it up then with the question, all right? So Brett Kane asks Peter Forsberg, like, are you worried about getting hurt on Sunday at all? Do you have any injury concerns or anything like that? You know, oftentimes dudes that are in their 40s have a concern about injury. Actually, in Forsberg's case, 52, excuse me. So you're going to be a little bit worried. Am I going to get hurt or anything else like that? And Andy, I was struck by this answer from Peter Forsberg. Spring, roll it.
No, not really. I feel good actually on the ice, and it's kind of weird that I can get up and in 5 minutes I can go run for 10Ks in the mornings. I don't, I didn't play that many games, so my body's still okay. I would say, few areas that's so, but mostly I can work out. I can be on the ice, and to be honest, no, when I get on the ice, I don't feel like I'm gonna get hurt. No, it's fine.
Of course, he's not worried.
Of course, as I heard that, okay, Andy, and I'm listening to this, and I'm just like, okay. You're Peter Forsberg, all right? You live in Sweden.
Yeah.
Surrounded by beautiful happy people. You're financially very well off. In early on Crocs was Peter Forsberg, in addition to, very good hockey income. You're, I don't know, like a top 0.01% handsomest person on the planet. So you've got that going for yourself. Hockey Hall of Famer, bunch of gold medals, national hero. Anybody remember the move in the 94 games? Like, he's got all that. And then in addition to that, Andy, he said that he wakes up and within 5 minutes runs a 10K. Within 5 minutes, he's out running a 10K. And no, I don't concern myself with such things. If you think about it, I really didn't play all that many games, and my body feels great. Like, I don't know, and I know I sound bitter, and I am a little bit, I'll be honest. I'm 45 and, hurt my back doing lawn work. It's not important, but like when I heard that, I was just like, do you have to be so much better at the rest of us at everything like that? My God.
Yeah, it's now it is interesting because what would you call not a lot?
So Forsberg in a 13-year NHL career played 708 games.
Now, hold on. Those are regular season games.
Regular season games.
He added in 151 more playoff games.
Okay. Yeah, like break that up over 13 years. It's not bad. He had he only played 82 once.
Right.
Like, if you really look at the back half of his career when he was dealing with a lot of the foot thing, like 39, 60, 57, 9 games to finish it up. He played 2 years with the Avalanche, 2 games when he returned with the Avalanche. Like, his point here being that, like, because of the foot injury and because of all the things that he was struggling with the skate and everything else, like, when you do that, all the rest of the stuff on the body is kind of less broken, right?
Yeah, he had, so doing the quick math, because it's 859 total. I did the 13 years. That's 66 games a year, I guess. So you're missing not quite 20 games a year.
Yeah. That'll keep you fresh.
That still feels like a lot of games to me. I don't know. I guess
franchise history, Andy, he's not even top 10 in games played. Not even top 10 in franchise history, which is wild. Like, he's top 10 in everything else, like goals, assists, points. He's on all those lists because he was so friggin' good, but not top 10 in games played.
Whew. Yeah, Patrick Marleau has played 1,779 games.
Right, right. Like, Sakic basically
know.
played twice. Sakic basically played twice as many games as Forsberg did in his career.
My gosh.
I know. Isn't it crazy? Yeah.
Yeah, and yet he's still one of the greatest that we've ever seen play the game.
Unbelievable player. It's so funny. I texted Kane, and I was just like, how starstruck were you when he sat down? Because I was starstruck through the radio for you. And Brett said, he writes back, like a teenage girl who met someone from NSYNC in the 90s. Yeah. He glows, man. When Peter Forsberg is in your presence. And Andy, like, I covered him. Like, I was in the locker room covering a sweaty Peter Forsberg. But even then, it was just like, my God, what a man.
I told you the first time I met him, he spoke Swedish to me. He saw my badge, saw Lindahl, and said something in Swedish to me. I was like, what? I'm just a Denver dude. I have no idea what you just said.
He only ever spoke English to me, but I was lost in his eyes, so I didn't understand him anyway.
You hung on every word?
I did. Uh-huh. Yeah, so good for Peter Forsberg.
Hold on. Who was the biggest star of that locker room?
Sakic.
You had Sakic, you had Forsberg.
And Wah.
That's
3, like, luminaries.
And then Bork shows up.
Right. Uh-huh. Pretty good, right? That's 4 names of hockey royalty.
I mean,
right
Forsberg it was for a long time, he may still be, was the Swedish hockey player. He was on a stamp because of the goal in the Olympics that won him the gold medal or whatever.
He probably still is, right?
I got to imagine. I don't know. Is Gabe Swedish? Has Gabe surpassed him?
No. No, Landeskog has not surpassed him. He's Swedish, but he has not surpassed him. Nick Lidstrom?
Maybe.
I mean, Nick Lidstrom is probably the most accomplished player. What did Lindstrom win? 17 Norrises or whatever it was. Probably Lidstrom, but again, Forsberg's the Olympic hero.
He is. Again, it was from the 1994 Olympics in Lillehammer.
Yeah.
He was on a Canadian postal stamp, though. What?
Yeah. You know, you got your Sedines and Sundines of the world, but I think it's Nick Lidstrom, Peter Forsberg. That's it. That's top of the list. And that's pretty good top shelf right there, I'd say.
Yeah, that was such a crazy locker room to cover.
Yeah. That's a fine liqueur sitting on the top shelf there in Sweden. Sunday, big game is on Sunday.
Go see it.
Over at DU. We talked to Johnny Lyles the other day about it. He's pumped. And Forsberg stopping by the morning show, and he's just waking up and running a 10K within 5 minutes every single day.
Could he do the Taco Bell 50K? See, that's where Brett really let us down.
That's where you separate the men from the boys.
We could have introduced him to Mark Springer, and Mark be like, "I'll pace you, big man. Let's go."
Some sort of but they have that in Sweden, except you got to stop and eat some sort of whitefish.
Strudel?
Every 7 miles. Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you here on a Friday. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We're going to be doing that when we come back because the Broncos play the Saints in the preseason finale tomorrow. So we're doing that next. And don't forget, we got high school football tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pine Creek Valor. Tune in right here. Yeah, Kreckman and Lindahl back with you here. Hour number 2 of the show. Tune in tonight, 7 o'clock. First regular season football game of the year. Nate Kreckman, love that guy, and Tyler Polumbus will have the call as Vele Christian takes on Pine Creek. That's high school football tonight on Altitude Sports Radio, brought to you by Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. And this one's exciting because we're doing something we've never done. Well, a couple of things we've never done before. Number one is this is our first TV and radio simulcast that we've done with high school football as Kevin Shockey and company. We're only doing bigger things here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, so we're simulcasting the broadcast tonight between television and radio, and it will also be our first game with a mic'd-up coach. That being our own Mike Sanford, head coach at Vele Christian, as his crew, led by Andy, School of Mines commit Cash Spence, and the Eagles take on the Eagles of Pine Creek. Little eagle-on-eagle action tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Will you be doing an in-game interview, or is you're just able to go down and get a little samples of audio?
I believe it's just samples of audio. I don't think we've gone like full national baseball telecast yet.
Full NFL preseason. Well,
how do you think Sanford would do with that? How do you think a football coach? Because think about that for a second though. An outfielder, if you're talking to a left fielder, who cares, right? Wasn't it Kershaw in the All-Star game this year? Did the interview on which I thought was hilarious. But you can talk to an outfielder, they're not doing anything out there, right? Football coaches, Andy, as you know, you've roamed a sideline or several dozen in your life. They're a little uptight during a game. I don't think Sanford would like listening to my inane questions while he's attempting to coach a football game.
You know what I want mic'd up? The heck with the lapel mic, the lav mic on his whatever, his shirt.
Yeah.
Give me the coach's audio to the headset. Listen to some of those things. That's where you get your real entertainment. Guys telling each other to shut up and get off the channel and da-da-da, I've heard enough out of you. And that would be fun.
Yeah, it's similar to a radio show. The off-air stuff, while juicy, wouldn't probably be good for most of our careers.
No, but it'd be entertaining. You wouldn't lose audience, I'd tell you that.
That's true. That's very true. Spring, we got football news. Let's go.
All right, we have preseason game number 3 for the Broncos tomorrow morning.
The Broncos!
11 a.m. Mountain Time in New Orleans. The Broncos are 3.5-point road favorites. The starters will play 8 to 10 plays. Guys, who you got? Who's winning this game?
Denver's 2-0 against the spread thus far in the preseason. Sean Payton has shown a proclivity to stay aggressive. Plus, again, like Jared Stidham, preseason MVP candidate in the NFL, Andy, Stiddy's going to be chucking it around. He's going to play a lot, 8 to 10, air quotes, 8 to 10 plays for the starters. So Bo will start and he will play tomorrow. Bo Nix will start and play tomorrow. But Stiddy has had himself a good enough of a preseason. And honestly, Andy, again, this is one of those situations where the Broncos' depth has shown to be impressive thus far in the preseason. I think we saw it against San Francisco. We saw it against Arizona. Now we're talking about a New Orleans team that is, they're going to be fighting and clawing for the number 1 pick in the draft this upcoming season. I love Denver laying the 3.5.
Yeah, I don't think anybody needs to go and, sell your season tickets if the Broncos don't beat the Saints, but I'll be shocked if that's not the case. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kellen Moore game planned some stuff up. Remember Sean Payton did that for Bo Nix, his last appearance, just to let him feel good about himself before they got out of there.
And he's got a real quarterback competition.
He does. He doesn't know what he's going to do.
Right.
Listen, if it were me, I think I'd just go Spencer Rattler and keep working on Tyler Shuck. But Tyler Shuck's older, kind of like Devon Vele, and I don't know how much time you want to waste with that. So we'll see.
I think it's going to be Rattler. I really do. That's my gut, at least, on the Saints situation. I'll admit being out of town stupid, but read the tea leaves. If you haven't decided by the 3rd preseason game, you haven't committed to say the rookie is the future of the franchise, what are you going to see tomorrow morning that's going to change your mind?
No, I'm with you. It clearly, I don't think Shuck's ready to go.
Yeah.
So, and at least, I don't know. I haven't even looked at the Saints schedule. I don't care what part of the schedule you try to bring in, though, Shuck. It's not going to be great. You don't have a great support staff around him. So It just is what it is.
That's one of those teams where you'll look at it and you go, are they going to be favored in any games this year?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't see who's worse than they are.
Maybe
I really don't.
Maybe if they play like Carolina at home, I guess.
If everybody stays healthy, I still don't know who's worse than they are.
High five.
All right, we do have 3 preseason games tonight. One of them is the Cowboys hosting the Falcons. So Micah Parsons is entering the stadium. He's walking in the hallways where the players enter AT&T Stadium, and apparently a Falcons fan yelled at him, "Come to the Falcons." Micah Parsons then held up that phone hand gesture to his ear and face, as in, "Call me." Or call my agent, who Jerry Jones does not want to talk to his agent. Last night, Micah Parsons scrubbed all mentions of the Cowboys from his social media, including his Twitter/X account. He replaced it with Penn State references where he played college football. Jerry Jones continues to make the media rounds. He was on the Stephen A. Smith show today, and he talked once again about the contract negotiations with Micah Parsons.
In the spirit of not doing the old mother-dad deal, how many times have you seen the little rascal so clever go in there and mama told him, you're not going to get it, and goes in to daddy, who only sees him after 5 in the afternoon, wants to love him, and says, "You can have it, son. You can have that before dinner." And he goes back in and says, "Mama, daddy said I could have it." That's the old mom, dad, been around since the beginning of time. I'm not going to go for that here. That's what's happening.
You're not going for it?
I'm not going for it. No. But we've had a very, very strong negotiation. Now, by the way, frankly, it wouldn't have made any difference what the negotiation was. Guess who has to be comfortable for this to work?
Micah.
And who else?
You.
Hello. There's not room for a third. There's not room for a third. This will be a good one.
What the hell is he talking about?
No polyamory there in Dallas, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
Whoa. First off, besides just the troubling optics of I'm your daddy and I'm saying you're not going to have it, it's not maybe skirt that one next time, Jer. But, Andy, I got to say, I'm a little conflicted on this one, and I'll tell you why. So this one, and we've been talking about it, this one feels different, right? This Jerry Jones impasse feels different. And we've consistently said, he did the same thing with CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott and Zach Martin. And hell, go back to Emmitt Smith. Like, he's done this countless times. And you're right, this one's different. This one's late in the game, and this one is ugly. This one's very ugly. But last night, as I was drifting off, I once again continued America's Team, the Netflix documentary about the Dallas Cowboys. And one of the last things that I clocked before I fell asleep last night was Jerry Jones said, "My goal with the Dallas Cowboys is I want to give our fans a 365-day-a-year soap opera." He literally said that, which we know, but I mean, he verbalized it. And when it gets verbalized, it struck me of like, did Jerry hire new writers for this season to bring in and be like, we got to spice this up a little bit, okay? Show's getting a little formulaic. We need to introduce some new characters and some new plot points and conflict in order to keep everybody going back for more. Because if everybody just looked at this and said, oh, this is the same as every other contract negotiation, we're not going to be able to stay number one in the headlines. I think that Jerry might have revamped the writer's room this year for his soap opera.
Yeah, again, the intel from Jeremy Fowler this morning was apparently Jerry has done this before. Here's where Jerry's fallen into, well, I've done this before, I'll do it again. He would talk money with Dak Prescott. He talked money with CeeDee Lamb. Both of their responses were, talk to the agent. Talk to my agent. Yeah. Whatever, talk to my agent. Apparently Micah did not say, talk to my agent. He said, yeah, those numbers sound good. And Jerry keeps talking about a handshake and all this. Now, I haven't heard too much more about the handshake, but the bottom line was Jerry got out of Micah, I like those dollars, which apparently Dak and CD had not said in the past. They were very good about saying, call our agents.
Yeah.
And so Jerry feels like he's at a closed negotiation. That clip you just talked about, that quote, that was making the rounds about 2 weeks ago on the sports, on all those little morning talk shows that I watched, and they were blasting Jerry for this. Look, you're not wrong. He is attempting to make sure that they are always the top thing that leads the sports shows, especially this time of year, and his football team right now isn't good enough to do it. But I'm telling you, what's making this different is Micah basically said enough that Jerry thought the deal was agreed upon, and so he feels like he's trying to be renegotiated with when Jerry should know better. The agent was not there. The agent was not there. Mike has told you now to talk to his agent, and Jerry apparently is finding that a terrible personal affront and does not want to talk to the agent because he got Micah to agree.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, everything you just said just reinforced to me. I think Micah Parsons is Kirstie Alley. Mm-hmm.
All right.
He's changing the formula a little bit, keeping us coming back for more.
So is he going to trade him?
No, because ultimately he wants to win football games, and he needs to have Micah Parsons, who's on a Hall of Fame trajectory, on his football team. But, again, like he's got all of us going, ooh, this is new, this is fresh.
I'm telling you, I also just think Jerry's been burned with his money. And I think Jerry's getting a little – I think there's a touch. Jerry getting a little cheap on us here, whether he likes that or not. Cheap. I mean, none of these contracts are cheap. But I'm just telling you, whatever reason, I think he's given up money for 2 years in a row. He doesn't feel like he's gotten the return, especially on the Dak deal. So now he's digging in here.
High five.
The Commanders traded running back Brian Robinson Jr., who is entering the fourth and final year of his rookie contract, to the 49ers for a sixth-round pick in the upcoming draft.
Yeah, man, when you look at the compensation on this deal, that's what kind of struck me about this trade. Because, Andy, Brian Robinson is a pretty good player, right? I would call him a pretty good player. Not, he's not in the Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley conversation, but he's been a pretty good back. And they got a sixth-rounder for him in the last year of his rookie deal. Man, if you ever needed to know about the value of running backs in the NFL, just look at this trade right here, because that's a perfectly fine player in Brian Robinson. It's wild, man, that Devon Vele hauled in more than Brian Robinson.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, because, again, there was competition. There was all sorts of rumors that with Devon A-Chain being hurt, that the Dolphins wanted Brian Robinson.
Yep.
And again, it looks like the old rivalry between the play callers off the Mike Shanahan tree is struck again.
Yep. Pretty good player, but a sixth rounder in return. Interesting. Good. I mean, Brian Robinson, he's a good story, man. He got shot before his rookie year even started, came back and has been a pretty good NFL player. And now he gets to go to San Francisco and back up Christian McCaffrey and go to the playoffs. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, Eric Dickerson, one of the greater running backs of all time, went on the Roggin and Rodney show, and he claims that NFL teams were told not to draft Shedeur Sanders. Here's Eric Dickerson.
And I'll tell you this much here, what I heard from someone that's in the NFL, that the NFL told other, don't draft him, do not draft him. We're gonna make an example out of him. And this came from a very good source. And he said that, I won't say who, somebody called the Cleveland Browns and said, don't do that. Draft
really?
him. Yep, draft him. Don't do that. Because they weren't going to draft him either. They weren't going to draft him.
Wow. We got collusion accusations that the NFL wanted to make an example of Shedeur Sanders because Shedeur Sanders treated the draft process as recruitment rather than interview, and that the NFL wanted to make an example of Shedeur Sanders, and that is why he fell to the fifth round. First off, Andy, I will say this, okay? It's not totally implausible, okay?
It's not. We had heard there were a number of teams that did not care for the way that he went about it. They didn't care for the pro day stuff. They didn't care for whatever.
But we have like, we know that they colluded on quarterback contracts after Deshaun Watson. You know, we know the NFL blackballed Colin Kaepernick, Brian Flores. These things have happened in the NFL, right? Now, Flores is doing okay as the defensive coordinator of the Vikings now, but, like, this is not unheard of. The part that confuses me was then Cleveland drafted him because somebody called him to tell them to do it. That's where the story kind of falls apart a little bit for me.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, and I don't think we'll ever really get the true story as to what's going on there. But, yeah, again, like you said, you could put out the scenario, a plausible scenario in your head that maybe this did happen, but then the team you're saying that was called specifically not to draft him drafted him.
Well, and here's the other thing that doesn't add up for me on this story is I think NFL owners on a lot of things are pretty good at united front, right? They really are, and they always trounce the Players Association in any negotiation. But if there was an owner out there that truly believed Shedeur Sanders has a chance to be your next franchise quarterback and you could win 13 games and win a Super Bowl with that guy, there's no NFL owner in the world that's going to pass up on that. They are very united front, but when it comes to on the field, those guys are insanely competitive with each other.
It's the one position I would trust nobody in that group.
Absolutely.
Because that's how important they've made the position.
Totally agreed. So that, again, there's parts of it where you're just like, well, the NFL has done things similar to that, but it also, like, it doesn't totally pass the sniff test. That's where I struggle a little bit on that story. Coming up at 4:45, preseason fantasy draft here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. But we'll take a break. When we come back, we talked about Bo Nix's likelihood to be able to win an NFL MVP the other day. What about just in general? How many other Broncos could be bringing home hardware? We're going to rank the likelihoods on this roster. That's next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I am in Colorado Springs today. Hello to all of our friends in the 719. It's good to be amongst you. Thanks again to Jesse Kurtz and Brian Tripp and everybody here at the Mountain West for setting me up with a beautiful broadcast facility here today. Andy, can I take you behind the curtain here for a moment? Literally, I'm actually
literally can see the curtain.
Yeah,
so.
There's literally a curtain behind me. This the studio, this Mountain West Network studio that I'm broadcasting from, the spaceship that I'm currently doing this radio show from. Jesse Kurtz, friend of the program. Jesse, Jesse's a TV guy, so he's, he wanted to stage it up, and so everything's on, and like if you're watching the show on Twitch, it's, you can kind of see what the studio looks like behind me, but also like because it's Friday night and everybody wants to, go home. I am tasked with shutting everything down in this room after I'm done with the radio show today. Jesse, legit, I kid you not, Andy. There's 4 switches that I'm supposed to turn off when I leave here, and he gave me a tour. He's got Post-it notes 1, 2, 3, and 4 around this television studio here, and I am to go around and click all of them off before I leave here at the end of the night. And that's how much Jesse thinks of me, that he didn't be like, he wasn't like, oh, I can just show him what to do and he'll remember how to do it. No, he legit gave me Post-it notes and a map of the room so I know what to turn off.
Yeah, that's a don't call me. That's I'm going to dinner with the wife or whoever he's got in his life.
Leave me alone.
Do not be bothering me about these stupid lights. I've now marked them. You better get it right.
Also, don't flip off the wrong switch, you idiot.
Yeah, and turn the whole building off. Hey, look, I don't blame him. We just unplug headphones and walk away when we're done.
Yeah, we're pretty stupid in radio. And we're stupider than ever now. Like the ISDN and POTS line days, man. Remember SPIDs, Andy? Like now, there's none of that. I plug in an Ethernet line, I hit a button. If it doesn't work, I call Jesse Trujillo and I panic, and then he solves everything. That's it. Radio, there's never been a better time outside of, income to work in radio.
Side of that money thing.
All right, Andy. We were talking about the Bo Nix MVP candidacy yesterday with Mike Sanford in the first hour of the show, and it got me to thinking. Okay, so let's take a look at this Bronco team, which last year featured the NFL's Defensive Player of the Year in Patrick Surtain, a second-team All-Pro, and a guy that was very much in the DPOY conversation, kind of the periphery of the conversation, but he was in it in Nick Bonito. And let's go ahead and rank the likelihoods of somebody on the Broncos pulling down some postseason hardware.
All right.
And I wrote down 6 candidates for you.
Yep.
They are Bo Nix, MVP, Patrick Surtain, Defensive Player of the Year. This would be a repeat. Nick Bonito, Defensive Player of the Year. Jahdae Barron, Defensive Rookie of the Year. R.J. Harvey, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Sean Payton, Coach of the Year.
All right.
Those are your 6 candidates. I was like, Cortland Sutton, Offensive Player of the Year. No. Okay. I'm not trying to dismiss the conversation or anything like that. I literally can't see a single other human possibility. Like, MVPs are only quarterbacks. We know that. Surtain has won a Defensive Player of the Year, but pass rushers usually get it. So both he and Bonito go on the list. And, Harvey's a skill position guy. That's who wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. Barron's a first-round pick, so he's going to be up for Defensive Rookie of the Year. And Sean Payton, Coach of the Year. I can't really justify anyone else in the conversation.
No, I think you got it right, and I've already got a list kind of forming in my head. But,
okay. Okay. So, which of those would you consider the most likely for a Bronco to win a major postseason award in 2025?
It's a major award. I would say I think the Broncos defense is going to be real good. Therefore, I give it to a defensive player top of my list. Now, I don't think it's real great for Patrick Surtain unless he goes off to set the interception record with a couple pick sixes in there to win Defensive Player of the Year again. I just don't think it's going to happen. Thus, I like Nick Bonito's chances top of the list with Zach Allen back and happy. I think with Jahdae Barron mixing in as a guy that can add some more coverage and kind of help with some things, I think Bonito's got a real shot at DPOY this year. Remember, he had a strong candidacy run late in the year as his sack numbers picked up. And you and I both know pass rushers and sacks, that's what gets everybody buzzing. That's what gets everybody going. And if this team is a sack machine and he's the leader of the defense with sacks, that's why I give him the best chance to probably get DPOY this year. I just think it's an uphill battle for Surtain in order to repeat, because I think it was amazing he was able to do it last year as it was.
That's a really smart pick because, first off, as I look at the odds to win Defensive Player of the Year, and Bonito is a plus 3,000, so 30-1 on Bonito to win Defensive Player of the Year. I'm just looking at the FanDuel odds. But it's a pass rush award. And I say that with, I know Surtain won it last year, but that's a major exception to the rule. Your favorites, Aiden Hutchinson, and here's the favorites in order, Andy. Aiden Hutchinson, number 1, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Max Crosby, Will Anderson, Nick Bosa, Jared Verse, Jalen Carter, Trey Hendrickson, Nick Bonito, Pat Surtain.
What's the number on Bonito?
30-1.
And then what's Surtain?
33-1.
Okay.
So Surtain is the highest non-pass rusher on the betting odds currently, but that was, what did I just give you? 10 names, 11 names?
Yeah.
Pass rushers across the board. Like Jalen Carter's not like a traditional pass rusher, but I don't know if Jalen Carter put up 12 sacks this year. Are you going to be all that stunned?
No,
I'm really not. With his good, it's all pass rushers. That's who wins that award. So Bonito is very good. I had him number 2 on my list in likelihood.
All right, who's number 1 for you?
Number 1 for me, NFL Coach of the Year, Sean Payton.
Yeah, he was going to be my number 2. We're just flip-flopped.
Yeah.
Because, again, the narrative's out there. We talked with Lindsay yesterday about his sort of national media herd, if you will.
The current hype, which is coming from him, if he lives up to it, okay, and the Broncos are the darling that everybody says, and he wins an AFC West and gets a top 2 or 3 seed in the AFC with Bo Nix as his quarterback, it's going to take something to me a little bit stunning to win that award. If Sean Payton simply lives up to the hype and is that good that quickly with a quarterback who was the 6th quarterback taken in the draft when he was selected, I think that, like, just the optics are on his side. But then don't forget, Andy, like, he'll keep campaigning for himself. Like, then he'll keep hyping himself narrative-wise, going back to my theory from a couple of weeks ago, because I think he wants a new contract, and I think he wants to be the highest-paid coach in the NFL. And if he can go to the Penners and say, hey, I'm NFL Coach of the Year, well, that's pretty good mark to have on the resume.
I'd have Bo Nix as my 3rd guy. Again, in my order, it's Bonito, Payton, Nix, and in your order, it's Payton, Bonito. Let me ask you this, though. How much if Sean gets Coach of the Year, does that make you feel like Bo would win Offensive MVP or MVP of the Year? MVP, I guess I should just say.
Right.
Would they go hand in hand?
I actually have Bo pretty low on my list. The only dude that I have lower than him is Jahdae Barron to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. That's the only one that I have lower. I rate R.J. Harvey's chances at winning Offensive Rookie of the Year higher than Barron's for winning the Defensive Rookie of the Year. And I think some of that is just it's hard for corners to win those awards. And if a corner is going to win Defensive Rookie of the Year award, it's probably going to be Travis Hunter, right?
See, yes. And I also would say I put Barron at the bottom. I put Harvey above him, Surtain and Bo. We have very different lists, but I'm telling you, for me, I've got to see Sean Payton tell me he's really going to commit to the run game to get Harvey what he needs. Now, if he does, then I'll eat crow middle of the year. Harvey will be in the conversation, and it'll be great. But I don't know that Harvey runs enough to actually get that. I still think he'll be splitting time with J.K. Dobbins early on, which could also hurt the campaign.
Yeah, he's a long shot, but if R.J. Harvey truly is the Joker. Yeah, and
I would say we need a Joker.
And he's got the receiving numbers. And look, like there's a world where Ashton Genty and Omari and Hampton,
Travion Henderson.
Yeah. Everybody
Should we keep
gets
going?
injured, yeah.
I mean, come on.
Jackson Dart falls into a manhole or something like that, and now I think RJ's got a shot, but also like that to me again, like I think RJ actually has some narrative on his side, which is look, Sean Payton got another Alvin Kamara. Look at that. Look at the numbers that this guy is putting up. So I got him a little bit higher on my list. With Bo Nix, I can't buy, and we've been doing this topic for a couple of days in a row. I'm having a hard time buying Bo as a real MVP candidate. And he's 60-1. That's not a diss to Bo Nix. He's a long shot for a very good reason. But this is why I rate Sean so high, is because the Broncos could win 13 games, right?
Based on D.
Based on defense, and Bo Nix could have a good year and be a, borderline top 10 quarterback in the NFL. That's not going to win you an MVP award, but people will look up and say, hey, look at what Sean Payton has done in year 3 and jettisoned Russell Wilson and dead money and everything that he has overcome. That guy looks like the NFL Coach of the Year. Payton, by the way, 14-1 to win Coach of the Year. The favorite, Ben Johnson in Chicago at 7-1. Vrabel after that. Liam Cohen, Kellen Moore, Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, all above Payton on that list. And again, I think that's just a lot of following history of rookie head coaches and guys trying to turn around bad teams usually have the best shot to win that award.
That is real interesting, though, to me. Jim Harbaugh may means that Vegas is seeing that the Chargers will be better than the Broncos in some respect. And for Pete Carroll, to be ahead of Sean Payton.
But that's like the
ultimate revival.
It's the turnaround, right? Because they won, 4 or 5 games,
I
whatever
get it, but Sean
last year?
Payton, that would be basically Pete Carroll doing what Sean Payton did a year ago with the Broncos with the Raiders, and Sean Payton didn't get Coach of the Year.
It's true. Yeah, it's very true. But no, I would go my list, Payton most likely, Benito 2 at Defensive Player of the Year. I'll go Surtain 3 at Defensive Player of the Year because he's actually won the award before. I'll go Nix 4, R.J. Harvey 5, Jahdae Barron 6.
Yeah, I'll go. We reverse the top. I go with Benito, then Payton, then I'll go with Nix, then Surtain, and then Harvey and Barron. Jahdae Barron is just he's going to need a load of picks, bushels of picks to win that award.
Yeah.
Especially with Abdul Carter out there. With a chance to join a very formidable front four and play with the Giants in what's probably a worse division than what Jahdae Barron will deal with.
By the way, Ashton Genty is an absurdly heavy favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's above Cam Ward, and then Omari and Hampton is a ways down the list. So, right now, if everything goes to form, I would assume that Ashton Genty is going to be your Offensive Rookie of the Year in the NFL because he's going to be tasked with carrying that offense. The likelihood of Surtain repeating is just it feels so low. A big part of what played into Surtain's win last year, and I'm not saying that he wasn't great, but there wasn't a truly dominant pass rusher season. And even though Trey Hendrickson put up really good numbers, the defense stunk so badly that it would have been really hollow to give that award to a guy that played on a unit that was the reason why a Joe Burrow team didn't go to the playoffs.
Right. Yeah, it's I don't know. Listen, what's the win total for you?
I got the Broncos 11-6.
So you think Sean Payton can win Coach of the Year with 11 wins?
No, I think Sean Payton will have to win 13 games to win Coach of the Year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if he does get it, you got 13. Okay.
But That's just what I'm saying, though. If I'm going to say the Broncos can win 11 games, that means I'm allowing for the possibility that they could win 13.
But if they get to 13, then I think Bo Nix wins his MVP.
Then I think
I think they both get the big awards.
Nix. I'll say this: Nix is top 3 if the Broncos win 13 games. And you're right. Then he's in it to win it because we talked about it yesterday. You have to finish top 2 seed. You have to win 13 games, and you got to be top 3 in EPA. You check all those marks, you're going to win an MVP award, and then Bo's got a possibility. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Quick break when we return. Andy, you ready? You got your notes?
Oh, I can't even wait.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go. Let's draft. By the way,
Preseason
Leggy's
fantasy
out there.
draft.
I threatened Leggy if he comes in here, we're making him draft another team, so he's staying in the hallway.
Season fantasy draft ahead of the preseason finale. Oh, get your Jerwan Newton jerseys on right now. Preseason fantasy draft is next. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction, roller.bid/altitude. Just type that right there into your computer right now, roller.bid/altitude, and sign up to bid and to get on the email list at Roller Auction. You want to be on the email list because you want to get informed when the auctions are opening up, but also if you sign up there at roller.bid/altitude, you're entered to win tickets from us here at Altitude, sporting event tickets, concert tickets. Go to roller.bid/altitude and get ready to bid. 3 auctions open right now at Roller Auction. This one closing coming up on Tuesday. The Motley Fool Denver Office Furniture Auction. Fantastic selection of office furniture and electronics, lightly used, that you can get some great deals on right now. Does your company need a video conferencing system with a camera and microphones? Well, you can get one right now for the high bid on it is $12.50 at Roller Auction. Get reasonably priced equipment for your company. Outfit yourself with some great stuff at very low prices. That's what you can do at Roller Auction. That's what you can do with their auctions. Again, that's the Motley Fool Denver Office Furniture Auction, and you should get on it right now at Roller Auction. That's roller.bid. Preseason fantasy draft time here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We do this ahead of every preseason game, as long as they put us on the air, Andy. People wonder why would you do such an exercise? Well, preseason football is not good, and you need a compelling reason to watch 4 quarters of this thing if you're going to do that. If you're going to give 3 hours of a Saturday afternoon in August in Denver, Colorado, Andy, in beautiful Colorado, to the Denver Broncos, well, you better have a reason to be watching it till the end. So that's why we do preseason fantasy. Draft yourself up a team of second and third stringers, get some backups, add up some points, and enjoy yourself. Yeah, get infuriated when they don't target Lucas Kroll in the red zone. That's what we're here to do today, Andy.
That's right. Got to keep you interested because you and I were all interested at the end of that game last week because we had guys in, and was one going to catch a touchdown? Who knows? Yeah, preseason football is only getting worse. So.
Spring, what was the score last week?
Nate, you won with a score of 14.6.
Yep.
That 0.6 is key.
Yeah, you beat me by 0.2. I had 14.4.
Loser.
Andy had 8.8.
Oh, my guys did not have the pep talk take in the locker room the other day. Lucas Kroll was not interested in playing a second week in a row. And your guy Pip Hamilton, or whoever the hell it was that I drafted out of Illinois, I don't even know why. Your guy Tipper Gore would have done me more good in that fantasy game than your guy Tip. Your guy Tip was worthless.
Yeah, your team was held back by parental advisory stickers, Andy.
I got sued by the music industry.
That was a good joke straight out of 1989,
that was real good.
Thank you.
That's right.
Timely references. That's all we do here on this show.
Well, how many other tips you got? Huh?
It's a great question.
That you don't want to answer. Go ahead. Who's drafting first? Spring?
Well,
Nate, you should have honors.
As I won last week, I get to determine the field. Therefore,
you get to determine the field?
I'm the defending winner this week, defending champ this week. So I get to determine the draft order.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think I got that offer.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
But that's how it works when I win.
All right.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Sure.
Uh-huh. That's how it works on the Kreckman and Company show.
All right,
okay?
all right, Nate Belichick, let's go.
Okay, Spring last week, Spring, your mistake is you were way too excited to get the third pick, so I'm giving you the first pick.
Okay.
So Spring is selecting first. I will sit in the pleasant number 2 spot, and Andy, you get to go number 3 and snake your way back. So you get picks 3 and 4. Good value spot on the board. Again, the rules, we're only drafting second and third stringers. No quarterbacks. Obviously, skill position talent only. 3 Broncos, 1 Saint. In the 4th round, you can take a Saint. I don't know who any of the Saints' second or third stringers are. I'm looking forward to delving into their depth chart. But Spring, let's dive in. You're on the clock.
All right, Team Redemption, Team Chaos this week. First overall pick is Audric Estime.
Wow.
He's going to shock the world. He's going to shock the world.
RB5. Actually, I believe he's RB6. Not going to make that joke again this week. RB6, Audric Estime is off the board, everybody. Bold choice, Cotton. Well, let's see how it works out for him. Going with Audric Estime at number 1 overall. Let's see. I'm working off of the R-Lads depth chart right now. And according to that, my guy Pat Bryant out of Illinois is a second stringer. Is that going to be the case all season long? I'm not so sure. Sutton, Franklin, and Mims are off the board. Therefore, I will take the rookie third-rounder who was excellent last week against the Arizona Cardinals. I will take Pat Bryant, fresh off of his 4-catch, 70-yard performance.
Yeah, this is tough because, I don't know how much R.J. Harvey's going to play, but let's be honest, R.J. Harvey got a touchdown last week, and sometimes that's all you need to win these little things. But that said, I got 2 back-to-back. I got to remember that. Who do I want to don with
Harvey, by the
honor?
way, is the first stringer, so he's not on the board.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where's Dobbins?
Second string. You can take J.K. Dobbins if you want.
Yeah, the Legwald's calling you full of it. He says your R-Lads is off.
Okay.
It doesn't matter because I wasn't going to take R.J. Harvey because I don't think he's going to play. He's going to be the 8-play guy at best, and they're going to get him out of there. I'm going to go with Blake Watson. I think Blake Watson, when he's gotten in the game, especially when you remember McLaughlin's not feeling totally tip-top, so I don't know how that's going to affect things this week. But I like Blake Watson when I see him in there. Frankly, I thought he had more wiggle going for him than what we saw out of Springs guy. And then I guess, do we need to do any little – you got any sound effect for switching the round? There we go. You want to switch the rounds up. Man, it's kind of tough this week because I don't know that I love – I think you like a tight end in a game like this, but Lucas Kroll let me down. Do I go 3 straight games of Lucas Kroll in my life? The answer's no. I'm going to hang out with our guy Trent Sherfield and just see what he can do. He's got to have a bounce-back game after being a little bit unnoticeable the week before.
Yeah, Trent Sherfield, who was excellent in the San Francisco game, Andy, but last week, a catch for 5 yards. So looking for a big bounce-back performance in that matchup against the Saints' backup secondary. I tell you what, you want to give me a red zone target like big number 85, Lucas Kroll, and just leave him staring at me right there. I'm not going to pass up on that. I'm headed off to Kroll Island, Andy. That's right. Make mine Lucas Kroll.
You have some Kroll the movie itself reference with that weird Ninja Star thing that was the logo in the 80s?
That's a deep cut. Even I don't know that one. All right, Spring, you're up. Final pick of the second round.
All right, again, this is Team Redemption. This is Team Chaos, okay, led by Audric Estime. Second round pick will be tight end Caden Prescorn.
Oh, that's a good one.
Fumbled the ball a la Jonathan Taylor just before the end. I guess Jonathan Taylor dropped the ball. My guy Prescorn fumbled it.
A la Quentin Griffin. Is that the reference you want on that one, Andy?
There we go.
Okay.
Hey, 3 catches, 52 yards, almost scored a touchdown. Give me Prescorn.
Okay, Caden Prescorn out of Ole Miss, I want to say. Yeah, okay. Final pick of the second round, Team Redemption. That dude.
He needs some redemption.
He was so sad.
Oh, he should be.
He was so sad.
That could have been 2 in a row that he would have had.
That was upsetting to see. All right, let's zip through it. Third round. Spring, you're up.
Okay, give me Michael Bandy, preseason hero. Let's go.
Damn it. Yeah.
Oh, no, you got Nate again. It's 2 weeks in a row.
Two weeks in a row.
Sorry, dude.
I've been snaked because I took a big white tight end instead of a small white wide receiver, and I'm extremely upset about that. I tell you what, I got a guy here, and I need approval from everybody. Does a special teams touchdown count in our scoring system?
Ooh, wow.
I say yes because there's not a lot of touchdowns getting scored.
Thank you very much. I mean? Then therefore make mine number 89 because I love a man named Courtney Jackson, number 89, wide receiver / return man for the Broncos. I'll see you in Courtney Jackson, Andy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go back to Jerwan Newton. I'm not positive they're going to want to show my guy Joaquin Davis off so much. I wouldn't be shocked if they tried to quietly keep him out of the game a little bit to sneak him to the practice squad. We'll see. Jerwan Newton has been the guy that's flashed at camp at times. I hope he can do it again, and that'll wrap up those 3 rounds. Do we take a Saint now?
Let's take a Saint, Andy.
I'm taking the guy. Devon Vele. I'm taking him. He just got there. They wanted to get some reps. Devon Vele. I don't even know another Saint, so I'm going with Devon Vele.
Devon Vele, former Broncos legend, is off the board. Savvy pick right there by Andy Lindahl. I'm gonna take running back Velus Jones Jr.
That's what I was looking at.
Velus. I'm gonna take a man named Velus Jones Jr. Spring.
All right, well, I guess give me Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Let's go.
Maybe.
Suck it, Chiefs.
Wow.
And Andy Reid.
I got to be honest
man's
with you.
breaking out.
Did not know he was there.
Oh, he's gonna. The Chiefs are gonna rue the day.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's Kroll for everybody on Twitch, still there. Kroll, the movie poster. I didn't just make it up.
Okay. So Spring's team breaking the bandy. My team, Knight Courtney, and Andy's team, Hello Newton. There you go, everybody. That is your preseason fantasy draft here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. You guys can rename your team if you don't like the name. Jeff Legwold next on a Friday afternoon. Jeff Legwold time on a Friday afternoon as Leggy stops by the studio there in lovely Lone Tree. I am down in Colorado Springs today. High school football tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in at 7 o'clock. First game of the year, Vale Christian Pine Creek. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio, brought to you by Sport Clips. Also, guys, right now, text in the word ELICH. That's ELITCH, ELICH, as we're giving away a pair of 2026 ELICH Garden season passes. Right now, text ELICH to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We'll give those tickets away before the end of the show. Jeff Legwold, no trip to the Big Easy for you. You'll be covering preseason football from nearby. But, Leggy, let's start there with this Broncos and Saints matchup tomorrow. Andy and I have said all week long, like, the biggest thing we're looking for, an efficient drive, on schedule, in rhythm, resulting in points. Get them out of there. Nobody gets hurt. If we see that out of the first-team offense, I almost don't care what happens for the other 3.5 quarters of this football game. Are we oversimplifying things?
No,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I think honestly, if again, this is just my opinion on it, but if they had looked better in the first 2 games, I highly doubt they would be doing this 6 to 8 play experiment.
Okay, real quick, do you think because again, he chose not to play him after the Arizona
Some of it
practice.
was the double.
But how
good
good was the Arizona practice, would you say?
Not nearly as good as the Niners.
Okay.
For the offense.
Or for the offense.
Or the defense had a rocky start to the Cardinal practice, and then they clamped the vice after that.
But you thought the offense looked better against the Niners than they did against the
I
Cardinals?
thought they looked more in rhythm against the Niners. And the Niners were better on defense, frankly. That Bosa was messing things up, and they still found some completions. And this week I just felt like a lot of the practice days, I just felt like Bo Nix was on the run an awful lot. And again, I've told people who've asked me, we all are going to have to decide at some point, is what the offense has done a factor of this is one of the best. And I realize, I get it. They've done nothing in the 2025 season yet. I understand fully. But this is one of the best defenses I've ever seen exit a training camp. So is the offense's sluggishness and lack of rhythm because of that, or issues with the offense? I think it's a little of both, but Nate, you're right. They want one really smooth drive, put some points on the board, and give everybody baseball hats.
All right. What are the issues? Just break them down. Offensively, what are the issues?
I just think they have not looked smooth, for lack of a better word. They have good tempo. They get in and out of the huddle. They make their checks at the line. I think all of that stuff, to me, bodes well because they've done that part of it well. But there's been a lot of pre-snap penalties, and I don't think they've been explosive. And again, that's a factor of if it isn't the best secondary in the NFL, it's in the conversation. So those completions are not going to be had. Pat Surtain doesn't take days off in practice. He doesn't take drills off. He doesn't even take reps off. And finding a completion against him on any day is difficult. So that's just it. They just have not consistently put drives together in team drills.
There's an interesting test case to all of this, isn't there? Because I don't know if you guys have ever heard the cliche, iron sharpens iron.
No.
You probably haven't heard it 9,000 times in your life.
Yeah, maybe the wall of a facility.
Yeah.
So it's a deep football coach cut, but it's out there. Isn't this kind of a test of that a little bit of like, all right, if iron sharpens iron, then theoretically, when it's time to see Tennessee and Indianapolis, this offense will have benefited from one of the most suffocating coverage units and one of the most aggressive defenses, a Vance Joseph aggressive defense in the entire NFL that's as talented as any group in the league that they saw throughout camp, but also like the flip side of that, and Jeff, you talk about the lack of rhythm that they've been able to find so far. Isn't there also a test case to it of like, have they gotten so out of rhythm that it's actually harming the development and progress of the offense?
I don't know that they're there, and I think we all have to understand the head coach knows what practices are public, and I'm certain a lot of the run game additions in the wide zone and some of their inside zone, I am certain we have not seen a lot of those, and the head coach has told me and others he feels really good about that. So we have not seen probably their best work on offense. Defense is a little different. I mean, look, everyone who is interested in the Broncos saw Nick Bonito in 3 plays destroy a drive.
Yeah,
in the preseason. He does that every day in practice. It's not like he just turned that on for the preseason. So, I think it's all of the above. I think there's a lot more behind the curtain on offense than there is on defense right now. And if they break all that out and they still don't have a rhythm, then obviously that's an issue. But in-house, inside, off to the side, they don't have many concerns in the building. We'll see if that is indeed correct.
All right, I'm curious because from what I've watched at times, you've talked about Bo being on the run, and we have seen it an awful lot. There's no doubt about it. But do you think he's running at the right time? Like, I feel like he's run when he's had to run, and frankly, I thought he's done a better job at times of kind of stopping the run, chopping his feet, and finding that middle target to go back to. Sherfield, Pat Bryant, Evan Ingram are some guys that come to mind where he got out of the pocket, but he still found a way to hit them at the sticks and make a play and whatnot. Do you think has he run because he has to, or is he ejecting a little too quick?
No, I'm saying just the fact we're talking about his decision to run is the issue. I think he's been forced more often than he should be in a practice situation. Now, my pet peeve is guys who run in 7-on-7, and I've seen him do that a couple times too. But I'm just saying the defense is awfully good, and much like 2015 when Peyton Manning was the quarterback, we've seen the elements of that in practice, in public practices. Now how things are going when things have not been so in view. I've gotten intriguing reports about that and all of that, but I just think that they wouldn't be playing an afternoon game in New Orleans with the first teamers at all, I think, on offense if they had shown a little more in the first 2 games.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, on a Friday afternoon. Broncos Saints coming tomorrow. Jeff, let's talk about the run game, because you mentioned the outside zone stuff that they're going to be leaning on heavily this year. So far in the preseason, the formula seems to be, reading the tea leaves, that Harvey's going to be the first and second down back, and J.K. Dobbins is going to be the third down back. That's
Those are practice rotation tea leaves.
Exactly. That's what it looks like so far. How long is that going to be the case for? Like, in an ideal world, how long does it take R.J. Harvey to get to that place where he gets trusted enough to be on the field in third downs? How much will they mix it up? What's this all going to look like in terms of, and I know this is kind of a fantasy football question, but it's a real football question too. Like, what's the distribution of touches going to look like?
I think if all goes as planned, Harvey gets more as the season goes on. I mean, what's the benchmark of that? I don't think we know yet, but the head coach likes Harvey a lot.
Yeah.
And he has shown in practice there's reason to like him. I'm not saying he has not earned every snap he's getting. He has. He's the best. He's the quickest interior runner they have right now. His vision's pretty good. I think he's done what a lot of young runners do. They don't believe the NFL hole is there, and it is. You just have to learn that's what you're looking at in the NFL. You're not getting the panoramic,
the wide gap
awesomeness of college football. It's like I always say, it's like the doors at the grocery store. They're only going to stay open, get through there. And I think that when he gets that little item, I think then it will only be more and more snaps. But he is their potential explosiveness on the interior. Dobbins, very good vision, and has shown the veteran eyes, the veteran choices, and he is way in front on third down in passing situations than the other guys.
Nate and I were curious because, we were wondering about what would happen with Vele, who, again, I'm not saying he had a bad camp at all, but he didn't pop the same way he did a year ago, and I know Sean said he would have kept him. I have no doubt he was telling us the truth.
They would have kept 6. I think they'll keep 5 now.
Okay, that's where we were going, because now that this opens up a spot, you said they'll keep 5. Nate and I wondered that when the move was made.
I think that's the Nate Atkins spot.
It's the extra tight end then?
Yeah, because I asked him yesterday,
right?
Medically, will Atkins be ready for the opener? And he basically said, maybe not, but he's going to be ready by week 2 or week 3, and we need him too much to put him on short-term IR. So that means he's going to be on the roster.
All right, so is that 4 tight ends?
That would be 4 tight ends.
Who's the 4th? Because we got Troutman, Ingram, Atkins.
Kroll.
Oh, you think Kroll's sticking around? All right.
I do. No, there's too much in the playbook, I think, to go 3 tight ends, and Ingram's really a hybrid to me. I haven't seen him much, Now, they don't want to tip their plays and just line Ingram up in the same 3 places over and over again, but when he's in the inline spot, he's not really muscling up on people too much, at least from what we've seen.
So then, Jeff, is it 2 or 3 quarterbacks, 3 or 4 running backs?
I think it's 4 running backs and 2 quarterbacks.
And the running backs right now looks like it's Bidet, McLaughlin behind Dobbins, Harvey.
I think that's how they've practiced.
Yeah.
If they're holding back and doing it differently in the walkthroughs, I've seen some of the walkthroughs, which is the real information where a lot of people are facing the wrong way and should be looking at the field because they're actually giving you something.
Yeah.
But it's boring, so no one likes to watch it. But the walkthroughs have shown those are the top 4 backs.
Okay, so that's what's going on there. All right, let's flip over to the defensive side of the ball. We're doing the old 53-man exercise. In the secondary, Andy and I we got them at 5 corners.
I think it's 5 and 5. I think it's 5 corners, 5 safeties.
5 corners, 5 safeties, and then with the top 3 safeties obviously being Jones, Hufanga, Locke, and then Sam Franklin's got to make the team because they love him on special teams, so I'm assuming that he's there. And then J.L. Skinner.
I think Skinner's another special teams core player. So
okay, so he's there. And then corners, obviously it ends with Chris Abrams-Drain.
Which, that shows you where they're at right now.
Good player, man.
He's a 2 or a 3 on a lot of teams, and he's a 5th corner on this one.
That's a really good player. Inside linebacker, 4, I'm assuming. Where does the Drew Sanders conundrum
That's
fit
an
into
IR.
it?
He probably is on that short-term IR.
So Sternad and Bailey along with Greenlaw and Singleton.
I think that's where I'd put it right now. If they keep 5, I think that the young guy, the undrafted rookie, has a shot.
Okay, so is the only
I think
real
the extra spot on defense is they'd really prefer not to cut either Jordan Jackson or Uwazurike.
Right. So
they would like somehow to keep both of those, but if they keep 6 like they have in the last 2 years, one of those guys probably has to go. So I think if there is an extra spot on defense, it comes in the D-line and it's 7 there and somebody's inactive on game day.
Jeff, we were talking about how our buddy Sheil Kapadia at the Ringer ranked Denver's defense number 6 this year.
I love Sheil. I think
he's dead wrong.
He's a good guy, but I think people. I don't know why it's happening, but when I talk to football people, I talked to a GM yesterday.
Yeah.
Who said they're 1.
Which I agree with. Now his explanation was the volatility of a blitz-heavy defense that Vance Joseph runs, which there is some truth to that, but like here's where, to me, the volatility almost doesn't apply, is we just did that entire exercise talking about that defense, and the debate is, hey, who's the sixth defensive lineman going to be? It's literally the only job available on this defense. So when you look at the talent that is on this group, that's just on paper, in addition to seeing what they looked like last year. This is as loaded and as deep of a defense that we've ever seen in our lives, man.
Well, and again, how are you going to punish somebody for potential volatility?
Right.
That's like saying, I ranked them high because they play conservative. No one's going to say that defensively in the NFL. You want to stand back on your heels in today's NFL, you're going to give up 600 yards passing. I mean, last year the baubles, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Baltimore, in a lot of cases, the baubles were because the personnel wasn't at its peak. Somebody missed those games. Somebody was out of the lineup. To me, the volatility is, do you keep Greenlaw and Hufanga on the field for 14, 15, 16, 17 games?
Yeah.
I think you need both of those guys at 14 minimum to be at your ultimate best. But I think they're deep enough this year to overcome more injuries than they were last year. Like this year, Riley Moss gets hurt. I think they feel pretty good about Chris Abrams-Drain or Jahdae Barron going in and playing corner better than they did last year.
All right. Real quick, because we got to get Nate out of here so we can go call some high school football. Throw your question that you had for us. Give Jeff the end of year awards, and we can leave off the bottom two if you want to, Barron and RJ Harvey. But what awards does Jeff think that they possibly could take home?
So here's my postseason award candidates for the Broncos, Leggy.
You're working it already, man. You're down the road.
You know it, man. You know
it's radio, brother.
I got you.
Yeah, it's Leggy. We still got a lot of hours to fill before they play a game.
I think Surtan's name's in there somewhere.
I would say so. Okay. And I broke it. I got the betting odds in front of me because they're always good content. Bo Nix MVP 60-1. Surtan DPOY 33-1. Benito DPOY 30-1. Jahdae Barron Defensive Rookie of the Year 20-1. RJ Harvey Offensive Rookie of the Year 25-1. Sean Payton Coach of the Year 14-1. If you had to pick one of those candidacies, which one is most likely to land on this Broncos team for you?
And most likely, just because of the degree of difficulty for Surtan to win back-to-back.
Right.
Since I don't think a corner rarely wins anyway, let alone back-to-back. I think Payton Coach of the Year is probably the for the bettors out there, the best odds. But if I was messing around, I was just going to say, I don't bet, and I just tell people that up front. It's not my thing. But if I did, and I wanted to take a flyer, mine Benito, Defensive Player of the Year, because he plays a position that wins that award a lot.
Yep.
And from what I've seen, if he plays every game, if they haven't paid him,
good luck.
They're gonna pay him.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's gonna be a lot because
he
has practiced. He has made this a non-dramatic thing. He could have made it a dramatic thing, but all he has done has been one of the 5 best players overall in camp they have right now. Every day he's one of the best practice players. I mean, I watched the off the ball stuff. I watched the stuff that aren't pass rush downs, and early in his career, he wasn't strong enough to hold up on a lot of those plays, but he is now. That's a full-blown, full-time, every down. I mean, however many snaps they want to play him. They played him 708 last year. I bet they play him in that neighborhood or a little less this year, but it will stun me if he's not immensely productive.
I mean, if he puts up a 17 sack season, and if this defense is top 3 in the NFL, and whether you want to go traditional total defense, whether you want to go DVOA, whatever it is, if they're top 3, people are going to look at this and say, okay, tack that on with their most productive pass rusher, and it adds up really well.
Here's my nutty bet for you, Nate.
Yeah?
If you watch the first 2 weeks of the season and you see nobody doing anything but doubling and chipping Benito, Jonathan Cooper will have 17 sacks by the end of the year.
That too, yeah. That's a good point right there. But I said, and the reason why I put Payton above Benito, and I did it by a hair, was that Sean Payton is the master of manipulating the narrative. And he's already done it, and he's hyped this team so hard that if they live up to it, he threads that needle perfectly of, boom, that's a Coach of the Year award winner.
And, the only thing is that award often goes to the guy who finishes 10-7, after a brutal, after they had a tough year the year before. The last to first guys often win that award.
Often get it.
That's why Mike
But if
Shanahan,
you go 7 seed to top 2 seed and you win 13 games, and Sean's going to be at the podium every single week, plus he's going to have the Kay Adams, Rossini's, Colin Cowherds of the world doing his bidding on a weekly basis, that's going to be pretty good, and it might get him that raise that pushes him past Andy Reid on the old salary list.
Yeah, and Andy will still be up at Lombardi.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All right, we got to let Nate go. Nate's got to go call some ball, and he's got to turn off all the lights. Do you remember where all the lights are in that studio you got to turn off?
I don't remember them, but I got Post-it notes.
He's got Post-it notes to market. All right, folks. Nate's going to head on down to the Pine Creek Stadium. Pine Creek and Valor, of course, are coming up this evening. Nate's going to call it for both Altitude TV and Altitude Radio, along with Tyler Polumbus of PhD. So you make sure you want to tune in at 7 o'clock for that game, as they have the call of the opening game for both Valor and Pine Creek. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sports Clips, the pros in men's hair. is Kreckman and Lindahl on a Sky Friday. Again, make sure you catch Nate and Tyler coming up here in about 90 minutes as we bring you our first high school game of the season. Looking forward to calling to some high school football again. That really is the roots. Learned how to do a lot of jobs that way back at the old place. And so pleased to have high school football. And again, a big shout out to Great Clips for sponsoring the endeavor this year. Jeff Legwald along from ESPN Sport Clips. Way to go, dumb. Sport Clips. That's why I'm falling asleep. It's Sport Clips. I've actually been to a Sports Clips. Yeah, Sports Clips.
Get it? Right.
I read it right, thank God. Yeah, I've been to a Sports Clips. You ever do a Sports Clips? You a Sports Clips guy still? Are you a Clips guy at all?
Yeah, I wish I needed.
How often?
I wish I needed to be more.
Spring, what do you do?
I do go to Sport Clips every single time.
You a hot towel guy?
Boom.
They do something special to
I did
your
it
beard?
once. I'm there for the cut. That's what I'm there for.
Nothing to the beard.
You're all business.
No, I trim my own beard.
Yeah,
Spring's all business when he gets in there. Let's cut the hair.
And I'm there for the TVs with the sports on, for real.
Well, they also have the MVP. Hot towel?
No, not often, no.
Look at this guy. This guy didn't know how to live over there. Anyway. All right, we got the Broncos and we've got the Saints coming up. I am kind of curious, who do you think we see play a majority of this game? Like, where do you think linebacker you've kind of talked about?
I think the threes are going to get a big run in the second half.
It's like the whole second half?
I think because they honestly are trying to make some tough special teams calls. So, that's going to be in the discussion. And, you do have to finish out the game. You can't just – and, Sean Payton isn't one of these new age things. He wants to win all the preseason games. He wants everybody to play. You don't really get to take your uniform off. There's none of that stuff. This is a game for him. And even people have asked, Vance, who's a New Orleans native, hey, what about going back? He's like, it's a business trip. That's kind of their mentality with all this. They're going down there to take a look at the players they want to evaluate, and they're going to be graded on it. And Sunday's film session is going to be a real one, and all of those things. So I think they'll play. I think the guys they'll have in there are going to play pretty hard. I mean, that's the thing that has struck me about this team in this preseason. Their twos have dominated twos. Their threes have dominated the other threes on the other side of the ball. So that it tells you there's depth. They got really tough decisions, and I would bet there's more. I bet there's 4, 5 players who end up either on someone's practice squad or actually on a roster that there's no room for here.
Okay, see, it is interesting because what I thought when they set this up, because let's be honest, I think anybody that's watched Bronco football over the last 20 years, the question I get asked the most, because it was my final stop most preseasons, as you know, you went to Arizona. Why are they going to New Orleans? So I thought maybe they were going to have a little bit of a vacay or something, but clearly not. He moved the practice later yesterday. I believe they didn't leave until today, so clearly nobody's going down there to take in the French Quarter or anything else. Why New Orleans, do you think, for the final preseason game? Did he want to get an earlier game and get it done?
Yeah, I think they wanted he's been all in on a fast start, that they need a fast start. And I don't think they have always liked their performance in the early time window in the Central or Eastern time zones. And they've got some important games early on. I mean, I point right to Philly. What's Philly, week 4?
Yeah, week 5.
Week 5. I mean,
hey, Indy isn't Indy an 11 o'clocker?
Indy's the first road game of the year, and that's an early window game. So I think this is all about.
We're wrong. Indy's at 2:05. How about that? How'd they get that pulled off?
That's interesting.
But look, yeah.
But anyway, he's very much on this. Let's see how everybody reacts to having to, get the team breakfast in the morning and get to the stadium. It's all part of him wanting things to be better right out of the gate.
Well, they have to be. He can't afford, I keep saying this, and they're well aware of it there. You cannot have a Sean Payton first year Raiders come in here and have a stinker. You just can't. Got to get that win. Can't have anything weird happen against the Tennessee Titans. And you know what, Jeff? I don't know what to make.
If they don't escape New York last year, that's an early window game at bad weather.
That's true.
It's just one of those things. And frankly, I think the head coach knows They don't have the NFC South on the schedule this year.
Right.
And they don't go to the playoffs last year if they don't just obliterate his former division.
Yeah, it was the crux. It was half their wins,
It
basically.
was half their wins almost. And it was really their best wins in terms of performance and how they looked and a lot of that. Other than the Chiefs game, they didn't win, you know.
Hey, let's take in some NFL notes, too. What do you make of Daniel Jones over Anthony Richardson? Now I see Anthony Richardson's not going to play. I mean, he's not playing in the final preseason game, I should add to that.
You know, I've always told folks who've asked me, you want to know when a general manager and a coach feels some heat? Watch who they pick in a quarterback battle.
But this is a guy, and look.
They picked reliability. I'm just going to tell you. I'm just going to tell you.
No. I'm not arguing your point, but I laugh at reliability. Daniel Jones has been reliably bad. That's why he's been on 9 teams in 8 months.
And somehow he's the reliable choice.
Yeah.
In this.
But Jeff, I said this yesterday. You told us this about Anthony Richardson.
Why is New York going the direction they're going?
Well, it's because Daboll needs to win.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, what happens to, how come you walk in here and you've done it 4 or 5 times, and you and I have done this a bunch over the career. You told me way back in the day, Sam Darnold's going to need probably 2-3 years to develop.
This is
you
what
told us Trey Lance needed time to develop. You told us Anthony Richardson.
He didn't get it either.
So then what are you doing drafting these guys?
That's where the mistake was made. You know, if you want to beef, you took a guy with 14 college starts, I believe, with the 4th pick of the draft. And you better be committed to making that right. And then, but if it doesn't go right early, I think the sentiment among coaching staffs that I've been around through the years is, this is the NFL. I'm going to get fired. It's 90%. My tenure at this job will end in a firing, because very few people leave. You know that. Very few people leave on their own.
Same in our industry.
You're fired. So that mindset's always with them. And there's always this thinking, why should I get this guy ready for the next coach? Let me see if I can survive first and then go from there. And that's what you see often. Now, just judging from I went and looked at some of the Colts stuff for later, and I went and looked, and I mean, it's very clear Daniel Jones is a better quarterback right now and running the offense and the rest of it. And you would only pick Richardson if you are in a developmental frame of mind, like I'll live with the mistakes. But you hear an awful lot from people, and I will tell you, sometimes people try to cover their tracks, and suddenly you hear a lot about he doesn't work as hard as they want him to. And, I would have wanted to hear that stuff before this decision was made if I was on the beat there. Don't bring that to me after you make the call.
Yeah. Well, he's here now, and now you're trying to tell us.
Yeah.
Look, the Trey Lance thing is the thing that just blows my mind. You traded up half the house to get him.
Yeah,
and you had no patience to develop him with people that I think are good football people.
And we don't, now you're not going to know if that ever
would have worked.
What he could have been. Who knows? Will he be a guy late in his career who flourishes because somebody finally
decided to go
lets
all
him
in?
Go?
Yeah,
but it's a tough business for quarterbacks drafted high, because almost none of them are ready to play, and almost all of them will be asked to play.
All right, Nate's missing. If you're wondering, if you just tuned in, Nate's getting ready to call some high school football along with Tyler Polumbus. We've got Pine Creek and Valor, brought to you by Sports Clips. Again, get the MVP treatment. That's what Mark Springer does. Yeah, he likes the hot towel. I know you're lying to me. That's coming up at 7 o'clock. We're going to come back. One more segment with Leggy. Now, look, we have a text here. And I think the texter, the texter's bringing up some concerns about both. So we'll talk about it with you one more time. What does it need to look like in Jeff Legwald's mind? What would be the best case scenario? I think we all have a general idea, but I want to know some of the fine details that Leggy's looking for in tomorrow's preseason game, hopefully for only 8 plays, because that's all they need. We'll talk about it next. Oh, we're wrapping it up on a Friday in front of the final Bronco preseason game. This is the time of year where I am excited that the old preseason's done.
Let's get it going.
But, man, without that fourth game, such a long time before you get some football as a radio guy.
The quiet zone.
I don't like the quiet zone so much. I really would rather we keep it going, but it's all right.
He's college
Jeff
football
Legwald.
tomorrow, yeah.
No, you're right, from Ireland. And then we get the full action coming up Labor Day weekend, which, if everybody can believe it, hey, a week from tonight, I'm going to be up in Boulder getting ready to do a little CU football. So away we go. It's all about here, and it's all upon us. And it looks like we might have some pretty good weather for that. I've done some hot games, man. I don't know if this...
Oh, that'll steamy. Yeah, no, this time of year. I will...
the next week's supposed to be nice. We'll see what happens when we get playing football.
One of the hottest games I ever covered was when the Oilers were playing in Memphis, their first year in Tennessee. And that season, it's the earliest ever. That opener was on August 31st.
Yeah, it's crazy. When did they decide to go?
I think it was Tennessee Raiders. I think it was Tennessee Raiders.
Growing up, I remember it, or at least my teenage years, I remember, or college years, or whatever.
It used to be Labor Day
weekend.
But that, for whatever reason, that season opened August 30th. I still have the credential. It's August 31st.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a Buff game in Houston, too.
That's nice.
That's going to be a little toasty, I think, because it's still going to be September, and it's still going to be plenty hot when they kick off. Anyway, all the football is ahead. All right, interesting text from this person, and I do think it's fair. Everyone on the station is glossing over the fact that Bo is not looking good this camp. He can't have a slow start. I would say it's unfair to say he hasn't looked good this camp. Has he been, lights out, next level, everything you want? No, it hasn't necessarily been, but the whole offense, as Jeff and I have talked about over the past 3 or 4 weeks, especially the offensive line, I think is at times has struggled to protect him. What would you think? What would be the ideal? I mean, outside of the, one pass, like the Cleveland Brown play where he goes out there, hits Mims, and that's the day's done. What do you think Sean ideally wants to see if it's an 8-play drive tomorrow?
I think the pre-snap flags
were
like red alert status with him. Like I even asked him at one point this week, what's your process of going over that with the team? He could barely even get it out. He's still mad. 4 days later? So you can't have 6, 7 pre-snap flags. That's
Real quick, let me pause you. Is that going to put Loner on the practice squad? Because he was the guy in 3 of them, it felt like.
Well, they were all around. And yeah, it is interesting that you say that because somebody was asked, is it because he hasn't played much football? And Payton's answer was, we got to go. That was his answer. It was like, yeah, but we got to go. So you can tell where his mindset is. That's what they want to see. Get in and out of the huddle. The stuff we don't talk about. We talk about the throws and all. They want to see, did you get out of the huddle with enough time to change the play at the line of scrimmage? Did you make the right checks? Did you hit the right protections? Did you slide the protection the right way? Did you change the play when you should have? That's what they really want to see. Yeah, they love completions and they love touchdowns. But if you're doing all that other stuff, you're going to get first downs. And if you get first downs, you're going to put it in the end zone. It's the foundational stuff they want to see. No, clean, no penalties, get in and out, change the play once or twice if you have to, leave enough time on the play clock to get it done. Don't come out of the huddle at 4 seconds on the play clock, that kind of stuff.
I know he's great in the locker room, and I know he's going to continue to be great in the locker room. I wouldn't be shocked if he ends up being a captain. But to me, I don't know what went on beginning of the season, but it feels like something was going on with the leg of Mike McGlinchey, and he just seems a little slow off the get off. And really, where it caught my eye, Leggy, was I don't always put so much, being around you. We know we get to the time of camp where they know the snaps, they know the plays, they get the snap count down, all that stuff. I think the defense sometimes gets some nice get off when they're going against each other.
They get some freebies.
Because they know what's going on. But when Baron Browning was kind of really hassling McGlinchey coming on the end, now again, that's a guy that knows McGlinchey, I'll give you that. But are they hoping he's a little healthier? Is it an age thing? Is there any reason to be a little concerned there?
They actually think he's moving well. So,
okay.
Maybe that's their goggles on it, but they actually think he's moving pretty well. And I think personally he's moving better than he was in OTAs and minicamp. So I do think he feels better now than he did.
Well, then I hope in
before.
3 weeks it's even better.
And I think
that side has been a problem.
And I think that if they can have the run game the head coach says they have, then that changes everything. Play actions on the table. Safeties can't just stay deep. Bo will get a lot more friendly looks if they can run the ball and have some play action in the offense. And then he will get a more friendly picture to look at. And I think that's important too. I think if this run game is indeed better, then that only helps the quarterback get a little cleaner picture to do his business. But I watched Peyton Manning at the end of his final season in a Hall of Fame career be furious in training camp practices because the defense was good. It's not fun. And we all go out there and we all want to see offense scoring and making big plays. That's why you sat in the hot bleachers. It's why you drove your car out there at 7 a.m. to get in line, because you want to see offense making plays. Well, when the defense is damn good,
doesn't happen.
It's really hard to do that in camp, and it ain't just a Bo problem. Everybody goes, "Oh, well, Bo should look." I watched Peyton Manning. I watched good quarterback. I watched Steve McNair he was a former league MVP. I watched him not be able to do it against the defense that finished number 1 in total defense. The year the Ravens had the great scoring record holder defense, the Titans were actually number 1 in total defense that year. And I watched McNair struggle. This is not a new problem, and it's not a problem unless this shows up in week 2, week 3, week 4. Then it's a systemic thing. Right now, I think it's a combo thing of a lot of frustration of going against a defense where there's not a lot of easy completions.
If they come out and they just go right through the Saints tomorrow, which it wouldn't shock me if they did, everybody's fine. We call it good for the preseason, and, hasta la vista. We'll check in with you when it's time for the Titans.
I mean, the one that concerned me is everybody. It's when their ones are going against the San Francisco twos.
Yeah.
And not much happened.
And you're struggling.
That's a problem.
Yeah, you don't want to see that tomorrow. It's going to be an extended outing. He is Jeff Legwald. All right, it's time to tell you everybody's favorite moment. It's the guacamole song. It's never the Nate Kreckman auto-tune song.